Mino felt the world spinning around him, as if his head had been tossed into a washing machine and stirred about. Groggy and disoriented, he mumbled, "Oh God, why am I so dizzy? What's going on here?" When he finally managed to open his eyes, a sudden realization struck him, leaving him utterly shocked. Wait a minute, wasn't I supposed to be dead? The memory of that terrible fire was painfully vivid. The whole building raged like a giant beast made of flames. He had been trapped above the 20th floor, a helpless prisoner in a towering inferno, unable to fathom how he could possibly have survived. That's odd. Why does my vision feel so strange? He waved his hand and noticed that his perspective had shifted in an uncanny way, as if he now possessed an extra pair of eyes watching the world alongside him. Just as confusion overwhelmed him, a voice called out, "Hey, Mino, are you all right?" Looking up, Mino was nearly scared out of his wits. Towering before him stood a massive creature over 3 meters tall, with horns sprouting from its head and a face full of heavy, anxious features. The stranger's arms were thicker than Mino's waist, and, acting on instinct, Mino immediately backed away. "Who are you?" he blurted out, only to be startled by his own voice. The intonation sounded just like Japanese. He couldn't recall ever being fluent in Japanese. "Oh dear, you really must be confused. It's me, Tyren. You don't even recognize me?" The Minotaur-like giant let out a sigh, concern etched across his face. "But I suppose it's understandable. After all, you just faced one of the 4 emperors, Charlotte Linlin. It's no wonder you've lost your memory from the shock." 4 emperors? Were those?" Mino glanced around in a daze, realizing he was inside a vast ship's cabin. To his astonishment, many of the items in the room had eyes and mouths, and were noisily singing away. Before he could ask any more questions, Tyren went on, "Meeting this particular emperor is actually a stroke of luck. If you'd been handed over to the celestial dragons in Mary Geos, that would have been a real disaster. It's said those celestial dragons are utterly savage. They feast on children's organs every day and bathe in the blood of young girls to preserve their youth. If rare species like yours are ever captured, they'll gouge out your eyes, saw off your horns, and turn your unique body parts into ornaments." Mino's mind reeled with confusion. What sort of terrifying creatures was Tyren describing? It all sounded like horrors straight from the abyss. What kind of world was this? Celestial dragons, Charlotte Linlin. These names stirred a strange sense of familiarity. It's much safer in the territory of the 4 emperors. I heard that particular emperor values rare species like yours highly, and won't even take your soul. If you join the Charlotte Pirates, you could at least become a junior officer. Although, to be honest, I always wanted to join the Beast Pirates. Lord Kaido is the idol of our entire Oni tribe. Still, joining the Charlotte Pirates doesn't sound too bad, Tyrone said excitedly. He listened to all this in utter confusion, then suddenly slapped his forehead as realization dawned. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, the Celestial Dragons. These were all characters from One Piece. This could only mean he had crossed over into that world. 3 days later, returned to the body of his 16-year-old self, he finally managed to sort things out. He had transmigrated into a boy who shared his name and appearance, and he'd figured out how he ended up aboard the Charlotte Pirates ship. As it turned out, he and Tyrone had been captured by slavers, considered high-value merchandise. While the slavers were sailing through the New World, their ship was intercepted by the Charlotte Pirates, and by sheer coincidence, Charlotte Linlin herself was on board at the time. Why was he classified as a high-grade slave? And why did the Charlotte Pirates save him? He gazed at his reflection in the mirror and couldn't help but sigh. If transmigration had to happen, why did he have to become a member of the Three-Eyed Tribe? Fortunately, after a few days of subtle questioning, he learned that Charlotte Linlin already had a daughter of the Three-Eyed Tribe, Charlotte Pudding. Otherwise, he couldn't decide which fate was worse, to become the slave of a celestial dragon or the husband of Charlotte Linlin. Oh well, he thought to himself. Even if my appearance is a bit unusual now, at least it saved my life. And while the Three-Eyed Tribe doesn't offer huge boosts in combat, it's still better than being an ordinary human. As far as he knew, once members of the Three-Eyed Tribe awakened their full potential, they could gain the near-mythic ability to hear the voice of all things, the ultimate level of observation hockey. Clearly, the Three-Eyed Tribe had a natural talent for mastering this power. Shaking off these worries, he wrapped a strip of cloth around his forehead to conceal his third eye, then stepped out of the cabin. The Charlotte family's ships were always short-staffed, since the ships themselves were homies, living beings capable of sailing on their own, which saved a lot of manpower. Most of the extra space on board was given over to food storage. After all, the entire Charlotte family was famous for their insatiable appetites, particularly their love of sweets. For someone used to the salty flavors of the North, it was pure torture. He decided to head to the ship's kitchen to cook something for himself. At the very least, a plate of fried rice. No sooner had he stepped outside than he heard the unmistakable, booming laugh, "Ma ma 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 ma," and saw Charlotte Linlin feasting heartily on the deck. She was built like a giant, clad in a pink dress, her thick waist as round as a barrel, with a hooked nose so sharp it seemed to swallow her neck entirely. Once a stunning beauty, she had become this monstrous figure. One had to admit, Oda's Blade of Time was merciless. Through his inquiries, he estimated that the current timeline was at least a decade before the main storyline began. Though he couldn't recall the exact year in the Sea Circle calendar, he knew that King Riku still ruled Dressrosa. That alone was enough for him to make this deduction. There was another piece of evidence that was readily apparent. The Charlotte Linlin before him had not yet fully become the legendary, bloated matron of the stories. Though her figure was already impressively large, for now her body still retained a barrel-like shape, rather than having swelled into a complete sphere. When Charlotte Linlin saw him emerging from the cabin, excitement sparkled instantly in her eyes. "Ma ma ma ma, isn't this little mine it? Would you like to try a donut?" she called out, her voice ringing with anticipation. As she spoke, she swept her gaze over the mountainous heap of donuts piled before her and carefully selected the smallest one to offer him. All around, the crew members and her children watched him with eyes full of envy and jealousy. For Charlotte Linlin to remember to share her sweets with him, even in the midst of her indulgence, showed just how much importance this Emperor of the Seas placed on him. Thank you very much. But please, Captain, you should enjoy it yourself." Minot quickly declined, waving his hands in polite refusal. Even though she had chosen the smallest donut in the pile, by Charlotte Linlin's standards, it was so enormous that he could have used it as a life preserver, completely beyond the capacity of any normal person. He shook his head vigorously, declining as gently as he could. Ever since arriving in this world, his appetite had indeed grown a great deal, but to force down such a gigantic donut would surely leave him sickened at the mere sight of sweets from that day forward. Ma, you don't like sweets? What a pity," Charlotte Linlin remarked breezily, popping the donut into her mouth. She gave it just a couple of chews before swallowing it whole, a trace of disappointment flickering across her face. Fortunately, despite her deep love for sweets, Charlotte Linlin held no particular prejudice against those who did not share her taste. If she had, his situation would have become much more precarious. As for why Charlotte Linlin doted so much on someone whose combat ability was average at best, the answer was simple. She saw great promise in his pure-blooded Three-Eyed Tribe lineage. If the Three-Eyed Tribe could fully awaken their powers, they would gain the ability to hear the voice of all things, one of the rare talents that could directly interpret the ancient poneglyphs of history. Though Charlotte Linlin already had a daughter of the Three-Eyed Tribe, she was not of pure blood, and there remained uncertainty about the extent of her potential. Now, as a pure-blooded member himself, he had naturally become Linlin's cherished treasure. With one more person, there was one more chance. For someone as determined as her to become the Pirate King, such power was invaluable. Still, even the greatest abilities of the Three-Eyed Tribe were mainly supportive in nature. The Evil Eye, however, granted true combat strength. Though the transformation into the Hundred-Eyed Monster was far from elegant, the boost it provided to individual power was undeniable, at least on par with the transformative effects of certain Zoan-type devil fruits. Combining clairvoyance with hypnotic abilities, the resulting synergy would likely surpass the value of auxiliary powers, such as simply listening to the voices of the world. More importantly, the transformation from a Three-Eyed Tribe member into a demon signifies a fundamental elevation of existence itself. Coupled with the Evil Eye's innate enhancement of potential, this would grant Mino a remarkable boost in both latent power and physical constitution. Mino, after all, had no particular cultivation methods to begin with, so there was no need to worry about losing any original strength. As for the change in race, he reached up and touched the third eye on his forehead, and a memory surfaced. Hi's evil eye from Yu Yu Hakusho. Forgive me, I'm someone who cares about appearances, he muttered to himself. Hi's third eye as an evil eye wielder is so much cooler than our three eye tribes. He made up his mind. Well then, I won't be human anymore. Let the transaction begin. No sooner had the words left his lips than blinding golden light erupted from both ends of the golden scales. A searing pain shot through Mino's forehead, soon followed by an agony that gripped his entire body, as if every sinew was being wrenched and every bone pulled apart. Moments later, the golden light on his side of the scale vanished, and a wave of weakness swept through him. Before he could recover, the golden light from the other side surged toward him in a torrent. If the previous pain had been like having his skin flayed and muscles twisted, this time it felt as if molten metal was being injected right into his marrow. Waves of excruciating torment coursed through him. Mino writhed on the ground, trapped in a cycle of blacking out from the pain and jolting back to consciousness. He had no idea how much time passed before the agony finally began to ebb. Exhausted, Mino slowly pushed himself up, shook his head to clear the fog, and closed his original two eyes, leaving only the newly awakened evil eye in the center of his forehead open. What astonishing vision, motion tracking, sharpness, telescopic sight. Are these the fundamental powers of the evil eye? After leaving the space where the golden scale stood, Mino glanced at the mirror in the room. The third eye on his forehead had shrunk a little, and its lashes had disappeared completely. More importantly, it now sat perfectly centered above his brow, no longer looking so strange or out of place. Will Charlotte Limlin notice? Mino felt a flicker of concern, but quickly dismissed it. Based on what he'd read in manga and his recent observations of the pirates, he relaxed. These pirates were not just careless, they were practically oblivious. A slight change in his third eye would likely go completely unnoticed. As long as the eye remained, they wouldn't suspect a thing. And even if someone did notice, it wouldn't matter. Mino could simply explain it away as a case of atavism or an awakened ancestral trait of the three-eyed tribe, easily dealing with any questions. He clenched his fists and was immediately aware of the significant improvement in his physical abilities, especially the heightened sensitivity of his reflexes, a change that was already manifesting in his speed. He figured that his current self was more than enough to handle a dozen or 20 versions of his past self. I wonder if my lifespan has increased. Even though I don't possess any demonic energy, I suppose I could be considered a kind of monster now. Mino pondered. My life should be extended, right? After all, giants in the pirate world can live over 300 years, and there's the Ope fruit and the immortality operation. Clearly, this world allows for the existence of immortality. Mino clenched his fists, gathering his strength, and began to test the second ability granted by his evil eye. He watched as his muscles gradually swelled and darkened to black, and then, all over his body, eyes began to open one after another, completing his transformation into a 100-eyed monster. This power is incredible. It feels like my strength has multiplied tenfold. But then he thought, maybe it just feels that way because I was too weak before. Casually, Mino crushed a wooden board in the room with his hand, then bent a long sword as if it were nothing, before finally returning to his normal form. He let out a soft sigh of relief. Even though, with his current strength, he was still far from being a powerhouse in the New World, at least among ordinary pirates, he could now count himself as one of the elite. In his 100-eyed monster mode, his combat ability was probably on par with pirates who carried bounties of 20 or 30 million. In one of the Four Emperors' crews, he'd at most qualify as the leader of a small squad of 10 men. At this thought, Mino curled his lips. The thrill from earlier evaporated instantly. So this is Tato land? Mino and Tyren gazed into the distance at the island, which looked as if it belonged in a fairy tale. Rainbow-colored juice floated on the sea's surface, and the clouds above seemed to be playing and tumbling about. Rainbows encircled the entire island, shifting hues and echoing with laughter and cheerful banter. Even from such a distance, a wave of cloying sweetness wafted over them. All across the island, Roofs were made from cream, walls from chocolate, and the ground was paved with biscuits. The scene was even more magical than any storybook could describe. Yet, gazing upon this spectacle, Mino could only feel a sharp ache in his teeth. Anyone would, if they'd eaten sweets as their main course for half a month straight. Of course, people in the pirate world might not be as sensitive to it, especially Big Mom and her children, who seem to treat sweets as an essential part of life. Mino couldn't help but wonder how none of these people seemed to suffer from high blood pressure, high blood sugar, or cavities. "This place is way too frilly," boomed a massive voice beside him. Mino turned and glanced at Tyren, standing next to him, and shook his head helplessly. Luckily, people in the pirate world were pretty broad-minded. Otherwise, with a remark like that, Tyren would have been beaten up by the Charlotte pirates in no time. Then again, perhaps it had something to do with Charlotte Lean's own childlike heart. Mino stole a glance at Lin and noticed she was smiling, with even a hint of blush on her cheeks. Could it be she'd taken Tyren's words as a compliment? Mama, that's right. This is the most beautiful, the most enchanting kingdom for girls at heart. A land where all races can gather in harmony. Charlotte Lin proclaimed with pride. Hearing this, Tyren rolled his eyes, about to retort, but Minuo stomped on his toe before he could get a word out. He yelped in pain, but ultimately said nothing. Did this fool really think Charlotte Lin was easy to deal with? People didn't dare speak frankly to Charlotte Lin, not because they lacked the courage, but because they reacted too slowly to recognize danger in time. Among the 4 emperors of the sea, Charlotte Lin was by far the most difficult to communicate with. Even Kaido, for all his brutality, was easier to handle. If Kaido came across someone whose strength he admired, he'd show patience and reward them generously. But Charlotte Lin was the very definition of temperamental. When angered, not even her own children were safe from her wrath. Fortunately, Tyren wasn't truly oblivious. The moment Minuo stepped on his foot, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation and fell silent. As the ship drew closer to Tado Land, the shore was crowded with cheerful homies in the form of flowers, all gathered to welcome their arrival. 3 imposing and distinctive members of the Charlotte family awaited them as well. One was a man clad in a black leather jacket with a scarf covering the lower half of his face. This could only be Katakuri. Another was a figure with an outrageously long tongue, constantly licking a lollipop. Surely this was Perispero, the eldest son and minister of candy, who wielded the powers of the candy fruit. The last was a woman with impossibly long legs, so long they made up nearly 3/4 or even 4/5 of her height. Clearly a member of the long-legged tribe and none other than Charlotte Smoothie, one of the sweet commanders, known for her ability to squeeze moisture from anything she touched. Seeing her children waiting on the shore, Charlotte Lin was visibly delighted. She scooped up Minuo, who had been watching from the deck, and stepped onto the thundercloud, Zeus, soaring toward Cake Island. Mama, my darling children, your queen has returned. Charlotte Lin bellowed with laughter as she landed on the island, her booming voice making Minuo's ears ring. Welcome home, Mama. Hey, Perispero came forward to greet her, flashing a sly grin. We've already prepared a grand banquet for you, with your favorite cakes ready and waiting. Mama. That's my Perispero, my cleverest son. At the mere mention of cake, Charlotte Lean's mouth began to water uncontrollably. Minuo, still clutched in her grip, hastily dodged aside as drool splattered onto the ground, hissing and smoking as if it were acid. He swallowed nervously, thinking to himself, is this woman even human? Staring at the small, smoldering pits eaten into the ground, Minuo's mind swirled with doubt. This substance is even more formidable than concentrated sulfuric acid. If an ordinary human had it in their body, they'd probably have been eaten away by now. Charlotte Lin could no longer be bothered with formalities. She'd been out at sea for some time, and though the chefs aboard her ship were top-notch, nothing compared to the full array of delicacies on Cake Island. Now, just hearing the word cake again, her craving became too strong to resist. Without a second thought, she casually tossed Mino, who she had previously treated like a treasure, towards Charlotte Katakuri. Katakuri, this is the new member assigned to your ship. Oh, and that little Oni kid as well, she added. Mino felt the world spin around him. When he finally regained his senses, he found himself lying against Katakuri's broad chest. Katakuri was a giant of a man, standing 4 or 5 meters tall. Now, with a single hand, he lifted Mino up so their eyes met. Then, the Machi fruit user gently set Mino down, thoughtfully crouching so that Mino's feet could touch the ground. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reached it at all. Looking at Big Mom's children, Mino couldn't help but sigh inwardly. These people are incredibly tall. Even Tyrin, compared to them, would seem like a dwarf. And as for me, I'm practically tiny. A newcomer brought personally by Mama? That's a rare sight, Katakuri remarked. Then he asked, "You must be some kind of special race too, like that little Oni kid, right?" This was only natural. With Charlotte Lean's temperament, she had no interest in ordinary people, unless someone possessed great strength or belonged to a rare race. Even if she was in a good mood and spared an ordinary person's life, she'd never let them join the Charlotte Pirates. As for Mino's strength, Katakuri had already made a rough assessment the moment he touched him. At best, someone of this level could lead a squad of 10 in the Charlotte Pirates. It certainly wasn't enough for their mother to single him out with a special order before the banquet. Mino scratched his head, then pulled off the white cloth from his head, revealing the third eye on his forehead. "I'm a member of the Three-Eyed Tribe." Katakuri stood there, examining the eye on Mino's forehead with interest. "I see. So you're from the Three-Eyed Tribe. That's truly rare. My little sister Brûlée will be pleased. She'll finally have someone of her own kind." But he paused for a moment. "Your eye seems a bit different from most Three-Eyed Tribe members." The difference in his eye was only a minor issue. In the world of One Piece, human appearances are wildly diverse, and a slightly unusual third eye was hardly a big deal. "Maybe it's a mutation," Mino quickly explained. "This eye can see things very far away." Oh, Katakuri had only asked out of curiosity, mainly because he noticed that Mino's third eye looked a bit different from Brûlée's. However, he hadn't expected to receive such an answer. This made him pause and consider. Could it be that the bloodline abilities of the Three-Eyed Tribe had already partially awakened? With this realization, Katakuri's estimation of Minuo rose significantly. Someone who could display such talent even before formally starting training was, without a doubt, exceptionally gifted. On these vast seas, there was certainly no shortage of those blessed with extraordinary gifts. Their own mother, Charlotte Lin, was the most typical example. Admittedly, individuals like Minuo, who possessed overwhelming physical power by nature, were rare. But prodigies born with formidable powers of observation or spiritual force were, in fact, more common. Take, for instance, the legendary Red Count or the former Queen Otoheim of Fishman Island. Both were geniuses who had naturally mastered Kinbunchika Haki without any formal training. Katakuri himself was considered a genius in the art of observation Haki, but compared to those paragons, his own gift still fell a bit short. Minuo's third eye was innately endowed with clairvoyant powers. While this did surprise Katakuri, such unique abilities were not especially rare on these seas. "Very well. Starting tomorrow, you'll train under me," Katakuri said, crouching down to gently pat Minuo's shoulder, his tone earnest. As a member of the Charlotte Pirates, Katakuri was well versed in the abilities of the Three-Eyed Tribe, and naturally, he was invested in helping Big Mom achieve her dream of becoming Pirate King. Though the Charlotte Pirates were arguably the least united among the 4 Emperor's crews, and Katakuri himself harbored certain grievances against his mother, when it came to the interests of the crew as a whole, he remained fully committed. Regrettably, this caring brother couldn't bring himself to subject his sister, Brûlée, to rigorous training. Thus, upon meeting Minuo, a prodigiously gifted member of the Three-Eyed Tribe, he felt a surge of satisfaction. This way, Brûlée can simply serve as backup and won't need to endure harsh training. Minuo couldn't fathom what was going through Katakuri's mind, but having just arrived in this chaotic world of pirates, he carried an undercurrent of anxiety within him. For that reason, he not only had no objections to Katakuri's training, but was actually filled with anticipation. After the grand banquet drew to a close, Katakuri led his 2 newly recruited underlings to the training grounds. Tyrin patted his stomach, grumbling, "Why is even the roast meat sweet?" Minuo looked even more uncomfortable, convinced that if he stayed any longer on Whole Cake Island, he'd leave with hypertension, high blood sugar, high cholesterol, and probably a stroke to top it off. Don't worry, you won't have to live on Cake Island all the time. Once you're part of my team, we'll head out to Weed Island, which is under my charge, Katakuri said, responding to the complaints behind him. There, it's not just sweets. You'll find plenty of bread, roast meats, and vegetables as well. But the one thing you'll find the most of is donuts. A clear, ringing voice sounded from behind Mino. A charming little girl appeared behind him, dressed in a pink dress, her hair tied in twin ponytails with thick bangs. Katakuri smiled and said, "The sugar in donuts truly is a source of energy. But rest assured, I'll take care of all the crew and prepare food to suit everyone's tastes." Mino thought to himself, not only does he care for his younger siblings, he's just as considerate toward his subordinates. Katakuri truly lives up to his reputation. In pirate crews like Big Mom's and the Beast Pirates, where everything is ruled by brute strength, it's rare to find a pirate who can balance genuine kindness with immense power. Perhaps Katakuri is the only one who's managed it. The little girl following behind Mino was none other than Charlotte Brûlé, a member of the unique three-eyed tribe to which Mino once belonged. Of course, Mino had since transformed into a yokai, perhaps making him the only one of his kind in the pirate world, but outwardly he still resembled a member of the three-eyed tribe. Unlike Brûlé, who hid her third eye beneath her thick bangs, Mino never concealed the third eye on his forehead after arriving at Cake Island. His third eye was slightly smaller than his other two, yet it blended perfectly with his features. Instead of appearing strange like most members of the three-eyed tribe, the effect was harmonious, as if he possessed the mythical heavenly eye. Having faced discrimination since childhood because of her third eye, Brûlé deeply envied this. And since they were the only two three-eyed tribe members on all of Cake Island, it was only natural that Brûlé would feel especially close to Mino. "All right, this is the training ground," Katakuri announced in a low voice. "Let me first test your basic skills." Mino glanced around, then reached up to take a standard pirate longsword from a nearby weapon rack. In the pirate world, standard-issue weapons don't resemble the curved cutlasses of real-life pirates, but are instead modeled after Japanese swords, a clear nod to Oda's manga style. In reality, while Japanese swords are formidable, their armor-piercing ability is limited, and they're prone to breaking when clashing with other weapons. But in the pirate world, such weapons are remarkably sturdy. Even this standard blade felt every bit as tough and resilient as high-strength alloys from the real world. The legendary swords of the pirate world were surely even more extraordinary. Though Mino had never formally trained in Japanese swordsmanship, these swords were renowned for being easy to wield. What's more, after transforming into a yokai, his body had become significantly more agile and coordinated, making him particularly adept at handling speed-based weapons like the katana. Of course, this was only the beginning. In this world, a true swordsman didn't just need lightning speed. They also needed overwhelming strength, as evidenced by Zoro's daily training with massive barbells and sword swings. In any case, wielding a blade was certainly better than facing a fight empty dash-handed AS for Talon. The ogre wasted no time in choosing a hefty iron club studded with spikes. Clearly, this was the traditional weapon his kind wielded best. "I'll go first," Mino declared, saying no more as he dashed toward the target with the speed of lightning. Seeing this, Talon let out a thunderous roar that shook the air and charged forward, his weapon aimed straight at Katakuri's head. Katakuri's expression remained calm. He neither drew his own weapon nor used any form of haki. He simply clenched his fist and met them head-on. A miserable scream rang out as Talon was sent flying, crashing hard to the ground. In the next instant, Mino was struck down in midair and landed squarely on Talon's stomach, causing the ogre to nearly retch from the pain. "Big Brother Katakuri is amazing," Bryn cheered, clapping her hands with delight. There was never any real suspense in this battle. It was essentially Katakuri guiding the two as they attacked, observing their moves, and then, once he'd seen enough, knocking them both down with a single strike. "Very good. I've got a clear sense of your fundamentals now," Katakuri said, arms crossed over his chest, offering his steady assessment. "You both show quite a bit of talent." In Katakuri's eyes, Talon's abilities were fairly average by ogre standards. While far superior to ordinary people, he wasn't particularly outstanding among his own kind. According to Katakuri's judgment, unless Talon stumbled upon some extraordinary fortune, like the power of a devil fruit, no amount of training would allow him to rise higher than a senior officer in a Yonko crew or perhaps reach the rank of a standard Marine vice admiral. While that was nothing to scoff at, it fell short of making him a true pillar. Mino, however, came as a real surprise. Physically, he might have been a bit weaker than Talon, but Katakuri could see that Mino had never received any formal combat training at all. Compared to Talon, who had been drilled in battle since childhood, Mino's natural gifts were perhaps even greater. Add to that his lightning-fast reflexes and the unique bloodline abilities of the Three-Eyed Tribe, and Mino might well achieve the fighting strength of a Sweet Commander or a lead performer of the Beast Pirates in the future. So, a rare ability and the potential to become a true cornerstone one day. Katakuri's face hardly changed, but his eyes softened a little. That really hurt. Both of the defeated fighters groaned in unison. Mino stood up, clutching his stomach. To his surprise, the pain quickly faded to a manageable level. His body was recovering far faster than he'd expected. As a Yokai, his kind was famed for their remarkable vitality. Even in the original story, whether it was Hai, who could recover after being sliced in half, or the Yokai who transplanted his own evil eye and survived having his head cleaved down to his mouth, their powers of recovery were nothing short of astonishing. Advanced healing techniques from the demon world certainly played a part, but the Yokai's life force and regenerative abilities truly surpassed human limits. Even by the standards of the pirate world, this kind of recovery ability was enough to inspire awe. However, after testing the two of them, Katakuri chose not to continue the fight. So for now, he had yet to discover this extraordinary trait in Mino. Starting tomorrow, you'll join my subordinates in their training, Katakuri said. Also, our pirate crew's library contains a wealth of cultivation insights and techniques. When you have spare time, feel free to browse. I'll instruct Mondor to grant you access to the library. If you find any books you're interested in, you can take them directly. Mondor has the ability to make copies of any text. Once you've built a solid foundation, I'll personally teach you the methods for training hockey. Charlotte Mondor possessed the book fruit and also served as a scribe for the Charlotte family, overseeing the vast majority of the family's secret files and archives. Of course, Katakuri's offer was mostly a formality. Though the Charlotte family had amassed a great number of training manuals, few people truly cared to study them in depth. In the pirate world, physical practice meant far more than textbook learning. It was just like Luffy. Hand him a book, and he'd get nowhere even after 100 years. Yet put him in a real fight, and he might master a technique after just a couple of rounds. Most people in the pirate world, even those without Luffy's innate talent, excelled far more at learning through action than from reading. Even Katakuri himself, famed for his cunning and intellect, rarely set foot in the library, let alone his brothers and sisters. Yet upon hearing that the library would be open to them, a bright smile immediately lit up Mino's face. Mino was well aware that he wasn't lacking in theoretical learning, but he also knew he wasn't the type who could instantly translate understanding into action. What truly delighted him was his unique ability, the golden scales. After all, in the golden scales system, knowledge itself could be traded as a resource. Though he didn't have many causality points at the moment, making it impossible to exchange for bloodlines or powerful items, he could still obtain a wide array of knowledge and memories. Even if much of the advanced training wisdom might lose its effect outside its original world, the basic methods for strengthening the body should remain useful. He could also acquire the battle memories of masters, especially close combat experience, which would be invaluable in this world. Having the backing of the Charlotte Pirates really does have its advantages. The Navy would never nurture me like this, he thought to himself. The Navy's training system was far more structured, with resources distributed evenly. One had to pass through layer upon layer of study, drills, and assessments before receiving further investment. In contrast, pirate crews, especially the mighty Yonko crews, were far more flexible with their rules. As long as you caught the eye of the captain or someone high up, resources would flow to you in abundance. Time was running short. Just a few days later, he would be heading off to Weed Island with Katakuri. That was why, as soon as Mino got out of bed, he decided to seek out Mont d'Or. Tyrone had no interest in reading whatsoever, but little Brûlé eagerly volunteered to show the way and accompanied him to find Mont d'Or. After listening to Brûlé relay their request, Mont d'Or didn't hesitate. I understand. Since it's an order from Brother Katakuri, you may go in. Mont d'Or, the user of the book fruit, might have sounded like a scholar or intellectual from his name, but in truth, he had developed his powers into the creation of monsters and alternate spaces. The ability was certainly formidable, but calling him a man of culture would have been a stretch. As a result, he didn't place much value on the books in the library. Mino took a stroll through the library, only to find the collection in complete disarray. There were training manuals, historical records, and even storybooks, all mixed together with hardly any system of classification. He didn't dwell on it. Instead, he pulled out a large bag and began gathering up all the training-related books he could find. After all, for someone like Mont d'Or, duplicating books was a trivial matter. Emptying out the entire library would cost him only a few minutes to restore it to its original state. Sure enough, when Mino left the library with an armful of books, Mont d'Or simply gave him a look of mild surprise at his ability to read so much, then waved his hand to conjure up copies of the books and toss them back into the library. In the endless void, the golden scales still shone with dazzling brilliance. One by one, Mino placed the books upon the golden scales. He didn't need to memorize their contents. As long as the books were within a meter of him, when he closed his eyes, he could reproduce them directly out of that void. Although items of knowledge held little value on the golden scales, and much of the content was redundant, such as the Navy's 6 powers, shave, and a pirate's imitation spoon technique, the latter a shoddier knockoff of the former. The scales naturally wouldn't double count these overlapping skills. Still, the sheer accumulation of knowledge added up to a considerable total. This time, Mino wanted to exchange for memories, which were far more precious than mere knowledge. He didn't put skills like hockey on the scales. The rules of the golden scales dictated that only similar kinds of knowledge could be exchanged as a set, and what you received would usually be knowledge or memories of the same sort. If he put a skill like hockey on the scales, he might only get energy cultivation methods from other worlds in return, such as the Cosmo Technique, the 9-Yang Divine Skill, magnetic field manipulation, or magical arts. Yet, under different world rules, these energy systems often fail to function as intended. Just like how, although Mino transplanted the evil eye and became a Yokai, he still didn't gain any demonic power, because the rules of this world simply do not allow such forces to exist. Once Mino truly masters the 3-colored hockey, perhaps these cultivation methods from other worlds could serve as references, but for now, they are pointless, except for muddling his thoughts. After weighing all the body-tempering knowledge on the golden scales, Mino began to examine the various kinds of knowledge and memories presented on the other side. Indiscriminate fighting style? What's that? Oh, it's the martial arts from that comedy manga, Ranma 1/2. 18 dragon-subduing palms? Without inner energy to support it, it probably isn't even as good as a typical iron palm technique. Universal shockwave palm? That's a skill from the Dragon Ball world. It requires turning one's ki into lightning. If I could cultivate ki like in Dragon Ball, why would I bother with this? I just find that blind, chubby Karen and train under gravity for a few years, then I could easily topple the entire world government. Boxing memories from Tyson, the boxing champion. Sorry, this isn't a boxing ring. This one is Tang Zichen's cultivation memories from Dragon and Snake Start the Land. Not bad, this is actually valuable. Dragon and Snake Start the Land is a world centered around the cultivation of Chinese martial arts. Although the martial arts depicted are often exaggerated, differing from the traditional methods of forging the body and controlling strength, at least the foundational ways of training the flesh and integrating power are universal. Moreover, Tang Zichen had achieved a mental state akin to the cicada senses the autumn wind before it stirs, a level of spiritual awareness that resonates with the future sensing ability of observation hockey. If one were to merely study the cultivation techniques, it would all be a confusing mess, meaningless in practice. But if he could obtain her complete memories, it would be of immense help in developing his observation hockey in the future. She's the one. Mino made his decision easily. figuring that even if he waited, it was unlikely he would find a more suitable memory. Still, there's some capacity left on the scales. I should be able to exchange for a bit more. Mino noticed that Tang Zichen's memories still left a little room on the scales, so he began searching through the remaining memories for something else. How about some swordsmanship? My strengths are reaction speed and agility. Pairing those with sword arts should be the perfect match. This is Sasaki Kojiro's memories from the Nesaverse. Not bad, although his swallow reversal move is certainly impossible to perform in reality. It's over the limit. I can't take it. Let's see what else. Kakashi Hitaki's sword training memories. Also over the limit. Kenichi Ma Kensei's cultivation memories from history's strongest disciple. Also too much. So, in the end, is this the only option left? Mino looked helplessly at the memory orb in his hand, which contained the swordsmanship training memories of Kodonoha Katsura. What am I supposed to do with this? A sword technique designed specifically to deal with heartless people? Though Mino couldn't help but grumble a few complaints, he still added this memory to the scales. At least there was no need to worry about adaptability. This style of swordsmanship adhered strictly to the laws of real-world physics, so it wouldn't be weakened no matter which world it was used in. The ability to sever a head with a single swing would be considered master-level technique, even in the real world. Still, Mino couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Unlike the painful process of exchanging bloodlines, trading memories wasn't exactly agony, but still left Mino dizzy and disoriented. These combat techniques were different from mere knowledge. Remembering them in the brain wasn't enough. One also had to cultivate the right muscle memory. Otherwise, things like this could happen in a real fight. The brain commands, strike with Black Tiger, steals the heart. The arm responds, oops, aim too low, turn into Monkey, steals the peach instead. The brain commands, execute sealed, as if closed. The face reports back, too slow, I'm already swollen from the hit. Still, with the foundation of these experienced memories, practical training would be much easier. Although the advanced inner force cultivation from Chinese martial arts couldn't be achieved in this world, and things like hidden force and transformative force were just techniques for redirecting power rather than higher states of cultivation. The basic methods for physical conditioning and fine control of the body were already immensely beneficial to Mino. So much so that, during training the next day, Mino's improvement left Katakuri utterly astonished. While his strength and speed hadn't shown obvious growth, his application of technique had improved by leaps and bounds. Now, he could perfectly control the power coursing through his body, no longer scattering his strength wildly as he had at the beginning. What truly surprised Katakuri was that it had taken him half a year to reach this level, while Mino had mastered these techniques in a single day. Even more shocking was Mino's rapid progress in swordsmanship. Previously, he had been a complete novice who knew nothing about the art. Now, though he couldn't be called a master, if he claimed to be a swordsman, no one would dare object. It was this remarkable progress that prompted Katakuri to let loose a little during sparring, and nearly turned both Mino and Tairen into mincemeat. Such was the pirate's training method. Brutally simple. Push the body to its limits through relentless physical exercise, and hone abilities through actual combat. Taking a beating was almost unavoidable in this process. Fortunately, as a demon, Mino's ability to recover far surpassed that of any human, leaving him with no lasting injuries and letting him quickly adapt to this harsh regime. In truth, he didn't have much choice. After all, he wasn't Katakuri's real sibling, so Katakuri felt no need to hold back during training. Over the next few days, aside from the intense physical drills, Mino and Tairen spent most of their time enduring Katakuri's relentless attacks. Even when Katakuri brought them back to Flower Island, the training intensity never let up, especially for Mino, to whom Katakuri paid extra attention, but a year passed in the blink of an eye. On the training grounds of Flower Island, Minuo wore a peculiar black helmet that not only completely blocked his vision, but also shut out all outside sounds. Opposite him, Tai Long gripped an iron staff and brought it crashing down toward Minuo, the air slicing with every swing, the staff leaving a blur of afterimages in its wake. Minuo shifted his body ever so slightly, and the iron staff slammed into the ground, just grazing past him. Tai Long's expression remained unchanged. Using the rebound, he turned his downward strike into a sweeping arc. Minuo leapt lightly, the staff sweeping right beneath his feet, an incredibly dangerous move that, nevertheless, failed to touch him in the slightest. After several consecutive attacks, all missed their mark, Tai Long finally threw back his head and roared in frustration. Ha! The iron staff in his hands seemed to multiply, raining down from every direction in a relentless flurry. Yet Minuo stayed calm and collected, his body shivering with minute precision as he dodged each blow with uncanny accuracy. Every single strike missed its target. For over 10 minutes, Tai Long launched a furious assault, turning the training ground into a landscape of pits and craters. At last, he stopped, not because he was exhausted, but because, no matter what he tried, he simply couldn't land a hit on Minuo. Once his anger subsided, he saw no reason to waste any more effort. Minuo removed the black helmet from his head and smiled. It seems your progress has slowed, Tai Long. No, it's just that your observation haki is downright monstrous, Tai Long retorted with a roll of his eyes, panting heavily. The Third Eye tribe really does have a natural advantage with observation haki. Minuo chuckled. Don't sell yourself short. At least when it comes to armament haki, I can't compare to you at all. After a year of training, Minuo's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. Although much of the experience stored in his mind couldn't be fully applied in this pirate world due to the differences between worlds, his memories still allowed him to progress far faster than any ordinary person. In terms of physical training, Minuo had not only caught up to Tai Long, who had honed his body since childhood as a member of the Oni tribe, but even surpassed him thanks to the advanced life return techniques brought by his mastery of martial arts. With bodies of equal strength, Minuo now held the advantage, and his future potential outstripped Tai Long's. Martial arts emphasize precise control over the body, which echoes the principles of life return. Even if only a fraction of his experience was truly useful, it greatly enhanced his ability to command his body. Pirates might not have a systematized training method for life return like the Navy's 6 styles, but the skills they developed through years of real combat, combined with Minuo's own memories, allowed his physical abilities to improve at the optimal rate. When it came to observation haki, Minuo's talent was nothing short of extraordinary. With the memory of the sage's prophetic insight from the path of sincerity, coupled with the amplification provided by his evil eye, he awakened his observation haki from the very start of his training, easily expanding his awareness to cover the entirety of Weed Island. Now, he could even intermittently tap into advanced observation haki capable of glimpsing the future. Within the entire Charlotte Pirates, aside from Katakuri, even Charlotte Lean's observation haki probably can't match Mino's. His only real weakness lies in armament haki. During this period, Mino has focused most of his energy on honing his observation haki and physical training, paying little attention to armament haki. Without any external aids, his armament haki has only just awakened, and he's not even able to use hardening yet. Other than being able to counter Logia-type abilities, the boost it offers to his defense and attack is minimal. In contrast, Tyron is already able to partially harden his body with armament haki, proof that the Oni race truly possesses extraordinary talent in both physique and armament haki. Yet, at this stage, they've both hit a bottleneck in their training. In a world of pirates, the fastest way to grow isn't pure training, but the tempering that comes from real combat. This is clearly evident from Luffy's experience. Even though he trained for 2 full years under Rayleigh's guidance, what truly propelled his strength to new heights were his life-or-death battles with Katakuri and Kaido. Their current training merely lays the foundation. Once that foundation is solid, anyone wishing to advance further must step into actual battle. On the ruthless seas, only survivors become the strong, while the fallen become cannon fodder. As members of a powerful pirate crew, their chances of survival are much higher than ordinary pirates, but danger still lurks around every corner. Having wrapped up their observation haki training, Mino draws his longsword, preparing to spar with Tyron in close combat. "All right, that's enough," a voice calls out from the distance. A tall, imposing figure strides onto the training ground. It's Katakuri. "Boss Katakuri," Tyron exclaims, gripping his iron staff with excitement on his face. "Are we heading out to sea?" Katakuri glances over the two of them, then nods. That's right. Over the past year, you've built a solid foundation. Your combat strength is now at least on par with pirates whose bounties exceed 100 million. It's time for you to see the world. He turns to Mino. Didn't you mention spotting members of the Don Quixote pirates in Dressrosa not long ago? This time, we'll head to Dressrosa ourselves. Rumor has it the Glare fruit is there, perfectly suited to your abilities. Mino is slightly surprised. Ever since awakening his observation haki, the range of his evil eye has steadily expanded. In the original Yu Yu Hakusho, Hai's evil eye was said to see through the three realms, but clearly, that would require the user to continually develop its power. With Mino's current strength, seeing a few hundred kilometers away is already his limit. And within that range, aside from Tato Land, the territory of the Charlotte Pirates, only a handful of scattered nations like Dressrosa fall within his view. Therefore, Dressrosa became the perfect place for Mino to practice his evil eye ability. The reason Dressrosa could remain independent and unaffected near Tato Land was mainly because it was one of the original 20 founding countries of the world government. For the sake of its own reputation, the world government would never allow Tato Land to seize control of Dressrosa. At the same time, the Charlotte Pirates had no intention of completely falling out with the world government over a small island nation. As a result, although Dressrosa was often harassed by minor pirates, it never became territory of any of the four emperors. So, are we going to challenge the Don Quixote pirates? Mino asked, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. After a moment's thought, Mino spoke again. That's right. According to the information you brought, it seems that the Heavenly Yaksha is planning something big in Dressrosa. This just might be the chance our pirate crew has been waiting for. Katakuri replied, directly attacking or occupying Dressrosa would certainly attract the attention of the world government. But if we take advantage of the chaos caused by other pirate crews and profit from the turmoil, the world government is unlikely to blame a four emperors crew for it. Most likely, they'll pin the responsibility on the Don Quixote pirates and use it as an excuse to punish them, making an example out of it. This, more or less, was why Katakuri intended to lead a team to Dressrosa. Of course, the Glare fruit was also an important reason. This ability was a natural fit for the Three-Eyed Tribe. Although it didn't provide much in terms of fighting power, Mino's true value to the Charlotte Pirates lay in deciphering the secrets of the poneglyphs. If Mino didn't know that Doflamingo was actually a deposed celestial dragon, his thinking might have been much the same as Katakuri's. For those unaware of Doflamingo's true identity, it would be hard to imagine he was plotting such a brazen scheme to steal country. In reality, the plan was rather crude, relying entirely on the dominance of his devil fruit ability. The Grand Line was full of all kinds of strange devil fruits. Take Brûlée, for example. She was only 5 or 6 years old, yet with her memory fruit, she could just as easily have stolen a country herself. So why didn't the Charlotte Pirates ever do such a thing? Because, in the end, it was meaningless. Such tricks might fool the sheltered people of Dressrosa, but to the battle-hardened Navy and the world government, who knew devil fruits inside and out, Doflamingo's manipulation was as obvious as a louse on a bald man's head. If not for Doflamingo's special status, he might have been arrested by the Navy the very next day after his coup. All these thoughts circled in Mino's mind, but he kept them to himself, since there was no way to explain how he had come by such information. At the end of the day, to mine it, the Charlotte Pirates were little more than a place to call home. He basically saw himself as nothing more than an employee within the crew, so his loyalty was only skin deep. He had no problem putting in the work for the pirates, but risking his life for them was out of the question. Tyrone, on the other hand, couldn't make heads or tails of all these twists and turns of strategy. He simply swung his iron club with a carefree grin. The Don Quixote pirates? He asked. Are they really that powerful? Katakuri paused to ponder for a moment before he replied, Don't underestimate Doflamingo. Though he's still considered a newcomer, in our entire Charlotte Pirates, aside from Mother and me, none of the other sweet commanders can claim absolute certainty of victory over him. Doflamingo's strength occupied a peculiar spot, right between the top officers of the four emperors and the regular commanders. For those at the very top, it might feel like an awkward position, but for pirates like Minot and Tyrone, Doflamingo was still an insurmountable mountain. Is that so? Even better, Tyrone exclaimed with excitement. Only by fighting against true powerhouses can I hope to reach the next level. There's also a very high chance you'll be taken out on the spot. Minot pointed out coolly, as if to say, are you really thinking of challenging Doflamingo head-on? Do you think you're the protagonist of some grand tale? Minot, why do you always have to rain on my parade? Tyrone shot an irritated look at Minot, who remained utterly indifferent. Challenging an opponent who might cost you your life could be called courage, but charging blindly at someone who could crush you in an instant, that was nothing but foolishness. And to them, Doflamingo clearly belonged to the latter category. Is Captain Katakuri coming with us this time? Tyrone asked. Katakuri nodded in confirmation. I'll take care of Doflamingo. The two of you, along with Oven and Daifuku, just handle his subordinates. Charlotte Oven and Charlotte Daifuku were Katakuri's blood brothers, making their bond closer than with the average Charlotte family member. They were usually stationed on Flower Island as the second and third in command, each commanding their own small fleet. Their strength was second only to the Sweet Commanders, and together they could all but sweep through Doflamingo's forces. For Minot and Tyrone, this trip was mainly a chance to broaden their horizons. They would join the battle, but the likelihood of a desperate struggle or a life-or-death fight was slim. In truth, Tyrone was only benefiting from Minot's presence. If he had been alone, Katakuri would never have extended such protection. While Katakuri valued loyalty, he was still a pirate, not anyone's babysitter. The only reason Minot was given special treatment was due to the vital importance of his three-eyed tribe bloodline. In fact, the real purpose of this journey to Dressrosa was to secure a devil fruit for him. Mino himself wasn't particularly interested in devil fruits, especially the Glare fruit. While its support abilities were formidable, its combat power was limited and fell short of his expectations. Besides, as far as he knew, this fruit had already been eaten by Violet, which made him care even less about it. He regarded this trip simply as a journey for sightseeing, broadening his horizons, and perhaps squeezing in some combat practice along the way. Who knows, he might even gain a few more karma points. During his time on Flower Island, his karma points had almost come to a standstill. After all, he hadn't done anything noteworthy. It wasn't until today, when Katakuri proposed taking them to Dressrosa, that his karma points began to tick upwards again, if only a little. Still, even a small sign was a good omen. Dressrosa was at this very moment in the throes of a power struggle. 1 billion berries. There's no way our treasury holds that much. Could you perhaps lower your demands? King Riku's face was clouded with despair. He gazed at Doflamingo, who stood by the window, and pleaded in a hushed voice. Fufu, that's your problem, not mine. I'm a pirate. Do you really think pirates care about such things? Doflamingo sneered, a mocking smile playing on his lips. Or you could always ask the Navy and the world government for help. Who knows? Maybe they'll come to drive us away for you. King Riku clenched his teeth. Precisely because he was the king of Dressrosa and knew Doflamingo's true identity, he dared not put his hope in the world government or the Navy. On the surface, the world government and the Navy protected Dressrosa. The safety of one of the original 20-member nations was guaranteed. But when faced with Dressrosa's true master, even one who had been cast out from the Holy Land, who could predict the world government stance? After losing the world government as his backing, King Riku discovered, in bitter despair, that Dressrosa was utterly defenseless before the might of Doflamingo's pirates. In the end, he had no choice but to yield to Doflamingo's threats, asking for more time to gather the money. Little did he know, this played right into Doflamingo's hands, who readily agreed to his request. Fufu, what a fool. Everything is unfolding just as I planned, completely under my control. The next morning, Doflamingo watched King Riku go door to door, begging the citizens for money. A cold, mocking smile curled on his lips. Has the world government's protection made you too soft? You're nothing like someone who's grown up in the harshness of a new world. Without the Navy and a world government to shield it, this country would be devoured, bones and all, by the great pirates in the blink of an eye. That's why it's only natural for young Master to become the king of Dressrosa. Only someone like young Master can truly protect this country, isn't that right? drawled a greasy-looking man, his words oozing as thickly as his presence. As he finished, he gave a noisy sniff that he was the earliest elder of the Don Quixote family, Treble, the sticky fruit user. "There's no need to flatter me," Doflamingo said coldly, swirling the red wine in his glass. "Protecting Dressrosa, what does that have to do with me? I only want to seize this country, no matter what it ends up becoming. Whatever belongs to the Don Quixote family, no matter what it is, I will take it back." As he spoke, even with his eyes hidden behind sunglasses, the man known as the Heavenly Yaksha revealed a fearsome expression. The veins bulged on his face, twisted and demonic. Several of Doflamingo's subordinates quickly lowered their heads into silence. They understood all too well that the boss was not merely referring to the nation of Dressrosa. Yet some topics could be discussed by Doflamingo, a former celestial dragon, but were far too perilous for his followers to comment on. Doflamingo's plan was unfolding smoothly. That very night, King Riku, humiliated and robbed of billions of berries, along with his guards, were all manipulated by Doflamingo using his string fruit powers. Under his control, they began a brutal massacre of the capital's citizens. Afterward, the Don Quixote pirates appeared as supposed saviors, subduing King Riku and his men. This scheme served two purposes at once. It won over the hearts of the people and wiped out King Riku's influence. At that moment, Katakuri's fleet was only a few hours' sail from Dressrosa. "What? You're saying Doflamingo has stolen the throne of Dressrosa?" Katakuri asked, his brow furrowing. "That's right. I couldn't hear it myself, but my clairvoyance confirmed it with my own eyes. Mine," it reported to Katakuri. "Ha ha! What a brainless pirate. These supernovas are all the same." Charlotte Oven, with his fiery red hair, burst out laughing. "Does he really think such a clumsy scheme could fool the Navy or the world government? I bet in a few days we'll be paying a visit to this king in Impel Down." Katakuri shook his head, frowning. "I've studied Doflamingo. He's already made a name for himself in the underworld. Ruthless, well-connected, and notoriously cunning. He's not the type to launch a coup on a whim without thorough investigation. There must be something we're overlooking, something that gives Doflamingo reason to believe the world government and the Navy will tolerate his audacity. What's the point in overthinking it?" Charlotte Daifuka mumbled through a mouthful of dessert. "We're the Charlotte Pirates, not the Navy or the world government." Hearing this, Katakuri nodded slightly in agreement. "Well said, but I'm afraid our main target this time will be very difficult to get our hands on," he remarked, glancing over at Mino as he spoke. Mino, however, just shrugged nonchalantly, as if he couldn't care less. Katakuri understood perfectly well that, given the current reputation and status of the Charlotte Pirates, if they were to directly ask Doflamingo for the Glare fruit, it was likely that Doflamingo would oblige them as a gesture of respect. However, powerful support-type devil fruits like the Glare fruit didn't require any special criteria for their user. The moment Doflamingo got his hands on it, he'd undoubtedly have one of his own subordinates eat it right away. By then, even the Charlotte Pirates' prestige would be of no help. At this very moment, the Glare fruit's current owner, Violet, was pleading with Doflamingo, begging him to spare her father's life. It was precisely this recent chaos that had kept both Doflamingo and Violet distracted, so neither had noticed Katakuri's fleet quietly drawing close to Dressrosa. "We're here. So this is Dressrosa? Doesn't look like much," Tyrone remarked as he leapt onto the docks, now standing 4 meters tall. He looked around, but there wasn't a single port guard in sight, let alone any ordinary citizens. The port itself was crudely built and run down, lined mostly with simple wooden houses and only a few grimy, disorderly taverns. Compared to the bustling prosperity of Tato Land, Dressrosa was sorely lacking. After all, in Tato Land, aside from the soul tax and the demand for unique delicacies as tribute, there weren't many other burdens, certainly far less than the heavenly tribute paid by world government member nations. Charlotte Linlin might be capricious and plagued by bouts of food madness, hardly a wise ruler, but she wasn't a tyrant at heart. Unlike the beast pirates, she never squeezed the countries under her control dry. In fact, among the 4 emperors, except for Kaido, the nations ruled by the others were generally far more prosperous than those under the world government's thumb. Dressrosa, as one of the original 20-member kingdoms of the world government, still had to pay the heavenly tribute. Moreover, situated at the gateway to the New World, it might not attract the attention of Emperor-level pirates, but those just entering the New World would never pass up the chance for easy pickings. Under such circumstances, Dressrosa had little hope of thriving. It was no wonder that during King Riku's reign, the country was known for its poverty. "So, what's our next move?" Tyrone asked, glancing around in confusion. "It almost feels like this country doesn't have any defenses at all." "It's not that there are no defenses," Mino replied, narrowing his eyes. Thanks to his clairvoyant ability, he could observe far-off happenings even as he explained to his companions. "It's just that Doflamingo's crew has only just overthrown the Riku royal family. The entire country is in chaos, and pretty much everyone is gathered around the royal palace. Naturally, there's no one left to guard the outskirts." Talon felt somewhat at a loss in this situation, where there were no enemies in sight. Katakuri, however, stepped forward. "Since all the enemies are cowering inside the royal palace, let me be the one to challenge them." No sooner had he spoken than an overwhelming aura erupted, surging skyward and sweeping across the whole of Dressrosa, even though it wasn't directly aimed at her. Mino couldn't help but stiffen slightly under its force. This was the Conqueror's Haki, an innate power that only 1 in a million might possess in a world of One Piece. The gift of Conqueror's Haki. "I wonder if I'll ever find an ability within the Golden Scales that can be transformed into this kind of power," Mino thought to herself as she glanced at Katakuri. As for awakening the Haki herself, she knew exactly what kind of person she was. There was no need for wishful thinking. To her mind, even that big oaf Talon had a better chance at awakening the Conqueror's Haki than she ever would. After all, those who awakened this power, regardless of their strength, always had a forceful personality, something that someone as cautious and safety-minded as herself could never hope to emulate. Katakuri's Conqueror's Haki swept forward, reaching all the way to the palace. There in the royal chambers of Dressrosa, Doflamingo sat in his chair, watching Violet with a playful expression. But as soon as he sensed that surge of Haki, he sprang to his feet, though the power had mostly faded after sweeping through half of Dressrosa. So much so that not even ordinary people would be knocked unconscious. Its fierce will still made it instantly clear to Doflamingo that a true master had arrived. At a time like this, "Damn it, who could it be?" he muttered, a dangerous glint in his eye. "The Navy? Pirates? The world government?" His face darkened as he glanced at Violet, and the thoughts he'd been entertaining began to recede. The Riku royal family could not be allowed to remain. They must all be turned into toys, as long as no one remembered the Riku family. It would be nearly impossible for anyone else to overthrow Doflamingo's rule over Dressrosa. With that, Doflamingo unhesitatingly knocked Violet out. Then turned to Sugar, turned this one into a toy, and the old king in the dungeon as well. What a shame. I was actually thinking of keeping her. Her powers are really quite handy. "Leave it to me," came the cheerful reply. At that moment, Sugar, who had been munching on grapes behind Doflamingo, grinned mischievously. She looked like a little girl of about 10 draped in a cloak. Her appearance was almost irresistibly cute, but in truth, her hobby fruit ability was one of the most formidable devil fruit powers in the entire world of One Piece. Turning humans into toys and commanding them may seem mysterious and uncanny, but what is truly terrifying is the power to erase the very memory of everyone in the pirate world who has been turned into a toy, directly manipulating causality itself. It is this ability to affect the minds of all humans at once that makes the toy fruit so incomparably formidable. In other words, once King Riku and the others are transformed into toys, they will be utterly forgotten by all, and naturally, there will be no way to use the old king against Doflamingo, who has just ascended the throne of Dressrosa. Not to mention Violet, who has already been turned into a toy, and Sugar on her way to the dungeon to create new toys. At this very moment, Doflamingo, accompanied by his subordinates, strides without hesitation toward the source of that overwhelming Conqueror's Haki. Ever since he sensed the fighting spirit carried on that surge of Haki, Doflamingo knew that this clash could no longer be avoided. Yet, as he left the King's Plateau and caught sight of the distant ships on the horizon, he couldn't help but frown deeply. So, it's the Charlotte Pirates after all. What a coincidence with the timing. I had thought it would be the Marines, or the world government. If it really were the Marines or the world government, Doflamingo might still have ways to handle the situation. After all, he was now one of the 7 warlords, and as long as he steadfastly denied any plot to usurp the nation with no evidence, neither the Navy nor the world government could do anything to him. But when it came to pirates, especially those under a Yonko, the only way to settle things was with fists. "They're here already," said Mino, who possessed clairvoyant vision, breaking the silence first. Katakuri, whose observation haki was unmatched, immediately sensed it as well, his gaze lifting to the distant horizon. Swathed in a flamboyant pink coat, sunglasses perched on his nose, swaggering with an arrogant gait that practically screamed defiance, Doflamingo appeared in full view. "This guy truly lives up to his reputation as the sea thug." Mino muttered under his breath. "In my old world, he would have been the archetype of a street punk. Someone who strutted around like that every day would rarely make it to 30 before someone broke his legs. Of course, if you ever met someone who managed to reach 30 without anyone daring to lay a finger on him, you'd better watch out. That means he's not just tough, he's dangerous." Doflamingo certainly belonged in that category. He might not stand among the absolute best, but among the second tier, he was at the very top across the entire ocean. There were only a handful who could best him. And those who were even more eccentric, Doflamingo's swagger was nothing in their eyes. After all, those people were often even more outrageous than he was. The sea thug, Don Quixote, Doflamingo, Katakuri, standing at the very front, looked toward him. "I truly didn't expect you to pull off such a bold and reckless move." The veins on Doflamingo's forehead bulged as he spoke coldly. "I think you'd better just call me by my name." He had never been fond of the nickname Sea Thug. If it were Heavenly Yiksha, he'd be much more pleased. Besides, the king of Dressrosa acted with wanton cruelty, slaughtering his own people, and was defeated by me, one of the 7 warlords. Then I was embraced by the people of Dressrosa as their king. Is there any problem with that? Katakuri let out a derisive laugh and didn't bother arguing with Doflamingo. He wasn't a Marine or from the world government. How Doflamingo seized Dressrosa had nothing to do with him. Enough with the nonsense, Doflamingo. You should know I didn't come here just to exchange words with you. Doflamingo fell silent for a moment before finally speaking. "What is it you want?" "The glaring fruit of Dressrosa, and 10 billion berries," Katakuri declared without hesitation. Surprisingly, his demand was not much different from the price Doflamingo had originally offered King Riku. Doflamingo let out a sardonic laugh. Fu. You really just came to take a slice of my pie. Just because you're with an Emperor's crew, you think I'm afraid of you? Katakuri slowly drew his spear Earth Dragon from his arm. Reality will show you why you should respect an Emperor's crew. No sooner had he spoken than 2 surges of Conqueror's haki collided with a deafening roar. In a flash, their figures clashed with a thunderous crash. The threads in Doflamingo's hand wove into a black shield, blocking Katakuri's thrust. A moment later, Doflamingo's face flushed as he was forced back 2 steps. Clearly, Doflamingo's strength was still a notch below Katakuri's. His expression darkened. He had only just set foot in the new world and hadn't yet been truly disciplined by Kaido. Though he regarded the Emperor crews with deep wariness, he had yet to know true fear. It was only in this battle today that he realized. Even facing a right-hand man of an emperor like Katakuri, he was already at a disadvantage. So this is the depth of an emperor's crew. Though his face was grim, Doflamingo was not one to accept defeat easily. After all, he had clawed his way from weakness to strength, growing through countless bitter struggles. He was no stranger to triumphing over those stronger than himself. After all, before Luffy came onto the stage, Daffy had in his own way enjoyed a bit of that protagonist glow. What's more, in the world of pirates, a battle's outcome can never be set in stone, unless the difference in power is truly insurmountable. After all, abilities like haki are intimately connected to one's spirit, willpower, mental state, and presence. Such powers grow and evolve in the heat of battle itself. Katakuri, composed and unhurried, spoke with a calm expression. "Give up. Within the reach of my observation haki, nothing about you can be concealed from me." Your next words will be, "Don't underestimate me." What's that? Don't underestimate me? What? Doflamingo first shouted angrily, then blurted out in surprise. Is this the legendary observation haki that can foresee the future? Someone can actually reach that level. There's much you still don't know, Katakuri replied. Though you're already strong in this new world, you still have much to learn about respect. No sooner had the words left his mouth and the ground beneath Katakuri's feet transformed into a sea of machi, countless fists erupted from it, each one shrouded in jet-black armament haki, raining down upon Doflamingo. Though doubt had begun to creep into Doflamingo's heart, he refused to yield. He unleashed the full awakening of his string fruit, sending a surging tide of white threads crashing against the machi fists. For a moment, the earth shook and the heavens trembled. The entire battlefield engulfed by the collision of their awakened powers, Charlotte Daifuku and Charlotte Oven. Leading Mino and the others retreated repeatedly to avoid the shockwaves. The two exchanged a glance, then turned their eyes toward the remaining members of Doflamingo's crew. Those crew members looked grim, although their numbers gave them a clear advantage aside from Doflamingo himself. Not a single one among them was a match for Charlotte Daifuku or Charlotte Oven. These two were high-ranking officers in the Big Mom Pirates, just a step below the Sweet Commanders. Even if Doflamingo faced both at once, he couldn't guarantee victory, let alone these minor players. Still, the two didn't attack immediately. Instead, they looked over at Tyrone and Mino. "You each pick an opponent," they said. Tyrone grinned, pointing at Pika. "I'll take the big guy. He looks like he could put up a fight." "Oh, that must be Doflamingo's top officer, right?" Charlotte Daifuku nodded. "You've chosen a worthy opponent." "Yes, a worthy opponent who'll knock you head over heels," Mino rolled his eyes. Tyrone was certainly capable, ranking among the top 5 of Doflamingo's officers. Unfortunately, the one he'd just chosen, Pika, was actually the strongest among them, and it's especially effective against those who rely purely on physical strength. This time, that guy Tyrone is probably about to get flattened like a pancake. As the others turned their eyes toward him, Mino glanced around, though he was tempted to pick an easy opponent like Buffalo for the sake of his own image. He finally pointed at Diamante. "I'll take on this 1 inch," he declared. "Very well. The rest are all ours then," Charlotte Owen said with a calm assurance. "How dare you underestimate us?" Ro, wearing a pointed hat, spoke up angrily. Though he wasn't among the top officers, in truth, this old man's fighting power was still ranked among the best in the Don Quixote family. Other than Pika and Virgo, there really weren't many who dared claim they could beat him. Go find your own opponents. As for the rest, I promise, they won't interfere with your battles. But Charlotte Owen didn't even bother responding to them, instead speaking only to Mino and Tyrone. With that, he strode confidently toward the Don Quixote family, casually swinging his massive blade. With a single sweep, he unleashed a flying slash wreathed in blazing fire, Naginata flame slash. In an instant, the searing sword energy carved a path straight through Doflamingo's men, splitting them apart and leaving only Pika and Diamante behind. "I'm up," Tyrone shouted, charging forward without hesitation. "So you're using me as your stepping stone? Kid, you've picked the wrong opponent." Pika shrilled. The moment Tyrone heard Pika's voice, he nearly tripped over his own feet. "What's with that voice?" "Ha!" He laughed heartily. Indeed, Pika's burly figure, those bulging muscles, that helmeted face, gave him the look of a ruthless Terminator, but his voice was so high-pitched and sharp, it was almost comically out of place, more like a foppish eunuch than a fearsome warrior. Hearing Tyrone's laughter, Pika's eyes immediately flushed red with anger, veins bulging along his neck. "Don't make fun of my voice," he shrieked. Boom. With a terrifying whoosh, a massive fist cloaked in jet black armament haki came crashing toward Tyrone's head. Tyrone reacted instantly, swinging his great club to block the blow, though the force still pushed him back several steps. "Is that all you've got?" Tyrone taunted, grinning. "So this is what the so-called warlords are like. Still a far cry from the 4 emperors. Even their top officers are just this much." Though he was slightly on the defensive, Tyrone's confidence was growing. This was a fight he knew he could win. "You brought this on yourself," Pika screeched, his voice sharp as ever. In a sudden move, he sank down into the ground. A moment later, the ground began to tremble. Suddenly, a colossal stone hand over 10 meters wide burst forth from the earth. Following that, a gigantic stone giant towering several hundred meters high emerged and climbed out. The looming shadow stretched upwards, eventually engulfing Talon completely. Staring at the terrifying giant that resembled a small mountain, Talon swallowed hard and muttered, "This power seems a bit over the top. Did I pick the wrong opponent? Is it too late to switch?" "Little bug, prepare to die," came The reply, as the massive stone hand descended from the sky like a falling mountain. Let's set aside Talon for now, who was frantically dodging blows like a mole in a relentless game of whack-a-mole, chased by Pika, with nowhere to run or hide. Meanwhile, Minos focused all his attention on Diamante. Although Diamante's strength was nowhere near Pika's, he was still one of the top executives in Doflamingo's family, a force not to be underestimated. Diamante possessed the powers of the Flutter Fruit, granting him the ability to turn hard substances into materials as flexible as cloth, without sacrificing their inherent strength. In other words, every piece of clothing and every hat he wore was crafted from tough steel, effectively covering himself in a thick suit of iron armor with only the weight of fabric. Moreover, in battle, Diamante could freely shift the materials on his body between softness and hardness, making his fighting style both unpredictable and bizarre. A little brat with 3 eyes, Diamante drew the longsword at his side and grinned. "So, you're a swordsman too? Well, I suppose I can play with you." For a while, Minos's face turned stern. Without a word, his figure flickered, moving so fast he left an afterimage in his wake. In a flash, his sword thrust straight for Diamante's eye. Diamante was startled. He rolled away just in time to avoid the attack, but not before a bloody gash appeared across his face. Incredible. I didn't even have time to activate my fruit power. My observation haki couldn't sense anything. This kid's observation haki completely overwhelms mine. Observation haki, after all, can interfere between users. In such moments, it's a contest of whose haki is keener and who can see further ahead. Clearly, in this arena, Minos, blessed with the evil eye in the way of sincerity, granting him foresight and experience, completely outclassed Diamante in observation haki. Due to the nature of his devil fruit power, Diamante had little aptitude for armament haki, leaving his body unprotected once his steel defenses were softened, a vulnerability that made him easy to injure. Still, he was a seasoned warrior. With a swift slap to the ground, the earth itself fluttered upward as if it were a carpet, and he yanked it up, trying to throw Minos off balance. This was precisely one of Diamante's signature moves, the army banner. Yet Minos's reflexes were astonishingly quick. Just as Diamante unleashed his devil fruit power, Minos vanished in a flash, dodging out of the army banner's range. Then, moving like a shadow, he traced a half-arc and lunged again for Diamante's throat. Bullfighter's cape. This time, Diamante, fully prepared, finally managed to react in time. With a sharp tug, he unfurled the massive cloak behind him. It billowed like a flag, supple yet as tough as steel, and successfully blocked Minos's attack. Armament haki, nothing special, only just awakened, and he can't even coat his sword with it yet, can he? Seeing that Minos's strike hadn't left a single mark on his cloak, Diamante finally let out a sigh of relief. With a flourish, he swept out his long sword, which whistled through the air. Sword, serpent blade, empowered by the Flutter Fruit, the sword's tough, razor-sharp blade darted unpredictably, twisting and turning like a snake, launching an erratic assault toward Minos. Even Diamante himself could hardly control this kind of attack. For Minos, reading its path with observation haki was even more difficult. Frowning, he had no choice but to fall back, relying on his superior speed to evade. Crescent Funeral. Seeing his advantage, Diamante followed up with a sweeping slash. A crescent-shaped wave of sword energy tore forward, but this straightforward attack posed little threat to Minos. With a subtle sway of his body, he slipped past it with ease. "He's tough to deal with," Minos muttered with a furrowed brow. Truth be told, Diamante was hardly a formidable opponent. His powers with armament haki and observation haki were both dismal at best. While he had developed the Flutter Fruit's abilities rather well, the fruit itself was limited by its very nature. Even at its peak, it couldn't achieve much more. The only thing worth noting was Diamante's swordsmanship. But even that was nothing extraordinary. Yet even this unremarkable swordplay, combined with a lackluster devil fruit, left Minos uncertain of victory. The truth was his own raw power wasn't much to speak of either, aside from his exceptional observation haki and his speed advantage over Diamante. The rest of his skills were at best average. There's no other way. If this keeps up, we'll be locked in a never-ending stalemate. Relying on his steel-hard armor, Diamante could easily withstand Minos's swift sword. On the other hand, thanks to his own speed, Minus could evade all of Diamante's bizarre attacks. If they kept dragging things out, it would just be a waste of time. Almost simultaneously, both fighters had the same idea. Victory would go to the unexpected. Diamante casually pulled out a handful of party cannons. Death Stardust. A barrage of ceremonial cannons erupted, sending countless scraps of paper soaring into the sky. The delicate paper fluttered high above, then transformed into sharp, spiked iron balls, which rained down in an impenetrable iron storm, cover every target with the attack. Let's see if you can dodge this. Mino crouched low, sheathing his sword at his waist and gripping the hilt tightly with one hand. If there's no way to dodge, then I won't, he declared. Let's settle this with a single move. Draw, slash, a silver arc flashed through the air, a razor-thin crescent slicing toward Ladamandi. Perhaps it was the influence of a certain infamous swordswoman, but while Mino's swordsmanship was otherwise fairly ordinary, after all, he had only trained for a year. His draw technique far surpassed the rest of his skills, making it one of his deadliest moves. Pathetic. Is this the best you can do? Ladamandi scoffed inwardly. No matter how refined Mino's sword-drawing technique might be, it was fundamentally a move best suited to surprise attacks or seizing the initiative in the heat of an all-out battle. Its effectiveness was greatly diminished. Even so, Ladamandi kept his focus sharp, eyes locked on Mino. Suddenly, Mino tilted his head, and his third eye flashed with an eerie light. Under the gaze of that bizarre third eye, Ladamandi felt a momentary wave of dizziness. By the time he gathered his senses, a chilling cold spread through his chest. Then agony exploded within him. Ladamandi spat out a mouthful of blood, catching sight of Mino standing before him, sword already sheathed. What just happened? Ladamandi pressed a trembling hand to the massive wound that nearly split him open. His eyes clouded with confusion. Mino wasn't the type to gloat or explain his tactics, so he offered no answer about the use of his evil eye to disrupt Ladamandi. The eye's hypnotic power could easily influence ordinary humans and weaker demons. While Mino's strength was nowhere near enough to fully hypnotize someone like Ladamandi, disorienting him for a split second was more than possible. Without a word, Mino drove his boot into Ladamandi, causing blood to pour from the wound. He then tore off Ladamandi's cloak, using it as a shield against the falling iron thorns from above. As for Ladamandi, now bleeding from his face and hands, pierced by his own deadly shrapnel, Mino simply ignored him. Turning away, Mino surveyed the battlefield. Doflamingo's men had already been thoroughly beaten by the Charlotte brothers, Oven and Daifuku. At this moment, the only ones still standing on the battlefield were Treble Gladius and Lao Ji. Even so, all three of them looked like they could collapse at any second. To put it bluntly, aside from Doflamingo himself, the Don Quixote family really didn't have anyone particularly formidable. They'd wasted all those strange devil fruits for nothing. Of course, many members of the Charlotte Pirates had eaten all sorts of bizarre devil fruits as well. It seemed that instead of being suited for combat, some of their abilities were more appropriate for chefs. But the members of the Charlotte Pirates, first of all, inherited Big Mom's terrifying physical prowess. And second, in the cutthroat world of the New World, nearly every one of them had been through countless battles, especially the older ones. They fought alongside Big Mom all the way from the Rocks Pirates era, so their strength was naturally exceptional. It was only to be expected that the two of them held the upper hand. As for the fight between Tyrone and Pika, with a pained cry, Tyrone, his face and hair drenched in blood, was sent crashing to the ground right in front of me. The iron club in his hand had been smashed in half, and he was already completely unconscious. That's what happens when you pick the wrong opponent. Mino looked at Tyrone, shaking his head in exasperation as he muttered, "Honestly, if Tyrone had faced off against Radamandi, it would have been much easier for him than for me. After all, his iron club is a blunt weapon. Even if Radamandi was wearing that soft steel-made armor, it wouldn't do much against a heavy blow. But unfortunately, he chose to fight Pika. With the power of the stone fruit, Pika could turn into a giant stone golem. A perfect counter for someone like Tyrone, who relied on brute strength and toughness, unless you were on the level of an Emperor of the Sea. Even someone as strong as Katakuri probably couldn't match that stone giant in raw power. "You three-eyed brat, you actually beat Radamandi." Pika's shrill voice echoed in my ears. "I'll avenge Radamandi. Even as he spoke, a massive stone hand came crashing down toward me. Damn, all your other comrades, and even your young master, are getting pummeled right now. Why focus on me? Just looking for an easy target and making excuses for it, huh? Mino kicked Tyrone's limp body towards Charlotte Daifuku, then leapt up, landing right on the stone giant's arm. Compared to Tyrone, whose strength lay in brute force, Mino specialized in speed and agility, combined with his mastery of observation hockey. Facing off against Pika wasn't nearly as overwhelming as it had been for Tyrone. He dodged left and right, weaving nimbly past wave after wave of Pika's attacks, and even managed to leap onto the giant's body from time to time, chipping away large chunks of stone. But no matter how much stone he carved off, the fallen pieces were quickly reabsorbed by the giant, making it feel like all his efforts were in vain. One couldn't land a blow, the other couldn't even hit the target. The battle seemed to have slipped into a tedious stalemate. In truth, with the power of Mino's third eye, he could see Pika hiding within the stone. However, the problem lay in his swordsmanship. It was nowhere near as monstrous as that green-haired, wayward king's. With Pika buried under 7 or 8 meters of solid rock, Mino simply had no way to cut through. That's enough. This ends here, Charlotte Oven roared, swinging his sword in a blazing arc that slashed through Pika's stone arm. Leave the rest of this fight to me. Mino glanced over at Charlotte Oven's battlefield, just in time to see Doflamingo's subordinates sprawled all over the ground. Clearly, Oven hadn't gotten his fill from the previous skirmish. Still, Mino had no desire to waste any more time. Anyone with eyes could tell that continuing the fight would be pointless. Just another futile exchange. He had no means of dealing with that colossal brute, so he willingly stepped aside. To be fair, Charlotte Oven's heat fruit was a perfect counter to the powers of the stone fruit. His ability didn't just conjure heat from nowhere. It transmitted searing waves like an oven roasting its contents. Not only could he bring the ocean to a boil, but he could also turn the stone giant into a blazing furnace, hot enough to bake Pika like a pizza. If Pika thought he could rely on a stone giant to fend off Oven, he was gravely mistaken. As for Doflamingo, he no longer had the luxury of worrying about his men. Under Katakuri's relentless assault, he was already at a severe disadvantage. On their battlefield, only about a third of the assimilated threads remained. The rest had been completely overtaken by Machi fists. Satisfied, Mino looked away. Before the Straw Hat Kid showed up, Doflamingo might have had a hint of the protagonist's aura, but clearly that faint glimmer wasn't enough to let him overturn Katakuri's dominance. I've already spotted the treasure vault of Dressrosa. Daifuku, want to come check it out with me? Mino turned to Charlotte Daifuku, who had just finished off his opponent as well. What are we waiting for? The answer didn't come from Daifuku, but from Charlotte Oven. He activated his fruit's powers, bringing the entire stone giant to a glowing red heat. Amid high-pitched wails, Pika was forced out, only to be knocked unconscious by a single punch. Let's head out right now. And as for Doflamingo, both Daifuku and Oven had unwavering confidence in their brother Katakuri. They had no intention of sticking around as backup. They ordered their homie soldiers to slap sea-stone cuffs on all of Doflamingo's subordinates, then carried the gravely wounded and unconscious Tyrone off for emergency treatment. Soon after, the group skirted around the chaotic battlefield between Doflamingo and Katakuri, swaggering straight toward Dressrosa. At this moment, Dressrosa was still engulfed in turmoil. The previous night, under the control of the Don Quixote pirates, King Riku and his loyal guard had gone on a rampage, cutting down anyone in their path. Afterward, Doflamingo had played the part of the benevolent savior, carrying out his plan to usurp the throne. Many of King Riku's followers and ministers had already been thrown into prison. With so many upheavals happening all at once, the country hadn't had a chance to recover. To make matters worse, the key figures who should have been restoring order, Doflamingo and his cohorts, had left to confront Katakuri, leaving Dressrosa in a state of lawlessness. The residents of Dressrosa were lost in confusion, anger, or worry. For that reason, even the arrival of Mino's group failed to draw much attention. Thanks to Mino's far-sighted vision, the treasures of Dressrosa could not escape his notice. What surprised him, though, was that he seemed immune to the effects of the hobby fruit. He saw sugar turning King Riku violet and others into toys. Yet his memories remained intact. What could be the reason? Is it the golden scales, or the influence of the evil eye? Or perhaps, is it because I'm a Yokai? Whatever the case, this is certainly a stroke of good fortune. Mino mused quietly to himself as he led the group into the palace. The Don Quixote family's underlings fell easily before him, and before long, they had found a treasure vault. This is it, the vault of the Doflamingo family, and Dressrosa itself, Mino declared as he pushed open the heavy doors. At that, Charlotte Oven and Charlotte Daifuku both gasped in astonishment. So much belly. There must be more than 20 billion in here. What fine weapons. These are almost at the quality of master-crafted swords. Oh, there's even a handwritten copy of the Navy's 6 Powers techniques. This is a rare find indeed, Mino exclaimed with delight, quickly tucking the manuscript into his coat. Charlotte Daifuku and Charlotte Oven didn't seem to care much. At sea, no one truly hoards treasure for themselves. Most pirates, and even most Marines, believe in physical training and learning through combat. So few value so-called secret manuals. The Navy's 6 Powers techniques were widespread martial arts. After all, if a Yonka-level crew ever truly wanted to obtain them, they certainly could, but they simply never bothered. I never imagined the Doflamingo family was this wealthy. It's a pity there aren't any devil fruits here. Could it be that the Glare fruit really was eaten by one of Doflamingo's subordinates? Charlotte Daifuku said with a hint of frustration, "No, it shouldn't be. After all, my clairvoyant vision still hasn't managed to find that devil fruit. Maybe we should go ask the members of the Riku royal family," Mino suggested. The Riku royal family? Charlotte Daifuku and Charlotte Oven exchanged a glance, their brows knitting together. Didn't the Riku royal family disappear ages ago? Mino hesitated for a moment, realizing the effects of the childlike fruit had taken hold. That would explain the confusion in Daifuku and Oven's memories. Still, their memories of King Riku weren't erased entirely. Then again, King Riku's influence in Dressrosa ran so deep that wiping out all memory of him would cause massive logical gaps. This then was the patched-together result after those blank spaces were filled. In truth, Mino's suggestion was just a convenient excuse. He was planning to lend a hand to King Riku Violet and the others. Seeing the baffled looks on Daifuku and Oven's faces, he simply waved his hand. "Never mind. I'll go take a look myself. Even clairvoyants can't see everything. Maybe I'll stumble upon a hidden door or something." Hearing this, Daifuku and Oven finally nodded. "Go ahead, then. We need to start hauling all this treasure back to the ship." It had to be said, the timing was perfect. The Don Quixote family had just seized 10 billion berries from their pillaging of Dressrosa, and added to their own hoard, the treasury was now overflowing with riches. Besides the berries, there was a mountain of gold and silver as well. Even though Daifuku and Oven were both towering giants with incredible strength, moving such a vast trove wasn't going to be easy. Mino, being about average human height and built more for speed than strength, wouldn't have been much help with the heavy lifting anyway. So they didn't mind letting him go, sidestepping the 2 treasure-loving Charlotte siblings. Mino opened his sinister eye and made his way toward the prison. There, beside Sugar, were Baby 5 and Sugar's older sister Monet, both acting as Sugar's bodyguards, which explained why they hadn't appeared on the battlefield. "I wonder how things are going on the young master's side." Monet hugged her knees as she sat on a chair, her tone tinged with anxious restlessness. "Relax. Daffy isn't someone who'd go down that easily." Baby 5, only 14, but already with the bad habit of smoking, took a drag from her slender cigarette and blew out a few smoke rings before speaking. With a cunning and powerful pirate like him, I bet he'll have no trouble dealing with his enemies. As she spoke, the weapon maid was busy dismantling a rather advanced-looking sniper rifle. "Even if a few slip through the net, I'm not worried. I'll send them straight to heaven with a single shot. Baby 5, could you bring me another bunch of grapes?" Sitting on a small chair, Sugar called out with a casual tone. The cold, imposing look on Baby 5's face instantly melted into a blush, and she hurried over with the eager devotion of a loyal puppy. "Of course. I'll get it for you right away." That's hilarious, sis. Doesn't she look just like a little puppy? Watching Baby 5 rush off for grapes, Sugar couldn't help but laugh, turning to her older sister. "All right, we're all family here. Don't bully Baby 5, Monet replied, shaking her head with a hint of exasperation. She glanced at her mischievous little sister at a loss for words. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the distance. Baby 5 came tumbling into the room, sent flying by a powerful kick, rolling across the floor in a heap. "We have intruders." Monet's expression darkened as she sprang to her feet. shimmering flakes of snow already swirling gently around her. Footsteps echoed through the halls, steady and ominous. Mino followed the path Baby 5 had opened, striding into the prison. So the 3 jailers are all women. Mino swept his gaze over the room, noticing how Sugar, seemingly terrified, hid behind Monet's back, trembling. But Mino narrowed his eyes slightly. He knew this little girl was far from harmless and was surely plotting. Something of the 3-inch Baby 5 and Monet had respectable combat abilities, both possessing high-level devil fruit powers. Yet the real threat was Sugar, despite her innocent appearance. Even though Baby 5 and Monet's devil fruits were impressive, their own strength wasn't especially outstanding. Especially considering their youth, which only diminished their abilities further, they posed little threat to him. But Sugar's toy fruit was a different story, with its overwhelming one-hit potential. If he let his guard down, he could easily be caught off guard. Trying to break out of prison? You'll have to get through me first. Monet sneered, her voice icy as she stepped forward. Even though Baby 5 had been taken down in an instant, Monet still had confidence in herself. In the original story, Baby 5 and Monet weren't all that different in strength. While Monet might have been slightly stronger, the gap was slim. But at this point in time, 10 years before the main story, Monet was 20, while Baby 5 was only 14. The difference in their combat power was like night and day. Monet could handle 3 or 5 Baby 5s with ease. Although the Snow fruit isn't considered a top-tier Logia type, it's certainly much stronger than devil fruits like the Smoke fruit. Even if Monet's talent left much to be desired, she still had enough confidence to tangle with Mino for a while. Oh, then let's see if your skills are sharp as your tongue. Mino lowered his stance, gripping his longsword tightly. A faint coating of armament haki wrapped around the blade. Actual combat is the best catalyst for growth. Mino's armament haki, which had only just awakened not long ago, could now already be infused into his weapon, even if he couldn't yet harden it fully. The boost to his attack power was minor, but at least it allowed him to face Logia-type users, draw, and slash. With a swift slicing motion, a silver flash streaked through the air. Monet only saw a sudden glint pass before her eyes, then felt a chill across her abdomen, followed by a surge of searing pain. Monet had only just begun to develop her observation haki, which was simply no match for Mino's, when her observation haki was overwhelmed, and facing someone whose speed dwarfed hers. Several times over, the outcome was inevitable. She was taken down in an instant, so fast, I couldn't even react. Clutching her bleeding abdomen, where her internal organs were now visible, Monet's strength gave way, and she collapsed slowly to the ground. Don't think. This means you've won. The young master will avenge me. Sister, please hang in there. Sugar sobbing threw herself over Monet's body, her tears streaming down. Oh, I'm so scared, Mino replied mockingly, completely unfazed by Monet's threat. He casually flicked the blood off his sword, his demeanor utterly nonchalant. Doflamingo was currently being pummeled by Katakuri. Relying on him for revenge was wishful thinking at best. You bastard, came a trembling voice. Baby 5, who had just been kicked aside by Mino, was now slowly getting back to her feet. What's that supposed to mean? Do you dare underestimate the Don Quixote family? As she spoke, the weaponized maid lashed out with a kick. Her leg transformed into a massive gun barrel. With a thunderous boom, she fired a bullet almost as big as a cannonball. Mino shifted slightly, letting the bullet whistle past him. With his observation haki, evading such attacks was child's play. The projectile crashed into the wall behind him, blowing open a gaping hole. Mino couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. In terms of sheer destructive power, this weaponized maid surpassed even him. If he ever took a direct hit, he doubted he'd walk away unscathed. But Baby 5's mastery of haki was laughably weak. No matter how formidable her attacks were, if they couldn't hit their mark, they were useless. What a waste. If I recall correctly, the weapon fruit is supposed to be a superior version of the quick slash fruit. It's such a shame to see the fruit's potential squandered like this. You little brat. Hearing Mino's mockery, Baby 5 gritted her teeth, raised both arms, and transformed them into a pair of machine guns, unleashing a hail of bullets at Mino. Yet Mino moved with a casual ease, weaving through the storm of gunfire as if taking a slow stroll, gradually drawing closer to Baby 5. In the next instant, a flash of steel sliced through the air, Baby 5 coughed up blood and was sent flying backward, a fresh wound slashed across her chest. Fortunately, she managed to turn her body into some kind of steel just in time, so the injury wasn't as severe as it looked. After struggling for a moment, she seemed barely able to stand and continue fighting. "No, please, don't." At that moment, Sugar, sobbing uncontrollably, apparently terrified by the scene before her, suddenly threw herself between Baby 5 and Mino. She lunged forward, as if trying to cling to Mino's leg. Mino narrowed his eyes and, without hesitation, raised his foot and sent Sugar tumbling across the floor like a rolling gourd. Her front teeth were knocked out in the process. It had to be said Sugar's acting was quite convincing, but Mino, already well aware of her tricks, would never let her get close. How ruthless! Baby 5 shivered in fear, nearly bursting into tears. "You'd even strike such a small child. That's just too cold-blooded. What are you talking about? We're pirates, aren't we?" Mino rolled his eyes. "And besides, this little friend here has a much darker heart than you, my silly maid." "What? I am not some silly maid," Baby 5 shouted indignantly, but Mino simply smiled and said, "Miss Baby 5, could you help me find the most important prisoners in this jail? I could really use some help right now. Leave it to me," Baby 5 declared, pounding her chest, ignoring her own injuries. "Baby 5, you idiot!" Sugar, clutching her now swollen face, scrambled to her feet and snapped furiously. "That guy is the enemy." Seeing the look of hesitation flicker across Baby 5's face, Mino gave a faint, knowing smile and turned his sinister gaze toward Sugar. Though Sugar's devil fruit ability was extraordinary, she herself was just an ordinary 10-year-old girl, utterly unimpressive in both strength and willpower. Instantly, she fell under the spell of Mino's hypnotic eyes, blurting out all the prejudice she harbored against Baby 5 without a second thought. "Humph. Just as I thought. An idiot like you is only good as a tool. Did you really think you were family to the Don Quixote clan? You're nothing more than a useful implement for them. With a single careless word, people can order you around as they please. There's only one fool like you in the whole world. You're nothing but everyone's collective tool. You really thought someone needed you, didn't you? Fool idiot." After hearing Sugar's words, Baby 5 felt as if her heart had been struck a crushing blow. Though she still wore a smile on her face, her eyes had lost all their light. Taking on the look of someone about to fall completely into darkness, tears began to roll down her cheeks, and combined with her habitual smile, she gave off an unsettling, almost eerie feeling. Ha ha. Just a tool, aren't I? I guess no one has ever truly needed me." Baby 5 stammered out her words, and a glimmer of despair flashed in her eyes. Her entire arm transformed into a machine gun, and she pointed it straight at Sugar. Just then Mino suddenly reached out and grabbed Baby 5's arm. "That's enough, maid. In life, we all face hardships. Try to see past them," Mino said in the tone of a retired old man. When he saw that Baby 5's expression and mood hadn't improved, the sinister eye on his forehead began to emit a peculiar glow, and his voice changed. "Miss Baby 5, I need you. I really, really need you. The kind of need where I just couldn't survive without you. Would you be willing to help me?" "Right here, Master Mino," the lively weapons maid, dragging the thoroughly beaten and now unconscious Sugar, whose face was so swollen she looked like a pig, spoke up. "All the toys have been locked away in this underground factory. The prison above was just a ruse." Under the subtle influence of Mino's hypnotic evil eye and his persuasive words, Baby 5 switched sides in the blink of an eye, wholeheartedly becoming Mino's exclusive maid. Without hesitation, Baby 5 revealed all of Sugar's secrets, knocked out the user of the Hobby fruit, and led Mino off to find King Riku and his companions, who had been turned into toys by Sugar. Before Mino could push open the heavy doors of the underground factory, he heard a commotion from inside. When he opened the door, he saw that those who had been turned into toys by Sugar had now returned to their human forms, thanks to her unconsciousness. Dressrosa had only fallen into the hands of the Don Quixote family for one night. Apart from some pirates who'd been transformed into toys long ago, most of the newly restored people were the kingdom's guards, so the numbers weren't overwhelming. Still, on one side were the royal guards, on the other pirates. Even though they were all human again, there was no way relations would be friendly. If it weren't for their shared fear of the Don Quixote family, a fight might have already broken out. "Huh, that's odd. Why isn't King Riku here?" Baby Five remarked in surprise. At that moment, everyone in the underground factory, upon seeing Baby Five, immediately grew wary. The Don Quixote family's assassin maid. What are you doing here? At that moment, Violet, who was standing at the front of the group of guards, looked at her and spoke. Be grateful. I've already left the Don Quixote family, Baby Five said, holding her head high. I'm here now under my master's orders to save all of you. The group exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to trust her. Mino shot them a look, then turned his attention to Violet. So, you're the one with the glare fruit power. Violet swallowed nervously and nodded, slightly, her eyes flicking now and then toward Baby Five's hand, where Sugar was curled up in a ball. Wasn't that poor little girl beaten so badly her face was swollen like a pig's head? Clearly, whoever came was not someone to be trifled with. Where's your father, the king? Mino asked, his brows furrowing. Violet's face instantly fell. My father. He's already dead. Looks like the Don Quixote pirates are tying up loose ends. He was rescued by a limping toy soldier. A heavy silence followed. Mino sighed. Could you please not leave us hanging in suspense when you talk? A limping toy soldier? Baby Five thought for a moment. Let's ask this one. With that, she casually tossed Sugar to the ground. Sugar groaned and slowly regained consciousness. Damn tool, how dare you hit me? Sugar spat out the words angrily, until she felt the cold muzzle of Baby Five's gun pressed against her forehead. Her face changed as she came to her senses. Wait, calm down, just calm down. If you really kill me, the young master will never let you off. Baby Five, do you really want the family to hunt you? Cut the nonsense. Tell me now, who is that limping toy soldier? Baby Five demanded, her voice icy. Limping toy soldier. What are you talking about? A limping toy soldier rescued King Riku. All the toys should be connected to you, right? Don't tell me you have no idea who that soldier is. Baby Five sneered. I remember now. That should be the captain of the Dressrosa Army's soldier squad. Sugar replied at once. That's Kairos. He's my brother-in-law. Violet breathed a sigh of relief, finally receiving some good news. Is that so? Then it seems King Riku is relatively safe for now, Mino said, then turned to Violet. My advice is for you all to leave Dressrosa as soon as possible, no matter what. You're no match for the Don Quixote pirates, but Violet gritted her teeth. The people of Dressrosa. Doflamingo wants to rule Dressrosa, not destroy it. He has no reason to unleash a massacre. Your worries are entirely unnecessary. Besides, no matter what, you don't have the power to protect your own country. On these seas, those without strength will never have a voice. Violet's face turned ashen, and she lowered her head. Mr. Mino, please, is there any way you can help us? Sorry, I can't help you. Please go back. Mino quickly shook his head. With his slight frame, any achievements he'd managed were all thanks to the Charlotte Pirates. How could he possibly stand against the Doflamingo Pirates? And seeking help for the Charlotte Pirates would do no good either. No matter how fierce Katakuri and Doflamingo seemed in battle, the truth was it was almost impossible for either of them to truly fight to the death. One was the right-hand man of Yonko, the other a warlord of the sea. Both knew exactly where they stood and what their opponent represented. Without a real conflict of interest, neither would risk everything for such a fight. And honestly, the rewards King Riku and his people offered simply weren't enough to make the Charlotte Pirates take action. I see. Violet let out a helpless sigh. Then, please at least save my father and my sister. Mino stroked his chin. Well then, what will you offer in return? I forgot to mention, I'm a member of the Charlotte Pirates. Even if I personally sympathize with your plight, you know perfectly well what kind of pirates we are, don't you? Without sufficient payment, I can't possibly take you in, and even if I did, would you really be willing to hand over your very souls? Cha, Charlotte Pirates. Violet's face showed a mix of shock and fear. Are you one of Big Mom's children? Sorry, I don't share the Charlotte name. I'm just a subordinate. Nothing more. The Charlotte Pirates were infamous throughout the entire New World. In these days, red-haired Shanks was only just beginning to rise. He wasn't even officially a Yonko yet. Kaido was still entrenched in Wano, and Whitebeard, growing older and taking in more sons, had become far less active. So, in this era, the Charlotte Pirates' reputation was unmatched, feared above all. After all, harvesting souls was hardly something any upstanding person would do. As for all the tales whispered across the seas, Mino could only say that while they weren't exactly true, they weren't far off either. Charlotte Linlin was without a doubt no saint. The Charlotte Pirates may not be villains to the core, but there truly isn't a single compassionate soul among them. I understand now. Violet took a deep breath. From the very start, you asked me if I was a user of the stare fruit. The Charlotte Pirates must have come for this devil fruit, haven't they? That's right. That stare fruit is indeed our main objective. Then, what if I'm willing to join the Charlotte Pirates? Surely you wouldn't turn away a devil fruit user like me. I'd like to think that with my talents, I could bargain for your protection over my family, couldn't I? Of course, Miss Violet, Mino nodded, though he wasn't particularly invested in the affairs of the Charlotte Pirates. He couldn't simply ignore the plight of King Riku's family when he had the power to help. More importantly, the stare fruit's abilities were strikingly similar to his own evil eye. He was genuinely interested in learning from Violet and exchanging insights. Just as the potential of a devil fruit depended on its wielder, the evil eye surely had more to offer than just long-distance vision and hypnosis. Hai, for instance, had combined the summoning power of the evil eye with his own fiery demon energy to unleash devastating techniques like the Black Dragon Hellfire Wave. Mino, however, had no fire abilities. He didn't even possess demon energy and could hardly summon the fearsome flames of the demon realm. He would have to carve his own path and develop the evil eye's other capabilities. Abilities such as illusions and mind reading became one potential direction, especially since the evil eye was inherently suited to hypnosis. Conveniently, the stare fruit itself was known to grant mind reading, and unlocking the power of illusions didn't seem out of reach either. From there, everything else would be straightforward. All that remained was to bring King Riku and his people to safety. While others had no idea where King Riku was hiding, Mino and Violet, both blessed with clairvoyance, could easily track him down. As for the palace guards of Dressrosa, in the end, they chose to follow Violet and join the Charlotte Pirates as well. They simply had no better options. After all, unless they surrendered to the Don Quixote Pirates, their fate was sealed. It was impossible for them to remain in Dressrosa. All they could do now was continue to follow King Riku. Fortunately, their numbers were small, just 20 or 30 of the most elite guards. Even at his peak, Doflamingo, with his string fruit, couldn't control that many people. Outside the city of Dressrosa, in a field of sunflowers, Mino and his companions quickly arrived at their destination. So that's how it is? King Riku, now a muscular but weary-looking man, let out a heavy sigh. Violet, you've truly been through so much. This was the place where King Riku's eldest daughter and Kairos once lived in seclusion. After little toy Kairos rescued the toy version of King Riku, they had been hiding from place to place. But when Sugar fainted, the spell broke, and they regained their true forms. Kairos then brought everyone here. At this moment, King Riku's eldest daughter, Scarlet, had completely recovered her memories. While the group was discussing what had happened to the Don Quixote family, Violet arrived with a contingent of royal guards. The reunion of father, daughter, and sisters was filled with joyful surprise, followed by heartfelt tears as they embraced one another. Yet, when they learned that Doflamingo would face no real consequences and would still remain entrenched in this country, everyone's faces clouded with worry. King Riku at this point seemed utterly defeated, all the fight gone from his eyes. "Your Majesty, please don't lose hope," someone cried out. "If we appeal to the world government and the Navy about Doflamingo's atrocities, surely they'll strip him of his warlord title and send an admiral to bring him to justice." At last, one of the palace guards could not remain silent and shouted these words. But King Riku only smiled bitterly, his daughters falling silent as well. "What is it? Did I say something wrong?" the guard asked, puzzled. Kairos let out a heavy sigh. Since becoming King Riku's son-in-law, he had learned many of the kingdom's secrets. The Don Quixote family were once the rulers of Dressrosa. Long ago, later, when a world government was founded, the Don Quixote family became one of the original 20 royal families and moved to the holy land of Mariehua on the Red Line. They became celestial dragons. The palace guard stared in shock, eyes wide. "Captain, are you saying Doflamingo is a celestial dragon?" "To be precise," King Riku said with a bitter smile, "he's a former celestial dragon who was exiled from Mariehua. But even so, by law, he still has the right to inherit Dressrosa, and his status is above that of our Riku royal family." He wasn't exaggerating. If the celestial dragons learned of Dressrosa's current crisis, they would surely support Doflamingo over the Riku family. In their eyes, King Riku was no more than a servant of the Don Quixote family. Even a disgraced, exiled celestial dragon was far nobler than a royal servant. Hearing this, the royal guards exchanged uneasy glances, a heavy silence settling over them. What could they do now? Seek aid from the Charlotte pirates, perhaps? Not to mention the unimaginable price that would have to be paid. Even if the Charlotte pirates truly helped restore the kingdom, Dressrosa's fate might end up even worse than it was before. In truth, King Riku himself was not so eager to leave. The old monarch harbored the spirit of a sovereign who stands guard over his country, willing to perish with his kingdom if need be. Yet, as he gazed at his two daughters and his granddaughter, he could only sigh in resignation. If he stayed, his daughters would surely remain by his side as well. But what could they possibly do in the face of the Don Quixote pirates? After nearly 12 hours of fierce battle, Doflamingo finally collapsed, having vomited blood over a dozen times and broken 7 or 8 bones. Exhausted and utterly spent, he was thoroughly defeated by Katakuri. Heavenly Yiksha, you've done all you could, Katakuri said, his voice carrying a trace of fatigue, though his body bore not a single wound. Thanks to his advanced observation haki, able to foresee the future, Doflamingo had not managed to land a true blow on him from start to finish. It was a complete and overwhelming defeat. Damn it. Doflamingo groaned through gritted teeth. Glancing coldly at his captured subordinates, he spat out, Katakuri, you win. I'll get the money ready, but I really don't have the glare fruit. Someone's already eaten it, Doflamingo said, his tone bitter. Katakuri frowned slightly, when suddenly a crewmate hurried over and whispered something in his ear. Katakuri's expression shifted. He turned back to Doflamingo and said, consider yourself lucky. There's something urgent going on in Tato Land. As long as you prepare 10 billion berries, that will suffice. Send them to Tato Land when the time comes. Someone will receive them. Release the Don Quixote family. We're leaving, he ordered as Katakuri strode away. Doflamingo was left stunned. What in the world is going on? Could it be that Kaido and Whitebeard are attacking the Charlotte pirates? Or has the Navy launched an assault against them? Just then, the din-din mushi began to ring. Exhausted and gravely wounded, Doflamingo answered with a scowl, only to hear Sugar's tearful voice from the other end. Young master, those bastards from the Charlotte pirates have completely looted our treasury. Doflamingo was momentarily dumbstruck, veins bulging on his forehead. Already gravely injured, he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Damn it, those Charlotte pirates, after robbing us blind. They still have a nerve to demand 10 billion berries from me. The sheer audacity. And that's not all. The Riku royal family and those guards, they've all been rescued by them too. Baby 5 has already defected, and all our intel has been compromised. Every toy has reverted to its original form. Young master, are you still listening? Hello? A frantic voice came from the other end of the line. A moment later, Sugar heard someone shouting, quick, somebody help. The young master has fainted from anger. Brother, we've really struck it rich this time. Charlotte Daifuku and Charlotte Oven wore expressions of pure delight as they opened one chest after another. Mountains of gold, silver, jewels, and berries nearly covered the entire deck. Katakuri still wore his usual cold, stoic look. Pirate though he was, he had never been one to obsess over treasure. Yet, as the right-hand man of the Charlotte pirates, he knew well how vital gold and jewels were for the growth of their power. With such a massive haul, even he found himself in good spirits. As for those claims of owing Doflamingo 10 billion berries, well, that was compensation. This, on the other hand, was spoils of war. They were hardly the same. The fact that he hadn't rounded up Doflamingo's men and ransomed them back was already a show of generosity. Simply put, no matter how bold or honorable a pirate might be, a pirate is still a pirate. Presented with such an opportunity, Katakuri wasn't about to play the fool and talk about trustworthiness. Not only that, Katakuri's gaze swept across the deck, lingering briefly on King Riku's family, whose faces betrayed a certain confusion, especially on Violet. The glare fruit user was a first-rate support asset, though both Mino and Brûlé could substitute for her abilities, whether clairvoyance or mind-reading. Katakuri would never underestimate the power of such a devil fruit. As for Baby 5, who was circling around Mino like a restless shadow, Katakuri couldn't help but frown slightly. To be honest, the arms fruit was by no means weak. In terms of direct combat ability, there weren't many devil fruits on the whole of Cacao Island that could measure up. It was just that Baby 5 hadn't developed her powers nearly enough, and her strength was still lacking, which gave people the impression that she was rather frail. Still, to acquire a devil fruit user out of thin air, Katakuri certainly had no complaints about that. I just wonder, what should we do about Brule? He mused. The truth was, ever since Mino joined the Charlotte Pirates and revealed his potential, coupled with his status as a member of the Three-Eye tribe, Big Mom had been eager to marry Brule off to him. This was in fact a time-honored tactic of the Charlotte Pirates, using her daughters to forge alliances, of course, in this particular case. Big Mom might also have been concerned about the Three-Eye tribe dying out. In a certain sense, the old lady went to great lengths to preserve the diversity of races in the pirate world. One could say she was painstakingly devoted. At present, however, Bryn is only 6 years old, although a 10-year age gap means nothing in the world of pirates. Marriage is something that must at least wait until adulthood, a rule that surprisingly Charlotte Linlin strictly abides by. Forget it, Katakuri finally shook his head. This sort of thing isn't something I should be worrying about. As much as he doted on his little sister, he certainly couldn't go around chasing off her love rivals when she was only 6. Besides, this isn't the world of ninjas. Here people don't encourage childhood romance. His younger sister did get along very well with Mino, but that was simply because they were of the same bloodline. At the very least, it would be another 7 or 8 years before anything like a romantic relationship could even begin to develop. As for Mino, during this time he was busy reviewing everything he had done, as well as tallying up the karmic points he had earned. He had whisked away Violet and Baby 5, who by rights should have belonged to Doflamingo's crew, stolen the entire Don Quixote family's treasure, and rescued the Riku royal family. It was certain that the entire Dressrosa storyline had been thrown wildly off course by Mino's actions. Yet the full impact of these changes had yet to play out. For example, as Mino observed the karmic points accumulating in the golden balance within his personal space, he noticed the number was still steadily rising. Clearly, the chain reaction from his deeds was far from over. What Mino didn't know was that his recent moves had caused Doflamingo to develop a deep suspicion about Sugar's power. The Hobby fruit was an incredibly formidable ability, so long as no one else knew its secret. But the moment it was exposed, it became a glaring target, something everyone on the seas would want to eliminate. Had his own memories been tampered with? Had any of his loved ones been turned into toys? What was the real truth behind everything that had happened? No one could tolerate having their memories manipulated or seeing their subordinates, friends, and family turned into toys while every trace of them was wiped from memory. For many, just the suspicion alone would be enough to make them act. Given all this, it was only natural to imagine what choice Doflamingo would make next. Perhaps he would still allow Sugar to use her powers for certain tasks once in a while, but he would never again turn people into toys on a large scale. That would be like openly declaring war on the whole world, and that precisely was why Mino saw his karmic points continuing to soar after his interference. The entire situation in Dressrosa had been fundamentally altered. From now on, the so-called nation of toys and passion would never exist again. The karmic points are still going up, Mino mused. At this rate, by tonight, I should have enough to make a real-world exchange. This time, what can be exchanged isn't something intangible like memories or knowledge, but real, tangible items. True, they'll be affected by the world's laws, but that's still much better than just getting pure knowledge or memories. But here's the problem. I don't really have anything worth trading. Mino glanced over himself. Aside from a trusty, sharp blade, he hardly owned a thing. As for bartering with his prize sword, forget it. He couldn't bring himself to do anything so extravagant. What good could come from trading away his blade? At best, he might get some ordinary weapon from a martial arts world, nothing even close to the caliber of the legendary Heaven-Reliant sword or dragon-slaying saber. There was no way he'd waste it like that. Night fell. A strange sense of alertness set off alarm bells in Mino's mind. He cast a look around, but saw no sign of danger. What's going on? This feeling, is it happening in my mindscape? Slowly, he let his consciousness sink into his inner world. There the golden scales delivered a message that left him speechless. Once enough karmic points had been gathered, he would face backlash from the world's consciousness. The first time he crossed over into this world, he'd come with some karma points as a sort of starter gift, but from then on, every time he amassed a certain amount, he'd be subjected to a trial sent by fate itself. What kind of old-school infinite loop plot is this? Are they sending the Grim Reaper after me now? Mino had barely finished complaining in his heart when the sea around them suddenly turned violent. A colossal upwelling current slammed into their ship, hurling the entire vessel high into the sky. The event struck without warning. Even Katakuri, who hadn't been actively using his observation hockey at the time, didn't foresee such a terrifying natural disaster. Panic swept through the crew, their cries filling the air. At that moment, the once calm, azure sky was suddenly ripped by furious winds. In less than half a minute, the weather shifted from tranquil to a raging hurricane, its force climbing to dizzying levels. The New World was notorious for its unpredictable weather, but such a dramatic shift in so little time was rare indeed. And this time, there hadn't been the slightest warning. Even the seasoned navigators of the Charlotte Pirates were caught completely off guard. In the midst of the howling storm, their ship was tossed like a helpless toy, rolling and tumbling through the sky. "Everyone brace yourselves," Katakuri shouted, his voice booming above the chaos. In an instant, he unleashed the full power of his awakened devil fruit. The entire ship became an extension of his ability, sprouting countless sticky rice arms that reached out and grabbed hold of everyone on board. At the same time, the sticky mass that overflowed wrapped the entire ship, displaying the extraordinary defensive power of this non-Newtonian fluid. It protected the vessel, shielding it from serious harm. What a stroke of bad luck, Mino thought to himself with a sigh of relief, thankful to be aboard Katakuri's ship. If it weren't for that, with weather like this, I might not have survived, even if I wasn't a devil fruit user. Encased tightly within the glutinous rice mass, Mino felt a measure of reassurance, though a faint worry lingered in his heart. The backlash of the world's will. Surely it can't be that simple. At last, the storm subsided. The entire ship plummeted from the sky and crashed down onto the sea with a tremendous boom. The impact nearly tore it apart. Had Katakuri not held the vessel together with his machi-machi fruit, this prized Charlotte family pirate ship would have been smashed to bits on the spot. Even so, the once lively homies that made up the ship had fallen utterly silent. Whether they were merely slumbering or had been destroyed for good was anyone's guess. Gradually, everyone made their way to the deck. Fortunately, after a head count, it turned out that aside from losing a few homies, the rest of the crew was unharmed. "Where on earth are we?" asked Charlotte Daifuku, still somewhat dizzy. "Look over there. There's an island," Violet exclaimed, pointing into the distance. Mino activated his clairvoyance and gazed far afield. About a dozen kilometers away, there was indeed an island. Yet, it would be more fitting to call it a fortress. Massive, imposing walls stood sentinel along the island's shoreline, rising tens of meters high and concealing any hint of the interior. Dense networks of barbed wire crisscrossed the face of the wall, threaded with intricate pipes, and now and then sparks of electricity danced across the wires. A clear sign that this was a powerful electric defense grid. With a sinister eye, Mino could make out warning signs deliberately placed on the electrified fencing. "Do not touch." A sense of unease crept into Mino's heart. Are there really such heavily fortified islands in the New World? And all this technology? Judging by the neat, orderly construction, it doesn't look like a pirate stronghold. Could we have stumbled upon a Navy base? As Mino's thoughts raced, a streak of golden light suddenly shot out from the island. In the blink of an eye, the sky was ablaze with radiance as countless golden projectiles rained down upon the crew. Yasukani, no Magatama. It was the Navy's newly appointed admiral, the wielder of the glint fruit, Kizaru. In that instant, Mino understood. This was the marine science base Vegapunk's domain. Punk Hazard. Damn it, a bitter taste filled Mino's mouth. In some ways, this place was even more dangerous than the Navy's main base G1 in the New World. After all, at G1, you wouldn't normally expect to find a Navy admiral stationed there at all times, and if someone attacked a naval base, the other bases might not necessarily send reinforcements, nor would the base itself always call for help. But here, on Punk Hazard, there was no doubt. The other Marines would go mad, rushing to annihilate everyone on this ship. Katakuri, who had already foreseen this attack with his advanced observation hockey, wasted no time. Tapping into his awakened powers, he conjured up countless machi arms to block Borsellino's strike. "Ah, so it's the masterpiece of the Charlotte Pirates themselves," Borsellino remarked lazily, floating effortlessly in the sky as he absent-mindedly picked at his fingernails. "You even managed to track down the Navy's newest research base. No wonder people call you the most well-informed crew in the New World. I really shouldn't underestimate you." Katakuri's machi arms gradually retracted, and the ship returned to its original form. His expression darkened ever so slightly, How could they have found the Navy's newest research base? They've been tossed here by a raging storm. Katakuri refused to believe this damned monkey hadn't noticed how battered and disheveled they looked. Clearly, these words were just blatant mockery, in truth. Borsellino was troubled as well. There were no eternal log poses to punk hazard, so in theory, you could go a whole year without seeing another soul. As far as he was concerned, guard duty here was little more than clocking in and slacking off. Who could have expected the Charlotte Pirates to drop in out of the blue? It was unbelievable. He didn't know whether to call it good luck or bad. If it were just an ordinary pirate crew, it would be one thing. But a large fleet like the Charlotte Pirates could genuinely pose a serious threat to the entire punk hazard facility. And there was no doubt they were harboring such intentions. After all, as long as they knew Vegapunk was somewhere in this laboratory, how could they possibly resist? There was no turning back now. This battle was inevitable. A great number of Navy warships began pouring out of Punk Hazard. Faced with the scene before them, the members of the Charlotte family wore grim expressions. What in the world is going on? Is this some kind of secret Navy base? What kind of secret base needs a newly promoted admiral to guard it? I think we might have just kicked a hornet's nest. Charlotte Daifuku and Charlotte Oven spoke in unison, their faces growing solemn. A Navy headquarters admiral was a force to be reckoned with, someone who could stand toe-to-toe with their captain Charlotte Lin, the very pinnacle of strength, even though this is 10 years before the main storyline begins. When Kizuru had just been appointed as an admiral of the Navy headquarters, and his strength had yet to reach its peak, and even though the admirals in the original story are just half a notch below the four emperors, his power should never be underestimated. At the very least, Katakuri alone would stand no chance against Kizuru, and even with Charlotte Oven and Charlotte Daifuku joining in, their odds of victory would still be slim. As for escape, looking at the vast fleet of Navy ships ahead, it was clear that there was little hope of slipping away. Mino understood this all too well. He certainly didn't want his maiden voyage as a pirate to end up with a one-way trip to Impel Down. That would be far too tragic. He turned his head to glance at his crew, and his gaze suddenly lingered on Baby 5. He frowned slightly as an idea began to form. Fighting their way out was out of the question. Perhaps their only option was to find some way to make the Navy hesitate. As this thought flashed through his mind, Mino's eyes met Katakuri's. Katakuri was momentarily surprised, but he quickly returned Mino's look, though neither of these two masters of observation hockey spoke a word. An unspoken understanding passed between them in that instant. Baby 5, you should be able to transform into a missile, right? Mino asked in a low voice. Baby 5 was still somewhat nervous after seeing Kizuru just now, but upon hearing Mino's words, her spirits lifted, and she nodded with confidence. Of course, I can turn into a super missile and blow that guy in the sky. All right, listen to me. Mino cut off Baby 5's daydreaming. In a moment, you'll transform into a missile and fly toward that distant island. I'll hold on to you, and we'll head for that island together. He together with Master Mino. Baby 5's face flushed bright red, and she seemed lost in her own fantasies. Mino rolled his eyes. Hurry up. We don't have much time, okay? Leave it to me, Baby 5 replied with enthusiasm. And in the blink of an eye, she transformed into a black missile and shot off the ship with a sharp whoosh. Even before that, Mino had already grabbed on one of the missile's stabilizing fins, and the two of them took off instantly, hurtling toward Punk Hazard. Halt! This route is forbidden, Kizuru shouted, his hand gleaming with light. But at that moment, a massive black fist came crashing toward him. Katakuri's machi fist. With no other choice, Kizuru had to focus his attention on dealing with Katakuri's sudden attack from below. Only a moment later, the missile had already streaked across the sky. Hurtling down toward Punk Hazard below, Minuo stood atop the missile, and with a powerful leap, jumped off just as the missile struck the ground. With a thunderous explosion, a blast of fierce wind sent Minuo flying another dozen meters before he crashed and tumbled to the ground. Thank goodness. He brushed the dust from his clothes. Glancing around, Minuo muttered, "It doesn't seem like there are any other strong fighters nearby. Let's hope Katakuri can keep Kizuru occupied for a while longer." But as he thought of Kizuru's glint fruit ability, Minuo's confidence wavered. He knew he couldn't rely on that, and could only move faster himself. Fortunately, thanks to the demonic eye on his forehead, he was gifted at finding people. Even if he didn't know what Dr. Vegapunk looked like, he could simply head toward wherever the guards were thickest. After all, it was 10 years ago. Surely Vegapunk hadn't started making clones of himself yet? Master Minuo, what should we do next? Baby 5 had already returned to her human form. She looked at Minuo and asked, her voice breathless. The explosion from her missile transformation hadn't blown her to pieces, but it had drained much of her strength. Just 14, Baby 5 was already panting, clearly exhausted. But this was no time to rest, although most of the Marines on the island had gone to. Besiege Katakuri and his group, there was still a decent defensive force remaining. If they delayed, even if Kizer didn't return, both Minuo and Baby 5 would soon find themselves surrounded. Minuo's current strength meant that even encountering a single elite Marine headquarters colonel would be a tough fight. He was far from being able to disregard numbers entirely. What's more, the Marines stationed in the New World were all elites, and those assigned to guard Vegapunk on Punk Hazard were. The best of the best, I'll lead the way, you blast open the walls, and I'll go grab that scientist myself, Minuo said decisively. Baby 5 had no idea who this scientist was. Truth be told, she might not even have heard of Vegapunk at all. But hearing Minuo's command, her spirits rallied, and she got right to work. Her weapon fruit made her a formidable force in battle, especially when it came to sheer destruction. Though her overall strength was a notch below Minuo's, her destructive power far surpassed his. Walls, pillars, doors, whatever stood in their way, she blasted apart with a single cannon shot. Whenever a Marine tried to block their path, Minuo wasted no time. With a swift draw of his blade, he struck them down in a flash. His speed-focused attacks were devastatingly effective against weaker foes. Thunder rumbled overhead as the two of them advanced at lightning speed, smashing through walls as they went. The Navy, caught off guard, was thrown into chaos. For who would have expected that the enemies would ignore the research facility's corridors and simply tear down the walls to charge straight inside? Halfway through their escape, Mino signaled Baby 5 to pause for a moment. He darted into a warehouse, smashed a pane of glass, and retrieved a rather peculiar-looking pink fruit from inside. Who would have thought I'd stumble upon a windfall like this? A synthetic azure dragon fruit. Just when I was worried about having nothing to trade. Casting a sweeping glance around with his clairvoyant powers, Mino estimated they had another minute or two before the Navy arrived. He quickly told Baby 5 to wake him if any enemies showed up. Then, without hesitation, he closed his eyes and entered the space of the golden scales to conduct a trade. Inside that mystical space, Mino placed the synthetic azure dragon fruit on one side of the scales. Instantly, a host of glowing orbs rose up on the other side, and Mino began inspecting them one by one. Within the realm of the golden scales, Mino silently examined each golden sphere, bronze cloth of the dragon constellation. Original version, without divine or gold blood, hailing from the world of Saint Seiya. In the world of pirates, where Cosmo doesn't exist, the bronze cloth serves purely as defensive armor. Its strength is on par with the supreme grade sword, the dragon shield, and the dragon fist gauntlet. Classified as supreme grade defensive gear, that's not particularly useful. Dragon talisman, one of the 12 talismans of Shindu from the world of Jackie Chan adventures. Since there's no magic in the pirate world, it can instead convert haki and stamina into explosive attacks, with power limited by the user's own haki and stamina. Trash, not even as good as the weapon fruit. If only it were the dog talisman, that would be much better. Dragon Vein. The coccyx of Emperor Xianyuan originates from the world of Storm Riders. Grants increased luck. If the dragon vein is shattered, it drives the bearer into a frenzy. Pass. Fire Dragon Slayer Magic. Magic crystal version from Fairy Tail. With no magic in the pirate world, it allows the user to absorb flames and unleash fire-based techniques. If it were the first-generation version that could transform into a dragon, or even the second-generation lightning variant, I'd consider it. But if it's limited to just absorbing fire, then I'd just be bullying Ace at this point. Sensing that time was running short, Mino hurried to sift through the remaining orbs. Dragon Blood Ritual, blood of Fafnir from Norse mythology. Adapted for the pirate world, it greatly enhances physical defense and slightly boosts constitution. Its defense can withstand small firearms and grows stronger as the host matures. The same Dragon Blood Ritual that Siegfried underwent. Wait, there's no so-called fatal weakness. Minuo was slightly surprised, but the defensive power at the level of a small firearm. It's really only a bit stronger than just using a chunk of iron. Oh, well, I'll just choose it. If I really think about it, eating the artificial Azure Dragon fruit is still the best deal. But since you can only eat one devil fruit, trading allows you to exchange for more things. As he mulled this over, Minuo saw the artificial Azure Dragon fruit on one side of the scale turn into a stream of light and vanish, while the dragon blood ritual orb on the other side shot toward him. In a flash, whoa, that's hot. Minuo frowned. He felt as if boiling water had been poured over him, scorching heat sweeping across his skin before streams of blazing warmth surged into his body. In an instant, he could feel himself becoming much stronger. When he opened his eyes, Minuo, now fully awake, clenched his fist. A faint black sheen enveloped his entire hand. Not only has my physical strength increased, even my hockey is broken through. At least it wasn't a bad trade. Hurry, hurry! The intruder's right there. Amidst the chaos, Minuo turned his head to see several Marines rushing over, raising their long rifles and firing directly at him with a sharp crackle. Before, Minuo would have drawn his sword and cut them down before they even fired. But this time he didn't dodge or flinch. The bullet struck him, sparking harmlessly off, then clattered to the ground with metallic pings. The Marines' firearms looked outdated, but in reality, the New World Navy's weapons were nearly as powerful as modern rifles. Being able to shrug off this kind of rifle fire, Minuo could now truly say he was impervious to blades and bullets. Of course, compared to monsters like Charlotte, Linlin, and Kaido, their bodies like iron balloons, unscathed even under a barrage of railgun fire. He was still world apart. Still, as his own training and physique improved, his durability and defensive power would grow as well. If he could ever reach the power of a Yonko, his defense might not lag that far behind theirs. Shaking his head, Minuo pushed such stray thoughts aside. He was still on the battlefield and couldn't afford to be distracted. Catching Baby Five's eye, he signaled, and together they continued their charge, breaking through the wall. That's far enough. With a thunderous roar, a huge, burly man with the build of a wrestler appeared before Minuo and Baby Five. A scar ran from the corner of his left eye to his mouth. He wore a red belly band on his upper body, a giant rope belt at his waist, and shorts. Bandages were wrapped around his right hand and left leg. I am Sinaru, Deputy Captain of the Science Division. Don't even think about taking another step past my defense. You're the Deputy Captain? So where's your captain? Mino paused for a moment before asking. He remembered that 10 years later, when the story began, Senamaru had already become the captain of the Science Division. As the man with the tightest lips in the world, there's no way I'd tell you. Our captain set out to sea with Admiral Kizuru ages ago to deal with pirates. Senamaru shot back without a moment's hesitation after hearing Mino's question. Oh? So that means you're the last line of defense then? Mino nodded in understanding. Do you know where Dr. Vegapunk is? Damn pirate, trying to get information out of me. Only then did Senamaru realize what was happening, but he still blurted out an answer. I'm not telling you that Dr. Vegapunk is already retreating to the submarine at the innermost dock of the base. I see. Mino nodded again, above him. His clairvoyant vision had finally locked on a Dr. Vegapunk. At first, he genuinely hadn't been able to tell which one was the real Vegapunk. Baby 5-inch, put everything you've got in a blasting, open the floor in that direction. Without another word, Mino ordered Baby 5 to carry out her tunneling tactic. You bastard! You tricked another secret out of me. What do you take me for, a corpse? Senamaru, finally catching on, exploded with anger and swung his massive axe straight down. Mino had no illusions that even his invulnerable body could withstand Senamaru's axe. 10 years from now, Senamaru would have mastered the advanced form of armament hockey, making him a top-notch Navy vice admiral. Even now, Senamaru was at least a commodore or rear admiral. Just looking at those burly arms and that enormous axe, it was clear this guy was a powerhouse if he tried to take the blow head on. He'd be lucky to escape being chopped in half. More likely, he'd end up coughing up blood by the bucketful. With a flicker, Mino vanished. As a speed-type fighter, he had no intention of matching Senamaru's strength head-on. Instead, he used his agility to dance circles around him. Senamaru's mastery of armament hockey was impressive, but his size made his agility an obvious weakness. The axe in his hand whistled through the air with ferocious force, but not once did it touch Mino's shadow. Give it a few more years, and Senamaru would learn to project his hockey at a distance, making up for any lack of speed with sheer power. But at this point, he hadn't reached that level yet, and it was costing him dearly. With each flash of Mino's blade, fresh wounds opened up across Senamaru's body. Thanks to his formidable armament hockey, the cuts were only shallow, barely breaking the skin. But Mino was confident. If this battle of attrition continued, victory would surely be his in truth. He owed much of his success to the preparations before the battle, thanks to the golden balance and that artificial azure dragon fruit both. His strength and his armament hockey had been significantly enhanced. Otherwise, Mino's attacks would have felt to Shinamaru like nothing more than a mild scratch. With wild abandon, Shinamaru swung his massive axe, his eyes growing ever wider and his breaths coming in short, heavy bursts. He spun his axe with such ferocity that it was like a raging tornado. Yet within this tempest, Mino danced nimbly, his figure flickering like a phantom. Each time his blade flashed, a thin line of blood would arc through the air. At that moment, Shinamaru's entire focus was locked onto Mino. Not the sharpest mind to begin with, he completely forgot about Baby 5, who was still furiously tearing up the ground. With no one to stop her, it took less than half a minute before a thunderous crash rang out. The ground finally gave way under Baby 5's relentless assaults. Mino had no intention of wasting more time with Shinamaru. Who could say when other Marines, or even Kizuru himself, might show up? Given Shinamaru's physique and hockey, beating him would take hours of grinding combat. And Mino had neither the time nor the patience for that. In a swift motion, he seized Baby 5, and together they leapt down through the gaping hole blasted open by her attack. Shinamaru bellowed after them, "Don't think you can get away. They call me the man of impenetrable defense." He charged toward the hole after them, only to get wedged firmly in the middle of the opening like a cork plugging a bottle. His body was easily twice as wide as the gap, and no matter how he struggled, he couldn't squeeze through, Damn it. If I'd known, I'd have skipped a few servings of sea beast ribs at lunch. Shinamaru muttered in dismay, thoroughly baffled by his predicament. Yet judging by his size, even if he'd started fasting the day before, he still wouldn't have fit through that hole. Beneath the Punk Hazard Research Facility, a vast cavern hollowed out by the sea stretched below. At that very moment, Dr. Vegapunk, flanked by 2 masked agents, was making his way toward submarine. As the walls trembled and collapsed with a deafening roar, Mino and Baby 5 burst through, finally laying eyes on their target. The 2 agents exchanged a glance and charged without hesitation. Blades flashed in the dim light. Mino had expected these agents to be formidable, but the moment they crossed swords, he realized they weren't even on par with the CP9 operatives skilled in the 6 powers. In just a few moves, he had cut them both down, but then it dawned on him, with an admiral like Kizuru around, not to mention the elite science division as bodyguards, Vegapunk was seldom in any real danger. Under normal circumstances, these 2 agents were most likely assigned more for surveillance than for protection, so naturally, they didn't need to be particularly strong fighters. As for Baby 5-inch, she raised her leg, and with a bang fired a bullet the size of a fist that crashed into the submarine. Vegapunk immediately raised his hands in surrender. Mino glanced at Dr. Vegapunk. On the surface, the doctor looked no different from an ordinary human. He wore glasses, his hair was a bit messy, and he had the appearance of a typical researcher. Mino couldn't tell whether this man was the real Vegapunk or just an avatar he'd created, but whatever the case, he must be quite important, right? Yet despite his own mastery of observation hockey, Mino felt the same creeping dread one might feel when facing some overwhelming force of nature, a beast of flood and fury. Thanks to the principle of absolute sincerity in martial arts, Mino's observation hockey had developed its own unique trait, a heightened sense for impending danger. This was a different path, entirely from foreseeing the future or reading minds. Right now, Mino sensed that Vegapunk himself bore no ill will, but the aura emanating from him was enough to send chills down Mino's spine. This Dr. Vegapunk seems vastly more powerful than I imagined, by an astronomical margin. He even feels more dangerous than Katakuri. It seems I've overlooked something. Scientists in the world of pirates aren't weaklings at all. Meanwhile, utterly oblivious, Baby 5 strutted forward with pride. "So you're the head of this science facility? Well, you're our hostage now." Vegapunk, offering a French-style military salute and shrugging slightly, replied, "All right, I surrender. So what's your plan? Are you going to kidnap me?" "No, Dr. Vegapunk." Mino swallowed hard and shook his head. "You just need to sit tight as our hostage. Once our objectives are met, we'll hand you back to the Navy." At these words, a flicker of disappointment crossed Vegapunk's eyes. "I see. So you're planning to use me as leverage in negotiations with the Navy?" Mino remained silent, inwardly sensing that the relationship between Vegapunk, the Navy, and the world government was far more complicated than it appeared. Perhaps the only reason Vegapunk hadn't already destroyed them was to maintain the appearance of helplessness in the eyes of the Navy and the world government. Mino understood this well. If Vegapunk wanted to put on a show, he was all too happy to play along. Otherwise, if Vegapunk sensed anything amiss, Mino suspected he'd be finished in an instant. Dr. Vegapunk, you must have a direct line to Admiral Kazuru, don't you? Could you contact him and ask him to stand down right away? Mino spoke up directly. The Katakuri brothers are no amateurs. And Kazuru isn't at his peak right now. In the short term, they might be on the back foot, but there's no way. They'll be easily defeated. Vegapunk nodded, reached into his sleeve, and took out a red Den Den Mushi. He dialed a number, but after a while no one answered. Vegapunk shrugged. That Kazuru guy probably grabbed the wrong Den Den Mushi again. You're not trying to mess with us, are you? Who would mix up their Den Den Mushi? Baby 5 said with a face full of disbelief. But Mino actually believed Kazuru could do something like that. He simply pulled out his own Den Den Mushi and called Katakuri directly. Hey, Captain Katakuri, just tell Kazuru that Vegapunk is in our hands now. Hearing the rumbling noises from the other end of the line, Mino quickly spoke up. After a moment, he heard Katakuri's breathless reply, "All right, I got it." A while later, the sounds of battle outside gradually faded away. Mino decided to take Vegapunk and walk out of the entire base. As for Baby 5, she was carrying a large backpack stuffed with Vegapunk's research notes. When Mino asked for some weapon research data, the doctor was more than happy to oblige and handed over a pile of documents without hesitation. Catching Mino's somewhat puzzled look, Dr. Vegapunk just shrugged. This way, those fools in the world government will stop pestering me for results, and I can squeeze a bit more funding out of them. Mino pursed his lips. He suspected that Vegapunk's research for the world government was probably just like squeezing toothpaste. Slow and stingy, most of the funding probably went into projects that interested Vegapunk personally. Mino had noticed that most of the so-called weapon blueprints were shoved into the corners of Vegapunk's lab, while the central areas were taken up by research that had little to do with weapons. It was clear that Vegapunk was quite adept at milking the government, dragging out progress, and using public funds and equipment for his own private research. Of course, there was another thing. Vegapunk didn't think Tato Land could actually come up with anything groundbreaking. In reality, aside from the Red Hair Pirates, the Yonko might have become major forces, but their foundations were still shallow, other than Kaido, who had some research capability thanks to his obsession with warfare. The rest were basically on par with amateur scientists. Otherwise, in the original story, Charlotte Linlin wouldn't have been swindled out of so much funding by Caesar for so long. Of course, Vegapunk didn't care at all if some of these pirates managed to steal a few weapon blueprints. After all, without sufficient machining precision and advanced material science, most high-tech weapons are no different from heaps of scrap metal. Naturally, there are always oddballs in the world of One Piece. Take Frankie the Cyborg, for example. He can transform himself into a half-robot using nothing but discarded metal, making even Marvel's Tony Stark look tame by comparison. But even a genius of such black technology can at best craft a few weapons for himself. The idea of mass production is utterly out of the question. Yet Mino wasn't concerned with any of this. He didn't want these weapons or blueprints for his own use. In fact, he wasn't even thinking of giving them to the Charlotte Pirates. His true intention was for Baby 5's sake. The weapon fruit that Baby 5 possesses is, in reality, bursting with potential. If she had landed in some hyper-advanced technological world, her fruit's power alone could have enabled her to sweep away even the 4 emperors single-handedly. Those ordinary guns and cannons she uses now barely scratch the surface of what her fruit is capable of. At the very least, weapons like railguns and laser swords should be considered standard for developing the powers of the weapon fruit. With blueprints in hand, Baby 5 wouldn't even need materials or craftsmanship to bring these high-tech weapons to life. She could transform into them directly. In that sense, the weapon fruit is really a learning-based ability, but its huge potential has been completely squandered. Even if Vegapunk's blueprints weren't to Mino's liking, he could always use the golden balance to exchange for high-tech weapons from other worlds. With technology, as long as he didn't go for anything too outrageous, the differences in the world's rules weren't much of an obstacle. As Mino stepped out of the base's main entrance, he was immediately greeted by a group of Marines, along with Katakuri and the others standing beside them. "Hey there, young man. Would you mind handing over Dr. Vegapunk to me?" Kizuru said, squinting as he spoke with an easygoing smile. Though his words were light and cheerful, Kizuru radiated danger from head to toe. Mino had no doubt that if he showed even the slightest weakness, this man would launch a blindingly quick kick at him in an instant. Standing opposite Kizuru was Katakuri, his face cold and expressionless. He looked a bit disheveled, but bore no real injuries, and was blocking Kizuru's path, at least to some extent, on the seas. The strongest always keep an eye on those who counter their abilities, and without question Katakuri, who wields the power of advanced observation haki to foresee the future, was a natural counter to the lightning-fast Kizuru. If it had been Akiji or Akainu standing here instead, after 10 minutes of fierce battle, Katakuri would be dealing with far more than a rumpled appearance. He'd be nursing some serious wounds. Kizuru raised his eyebrows, but made no further move. Even though he was nearly the fastest man on the seas, in the presence of Katakuri, who could foresee the future, he knew he had no chance of reclaiming Dr. Vegapunk. Mino let out a chuckle. Of course, Dr. Vegapunk is the linchpin of the entire Navy, and even the whole world government. The Charlotte Pirates wouldn't dare shoulder a burden that heavy for real. Don't be fooled by the four emperors' apparent freedom in a new world. Their unchecked power exists only because the price to subdue them outweighs any possible gain. In truth, if it came down to pure strength, the Navy alone could easily suppress 2 of the 4 emperors' crews. With Garp Sengoku and the new generation's 3 admirals, their top-tier fighting force could rival even 3 emperor crews combined. Not to mention, who knows how many hidden forces the world government still keeps in reserve. If the world government and the Navy were genuinely provoked, wiping out an emperor crew would merely be a matter of how much they were willing to pay. But still, Mino continued, we'll only release Dr. Vegapunk once we're sure of our own safety. At Mino's words, Kizuru narrowed his eyes. Now that a real problem. If I let you go, but you never return Dr. Vegapunk? What then? Mino smiled again. How about this? Admiral Kizuru, let us use the Navy's fastest ship, and you come along with us for a while. What do you say? Once we've put some distance between ourselves and this island, we'll hand Dr. Vegapunk back to you. Then you can take the ship back on your own. With your strength, you're still a bit stronger than all of us combined, but not quite enough to protect Dr. Vegapunk outright in a chaotic fight. This way, we both have something at stake, and there'll be no room for misunderstandings. A fair proposal. Are pirates these days always so cunning and clever? It's honestly terrifying, Kizuru replied, putting on a mock-frightened face. But he didn't object. Instead, he immediately ordered his men to prepare a ship. Too bad. After witnessing his overwhelming display of power just moments before, no one bought that sly old fox's act. Of the Navy's 3 admirals, Kizuru was by far the shrewdest and most inscrutable. Almost no one could ever tell what he was truly thinking just from looking at his face. Then again, maybe he was simply born with that look. His poker face was just too convincing. Mino breathed a quiet sigh of relief. On the surface, it seemed Kizuru was backing down because of the hostage. But deep down, Mino knew the truth. Perhaps Dr. Vegapunk's combat strength is not inferior to that of Kizuru. So this so-called hostage situation is nothing but empty talk. He was simply taking a gamble, since in truth, no one in the Navy really knows the extent of Vegapunk's power. As they watched the tiny boat vanish into the distant horizon, the members of the Charlotte Pirates couldn't help but let out a collective sigh of relief. In the end, Kizuru had dutifully completed the hostage exchange. When he left the fastest warship in the Navy, escorting Dr. Vegapunk away, everything proceeded without any unexpected twists. It was likely out of caution for this frail, harmless doctor. After all, in the aftermath of battles between monsters like them, ordinary humans stood no chance of protecting themselves. But from now on, Punk Hazard would likely be abandoned soon. Since the Charlotte Pirates had discovered it, it could no longer be considered a top-secret research base. What a pity. That was Dr. Vegapunk. After all, Charlotte Oven remarked with some regret. Katakuri, however, shook his head. We don't have the resources of the world government or the Navy. Even if we forced Dr. Vegapunk to stay, in the end, we'd only bring disaster upon ourselves. Oven understood this reasoning too. With a helpless nod, he said, I just feel like this was such a rare opportunity. Don't let greed cloud your vision. Katakuri said quietly, forget about future retaliation from the world government and the Navy. Just that Admiral Kizuru is not someone to trifle with. and it's not as if we walked away empty-handed. The spoils Kukuri referred to, of course, were the weapon blueprints now, in Minet's possession. Most of these weapons were so advanced that Tato Land simply didn't have the technology to produce them. Still, even a handful of the more feasible designs would be enough to significantly boost the nation's overall strength. Naturally, most of the pirates on board couldn't make heads or tails of the blueprints for now. They were all in Baby Five's hands, entrusted to her for study, although Baby Five wasn't the most gifted of learners. Her weapon fruit had given her insights into the structures of many different weapons, enough to make her a fairly skilled technician. She lacked much in the way of creativity, but she could at least understand the blueprints. For her, that was enough. She didn't need to know the underlying principles, since the details of fabrication materials and power sources could all be handled by her devil fruit abilities. Clenching her fists, she reflected on how perilous this battle had been. They'd all nearly ended up at the bottom of the sea, and even the palace guard from Dressrosa had suffered serious injuries, because the Navy didn't care who you were before. As long as you were on a pirate ship and not a prisoner, you were a pirate in their eyes, and they would strike without mercy. But for Mino, this could be considered a tremendous opportunity. The dragon blood ritual he gained in exchange for the artificial azure dragon fruit elevated his talents to a whole new level, and his mastery of armament hockey advanced by leaps and bounds. If he had relied solely on his own training, it would have taken him at least a year to reach the hardened level of armament hockey, let alone achieve a body as tough as steel, impervious to blades and bullets. And if he factored in his trump card, the 100-eyed demon mode, Mino reckoned he was now close to reaching the level of a senior officer in a Four Emperors crew. That is the kind of pirates with bounties of 200 to 300 million. With this kind of power, Mino couldn't help but feel a surge of ambition. He had no intention of staying with the Charlotte Pirates for his entire life. Ambition burned in his chest. If he wanted to become truly strong, he needed to stir things up, not idle away in the shadows of others. The memories and knowledge he acquired through the golden scales of exchange were just the tip of the iceberg. Only things like the dragon blood ritual and the evil eye could bring him true fundamental transformation. That meant he needed to keep seeking out treasures like devil fruits and continuously cause a stir across the seas. But what did the Charlotte Pirates do day after day? They suppressed and absorbed pirates entering the New World, collected rare foods and chefs, engaged in low-intensity skirmishes or sparring with other Emperor crews, occasionally put on a show of clashing with the Navy, and collected protection money from their own territories. These things had become so routine, they were almost mundane. Mino doubted he could really rack up many karma points from such daily tasks. Looks like when I get back, I'll need to seriously consider my own future. I can't just spend my life working for the Charlotte Pirates, right? Big Mom isn't my real mother, after all. Besides, even to her own children, Charlotte Linlin treats them as tools. The backlash from the worlds will seem to end there. The Charlotte family quickly found their way back to the regular sea routes, and after a couple of weeks they returned to the territory of Tato Land. During this time back in Tato Land, Mino didn't waste a moment. He dug deep into the potential granted by the dragon blood ritual, at least gaining a general understanding of his new abilities at the same time. He began training in the Navy's 6 powers techniques. After undergoing the dragon blood ritual, Mino's physical strength had grown immensely. Not only had his defenses increased, but his resistance to extreme heat, electricity, freezing cold, and poison had also become exceptionally high. Moreover, both his resilience and physical defense would continue to improve as his strength grew. For now, he could only shrug off rifle bullets from ordinary New World Navy grunts. But when faced with true high-tech weaponry, he was still outmatched. Take Baby Five's leg-fired artillery shells, for instance. He couldn't withstand those at all. A single blast would leave him coughing up blood. This is different from the steel balloon-like bodies and immortal natures of Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Those two were already nearly at their peak when they first appeared. At least their defense was about 60 to 70% of what it would be in adulthood. While their strength continued to grow, their defensive abilities didn't increase in perfect step with their overall power. His mastery of the Navy's 6 styles also progressed rapidly, since his physique had long since met the necessary standards. In addition, during this period, he constantly searched within the golden scales for training knowledge or memories that matched his expectations. He also looked for other high-tech weapon blueprints. After Baby Five obtained a variety of advanced schematics for Vegapunk, her devil fruit abilities did improve significantly. At the very least, her destructive power rose dramatically. But with that surge in destructive force came a drop in endurance. Right now, her main weakness was clearly a lack of stamina. The golden scales refreshed its trades every day. On this particular day, after sifting through a mountain of bizarre, practically useless training systems that would never work in the world of pirates, Mino turned his attention once more to Vegapunk's technological blueprints, wondering what he might trade for. Batplane schematics? Mino exclaimed in surprise. Of course, airplanes count as weapons too. In that instant, it was as if a new world had opened up before him. If Baby 5 can turn into a rocket missile, why can't she become an airplane? Or even someday transform into something like an Iron Man suit? Or a Gundam? Who could argue those aren't weapons? Baby 5, come take a look at this blueprint, Mino called, holding out the Batplane schematics to her. In the world of pirates, it seemed that no one gave any thought to the skies. Despite all the black technology floating around, the only person to truly develop airplanes, or even spaceships, was Enel from Skypiea, a scientist only halfway competent. In theory, traveling through the sky, or even low orbit, would be the fastest route. Yet everyone in the pirate world turned a blind eye. Mino, having long ago realized the vital importance of air superiority, would never make the same mistake as those in the pirate world. Hearing Mino's words, Baby 5, who had been anxiously weighing herself, immediately ran over without a second thought. Master Mino, have you found something new? During this time, Mino had used Vegapunk's weapon schematics to exchange for a variety of blueprint from other worlds as well. For instance, the Melt-A-Gun from Warhammer. Its destructive power was incredible, able to unleash a beam of energy at tens of thousands of degrees. Ace would be heartbroken in the restroom if he saw it. Truly, it could cut down gods or Buddhas alike. Even Katakuri, upon witnessing the destructive power of the thermite gun, became extremely solemn. He personally admitted that even he wouldn't be able to withstand a shot from it. Even Charlotte Linlin, if hit by a shot without using hockey, would definitely be injured. Of course, with Baby 5's abilities, even possessing the thermite gun wouldn't do her much good. She would have to exhaust all her strength just to fire a single attack, and the preparation time alone would take at least a full minute. Anyone with even the slightest bit of observation hockey would never be caught by such an attack. Even so, for someone as inexperienced as Baby 5 to unleash an attack powerful enough to threaten an Emperor of the Sea, this is far more impressive than a so-called King's Fist that claims to topple emperors after an hour of warm-up. The crowd finally realized the true might of the weapon fruit. Here, take this. Can you transform into it? Mino handed Baby 5 a set of blueprints for the Batwing. Baby 5 glanced at them, and her face lit up with surprise. Wow, it looks so cool. It can actually fly in the sky. What kind of weapon is this? This is called the Batwing. Give it a try, and see if you can transform into it, Mino said. I think I can. Judging from my devil fruit powers, I should be able to transform into this Batwing, but I'll need to study these blueprints for a while first, Baby 5 replied. I haven't even finished researching the last laser sword yet. Master Mino, where did you get all these weapon designs? I doubt even Dr. Vegapunk's research could compare. As long as you can manage the transformation, that's enough for me. Mino didn't answer her question, choosing instead to change the subject. With the speed of the Batwing, you'll be able to go anywhere you wish with ease. Baby 5, I have high hopes for you. Give it your best. Hearing this, Baby 5 immediately broke into a beaming smile, tossing aside any curiosity about the origin of the blueprints. The Batwing could soar out of the atmosphere in no time, flying even faster than the Blackbird reconnaissance plane, and even capable of short stints in outer space. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it the fastest vehicle in the entire pirate world. With its supersonic speed, traveling around the entire Grand Line within a few days would be entirely possible. To the pirates watching, this was nothing short of a miracle. One could only say that not only is technology in the pirate world incredibly advanced in strange ways, it's also wildly eccentric. They've created artificial intelligence robots and genetically engineered humans, yet never managed to invent a hot air balloon or an airship. Perhaps it's also due to suppression by the world government. After all, if airplanes were everywhere, even the Red Line wouldn't be safe anymore, just as Baby 5 was. Utterly captivated by the new Batplane, and Mino had nearly mastered the Navy's 6 powers, the Charlotte Pirates' annual tea party was once again about to begin. During the last tea party, Mino was basically training on Weed Island, Katakuri, being a rather strict instructor, forbade them from leaving the island before they had laid a solid foundation. So neither he nor Tyrone attended. This time, both Tyrone and Mino could be considered to have completed their apprenticeship. Especially Mino. At Punk Hazard, he had practically saved the lives of Katakuri and his two brothers. Otherwise, in that situation, facing a large number of elite Marines and even an admiral, the three brothers would probably have ended up touring Impel down. As such, Katakuri intended to bring both Mino and Tyrone to Cake Island, signifying that the two had officially graduated and could now join the crew as full-fledged members. Mino had no objections to this, although he already planned to leave the Charlotte Pirates for a while, and, depending on how things went, maybe leave for good. It was simply for his own future, and because he didn't care for the Charlotte Pirates' way of doing things. But that didn't mean he could just wipe away all the kindness he'd received from them. No matter what he thought of Big Mom Charlotte Linlin, he couldn't forget that she had once saved him from a slave ship. He also couldn't ignore all the teaching and training he'd received from the Charlotte Pirates and from Katakuri. It wouldn't sit right with him to just leave without a word. Apart from Tyrone and Mino, Baby Five and Violet were also going along to pay their respects, although neither of them was particularly strong. Just being devil fruit users made them qualified enough to join any pirate crew. Reading the manga, it might seem as if devil fruit users are everywhere, but that's only because of a kind of magnetic pull among the strong. In reality, on the vast seas, devil fruit users are exceedingly rare. Any one of them, whether in the Navy or among pirates, would be seen as a promising recruit. Even the Yonko wouldn't ignore them. Otherwise, Kaido wouldn't have bothered building his so-called army of ability users. Even the most ragtag bunch were considered secret. Weapons by him, true devil fruit users then, were all the more valuable. Violet, still a bit uneasy, came to Mino to ask if the Charlotte Pirates would assign her a husband. At this, Mino just rolled his eyes and explained, "Don't overthink it. Under normal circumstances, if you were still the princess of Dressrosa, maybe it would be possible, but now you've fallen from grace and are only a devil fruit user. Captain Charlotte would never waste a son on you." Violet fell silent. Although she felt somewhat offended, she finally heaved a sigh of relief. Mino really wasn't wrong. Generally speaking, if you didn't have any backing and joined the Charlotte Pirates alone, unless you were exceptionally powerful, you could forget about marrying one of Charlotte Linlin's daughters or being accepted as her son or daughter-in-law. That's the very heart of Tato Land. Cake Island, headquarters of the Charlotte Pirates, isn't it? This is just too beautiful. It's like stepping into a kingdom straight out of a fairy tale. The sweet scent of fruit juice filled the air, and the sea shimmered with vibrant, rainbow-colored streams. Both Baby Five and Violet wore looks of utter astonishment and even longing on their faces. There was no helping it. Cake Island looked exactly as if it had been plucked from the pages of a storybook. While if you looked deeper, it was more of a dark fairy tale. At first glance, it was no different from the enchanting worlds found in children's stories. It was enough to make both Baby Five and Violet's hearts brim with girlish wonder. As for Mino, she had long since had her fill of sweets, but for girls, everyone knows that desserts go into a second stomach. This place feels so lively. I bet Dressrosa doesn't see as many people in a whole year as Cake Island does in a single day, Violet exclaimed in amazement. No, actually, even most of the time, Tato Land never has this many visitors. Katakuri standing on the deck explained to the group. But Mama's tea parties are different. At times like these, almost every underground kingpin operating in the New World comes to Cake Island to pay their respects. Compared with Kaido's Beast Pirates, or even Whitebeard's crew, the Charlotte Pirates truly had the most complicated web of affiliated pirate groups and outside powers. This all came down to Charlotte Linlin's astonishing fertility. So many sons and daughters. Subtract the ones too young or too powerful for her to let go, and the Charlotte Pirates still counted at least 40 or 50 married men and women, and the people they married were all at least on par with the supernova level of influence. All these alliances and connections created a vast network of shared interests, virtually encompassing the entire underground world of the New World with tendrils, reaching even into the Four Seas and the Grand Line. To put it bluntly, even though Doflamingo, after becoming a warlord, strutted about as a major player in the underworld in the original story, compared to the sway the Charlotte Pirates held, he was just a little fish in a very big pond. And Big Mom's tea party, aside from everyone currying favor with Charlotte Linlin, It was also the perfect venue for negotiating and dividing up interests among all these players. After all, when negotiations take place elsewhere, none of those underworld bosses can truly be trusted. There's always the risk that if the talks go sour, someone might simply disappear. But on Cake Island, that sort of thing just doesn't happen. Everyone shows respect to Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, until that fateful day 10 years from now when the destined protagonist, the Sun God, would turn Big Mom's tea party upside down. These gatherings boasted a safety record of 99%. As for the remaining 1% of danger, well, that came from Charlotte Linlin herself. After all, this formidable matron was notorious for her explosive temper. If a gift failed to please her, or the food didn't suit her taste, she might eliminate a business partner on the spot. Still, despite the risks, none of these kings of the underworld, or the various powers of the New World, had ever missed a single tea party. After all, while Big Mom might forget who brought her a present, she never forgot who didn't. These people don't look ordinary at all. Are they all subordinates of the Charlotte Pirates? As they entered Cake Island, Violet glanced at the various leaders from other factions, each one exuding a faint aura of bloodlust, their attire and demeanor clashing sharply with the fairy tale setting of the island. She spoke in a low voice. Some of them could be considered allies, Kakuri nodded, but for the most part the vast majority are subordinates. Even among so-called allies, there was a clear hierarchy, and it was obvious that the Charlotte Pirates held the upper hand. That one over there is the king of shipping. They say he controls the routes of many secret currents in the sea, and that fellow is the funeral parlor tycoon, Drago Piccolo. In reality, he's involved in the trafficking of human organs, and he moonlights as an assassin. As Katakuri introduced them one by one, he was not only giving his companions a rundown, but also making sure their faces were seen by the kings of the underworld. Charlotte Linlin might only care about collecting her tributes, but it was her children who truly maintained the family's vast network of connections. Once you'd made your face known among these titans of the underworld, it became much easier to receive support or intelligence for future ventures. Take Morgan's president of the World News Agency. For gathering information, he was every bit the equal of the world government's CP agents. The Charlotte family's reputation as the most well-informed pirate crew in the New World was in no small part thanks to this media mogul. Then there was the king of shipping. His collection of secret sea charts provided invaluable assistance to the Charlotte Pirates whenever they set their plans in motion. Yet, what caught Minuo's attention most was a beautiful woman with golden hair and striking blue eyes dressed in the latest fashion. Her appearance, both elegant and captivating, Katakuri wasn't particularly surprised. In his view, it was perfectly normal for someone Mino's age to pay attention to pretty girls. Still, he offered a word of caution. That's the Queen of Pleasure Street, Stussy. Be careful. She's not to be trifled with. Quite a few people from the underworld who either made a move on her or crossed her have vanished without a trace. And her age doesn't match her looks at all. In fact, she's actually one of Mom's closest friends. It wasn't a simple feat to be on good terms with Big Mom. Of course, if it was Stussy, that made perfect sense. After all, she was an agent of the CP0 organization. The reason Mino had taken note of Stussy wasn't just because he'd spotted a beautiful woman, but because he had an idea brewing in his mind. You could never collect too many points for future leverage. After all, he furrowed his brow slightly, a plan taking shape in his mind. Turning to Katakuri, he said, Katakuri, I think there might be something off about this Queen of Pleasure Street. Katakuri paused, surprised. He knew Mino's personality well. He never spoke without reason. In a low voice, he asked, What did you see? Mino was always using his far-sighted vision, peering into the distance and training his eyes. Every now and then he'd stumble upon secrets that no one else knew. Katakuri was long used to Mino uncovering things others missed. I once saw the Queen of Pleasure Street meeting with members of the CP organization, Mino said, and judging from the situation, she wasn't cooperating with them. She was clearly the one in charge. What? Katakuri's expression changed. Wasn't unusual for these underground groups to have connections with government intelligence agents. In fact, every power here, including the Charlotte Pirates, would work with government agents if it benefited them. But if Stussy was actually giving orders to government agents, then her true identity was worth investigating. Chapter 28. The marvelous uses of the memory fruit. Are you sure about this? Katakuri asked, his tone grave, a frown knitting his brow. Stussy has been friends with Mom for years, if you're not certain. That's easy to solve, Mino replied with a smile. lowering his voice. "We can have Brule help us out, Boss Katakuri. You can just knock the Queen of Pleasure Street out cold. Then have Brule check her memories to see if there's anything about the CP organization. If I got it wrong, Brule can just snip out the part where we attacked her, problem solved, right?" Katakuri was momentarily taken aback. In the world of pirates, people were truly all brawn and no brains. Anyone with a shred of sense could be called a strategist. Katakuri's intelligence was already considered quite impressive, but even he had never thought of such a cunning move before. In fact, Mino thought it was simply because Brule hadn't fully developed her memory fruit yet. If she could truly alter memories at will, then her devil fruit would probably be the most terrifying power in the entire Charlotte family. Unfortunately, in Brule's hands, the memory fruit was little more than an amnesia fruit. All of her techniques revolve around making people forget. Even after 10 years, she hadn't figured out any other use for it. At best, she'd managed to use it at a distance. "So, what do you think, Boss Katakuri? Are we making a move or not?" Mino looked at the slightly dazed Katakuri, curiosity coloring his words. "Of course we're making a move." Katakuri glanced at Mino and gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. "That's a clever idea. I can't believe I didn't think of it before. Mino, your knack for strategy isn't bad at all." Mino's face broke into an awkward but polite smile. "No, that's just because your brains have all been squeezed out by your muscles. I really don't think this idea is all that brilliant. Any normal person could have come up with it, right?" The truth was, if Mino hadn't doubted his chances against Stussy, he probably wouldn't have told Katakuri about this at all. Instead, he would have snuck off with Brule to do the job himself. Stussy was no pushover, but compared to Katakuri, a top-tier powerhouse on the seas with the ability to foresee the future, she was hardly worth mentioning. Still, Katakuri raised a valid concern. The plan is solid, but the real challenge is knocking Stussy out without a sound. That's not so easy. Katakuri was strong, but anyone who could become a king in the underworld had to have a few tricks up their sleeve. What's more, Stussy was a member of CP, the secret government agency. Her strength was likely extraordinary. Winning wouldn't be a problem, but taking her down instantly was another matter. "Captain Katakuri, you're overthinking it. This is Whole Cake Island. You carry as much authority here as Mama herself. If you want to deal with a subordinate ally, isn't that as easy as pie? Why bother getting your own hands dirty?" Mino scoffed. Making his point, Katakuri's eyes lit up with sudden understanding without another word. He turned and went straight off to find another of the sweet commanders, Charlotte Smoothie. After all, Katakuri's reputation within the Charlotte Pirates was second to none. Charlotte Smoothie, upon hearing Katakuri's request, didn't ask for any reason at all. She simply agreed without hesitation. Without delay, Smoothie, the wielder of the juice fruit, began to offer drinks to the underworld kings gathered there. This was a long-standing tradition at the tea parties, so no one found it suspicious. Stussy, too, ordered a drink made from a blend of fresh flowers, and with a cheerful smile, she took a couple of sips, chatting amiably with the other underworld leaders. But soon, she began to feel waves of dizziness wash over her. What's happening? A flicker of surprise crossed Stussy's mind, but before she could make sense of it, the room seemed to spin and a wave of vertigo swept over her. At that moment, Violet appeared, quickly stepping forward to steady Stussy by the shoulder. "Miss Stussy seems to have had a bit too much. I'll take her to rest," she said. Other underworld kings didn't think much of it. After all, the Charlotte Pirates, even if they were to break the rules, would usually rely on brute force rather than underhanded tricks like drugging their rivals. Such a tactic simply wasn't their style, so no one suspected a thing. Before long, Violet had helped Stussy into a private lounge, where Katakuri, Charlotte, Brule, and several others were already waiting. "Brule, this is our target for today. See if you can extract all her memories," Katakuri instructed. "Don't worry, Katakuri. This is a piece of cake for me," Brule replied with a sly smile. She placed her hand on Stussy's temple, and with a gentle motion, drew out what looked like a long, winding film reel. Stussy's memories laid bare. Everyone crowded around to take a closer look. As they examined the contents, Katakuri's expression darkened. "Just as I feared. She's actually a member of CP0. Katakuri exclaimed, astonished. "I thought she might be with CP9, but it seems she's even more important than I imagined," he muttered, sifting through the trove of intelligence. The more he saw, the grimmer his face became. "Damn it. Nearly all of our family's secrets have been leaked." Even as he spoke, Katakuri prepared to deal with Stussy then and there. "Wait, Katakuri." Mino quickly reached out to stop him. Don't you think this could be a great opportunity? A great opportunity? Katakuri echoed, surprised. What do you mean? Mino pointed at Stussie's extracted memories. Katakuri, do you really believe Stussy is loyal to the world government with all her heart? Katakuri fell silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head. Characters like spies and secret agents often end up at one of two extremes, either exceedingly simple or incredibly complex. Take for example the undercover agents of CP9. These operatives are as straightforward as they come, which is precisely why they're so loyal to the world government. But for someone like Stussy, who has risen to the rank of Queen of the Pleasure District, she's seen the best and the worst the world has to offer. After so many shades of black and white, the world government's brainwashing methods barely leave a mark. She belongs to that complicated breed, the kind who could easily play double or even triple agent. The relationship between the world government and agents like her is nothing more than a web of interests and threats. Loyalty, if Stussy had come from the Revolutionary Army, Minuo might believe she was driven by faith and true allegiance. But someone raised within the world government, someone who's witnessed so much darkness, there's hardly a trace of loyalty to speak of. In fact, Stussy's own memories confirm this. She's always kept backup plans, even against the world government itself, for fear of being discarded. Clearly, she harbors no true loyalty to them. For a person like Stussy, turning her into a double agent is almost effortless. Just get a hold of her secrets, and she'll have no choice but to obey orders. Of course, expecting unwavering loyalty from her is out of the question. But that's where Pudding and Violet come in. As long as her memories can be checked at any time, and with a little mind reading added to the mix, any scheme she might have would be utterly useless. After hearing Minuo's reasoning, Katakuri slowly lowered the hand he had already raised. It's true, the benefits of turning her into a double agent far outweigh those of eliminating her. But how do you plan to get leverage over her? Minuo smiled faintly. Well, don't forget, she's an agent of the world government, with an organization as rotten as the world government. Making their agents turn against them is a breeze, big brother Katakuri. Just leave it to me. Stussy slowly opened her eyes. The confusion in her gaze vanished in the blink of an eye. With a swift motion, she flipped upright and stood, her face guarded as she surveyed the people in the room. But when she truly saw who was present, her expression shifted ever so slightly. She let down her guard and offered a gentle smile instead. There was no other choice. Stussy wasn't foolish. Among her company stood Katakuri and Charlotte Smoothie, arms crossed, towering over her. She knew full well that with her combat skills, she was no match for the sweet commanders of the Charlotte family. In this situation, it was far wiser to behave. At the same time, her mind was racing. Had the Charlotte family discovered something? Had she given herself away? Or was there something they wanted to negotiate with her? Miss Stussy, or should I say the queen bee of Sepiro, Katakuri spoke in a frigid tone. How much longer do you plan on deceiving us? Stussy's eyes narrowed ever so slightly. Even her code name within CP0 had been revealed. There was no doubt now that her cover was completely blown. What had gone wrong? How had her identity been exposed? Where had she slipped up? These questions flashed through Stussy's mind an instant. In the pirate world, strange and uncanny abilities were countless. And within the world government, tangled and complicated interests meant it was hardly an organization with ironclad secrecy. Information leaks were hardly something to be surprised about. She had no idea where her intel had been compromised. At this moment, her only thought was to keep herself alive. Katakuri continued to gaze at her coldly. He noticed her shifting gaze, her face forced into a semblance of calm. But her trembling limbs and the frantic beating of her heart betrayed her fragile front. Right now, he couldn't help but feel a certain admiration for Minuo's insight. Clearly, this queen of the Pleasure District was no martyr willing to die with unyielding resolve. Well then, I'm ready, Minuo said cheerfully, holding up a massive banner and smiling at Stussy. Miss Stussy, would you prefer to live or to die? Stussy drew in a deep, steadying breath. Of course I want to live. What are your terms? Nothing too complicated, Minuo answered with a grin. All you have to do is hold up this banner, and let us take a few photos with a den mushy, taking a glance at the banner in Minuo's hands. Stussy instantly sucked in a sharp breath. Are you trying to get me killed? The banner was emblazoned with an array of insults. Celestial dragons, eat dirt, morons, water on the brain, and more. There were also crossed-out hoof marks of the celestial dragons and defaced flags of the world government. Even ordinary pirates would face relentless pursuit from the Navy and the world government for this kind of open provocation, for a CP0 agent like herself. If these photos were taken and leaked, not only would the Navy admirals and the CP0 chiefs drop everything, they'd hunt her down to the ends of the earth. If it were some more open-minded organization, perhaps a simple report upon her return might suffice and things could be smoothed over. But was the world government that kind of organization, no matter how many merits she might earn, even if she destroyed the Charlotte pirates? If these pirates leaked these photos, her fate would be sealed. There would be no escape. Well, that all depends on your choice, Miss Stussy, Minuo said with a wave and a smile. But I can promise you this. If you refuse to take these photos, you're as good as dead, and your end will be anything but pleasant. Is it like having your soul sucked out, or all the water drained from your body? Or maybe you'd like to try being deep-fried or roasted instead. Minuo's face was all smiles, yet to Stussy, that smile was more terrifying than any demon. She trembled for a long moment before finally lowering her head in surrender. All right, I'll do it. Smacking his lips, Katakuri couldn't shake the feeling that the current scene was a bit ambiguous, almost as if a group of gangsters were forcing a respectable woman into submission. Heaven knows, wasn't this supposed to be Stussy's act? But regardless, Stussy quickly came to terms with her predicament. Composing herself with remarkable speed, she resolutely held up the banner and allowed them to take several photos. After that, Minuo didn't meddle further, though he did keep a copy of one of the photos for himself. Armed with this, commanding the Queen of Pleasure Street in the future would be so much easier. This operation had earned him quite a few karma points as well, though not enough to trigger any significant transformation or initiate a trade. It filled up most of his progress bar. No transformation meant he wouldn't have to face the world's backlash. A blessing in disguise. In truth, Minuo had chosen to expose Stussy's identity on Cake Island partly because he hoped the Charlotte pirates would help bear the brunt for him last time. If not for the intervention of the three Katakuri brothers, he would have been tossed straight to Punk Hazard and captured by Kizura long ago. As for Stussy's affair, the members of the Charlotte family all tacitly agreed not to inform Big Mom immediately. With her volatile temper, breaking such news before her birthday banquet could provoke an outburst. She might just strangle her good sister Stussy on the spot. Katakuri figured it would be better to wait until after the banquet, when Big Mom was in high spirits, to carefully explain the plan to her. That way, the newly turned spy wouldn't be eliminated before she could be of any use. The banquet itself was a great success. Big Mom devoured a birthday cake several stories high all by herself. Just watching her eat was enough to make Minuo feel full. Most of her children were die-hard sweet tooths as well, but since the guest list extended beyond the family this time, the feast wasn't all desserts. Minuo wolfed down his meal, finally filling his belly. Oh, so it's confirmed. Stussy really is an agent of the world government. Big Mom, now satisfied with a cup of black tea in hand, squinted as she listened to her children's report. For all her frequent outbursts and unpredictable moods, Charlotte Lean's intelligence was perfectly clear when she was in her right mind. To say nothing of anything else, let's just talk about her days with the Rocks Pirates. Back then, she was bold and generous, radiating a formidable presence. There was no hint of the foolishness she'd show in later years. Of course, Mino thought it was likely because during that time, Charlotte Lin was surrounded by monsters aboard the Rocks Pirates ship. If she ever lost her wits, she'd probably be beaten to death. So she had no choice but to stay sharp and clear-headed. It was only after she became an emperor of the sea, with no real enemies left, and her children grown and able to handle their own affairs, that she became lazy. Indulging daily in feasts and excess, she ended up with the barrel-like figure she has now. In this era, the red-haired pirates had only just made a name for themselves in the New World. They hadn't truly become one of the 4 emperors yet. As for the other 3 emperors, Kaido and Big Mom had always been close. Would they go through fire and water for each other? Definitely not. But would they give each other some respect and avoid a massive clash? That was perfectly natural. As for Whitebeard, he didn't really have much ambition, and there was still a lingering bond from their days together in the Rocks Pirates. So there wasn't much conflict between Whitebeard and the Charlotte Pirates either. The other great pirates didn't have issues with her and the Navy and world government. Wary of the concentration of pirates in the New World, were reluctant to make a move. It was precisely this kind of environment that led Big Mom to decline into her current state. While Mino's thoughts were spinning along these lines, Katakuri spoke up. That's right, we're planning to turn her into a double agent. And we already have leverage over her. What do you think, Mama? Charlotte Linlin picked up a photo of Stussy holding a banner, a sinister, cold smile spreading across her face. Mama, the crime of deceiving me isn't something that can be brushed aside so easily. As she spoke, Zeus, the cloud in the sky, darkened into a thundercloud. Prometheus, the glowing orb, blazed up with roaring flames. But soon after, Charlotte Linlin calmed herself down. Tell Stussy that if she doesn't offer enough compensation at my next birthday tea party, this photo will spread across the whole sea. Upon hearing this, the members of the Charlotte family exchanged glances and let out a collective sigh of relief. The reason they hadn't brought Stussy here directly was out of fear that Big Mom, in a fit of rage, might snatch away Stussy's soul on the spot. Now it seemed that Big Mom's wits were still intact these days. Charlotte Linlin took a sip of her tea, grabbed a stack of small biscuits the size of pot lids, and tossed them in her mouth as if her mood had settled once more. A smile curled on her lips as she looked at Mino. Mino, isn't it? You did well this time. Is there any reward you'd like? Charlotte Linlin still remembered Minotaur, the three-eyed tribe member, quite vividly. She thought that Minotaur's 3 eyes were much more attractive than those of her own daughter, Charlotte Pudding. For Charlotte Pudding, having a pleasing appearance was already a good impression in itself. What's more, Charlotte Linlin was still dreaming of becoming the Pirate King, and the powers of the three-eyed tribe were an important part of that dream. Minotaur tilted her head slightly, pondering for a moment before speaking. If I have to say, Captain Charlotte, I do have an idea. Captain Charlotte, you value me so highly because of the road poneglyphs, don't you? The redstones that are the key to becoming Pirate King. But as I've heard, there are 4 road poneglyphs in total. Captain Charlotte, as of now, you only possess 1 correct. At these words, Charlotte Linlin's expression grew thoughtful. From the way you say that, do you have a way to help me get the others? Minotaur smiled faintly. Getting them in hand won't be easy, but there's a compromise, though. I'm also a three-eyed tribe member. The ability I've developed is clairvoyance. In other words, no matter where the road poneglyphs are hidden, I can see the text on their surfaces from hundreds or even thousands of miles away. So as long as I know the locations of the other road poneglyphs, even if I can't take them directly, I can copy their contents. However, to translate these copied texts, you'll need someone truly versed in the ancient language. You can't cut corners by relying on the three-eyed tribe's powers or the ability to hear the voice of all things. That was only natural. The voice of all things and the abilities of the three-eyed tribe allowed you to glean information directly from the poneglyphs themselves, but they couldn't reveal anything from mere rubbings or copies. Still, by any measure, this was already much easier than the original task. Nowadays, finding a survivor who could translate the poneglyphs, like the demon child Nico Robin, was no easy feat, but it was far less hellish than collecting all 4 road poneglyphs. As for the 4 redstones, it was already known that Big Mom held one, Kaido had another, and there was one on Zoe Island. Whether the one on Fishman Island was still there was uncertain. If not, it might have ended up with Whitebeard. The problem with the one on Zoe Island was that its precise location couldn't be determined, and the remaining 2 were no easy matter either. Given Kaido's temperament, obtaining the road poneglyph from his hands would definitely require a fierce confrontation. As for the one on Fishman Island, if it was still in its original place, that would be ideal, but if not, and it had indeed gone to Whitebeard, getting past that old lion would be a formidable challenge. So, these were the territories of 2 Yonko crews. Even for a pirate crew as massive as the Charlotte Pirates, obtaining what they want to hear would be nothing short of a hell-level challenge. However, if they only needed to gather some information at the critical moment, that would be much easier. With Mino's clairvoyant ability, all it would take was careful observation from miles away to grasp everything they needed. There would be no need to engage in battle with any other pirate crews. Upon hearing this, Charlotte Linlin paused for a moment, then a joyous, delighted grin spread across her face. Ma. As expected of the clever Mino. Why didn't I think of this myself? Ma. It seems fate intends for me to become the Pirate King after all, Mino thought to himself. How did I suddenly become clever Mino? And are you perhaps underestimating what it takes to become the Pirate King? In reality, although Charlotte Linlin had always harbored ambitions of becoming Pirate King, she never had a concrete plan. Just a vague notion. Cultivate the three-eyed tribe to decipher the poneglyphs, then search for or steal the red poneglyphs. As for whether she could actually succeed, Lin Lin had never truly considered it. It was little more than a distant dream. Yet, after hearing Mino's words for the first time, Lin Lin felt the throne of Pirate King was within reach. Finding Nico Robin might be difficult, but for the Charlotte Pirates going all out, it wasn't an impossible task. At the very least, they now had leads on where the poneglyphs might be, making the odds of success far better than their previous aimless search. With hope in her heart, Big Mom naturally threw her full support behind Mino's operation. For this mission, they couldn't send too many people. None of the famous figures like Katakuri could go. After all, high-profile actions would attract too much attention. Lin Lin's high-ranking children would never be able to sneak past the other Yonko or the Navy unnoticed. Mino's plan was to lead a small team himself, preferably with a few people who weren't affiliated with the Charlotte Pirates and had little reputation. Without hesitation, Charlotte Lin Lin waved her hand and agreed, wholeheartedly, giving him her full backing. She even assigned him a ship crafted from the legendary treasure tree atom and gathered a crew of skilled sailors and shipwrights. Most of the time, the Charlotte Pirates relied on their homies for everything. Crewmates, and even their ships. So they rarely needed professional shipwrights. But this time, secrecy was paramount. They were venturing into other Yonko territories. So it wouldn't do to sail in on a ship marked with all the telltale signatures of the Charlotte Pirates. Ordinary shipwrights, however, would pass unnoticed. In addition, a squad of battle-ready homies would remain hidden in the ship's hold. So long as they stayed out of sight, there would be no problem. As for the navigator, Mino found Violet. The scope of the Glare Fruit's vision reached as far as 4,000 kilometers, though the perspective was more akin to that of a satellite high above the sky. A bird's-eye view, lacking any true X-ray ability. While this power gave her a wider range than Mino currently possessed, it was certainly less effective than Mino's evil eye when it came to actually finding things. Mino's evil eye not only had a built-in telescopic function, but could also see through objects, and, if he knew what he was looking for, it allowed him to lock onto the target with considerable accuracy. In Yu Yu Hakusho, High transplanted the evil eye specifically to track people and objects so naturally, it excelled in that regard. With Violet joining the crew, Kairos didn't leave either. Partly he was concerned for his sister-in-law's safety, and partly, since he had only recently joined the Big Mom Pirates and had yet to make a public appearance, it was only natural for him to come along. Mino also handpicked Baby 5 and the towering Tyrone, bringing the total to 4 officers plus Mino himself. Enough to set sail right away. None of these crew members had made much of a name for themselves, and few outsiders even realized they belonged to the Big Mom Pirates. Even if someone did know, they were considered minor officers. None of them were children of Big Mom herself, so they were unlikely to draw much attention or stir up trouble with the outside world. A few days later, after all preparations were complete, Mino and his companions set out to sea. This expedition had 2 purposes: to stir up more chaos and to search for devil fruits. Having spent a long time in the world of pirates, Mino had already discovered that the legendary Red the Aloof, the Red Count himself, had once roamed this world. The Red Count was a character from the movie adaptations, counted among the most powerful pirates in the world, though he had since been delivered to him held down by the Navy hero Garp. Mino, however, cared little for these details. What mattered to him was that if the Red Count existed, then the events of the movie must have happened as well. In other words, the powerful mythical Zoan-type vampire fruit must also exist in this world. Fortunately, the Charlotte Pirates were the most well-informed crew in the entire New World. It took Mino quite some time, but he eventually tracked down the location of the vampire fruit as depicted in the movie, the secluded and unremarkable Sleepy Vale town. That desolate place was so remote and lacking in resources that it was left unmarked on most maps. Ordinary factions would be utterly clueless about its existence, which explained why the vampire fruit had never surfaced. The crew members selected for this mission had no idea what the objective was, as the matter was highly confidential. Aside from Mino, only Big Mom Katakuri and Charlotte Smoothie, who were present at the time, knew the true purpose. The rest of the Charlotte family, let alone these hand-picked subordinates, were completely in the dark. At the time of assigning them their tasks, I simply told them to follow Mino's every instruction, and, of course, Mino took the opportunity to bend the rules for his own benefit. deciding to search for the vampire fruit first. The environment of a new world may be harsh, but with Violet and Mino, two navigators blessed with extraordinary clairvoyance. Unless something disastrous like last time happened, such as the world itself turning against them, there really wouldn't be much to worry about. Roughly 5 or 6 days into their voyage, Mino and his group arrived at Sleepy Hollow Town. The hiding place of the vampire fruit was quite concealed, but in a world of pirates where there were no such things as barrier, spells, or the like, nothing could escape Mino's evil eye and its power of X-ray vision. Once he pinpointed the location, all it took was a careful search, and Mino easily discovered where the devil fruit was hidden. Mino instructed the others to restock their supplies in Sleepy Hollow Town, while he sneaked off with Baby 5. Together, they slipped away to a mysterious underground place. It was hard to say whether it was a crypt or a subterranean temple. There they found the purplish-red vampire fruit. During this period, he noticed his karma points steadily increasing. Clearly, after Stussy became a double agent, she'd had some impact on the world's balance. Though the vampire fruit didn't have much influence in the main storyline. After all, it belonged to a movie arc and was more of an optional element. As a top-tier, mythical Zoan devil fruit, it still carried a certain weight. Now that he had obtained this mythical Zoan fruit, it filled the last gap in his karma points. Sensing that his karma points had finally reached the threshold, Mino didn't hesitate. He immediately proceeded with the exchange. Once karma points underwent a qualitative change. The world's backlash probably wouldn't be far behind, so he had to act quickly. As soon as he entered the golden scale space, Mino placed the vampire fruit onto the balance. Instantly, several golden flashes shot across the void. It seems there are fewer choices than before. The rarer the item, the narrower the range of options. Perhaps that was the case. After all, the rarer an item, the more precious it became. There simply weren't many things at the very top of the pyramid. Mino mused on. This as he examined the 4 golden light clusters he had been offered this time. The Holy Grail, the cup that held the blood of Jesus originating from the Christian world. When filled with wine, those who drink for the Holy Grail are cured of all ailments, their wounds heal, their lifespans lengthen, disabilities vanish. Youth is restored, the mind is calmed, and every negative affliction of body and soul is healed. God created the world in 7 days. Thus the Grail's power also cycles every 7 days. It fully recharges 7 days after each use. Whoa, this thing is insane. It's even more overpowered than a Senzu bean. Not only did it possess the Senzu bean's legendary ability to fully restore someone as long as their life still lingered, but could also heal injuries and bring back lost youth. Although it couldn't grant immortality, its life-extending effects were surely nothing to scoff at. At the very least, it could probably let someone live for 100 or 200 years. Anything less would hardly be worthy of the name Holy Grail. The only catch was the 7-day recovery period, which was a bit of an issue, but considering the miraculous power of that cup, such a minor drawback was almost negligible. Let's see what else there is. Mino mused for a moment, then continued reading Blood God Scripture, a legendary scripture said to have been born from the Blood Sea, though some claim it was created by the ancestor of the Nether River through the Blood God's son. Originating from the world of the legend of the swordsman of Shushan, mastering this technique allows one to transform into the Blood God's son with a single pounce. It can drain all the blood and vitality from a victim, and even wear the victim's skin to impersonate the dead. After being adapted by the laws of the pirate world, it shares characteristics with Logia-type powers. Unless one possesses armament haki, conqueror's haki, or the abilities of fire or lightning, they cannot harm a user. Though the Blood God Scripture was impressive, Mino shook his head. He had actually read the legend of the swordsman of Shushan and knew that in the end, mastering this art meant becoming a Blood God's son. No longer human. This was no vampire fruit, where one could at least retain human form. In fact, the very first step in cultivating the Blood God Scripture was to peel off one's own skin. Eventually, even one's internal organs would turn into pure blood essence, fusing the body and soul into a being of blood, with the human form nothing more than an outer shell. While Mino longed for power, he had no desire to become some bizarre Blood God's son. He kept reading Demon Bloodline, primordial edition from the world of Demon Slayer, grants an almost true form of immortality. Apart from sunlight, it's nearly impossible to kill. The user can awaken special blood demon arts, Demon Slayer. The power is indeed formidable, and being a purely physical ability fits perfectly with the pirate world, but the downsides are just too severe: vulnerability to sunlight, the need to consume human flesh. These two flaws alone would make Mino crazy to ever consider the demon bloodline, River of Death. Hermes Bird is my name, devouring my own wings to master my heart from the world of Helsing. This is the secret art of Alucard, king of the vampires. It allows him to absorb the lives and souls of others into his own blood, with each life serving as a substitute for his own death. Through this, Alucard achieved near-infinite vitality, but the souls absorbed also place a burden on the host, potentially leading to split personalities, mental chaos, and a host of other consequences. Mino blinked in astonishment. What a twisted ability. So if I slaughtered hundreds of ordinary people, I'd have hundreds of extra lives. His gaze flickered back and forth between the glowing orbs of the Holy Grail and the River of Death. In terms of combatability, the River of Death was clearly leagued beyond the Holy Grail. Putting everything else aside, now that Mino possessed the River of Death, all he had to do was absorb a few thousand ordinary souls, and he'd have a nerve to challenge one of the four emperors head-on. Thousands of lives. Even if he couldn't win, it would be nearly impossible for the four emperors to take Mino down. But the footnote that followed left Mino rather uneasy. When a heap of souls is forced into a single body, can that person really turn out all right? Mino certainly didn't think so. Dissociative identity, fractured consciousness. Those would be the best-case scenarios. There was even a real risk of having his mind entirely overtaken by others. After all, this was just a skill, not a transformation into the true vampire king. The side effects he suspected would be far more severe for him. After much consideration, Mino still didn't dare to use such a monstrous ability as the River of Death outright. That vampire king could absorb nearly 3 million souls and still maintain his own identity only because of his unique vampire lineage. If Mino tried the same, who knew if he'd end up a raving madman, lost to himself forever? In that case, the Holy Grail is my only option. But the Grail won't do much to boost my combat abilities right now, and the backlash from the world's consciousness is probably about to hit. Oh well, even with cheats, it's nearly impossible to rise to the top without any consequences whatsoever. I'll take the Grail, without a second thought. Mino chose the Holy Grail. Though, as a monster, he already belonged to the ranks of the Undying and was nearly immune to disease. At the very least, he could use the Holy Grail like a sense of being in times of need. A brilliant golden light, radiant as a shooting star, plunged into Mino's hands and became the imprint of a golden cup. When Mino exited the space and opened his eyes, he immediately noticed that the same cup-shaped mark had appeared on the palm of his physical body. He narrowed his eyes, and with a flicker of intent, the mark dissolved instantly, leaving a silver goblet in his hand. He ran his fingers over the silver goblet. It was crafted from ordinary silver, not even a particularly high purity. Perhaps because so many ages had passed, a faint black tarnish coated its surface. It might not have looked impressive, but as Mino stroked the Holy Grail, a serene and uplifting feeling washed over him, a subtle sense of sanctity flowing through the cup. More than that, Mino could feel a gentle, almost invisible bond connecting him to the Grail itself. He placed the cup on the ground and took a few steps away. With a thought, the golden cup mark reappeared on his palm, and the Holy Grail vanished from the ground without a trace. Not bad at all. This way, I don't have to worry about someone snatching the Grail from me, Mino thought with satisfaction. Now he could use the Grail a bit more freely. Otherwise, with his current strength, he'd never dare to take it out in the open. The risk of it being stolen was simply too great. Mino used his observation haki to sense his surroundings, and feeling no imminent danger for the time being, guessed that the backlash from the world would still give him a little respite. He casually found a tavern in town and bought a bottle of wine. Evening arrived quickly. The ancient town of Shuei was just an ordinary place. After circling around a couple of times and replenishing their supplies, the group found there wasn't much else to do, so they soon returned. As soon as they came back, everyone saw Mino under the night sky, sitting on the edge of the ship's deck with a small silver goblet in his hand. Though the goblet looked rather plain, it immediately drew everyone's attention. The cup itself was simple, but the wine within exuded an intoxicatingly sweet aroma, and in the moonlight it shimmered with a ruby brilliance almost as dazzling as fresh blood. The wine was nothing special, just something Mino had picked up from a roadside shop. It wasn't poor quality, but it certainly wasn't anything luxurious either yet. Once that ordinary wine was poured into the silver goblet, it was instantly transformed into its current enchanting state. Mino turned his head and glanced at the group, his gaze finally resting on Cyrus. He extended the goblet and offered it to him. "Have a drink." The words came out of nowhere, but the fragrance from the wine was simply irresistible. The scent alone was enough to make everyone feel as if they were floating, their minds blissfully blank. Cyrus, usually so stern and never one to act out of turn, took the goblet, as if in a trance, and downed it. In one gulp, a warmth spread through Cyrus's body, but he shivered, as if a chill had poured into his heart. Instantly, all his worries and anger melted away, leaving only pure joy and comfort. At the same time, he felt as though a 1,000-pound burden had been lifted from him, his body growing light as air. Moments later, a crimson glow stretched from the stump of his severed leg, and in the blink of an eye, a new leg grew out. The others stared in shock. What kind of miracle elixir was this? After all, Cyrus's leg had been cut clean off at the thigh, and now it had completely regenerated, calling it a miracle was no exaggeration. As for the questions swirling in their minds, Mino offered no explanations. The leg was healed. What more did they need to know? Why bother with so many questions? Cyrus himself was overwhelmed with emotion. For a warrior, a leg was far more crucial than a hand. When Sand Crocodile lost a hand, he simply fitted a hook, and his fighting prowess was nearly restored with little impact. But for Cyrus, having lost a leg, especially the knee and part of the thigh, the difference was night and day. This made it impossible for him to find any leverage in battle, and his mobility was greatly restricted as well. His combat effectiveness was nearly cut in half, if not more. Now that Kairos had fully recovered, in terms of sheer fighting power, he was no less formidable than Minos in his normal state. If anything, his only shortcoming was in observation hockey. If Minos didn't transform into the evil-eyed king, he might not necessarily be able to defeat Kairos at all. That was why, after much thought, Minos realized that this was the only way to strengthen his forces. He had no idea when the backlash from the world's consciousness would come, but he could sense an impending crisis. There wasn't much time left. Since he couldn't increase his own strength, he decided to empower his subordinates instead. With every bit more fighting power, there was a bit more hope. Another benefit was that he gained Kairos and Violet's gratitude. Previously, the two of them only had an ordinary superior, subordinate relationship with Minos. They certainly didn't have any fondness for the Big Mom pirates, and had only joined because they needed protection. Both of them had high moral standards, so their loyalty could be counted on, but expecting them to risk their lives outright was out of the question. But now things were different. Kairos felt deeply indebted, and though he didn't dare say outright that he would devote himself entirely to Minos, his actions spoke volumes. Minos, for his part, didn't feel the slightest bit guilty about accepting this loyalty. In fact, the Holy Grail hadn't just healed Kairos's broken leg. It had mended his old hidden injuries, restored the vitality he'd lost through years of battle and training, and even returned him to the prime of his youth. In a sense, the current Kairos was undoubtedly much stronger than he had ever been, even before his leg was crippled. It was just that these improvements weren't so obvious at first glance. After Kairos had recovered, Minos didn't immediately take everyone and leave sleeping ancient town. It was safer to stay near the island, because who knew where the world's consciousness might toss them if they set sail? Still, it was only until the second night that the sense of crisis grew so sharp that Minos knew danger was on its way again. From the once dark night sky, a strange ship drifted down, accompanied by a chilling maniacal laughter that echoed, "Cage ha 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 ha," so loudly that all of sleeping ancient town, and even the entire island, began to tremble. "What's going on, Captain Minos?" Kairos looked up at the sky, his voice tinged with astonishment. At that moment, Violet, Baby 5, and Tyrone were all asleep, now aroused. They still hadn't fully processed what was happening and remained in their rooms. Only Kairos, whose mind and body were now brimming with energy thanks to the Holy Grail, and who, after so long unable to train due to his injury, had been practicing swordsmanship on deck, was awake and alert. Looks like we're in trouble again. Mino let out a sigh and began to speak. A ship soaring in the sky. Wild laughter echoing above, and now trembling ships and islands rising into the air. Mino knew perfectly well who had arrived. It was none other than another character from the movie arcs, the legendary pirate of the previous era. Golden Lion Shiki, speaking of Luffy's movies. Those old-time pirates from the previous generation have pretty much all faced defeat. Red Count, Golden Lion, Devil's Heir, World Destroyer, and the like. But in theory, these guys aren't much weaker than the four emperors. Perhaps you could say they're a bunch of slightly faded, worn-out versions of them. Honestly, movie version Luffy is like a cheat code. As for Mino, there's no way he could ever take down Golden Lion himself. Come to think of it, Mino had once hoped that Fate's backlash would at least play fair and only send opponents a bit stronger than their current strength. But every time, it's top-tier powerhouses making their entrance. Golden Lion just had the bad luck of missing the era's latest upgrades. That's why he doesn't have all three forms of haki. But in the real world, whether Golden Lion truly lacks those powers, Mino couldn't say for sure. Even if the rudder stuck in his head somehow robbed him of haki, just his swordsmanship and devil fruit abilities alone would let him trounce Mino like an adult playing with a child. At this moment, the rest of the crew emerged from below deck, and the entire pirate ship had started to rise into the clouds. Mino had no intention of struggling. What was the point? Jumping into the open sea would probably be even more dangerous than getting hauled up by Golden Lion. If my guess is right, the one we're facing now is none other than the legendary pirate Golden Lion, Mino declared outright. It wasn't yet the time, 10 years from now, when Luffy would set sail. It had been less than a decade since Garp and Sengoku defeated Golden Lion, so the others still knew of his reputation. You mean the Golden Lion who almost forced Pirate King Roger into a corner? Baby Five gasped, her whole body shivering, and tears nearly welling up at her eyes. Doesn't that mean we're doomed this time? Who knows? We'll just have to see how things play out. Mino replied, as the ship picked up speed, soaring ever higher. Already thousands of meters above the waves, far too late for any desperate leaps. By the way, Baby Five, are you able to transform into that Batmobile now? Mino glanced at her and asked, Huh? Baby Five blinked in surprise. I think so. I've pretty much got the schematics figured out. Good. Mino nodded slightly, then looked over at Violet. When we reach Golden Lion's domain, please, everyone, follow my lead. Don't reveal your abilities just yet. Violet and Cyrus both nodded, while Talon scratched his head in confusion. Mino, are you thinking we should ambush them? He asked. Mino curled his lip and shook his head. You're overthinking it. The Golden Lion is a pirate on the same level as our captain, Charlotte Linlin. Do you really think you could ambush our captain? Talon recalled the terrifying image of Charlotte Linlin. Ambush her? Wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? A head-on fight was clearly out of the question. Even if Mino had chosen the Death River power back then and absorbed the life force of hundreds or even thousands of people from sleeping ancient town, he still wouldn't stand a chance against the Golden Lion. Immortality? The Golden Lion's abilities are the perfect counter to that. With a single line's ground attack, he'd bury you deep underground, leaving you to suffer through endless cycles of death and rebirth. And that was assuming Mino was at his current strength, which, to be honest, was about on par with the Straw Hat Luffy who fought the Golden Lion in the original story. But who is Straw Hat Luffy? He's the protagonist. If I don't know my own limits and try to take on the Golden Lion solo, I'd probably end up finished with just one slash or a line's ground from him, with a thunderous crash. The entire pirate ship slammed onto the floating island above. Fortunately, the pirate ship forged from Treasure Tree Atom was as sturdy as legend said, and suffered no major damage. Still looking out at the endless stretch of sea now thousands, maybe even tens of thousands, of meters below, everyone realized there was no going back, at least for now. Besides Mino and his crew, many residents from sleeping ancient town had also been taken captive and brought up here. Hovering in midair was a man with a mane of golden hair, his face beaming with pride as he surveyed the scene below, atop his head. Sat what looked like a decorative ship's helm, a thick cigar clenched between his teeth. His legs had been replaced by two gleaming swords, and every inch of him radiated wild, unrestrained energy. At this moment, he sized up the newcomers as if inspecting goods. But when his gaze landed on Mino's pirate ship, especially on the homie soldiers aboard, his expression shifted ever so slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Homies, are you the lackeys of that madwoman, Charlotte Linlin? Back in the day, The Golden Lion and Charlotte Linlin had been comrades of sorts both, serving as crew on the Rocks Pirates ship. Of course, the Rocks Pirates weren't exactly like the Straw Hat Pirates. The relationships among the crew were complicated at best. After the group broke up, everyone fought over territory, and whatever camaraderie they'd had evaporated quickly. There were also cliques within the Rocks Pirates. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido were on good terms. Silver Axe, Wang Ji, and Captain John were another close-knit group. The Golden Lion, with his rebellious temperament, got along best with Whitebeard, who, aside from the captain, was the strongest on the crew. As for the relationship with Charlotte Linlin, that's purely a matter of mutual interest. Still, there's a sliver of personal sentiment between them, and that's what piqued Golden Lion's curiosity. The real reason Golden Lion impulsively decided to capture people this time was simply because he'd run low on test subjects for the IQ drug experiments on his floating island. So he just swooped down and snatched a few people to use as human guinea pigs. Of course, the will of the world surely played a part. Otherwise, what are the odds that Golden Lion would just happen to end up in the New World right now? But he hadn't expected that this time he'd stumble upon something else of value. Suddenly experimenting on his captives didn't seem quite so urgent. Yes, we are under Captain Charlotte's command. Mino stepped forward and spoke up. You are the legendary pirate Admiral Golden Lion? He asked. Gah! So there are people in this world who still remember my name? That's right. I am Golden Lion Shiki. Golden Lion let out a hearty laugh and cast a glance at Mino. It's rare for someone to recognize me. You must hold no small rank among that madwoman Charlotte Linlin's crew, am I right? I'm just a minor officer. Nothing special, Mino replied modestly. Golden Lion's gaze lingered for a moment on the third eye in the middle of Mino's forehead, and with a meaningful tone he said, if that crazy woman Charlotte Linlin didn't trust you, she'd never dare let a rare three-eyed tribe member like you leave Tato land. If the Lunarians were destined for extinction and King was their only survivor, then the three-eyed tribe was in hardly a better state. If anything, only slightly less dire. Naturally, for Charlotte Linlin, whose dream was to build a utopia, she'd never let a hard-won subordinate from the three-eyed tribe just disappear. If Mino wasn't strong enough, he'd never have been allowed to leave Tato land. Mino's strength was indeed considerable. At the very least, he could be counted among the mid-level officers in a Yonko crew. Not quite on par with the Sweet Commanders, but certainly ranked among the higher officers. Of course, that was factoring in his demon eye. King form, if he held back, he wouldn't really count as a powerhouse. In fact, there were at least 20 or 30 people in Tato land stronger than him. Even without holding anything back, there were probably a good dozen who surpassed him. Such strength in the New World was neither weak nor particularly strong. If Mino hadn't come up with a scheme to sneak a look at the red poneglyph, gaining his freedom and sailing on his own terms would have been no easy task. I wouldn't say I'm all that powerful. Certainly not compared to a legendary pirate like you. My strength is hardly worth mentioning. Gehahaha. The Golden Lion seemed quite pleased by this invisible flattery. He threw his head back and let out a hearty laugh then, without warning, lifted his leg and unleashed a roaring golden slash. Damn. Is this guy part dog or something? He turns hostile at the drop of a hat. Mino cursed inwardly, but his hands moved without a moment's hesitation. With his blade wrapped in armament hockey, he drew it in a swift, slicing motion. A long arc of sword energy shot out, clashing head-on with the golden slash. The two waves of energy tangled in the air for a moment, before both shattered into countless fragments, tiny shards. Of sword energy flew in every direction, and the still-dazed residents of the sleeping old town were suddenly struck all over, their bodies sliced and stinging. Cries of pain and terror erupted as people scrambled away in a desperate, stumbling rush. That strike from the Golden Lion was nothing more than a casual blow, hardly a real technique. Just a basic attack. Even so, Mino had poured every ounce of strength into his own slash, channeling both hockey and the force of his quick draw. He'd almost gone full Demon Eye King right then and there. The difference in power between the two was painfully clear. Not bad, kid, but let's see if you can handle this. The Golden Lion roared, wave slash. If that last attack was just a basic move, then this was more like a special skill. The golden sword energy surged, transforming into a terrifying shockwave dozens of meters high, crashing down toward Mino's head. There was no way to dodge. If he tried to run, the Golden Lion would never let him go. Mino had no choice now but to reveal everything he had. A faint black aura shimmered over his entire body. The evil eye on his forehead snapped open, and at the same moment, dozens of eyes blinked open all over his body. Demon Eye King mode activated. Fortunately, Mino was wrapped tightly in his clothing, otherwise everyone would have seen the grotesque eyes sprouting from all over him. Once transformed, he felt his strength, speed, and endurance surge dramatically, his physical abilities skyrocketing. At the same time, a fierce, violent killing intent began to boil up within him. Mino had transplanted the evil eye, becoming an evil eye master. And what is an evil eye master? A monster. Monsters by nature aren't exactly known for their calm or peaceful temperament. In Yu Yu Hakusho, the monsters who appeared might not all be bloodthirsty maniacs, but nearly every one of them was fiercely combative. Although his demon aura had been cut off in the world of One Piece, and the violent urges brought on by the evil I had lessened, the effect was still far from gone. Now, at this life-or-death moment, as he transformed into the Demon Eye King, that long-simmering killing intent erupted like a flood. With this overwhelming bloodlust and his dramatically enhanced physique, Mino's armament haki escalated to a new level. He unleashed another quick-draw slash, this one forming a blade of energy dozens of meters long, which collided head-to-head with the Golden Lion shockwave. With a thunderous crash, the earth itself was torn apart as wild bursts of energy shot out in all directions. When the two forces collided, a narrow ravine was carved into the ground. Ha! Not bad, you three-eyed brat. Why don't you come and serve under me? The Golden Lion bellowed, for someone to take his attack head-on. It was clear. This kid had some real strength. Besides, if he gave Charlotte Linlin a little face, there was no harm in taking this one in as a subordinate. What's that? What if you can't withstand my blow? Well, then you could just die. The great Golden Lion had no use for weaklings on his crew. Mino drew 2 deep breaths. Fine, but all of my other crew members must be allowed to leave. I'm not negotiating with you. The Golden Lion's eyes grew cold. Join me, and they get to live. Refuse, and you all die. But Mino replied with calm confidence, Lord Golden Lion, I believe my value is well worth you making an exception. Oh, and what value would that be? The Golden Lion sneered. Don't try to tell me you can read the poem glyphs. I'm not Roger. I have no obsession with the final island. Of course not, Mino replied with a shake of his head. Among the three-eyed tribe, the powers of our third eye differ depending on how it's awakened. My ability happens to be one of the rarest. Clairvoyance. Naturally, this was nothing but bold-faced nonsense. But with the three-eyed tribe nearly extinct, even if you asked Charlotte Brûlé or Charlotte Linlin themselves, they wouldn't know what abilities the tribe had. As for the Golden Lion, a brute like him would be even more clueless. With clairvoyance, Lord Golden Lion, you'd never again have to worry about storms or disasters at sea. Even if my navigation skills are ordinary, my talent alone surpasses the best navigators alive. Truth be told, if it came down to ability, Violet, behind Mino, was the real prodigy. Her glare fruit let her scan 4,000 kilometers of sky, far beyond the 500 kilometers Mino's so-called clairvoyance could cover. But the Golden Lion had no way of knowing that. When he heard that Mino possessed a 500-kilometer range, he was overjoyed. After all, that sudden, devastating storm during his legendary battle with Roger had haunted him for years. It was precisely because of this that the Golden Lion was desperate for a top-tier navigator, just as Big Mom craved the finest pastry chefs and rarest races deal. If you truly have this ability, then I'll let them all go, the Golden Lion declared without hesitation. Wait, this... Cyrus opened his mouth, as if wanting to say something. Mino glanced at him and shook his head. Don't worry, whether it's the Charlotte Pirates or the Golden Lion's ship, it doesn't make much difference to me. Yes, to Mino, whether it was the Charlotte Pirates or the Golden Lion Pirates, they were both just companies in his eyes. This guy was nothing more than a company employee. Switching jobs? He felt no mental burden about that at all. As for the idea of comrades, well, neither of these. Pirate crews was like the Straw Hat crew or the red-haired crew. Even if they were, Mino doubted he could stay with them for long. After all, he had a modern mindset completely out of sync with the people of this pirate world. Besides, Captain Golden Lion, if I'm going to switch pirate crews, at the very least let me tell Captain Charlotte first. As he spoke, Mino had already taken out his din mushy. Jaya, leave that to me, Golden Lion laughed, snatching the din mushy right out of Mino's hand. Without hesitation, he began to contact Charlotte Linlin directly. Mino gave a slight shrug. If Golden Lion was willing to take the blame for this, all the better for him. What happened next didn't need much elaboration. No matter how furious and wild Charlotte Linland became, it was pointless. She was up against the Golden Lion with full mobility, and there was nothing she could do. Afterward, Mino reached out to Charlotte Linland again. Sorry, Captain Charlotte. The difference in strength is just too great. I have to prioritize the safety of the others for now. A cold, icy voice came through the din mushy. Don't worry, Mino. Stay with Golden Lion for a while. That old lion won't have his way for long. When the time comes, I'll bring you back myself. Mino thought to himself, yeah, keep boasting. Isn't the whole Charlotte family just you who can fly? How are you going to catch the Golden Lion? Still, he didn't push her buttons. After all, if things ever got too rough with Golden Lion, he'd need somewhere to go once the call ended. Mino discussed the situation with the others. Baby 5 immediately spoke up. No, if Lord Mino isn't leaving, then I'll stay right here too. If you want to stay, then stay, Mino replied, glancing at Baby 5. He had fully expected Baby 5 to stay behind. In fact, if Baby 5 really did leave, Mino would have been in trouble. After all, if things went south, Baby 5, who could transform into a bat-like fighter jet, was his only means of escape. Otherwise, stranded on Golden Lion's floating island with no way up or down, Mino wouldn't even be able to run if he wanted to. He had the others leave for this very reason. The bat fighter that Baby 5 could transform into wasn't large enough. At most, it could carry only Minotaur. If one day he had to escape and left the others behind, there was no telling if Golden Lion wouldn't unleash his anger on them. Otherwise, aside from Tyrone, who might have shown a hint of loyalty, did it really matter where the rest of them ended up? Was there truly any meaningful difference for Violet and Kairos between being with Big Mom's pirate crew or Golden Lions? Of course, Kairos had his wife and child, and Violet's father and sister were all with Big Mom's crew. If he truly made them stay, they would surely refuse. Otherwise, if Minotaur simply revealed Violet's abilities and promised them even better treatment than what they received with Big Mom, even if he slipped away quietly, Golden Lion would have no reason to punish them. Golden Lion simply added a floating ability to their pirate ship and sent everyone off. Baby 5, however, seemed indifferent, cheerfully choosing to stay behind. As for Violet and the others, though, they were anxious. They knew Golden Lion wouldn't dare lay a finger on Minotaur, his precious asset. At the very least, her safety was guaranteed. In fact, their staying would only create more chaos. Once the group had departed, Golden Lion burst out in raucous laughter, leading Minotaur and Baby 5 to tour his island. With a wave of his hand, a band of pirate grunts seized the people from Sleeping Valley and dragged them over. Minotaur had nothing to say about it. If your fists aren't strong enough, don't dream of changing the world. Without true power, there's no room for misplaced sympathy. Golden Lion Sky Islands weren't just a single island, but an entire archipelago, no different from a small country. The population numbered at least 70 or 80,000, yet Golden Lion had neither the patience nor the inclination to govern. The residents of these islands lived under a rough, almost primitive system. Short on food, the pirates would simply raid for supplies. Need laborers? They'd snatch up a few sturdy folks. If he wanted test subjects, he'd grab people at random. Even for repairs or shipbuilding, it was the same story. A few unlucky souls would be forced into it. Management? There simply wasn't any to speak of. Moreover, Golden Lion cultivated a plant called IQ on his islands, which made all the animals there vicious and sparked the spread of numerous viruses. Life for the inhabitants was a living nightmare, beset by danger and suffering at every turn. This time, the people from Sleeping Valley were being taken as experimental subjects specifically because Golden Lion needed a group of pure, virus-free humans. Otherwise, he could have just snatched people from the islands themselves. Beyond all this, Golden Lion also commanded over a dozen allied pirate captains and a force of more than 2,000 men. In Minus's eyes, these so-called crew members were already doing well just to scrape by in the first half of the Grand Line. Compared to the crews of the other 4 emperors, they were essentially a pile of useless rabble. As for Golden Lion's most trusted subordinates, there was one named Dr. Indigo, a scientist dressed up like a clown, and a pet gorilla. That was it. What's that? You want to know about their fighting strength? Minus reckoned he could take on 10 Dr. Indigos by himself. In other words, on this whole island, aside from Golden Lion, Minus was probably the strongest around. Was this really the lineup of a 4 emperors crew? This was even worse than most of the warlords of the sea. Even Crocodile's Baroque works probably outclassed Golden Lion's group. Of course, Golden Lion had no idea what Minos was thinking, though he could sense a faint trace of contempt in his expression. He knew his current subordinates were quite unimpressive, but it wasn't as if he had much choice. Back in that naval battle, the flying pirates had been nearly wiped out, and he'd ended up with a ship's helm lodged in his head. After Roger was imprisoned, Golden Lion stormed Marineford alone, only to be subdued by Sengoku and Garp and sent straight to Impel Down. With their captain locked up, the remnants of Golden Lion's crew already demoralized by that disastrous battle, quickly scattered to the winds. By the time Golden Lion escaped by cutting off his own legs, he simply had neither the means nor the will to track down his former crew, now scattered to every corner of the world. In the end, only his most loyal follower, the ship's doctor and scientist Dr. Indigo, remained at his side. But Dr. Indigo was never much of a fighter to begin with. His combat ability was hardly worth mentioning. As for the rest, they were a motley bunch at best. Most of them were pirates whom Golden Lion, now a little unhinged, had swept up while hauling islands into the sky. Their quality was all over the place. Still, Golden Lion didn't want his newly recruited subordinates to look down on him, so he decided to show Minos his proudest achievement, a berserk drug extracted from IQ plants. To be fair, this stuff really worked. It could make animals go berserk and grow to enormous size, boosting their combat power more than tenfold, almost on par with Kaido's artificial Zoan users. And in terms of cost and success rate, it far surpassed artificial devil fruits, which only had a 10% success rate. The berserk drug, on the other hand, succeeded every single time. However, the real issue was, animals driven berserk by this drug aren't exactly under our control, are they? Minos blinked and turned to Golden Lion, voicing his concern. The Golden Lion shook the ship's helm embedded in his head. Gah, it doesn't matter. As long as I bring the island down now, these monsters will tear our enemies to pieces. With these savage beasts under my control, I can finally destroy the entire East Blue. Mino glanced at him and immediately recognized that the Golden Lion was having another episode. Who could say what strange ideas were rattling around in that man's head now? Ever since that ship's helm had gotten stuck in his skull, the Golden Lion had been far from normal, storming Marine headquarters, creating these useless rampaging animals, plotting to wipe out the whole East Blue. The Golden Lion's thinking had grown increasingly bizarre. With that in mind, Mino spoke up. So, Captain Golden Lion, why exactly do we need to destroy the East Blue? At Mino's question, the Golden Lion's face twisted in anger. Those Marines, they dared to execute Roger in the weakest of the seas, the East Blue. It's an insult to him, an insult to all pirates. I'll make them pay for this. Destroying the East Blue is just the first step. Mino blinked in bewilderment. What kind of twisted logic was that? How did Roger's execution in East Blue become a shame for all pirates? With a puzzled tone, he said, wasn't Roger from the East Blue? Maybe they executed him there, so he could return to his roots. The Golden Lion paused, momentarily thrown off. Ever since the helm had lodged itself in his head and started pressing on his nerves, he'd been a little unhinged. The fact that a man with the float fruit would give up all mobility to attack Marine headquarters head-on was proof enough of his madness. But now, hearing Mino's words, he found an unexpected sense of logic there. He mulled it over, but the more he thought, the more his head throbbed. In a daze, he mumbled, so, I shouldn't destroy the East Blue. Then what am I supposed to do? How should I know what you should do? Mino couldn't help but look exasperated. In truth, among pirates, the Golden Lion had always been a bit like Kaido, a formidable figure. But unlike Kaido's unpredictable temper or his rough exterior that had a calculating mind, the Golden Lion's schemes were usually out in the open. Ever since the helm got stuck in his skull, though, he'd become almost comical. Along the journey, Mino had seen him zoning out, acting clueless, and staring off into space more times than he could count. Thinking about it, it was hardly surprising that a muddled mind would get stuck on a question like this. But now, seeing the Golden Lion's face growing redder by the second, Mino began to worry he might just pass out from high blood pressure. If the Golden Lion fainted, that was one thing. But if the whole island came crashing down, Mino would be in real trouble. After thinking for a while, Mino spoke up. Lord Golden Lion, as I recall, your ambition used to be conquering the entire world, right? Now, if you don't want to destroy the EC, why not go back to conquering the world instead? Conquer the world. The Golden Lion pondered for a moment, then clapped his hands. Yes, that's right. My dream was always to rule the whole world. Damn it, it's all Roger's fault. If he'd joined forces with me back then, this world would already be mine. Here I keep bragging. Mino rolled his eyes ever so slightly. With so many monsters in the rocks, pirates, and even they couldn't conquer the world, who do you think you are, Golden Lion? Do you have protagonist armor or something? No, all you have is a ship's helm stuck to your head. Very good. If I want to rule the world, my first target has to be the Navy. When the time comes, I'll send my army of berserk beasts to destroy Marineford. The Golden Lion was still muttering to himself, but Mino couldn't take it anymore. Captain Golden Lion, I'm afraid the berserk beast army isn't enough to take on the Navy, Mino interjected. And honestly, our pirate crew is way weaker than the Navy. In every tier from the top brass to the grunts, we're completely outmatched. With our berserkified beasts, beating those Navy guys should be a walk in the park. The Golden Lion's eyes widened as if he simply couldn't fathom why Mino would be so quick to doubt their own strength. Now Mino could see it clearly. The Golden Lion really had lost his wits, maybe not completely, but enough that his sense of reality had become seriously skewed. He couldn't even tell how strong or weak someone was anymore. He had no choice but to spell it out piece by piece for the Golden Lion. Captain Golden Lion, how much of a threat do you think these berserk beasts pose to you? Those things? It'll be a long time before they can ever hope to hurt me. Give me half a day and I could wipe out all these test specimens myself, the Golden Lion declared proudly, chin held high. Then how do you think Garp, Sengoku, and Zephyr compare to you in terms of strength? Mino asked. He didn't mention the current 3 admirals since back in the Golden Lion's heyday. They were just rookies. He'd never seen them as a threat. This time, the Golden Lion was a bit more cautious. He blinked a few times, then said, Zephyr isn't a match for me. Sengoku, well, he's about equal, I suppose. As for Garp, he's the only real trouble. Mino rolled his eyes again. He translated the Golden Lion's words in his mind. At his peak, the Golden Lion could definitely beat Zephyr, was on par with Sengoku, and had probably suffered a few losses to Garp's fists, but that was the Golden Lion in his prime. Now the Golden Lion has lost both legs, has a ship's helm lodged in his head, and can't even use hockey anymore. He's forced to rely solely on his swordsmanship and devil fruit abilities to hold his ground. Forget about Garp and Sengoku. Even Zephyr could easily defeat him now. In Mino's estimation, this fellow's current strength is at best only a bit superior to that of an Emperor's right-hand man like Katakuri Marco or King. There's no way he could go up against an admiral and stand a chance. Of course, that's not something you could say to his face. So Mino could only guide the Golden Lion gently. Captain Shiki, just think about it. If even you aren't afraid of these animals, do you really think Garp and Sengoku would be scared of them? The Golden Lion paused, his mind turning over the idea. He had to admit Mino's words made a lot of sense. Well, that's him. So after all these years of research, was it all in vain? Mino stroked his chin. In truth, he was quite interested in the study of IQ. But the most important issue was, is it possible for this berserk drug to be used on humans? Theoretically, humans are animals too. If this drug could be used on the beasts of the pirate world, then it should be usable on the humans of this world as well, right? If it could work on people, that would be incredible. Those berserk animals were quite formidable. At least a mid-level Navy officer was needed to subdue them. The real problem was that the animals couldn't be controlled. But if you could use it on humans, the effect would far outstrip that of artificial devil fruit users. And as for side effects like going berserk, well, didn't artificial devil fruits have their own drawbacks? Even those who had successfully gained artificial devil fruit powers often suffered from mental problems. And quite a few developed split personalities or even gave rise to entirely separate beastly identities. In comparison, the side effects of the IQ drug seemed relatively minor. At least the animals only became violent. It didn't lose all sense of reason. Use it on humans? The Golden Lion stared blankly for a moment, then casually beckoned Dr. Indigo over. Directly asking his chief scientist, he said, "Can the IQ drug be used on humans?" Dr. Indigo responded with a wildly exaggerated pantomime, practically putting on a silent performance, while the Golden Lion watched, grinning with amusement, while the scientist, dressed like a clown, finally spoke. In theory, it should be possible. However, the drug contains toxins. Animals can adapt to it, but humans often die from the poison before the power of the drug can take effect. Mino's eyes sparkled, and a new scheme instantly took shape in his mind. He offered a suggestion to the Golden Lion. Captain Shiki, I actually know of a few top-notch scientists in the field of human modification. We could bring them in for a try. This time, Dr. Indigo wasn't going to keep silent. He straightened his back and lifted his chin. What kind of scientist are we talking about? Could they possibly be greater than me? Mino thought to himself. Aren't you shameless? 20 years of Research and all you've got to show for it is an IQ-enhancing drug made from some rare plants. With that level of achievement, you dare to brag like this? Scientists are all the same. Each one believes they're the best in the world. Even Caesar thinks he's better than Vegapunk. Still, he couldn't say any of that out loud. No matter what, Dr. Indigo was Golden Lion's most trusted subordinate, so he had to let him save face. I'm introducing Judge from the Germa 66 Army. He's made remarkable breakthroughs in the field of lineage factors. Rumor has it he even modified his own children, turning them into powerful artificial humans. Golden Lion raised his eyebrows, clearly intrigued. Artificial humans? Are they any good? Mino answered they're quite formidable, in theory by adulthood. Each one possesses combat strength on par with a Navy Vice Admiral. If you add their high-tech combat suits, they become even stronger. And these artificial humans have abilities like manipulating fire, lightning, and poison. His eldest daughter, for example, can absorb any kind of toxin. Germa's 60SXS artificial human technology was indeed impressive. As for Vice Admiral level strength, that was no exaggeration at all. In fact, the Vice Admiral rank in the Navy boasted the widest gap in strength. Some, like Maynard, had been utterly thrashed by the likes of Bartolomeo, while others could hold their own for hours, even against the sweet commanders, the Calamities, or the top captains of Whitebeard's fleet. There were even legends like Garp, who could take on the Pirate King one-on-one, or two, who could chase Doflamingo all across the sea, and others like Momosaji and Shaitan, who could go toe-to-toe with the Emperor's top officers. Germa's artificial humans couldn't compare to the most elite vice admirals, but they were leaps and bounds above the weakest: control over fire and lightning, and the ability to absorb poison. Golden Lion's intra-sword. These powers far surpassed ordinary physical enhancements. Clearly, this Vinsmoke judge had some real skill. He turned to Dr. Indigo and asked Indigo, is this something you could do? Like hell I could. I'm just a ship's doctor and a chemist. I don't know the first thing about lineage factors. Dr. Indigo didn't dare admit out loud that he was utterly ignorant about such things. He certainly couldn't create the kind of artificial human, so he went back to his usual silent act. It had been 7 or 8 days since Mino set foot on Golden Lion's floating island. During this period, Mino hadn't been idle in the Big Mom Pirates. There wasn't anyone particularly renowned for their swordsmanship. If you were to speak purely of skill with the blade, the best among them was Charlotte Amanda, nicknamed the Ghost Lady, a long-necked daughter of Big Mom. However, this third daughter of Big Mom wasn't exactly approachable. Her cold and melancholy demeanor made it nearly impossible for Mino to strike up a conversation, let alone ask her for lessons in swordsmanship. As for the rest of the Big Mom Pirates, although many carried swords, not a single one could be called a true master. Even Big Mom herself could only be described as average with a sword. Her power came entirely from overwhelming strength rather than any finesse. Things were different with the Golden Lion, though. In his prime, the Golden Lion was a formidable contender for the title of the world's greatest swordsman. At the very least, he was on par with legends like Yokai and Kazuki Oden, although his strength had waned with time. Giving Mino a few pointers was well within his abilities. Since they hadn't managed to track down Germa 66, Mino had spent his days training with the Golden Lion, and his sword skills had improved by leaps and bounds. After hearing what Mino had to say, the Golden Lion had been actively searching for Germa 60SXS whereabouts. The flying pirate crew was unmatched in mobility across the seas, but when it came to gathering intelligence, they were sorely lacking. Germa 66-inch, as mercenaries constantly on the move, proved elusive. So far, the Golden Lion hadn't even caught their scent. Fortunately, Germa 66 weren't assassins, but mercenaries for hire. The Golden Lion simply kidnapped a few nobles and kings, interrogated them, and soon obtained contact information for Germa 66, along with news that they were currently in the East Blue quelling a rebellion in some kingdom. Although Germa 66 hail from the North Blue, their specially modified biosnail ships could cross the Red Line with ease, giving them a wide operational range. Neither Mino nor the Golden Lion expected them to be in the East Blue, but with the unmatched mobility of the flying pirate crew, they caught up swiftly. Mino had shared this information with the Golden Lion not out of pure goodwill, but with the intention of stirring up some trouble. Now, he found that joining the Golden Lion's crew wasn't such a bad thing after all. His earlier inclination to run at the first sign of danger had faded considerably. Although the Golden Lion pirates were nowhere near as powerful as the Charlotte pirates, and The Golden Lion himself, his mind now a little unhinged, was much weaker than Charlotte Linlin. It was precisely because the crew lacked reliable subordinates, and their captain's mind was unsound, that Mino could influence, even decide, the direction of the Golden Lion pirates. Had he been with the Charlotte pirates, unless under extraordinary circumstances, Mino would never have had the chance to make suggestions. Among the family's officers, he was hardly noteworthy. There were at least a dozen stronger than him. Within the Golden Lion pirates, Shiki himself isn't exactly the sharpest mind, and Dr. Indigo is something of a clown in his own right when it comes to intelligence. Their emotional and mental acuity barely matches the average level of pirates on the open sea. In other words, they hover somewhere between dim-witted and ordinary folk. In this crew, Mino is free to fully showcase his talents. He even proclaims himself the mastermind of the Golden Lion pirates, and he truly believes his intellect is a rare gift in the entire pirate world. Even if he can't quite claim the title of the Zhuge Liang of pirates, he's at least on par with Wu Yong, the clever strategist from classic tales. As for being the dog-headed advisor, that's a rank he can easily achieve. Take this time, for example. Under his influence, the Golden Lion went straight to seek out Germa 66. This move alone is bound to shake up the entire pirate world, and surely will earn Mino no small amount of karmic points. And if trouble comes knocking and the world's consciousness turns against him, Mino can simply push Shiki forward as a shield. What a delightful prospect. If he were in Big Mom's crew, such maneuvering would be nearly impossible. The key problem is that Big Mom never leaves Whole Cake Island. She stays put day in and day out. If Mino ever stir up trouble there, he'd probably be gone before he even set foot on the island. Your swordsmanship is too rigid. Don't always cling to the rules. Feel the breath of your sword. A true swordsman finds harmony with his surroundings in every move. Even if it's the same technique, wielded by the same person, it will subtly change depending on the environment, striving for balance with the world around you. Imagine yourself as the wind and your sword as thunder. Don't treat it as just ordinary steel. On the floating island in the sky, Shiki hovered in midair beneath his feet. His two swords, Deadwood and Sakura 10, flashed with streaks of light, relentlessly pressing Mino back. Once hailed as a challenger to the world's greatest swordsman, Shiki's swordsmanship still far outstripped Mino's, who hadn't even reached the level of a true swordmaster. Even now, wielding swords only with his legs, and suppressing his own physical power for the sake of this training match, Shiki forced Mino to give everything he had just to hold his ground. As an old-school pirate, Shiki's teaching style was blunt and forceful. Don't understand something? A good beating will sort you out. As long as you don't die, he'll just keep pushing you to your limits, through sheer physical persistence. You're bound to learn something eventually, because of the ships. Will embedded in his head, Shiki's armament haki and observation haki had both suffered significant decline. Still, perhaps because the time to confront the chosen ones hadn't yet come, these powers had only diminished, not vanished entirely. When it came to armament haki, Golden Lion's abilities had indeed declined significantly. However, Mino's own armament haki was never particularly strong to begin with. If not for the effects of the dragon blood ritual, he wouldn't even be able to achieve hardening at this point. Compared to Golden Lion's weakened armament haki, Mino was still far from matching up, but when it came to observation haki, Mino's skill level soared. He was only a step away from the very peak. Perhaps Golden Lion in his prime could have rivaled Mino, but now he was no longer a match. Yet, even the most powerful observation haki was useless if the body couldn't keep up. Golden Lion's speed was already swift as lightning, and with the power of the float fruit, his attacks could come from any angle in three-dimensional space. In battle, he would appear in front of you one moment and vanish to your rear the next, leaving afterimages everywhere. Mino struggled, fighting desperately. As new wounds opened across his body, streaks of blood marking his skin, their duel dragged on for over 2 hours, and by the end, Mino's blood had splattered across the entire training ground. Only then did Golden Lion finally withdraw. "All right, go patch up those wounds. You've improved your speed quite a bit," he said, "but you still haven't broken that habit of relying too much on your observation haki." Now, Mino was covered in blood and barely able to stand, if not for his unique constitution. Any ordinary person would have long since lost consciousness. At Golden Lion's words, he could only roll his eyes in exhaustion. Relying too much on observation haki wasn't something he could help. After all, his skill with it far outpaced his other abilities. In battle, If he didn't depend on it, he might have already lost his life. That damned golden rooster. How dare he hurt my master like this? Baby 5 stormed over, her face brimming with anger. She kicked out, and with a flurry of explosions launched several shells at the golden lion. Smoke and soot covered him as a cigar was blasted away. Golden Lion, however, was unscathed. For someone of his caliber. Baby 5's attacks were little more than a drizzle. The old lion simply let out a hearty laugh, showing not the slightest trace of anger. Among the great pirates of this world, most had broad hearts and didn't care about such minor offenses, of course. That also meant they didn't care much for the lives of those irrelevant to them. As a weapon fruit user, Baby 5's actual combat strength far surpassed Dr. Indigo's, enough to rank her 3rd strongest in Golden Lion's crew. In terms of potential, the weapon fruit was considered one of the top devil fruits of all. Now, with only a handful of subordinates left, Golden Lion naturally paid no mind to the antics of a promising underling. After bombarding Golden Lion, Baby 5 turned her attention to Mino, carefully tending to his wounds, though he looked terribly battered as a yokai. Mino's vitality was no less tenacious than that of the sea's most formidable monsters. A good rest, and he would be almost as good as new. Right now, the entire Golden Lion pirates are drifting on the East Blue. In these waters, there's nothing that can affect the storms around the Sky Island, and Minuo doesn't even need to use her clairvoyance. After tending to her wounds from the explosion, she indulged in a hearty meal and then promptly went back to sleep. Lying on her bed, Minuo once again projected her consciousness into the golden scales, ready to browse today's potential trade items. Of all the knowledge she hadn't yet traded away, the most valuable was the Golden Lion's swordsmanship. For reasons unknown, the old lion had compiled his sword techniques into a book, which ended up being quite a windfall for Minuo. She also possessed the Navy's 6 Styles training manual, a finely annotated version she'd acquired from the Don Quixote family in Dressrosa, likely passed to the family by Vigo, the Navy spy working under Doflamingo. Then there were the training methods for armament hockey and observation hockey. Minuo had collected a wealth of these secret techniques, both from the Golden Lion and from the Charlotte family. After browsing for a while, Minuo felt that none of the hockey or Navy 6 Styles techniques up for trade really appealed to her. So she turned her attention to see what she might exchange for the Golden Lion swordsmanship. No matter how much the world of pirates values personal transmission, the sheer worth of these techniques speaks for itself. Even if the Golden Lion swordsmanship isn't the strongest of all, it certainly ranks among the very top. Comparable in a martial arts world to something like the 9 Yang Divine Skill or the 9 Yin Manual. Any sword skill available for trade in the Golden Scale space was bound to be extraordinary. Yet truth be told, swordsmanship in the pirate world is utterly unlike conventional swordplay. Take flying slashes, for instance. In ordinary worlds, you'd need some kind of internal energy or spiritual force to pull off such feats with a sword. But in the world of One Piece, people achieve this sheerly through brute strength, a rarity. At least in Minuo's experience, this must have something to do with the unique rules of the pirate world, but it also shows that their swordsmanship has carved its own path, making traditional techniques almost useless as supplements. They're fine for building a foundation, but taking things further is nearly impossible since the underlying systems are fundamentally incompatible. This sword technique. Minuo blinked in surprise. Thunder breathing first form. Thunderclap and flash. With more, this wasn't just knowledge of the technique, but an actual memory. Swordsmanship from the world of Demon Slayer? It even includes the breathing style. Still, breathing techniques from Demon Slayer would be severely nerfed in the world of One Piece. At best, they'd work as a temporary boost for explosive power, not as a way to permanently increase stamina, because what was provided was merely a memory, not a physical object. Minuo could only vaguely sense its qualities and flaws under the power of the Golden Scales, rather than perceiving its issues as clearly and intuitively as with a tangible item. Even so, this is already quite impressive. At the very least, the sword techniques from Demon Slayer are performed purely with the body, so the 2 styles are almost interchangeable. Most importantly, this is a memory. Without hesitation, Minuo used the swordsmanship of the Golden Lion as an offering and traded for thunder-breathing first form. Thunderclap and flash. At once a torrent of memories surged through his mind. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, and a sharp gleam flickered within them. taking quite some time before calm returned. This move, thunderclap and flash, could essentially be considered an advanced form of the draw-and-slash technique, now enhanced with a dashing motion. Its core principle was simple: speed. So fast that the opponent has no time to react, so fast that they cannot defend, so fast that a single strike decides the outcome. There's simply no need to think about anything else. As long as your speed is great enough, there's no need for parries or feints. All of that becomes irrelevant. With enough speed, overwhelming power naturally follows, and with both speed and power, the attack's lethality is guaranteed. Lying there with his eyes open, Minuo, now filled with thoughts of thunderclap and flash, found he could no longer sleep. He rolled off the bed, stood up, and tore away the bandages wrapped around his body. The regenerative abilities of a demon truly were remarkable. An injury sustained just that day was already nearly healed. Drawing a deep breath, he thought, since sleep eludes me, I might as well go practice swordsmanship. At this point, Minuo's mind had mastered the technique, but his body had not. He lacked muscle memory. With enough practice, this move, thunderclap and flash, would naturally become second nature. After all, he was no longer a complete novice. Over a year of sword training had honed his body's instincts. With just a bit of adjustment, he'd soon be able to integrate the entire thunderclap and flash technique into his own combat style. Come to think of it, my techniques are becoming more and more like Hai's. In the early days, Hai was renowned for his speed and swordsmanship. Lost in thought, Minuo stepped onto the training grounds, his eyes narrowing slightly in focus. Gripping his sword's hilt, his breathing suddenly grew deep and intense. Drawing in a long breath, he felt the power of thunder breathing circulate through his body. It was as if his entire spirit became more alert and vibrant. Subtly, the whole world seemed to slow around him. This breathing technique, can it really sharpen my reflexes? Is this the unique property of thunder breathing? Even if it only unleashes its effect in battle, rather than permanently improving my physique, it's still an outstanding secret art. Thunderclap and flash. In an instant, Mino lowered his stance and assumed a sprinter's posture. Like a bolt of lightning, he vanished from one end of the training ground and reappeared at the other. The massive boulders in the middle of the field were split clean in two in the blink of an eye. Both my explosive power and speed have doubled. The combination of the breathing technique and the sword move really is remarkable, he thought to himself. It's a pity, though, the so-called constant state of the breathing technique is simply impossible. At least impossible in the world of pirates. The breathing techniques from Demon Slayer are meant to stimulate one's physical strength through controlled breathing at their core. They're kind of burst skill. When you use them, it's like sprinting 100 meters at full tilt, constantly burning through your stamina. If you try to maintain that constant state with this method, it'd be like forcing someone to keep sprinting 100 meters over and over. Eventually, you'd either run out of energy and be unable to keep up the technique, or you'd just collapse from exhaustion. Maybe in the world of Demon Slayer, breathing techniques have other mysterious uses. Perhaps even strengthening the body and turning a fighting method into a form of training. But at least here in the world of pirates, their only effect is to stimulate your body and unleash your power. Nothing more. Lost in thought, Mino reached out and gripped his long sword once more. He bent low, drew a deep breath through his nose and mouth, and resumed his training. By the time dawn broke the next day, Baby 5, who'd been searching everywhere for her missing master, finally spotted Mino lying fast asleep under a tree in the training ground. The entire training field was a mess, a testament to Mino's night of relentless practice with his Thunder Flash technique. Straight fissures crisscrossed the ground, and the stones that once dotted the area were now sliced into neat pieces, their inner surfaces gleaming smooth. The place looked as if it had just survived a fierce battle. Mino, master, aren't your wounds still not healed? Why are you training like this? What if you tear your stitches? Baby 5 fussed, chattering on as she looked at Mino with concern. Mino yawned. Oh, it's you, Baby 5. Could you bring me some breakfast, please? Of course. I'll get it right away. Baby 5, who had been nagging a moment before, ran off excitedly to prepare his meal. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed as Golden Lion approached, surveying the chaotic training ground. They looked a bit surprised. You did all this? Not bad, kid. Looks like you've made some serious progress overnight. Probably because I've just mastered a new sword move, Mino replied with a cheerful grin, glancing at the Golden Lion with a spark of fighting spirit in his eyes. Captain Shiki, care to spar with me? Gah! "You've got guts, kid." Shiki laughed heartily, shaking his head. "But not right now. In another 2 hours. We should be able to find the Vinsmoke family." Hearing this, Minuo finally let go of the fighting spirit that had enveloped him. He decided he would try his luck with the Vinsmoke family members when the time came. If 10 years from now, the Vinsmoke family reached their peak, with Judge's children having fully developed their combat abilities, and the Golden Lion having declined to the point where he couldn't even use hockey anymore, perhaps the two sides might truly be evenly matched. But as things stood now, the eldest Vinsmoke sibling Reiju was only 14, and the remaining 3 children were just 11. The best they could manage would be to handle a few ordinary Marine officers, hardly more than cannon fodder with a bit of extra strength. Judge, the current backbone of the family, might have an impressive physique thanks to technological enhancements and be equipped with a host of scientific gadgets. But his narrow mind and lack of willpower meant his hockey was abysmal. Relying on technology, he might be able to put up a fight against a vice admiral at best. But he was no match for the Golden Lion, who was still in his prime. The Sky Island was moving quickly, and with clear skies and favorable winds, it didn't even take 2 hours after just 1-inch Minuo's far-sighted vision spotted Germa's 60 success snail ship directly beneath the floating island. The Golden Lion swooped down without a second thought and unleashed the power of his float fruit. The devil fruit's power couldn't affect the snails themselves, but the massive cargo they carried was another story. He lifted it all with ease. Caught off guard, chaos erupted among the Vinsmoke family. Judge did possess a scientific gadget that allowed him to fly, but only he and his children had access to this ability. Looking up at the Golden Lion, who was laughing wildly in the sky, Judge mustered his courage for some time, but didn't dare to charge up and fight him head-on. His 3 sons, the oldest just 11, were bold to the point of recklessness, eager to challenge the infamous pirate in a life-or-death battle. Judge had to shout them down. Courage was admirable, but without brains, that was just being stubborn. Not everyone could be a protagonist like Luffy, smashing through walls with pure willpower if his 3 sons actually charged forward. The only result would be the Golden Lion stomping them down with barely any effort, with a thunderous crash. Several giant snails were hoisted up and dropped onto the floating island. Still bursting with laughter, the Golden Lion manipulated the ground with a flick of his hand, bringing Judge onto the island as well. Judge's children flew down after him, while the ordinary clone soldiers lacking flying tools could only remain atop the snails, watching the spectacle unfold. "Go, Golden Lion!" Captain Shiki, standing at the very front, Judge, whose blonde hair bore a certain resemblance to the Golden Lion's mane, spoke with trembling fear. Though he was known for his cold and ruthless demeanor toward outsiders, in truth, he was not particularly brave. Under pressure, his resolve crumbled, and now, faced with the Golden Lion, his knees nearly buckled. Among all the infamous pirates on the seas, the Golden Lion was once considered the most difficult to deal with. His personality was much like Kaido's, cruel, cold-blooded, and willing to do anything to achieve his goals. The only difference was that while Kaido could put aside his pride, the Golden Lion's arrogance ran even deeper. To judge men with such tyrannical ambition were truly terrifying. It was not unlike how, among the 4 emperors, Kaido inspired the greatest fear. "I hear you're a famous scientist of the seas, and you're quite adept with lineage factors and human modification technology, aren't you?" With a broad grin, the Golden Lion questioned him. And no. I'm just capable of creating a few ordinary weapons, that's all. Maybe a few clones at best. As for lineage factors, there's no way an average scientist like me could invent something like that." Judge stammered, his heart pounding as he hurriedly denied it. The world government took lineage factors extremely seriously, which meant every pirate of note kept a close eye on this area as well. Judge did have considerable expertise with lineage factors, but with his children not yet fully grown, he dare not reveal anything. Otherwise, he would never have used his own offspring as test subjects. If he ever started mass-producing modified humans using lineage factors, it wouldn't just be a question of cost. If word got out, Germa 66, whose power was still far from overwhelming, would be doomed. Is that so? So you've never researched lineage factors, huh? Looks like I mistook you for someone else. The Golden Lion let out a hearty laugh, and Judge forced a nervous chuckle in response. After a moment of laughter, the Golden Lion's expression turned sharp. "In that case, you're of no further use to me. All of you. Go to hell. Lion slash." A sweeping arc of golden energy, dozens of meters wide, tore through the air. Judge never expected the golden lion to turn hostile so suddenly. He was completely unprepared. Together with his 4 children, he was struck head-on by the lion's slash. There was a tremendous crash as they slammed into the giant snail behind them. Grotesque screams rang out, mingled with a torrent of pale blue blood. Judge and his children were instantly drenched in the gushing blood. When Judge struggled to his feet, he saw that their snail ship had been sliced cleanly in two. The upper and lower halves separated, writhing in agony. "Oh, you actually survived my lion slash? Looks like you and your children are made of tougher stuff than I thought." "Aha!" The golden lion grinned broadly and lifted his foot again. "So do you think you can stop me this time?" Clutching his chest, blood streaming from his wound. Judge looked at his children, all gravely injured and struggling to stand. Without a moment's hesitation, he dropped to his knees. "I'm sorry, Captain Golden Lion. I lied to you just now. Please don't kill me. I really do understand the technology of lineage factors. I'm still valuable." The Golden Lion burst into booming laughter. "Jaya! Now, why didn't you just say so from the start?" He let out another hearty laugh and relaxed the attack he'd been about to unleash. The moment he'd struck, he'd already noticed something strange. Judge and his children had defenses far beyond normal, clearly the result of some kind of exoskeletal protection. The Golden Lion had always been lenient toward those with true talent, which was why he hadn't simply slaughtered Judge and his kin outright. Judge forced a smile, but inside he was filled with helplessness. As a member nation of the world government, Germa 66 had never feared the Navy. After all, the Navy still played by the rules. But when it came to a great pirate like the Golden Lion, his status meant nothing at all. If the Golden Lion decided to cut him down, unless he could flee to Marineford or marry Geos, his fate was sealed. "In that case, from now on, Germa 66 will serve under me," the Golden Lion said, blowing a smoke ring and looking thoroughly satisfied. At first, he hadn't held out much hope for Germa 60 SXS technology, but now, seeing these modified children, even if their abilities couldn't match monsters like Kaido or Big Mom, they had already far surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. If he could create more warriors like them, ruling the world would be a far easier task. Mino strolled over, his eyes drifting across the members of Germa 66, lingering a moment longer on Reiju, now 14 years old. Judge and his 3 sons were basically beyond saving. Although his sons appeared normal, most of their emotions had been stripped away. They were incapable of disobeying Judge's orders. As for Judge himself, he was nothing if not ambitious. Don't be fooled by how easily he knelt before the Golden Lion. Winning his loyalty was another matter entirely. Combat was one thing, but when it came to research and his private secrets, if he wanted to hide something, it might not be easy, but it certainly wasn't impossible. After all, among the Golden Lion's crew, only Dr. Indigo had any grasp of such matters, and even he was no match for Judge's expertise. As Mino approached, Judge glanced over at him. The Golden Lion introduced him with a laugh. "This is our navigator. You can call him Mino." Judge blinked in surprise. Mino, wasn't he a member of the Charlotte Pirates? Oh, Mino was momentarily taken aback. Had his name already become so well known? Seeing the puzzled look on Mino's face, Judge rummaged through a thick stack of wanted posters, found Mino's, and handed it to him. Mino glanced at it, and to his surprise, it was indeed his own bounty, and not a small sum either. His bounty had already reached 50 million berries. Although Mino's true strength far surpassed what 50 million berries suggested, in reality, he'd only set out to sea once. His most notorious feat was taking the enigmatic Dr. Vegapunk hostage, though no one knew if the man was genuine or not. That alone likely explained why he'd been given such a high bounty. For context, even Boa Hancock, the pirate empress, only received an 80 million berry bounty when she first set sail, and she became a warlord of the sea soon after. All things considered, the Navy was already paying him considerable attention. Golden Lion scoffed and curled his lip. What future is there in following that mad woman, Charlotte Linlin? Mino is now a member of my Golden Lion Pirates. Golden Lion could say such things, and Mino simply smiled. Leaving it at that, Judge didn't dare say more. The Golden Lion was trouble enough, and the Yonko Big Mom was on an entirely different level he couldn't afford to cross. But soon enough, Golden Lion remembered the real reason he'd gathered everyone here. He summoned Dr. Indigo and told him to start working with Judge. Their research target was the IQ plant, with the most crucial aim being to attempt its human adaptation. In truth, this was not such a difficult task, much like a drug that's already proven successful in animal trials. Now moving on to human testing. Although the IQ plant was toxic to humans in a world rife with mad science like One Piece, such a hurdle was barely worth worrying about. In the days that followed, Judge, upon discovering the potential of the IQ plant, was truly overjoyed. Though he kept his excitement well hidden, instead he put forth all sorts of excuses claiming that making the plant usable for humans was just too great a challenge. Such talk might have fooled Golden Lion, but it didn't get past Mino. With a cheerful grin, Mino whispered a few words to Golden Lion, who immediately set a deadline of 3 months. Succeed, and you'll be a member of my flying pirate crew. Fail, then you can die for all I care. I have no need for useless men. The moment these words left Golden Lion's lips, Judge's face drained of color. Golden Lion's temper was far more direct than that of the world government, and with Mino's keen insight into all these matters, Judge knew he couldn't bluff his way through or try to take advantage of the situation. In fact, even 3 months was a tight squeeze for Judge. He would have to pour every ounce of effort into the project if he hoped to truly transform the IQ plant into a drug usable by humans. He wanted to say a few more words, but when he saw the unmistakable determination on the Golden Lion's face, Judge's words of refusal finally turned into a plea. Well, Captain Shiki, could you bring our other ships up here as well? There are quite a few experimental materials and instruments on those vessels. Very well, I'll go fetch those ships for you. You better work hard now. Jaiha. Oh, of course, Judge replied, clearly forcing himself to agree. Time passed quickly. During this period, the Golden Lion no longer accompanied Mino in training every day. His attention was completely absorbed by the newly developed potion. Mino felt that after the steering wheel had been lodged in the Golden Lion's head, he had become utterly single-minded. All his thoughts seemed to march along a straight line. Lately, nothing mattered to him except for the potion. Under the threat of the Golden Lion's 2 mighty swords, Kikumoku and Sakura, 10 judges, research progressed at breakneck speed. With about a week left before the 3-month deadline, the potion was nearly complete. At the same time, Mino could sense the cause and effect points gradually approaching a critical threshold. He was certain that by the time the research was finished, the threshold would be reached as well. To avoid any problems then, after watching for a while, Mino decided to treat the Golden Lion's injuries. Although the Golden Lion, with a steering wheel in his head, was easier to appease, his combat power had also plummeted. Considering the world's backlash, the enemies he might face would all be top-tier powerhouses. If by chance a Kaido were to drop from the sky, the current Golden Lion definitely wouldn't be able to stand against him. In fact, he couldn't defeat any of the top-level contenders. The 4 emperors, the 3 admirals, the Navy hero, or the fleet admiral. Even Zephyr, the weakest among them now, hadn't lost his arm yet, and if his asthma didn't flare up, the Golden Lion stood no chance. As for the Golden Lion's subordinates, they were a motley crew at best, the only ones with any real fighting ability were the Germa 66-inch, but if they encountered an enemy, who knew which side they would choose? No, if the ones who showed up were from the Navy, Germa 66 would almost certainly side with them. Thus, on this day, while the Golden Lion was in high spirits and hosting a banquet, Mino brought out the Holy Grail he held in his hand and poured in some wine. Instantly, a heady fragrance filled the entire hall, arresting everyone's attention. All eyes were drawn, unblinking, to the cup in Mino's hand, or more precisely, to the radiant wine glowing within that unadorned silver goblet. What is that? Judge gulped, then asked. This is the Holy Grail, Mino replied directly. I am the wielder of the Holy Grail fruit. Once every month, the Grail can transform ordinary wine into an elixir capable of healing all diseases and injuries. Mino did not reveal that the Holy Grail was an external item, although he could recall the Grail at any moment and wasn't afraid of it being stolen. There was no guarantee that someone wouldn't simply try to kill him, hoping the equipment would drop upon his death. In the absence of overwhelming strength, blaming it on a devil fruit was undoubtedly an excellent excuse. As for the timing, Mino had also left himself plenty of room for maneuver. When they heard Mino's words, everyone turned their gaze to the Golden Lion. At this moment, the Golden Lion's eyes had turned slightly bloodshot, the more grievous one's wounds. The harder it was to resist the temptation of the Grail's wine. It was human instinct to pursue one's own perfection. The Golden Lion's willpower should have been as unyielding as steel, but the ship's wheel lodged in his head was severely impairing his judgment. As a result, his current state was even worse than that of Kairo's after he lost his leg. When Mino handed him the goblet, the Golden Lion could barely contain his eagerness as he activated his float fruit powers, swirling the wine into his mouth. Suddenly, a harsh scraping sound filled the air. All watched as the ship's wheel atop the Golden Lion's head was slowly pushed upward, accompanied by clots of dark blood, until it was finally forced out of his skull entirely. At the same time, sharp cracking sounds emanated from his legs. Those were the two famed swords Deadwood and Sakura 10 being forcibly expelled from his leg bones. Moments later, both the wheel from his head and the great sword from his legs clattered to the ground. At the same time, the wounds on his head and both legs had fully regenerated. Eyes closed, the Golden Lion remained silent, as if savoring his restored health. Yet the aura around him surged like a volcano, building until it finally erupted in full force. In an instant, black lightning crackled across the sky. Many of the weaker pirates immediately collapsed, fainting on the spot. Even Dr. Indigo trembled uncontrollably, nearly rolling his eyes back in shock. Judge's face grew pale, his hand barely able to hold onto his dinner knife. In contrast, his children seemed to fare much better, deprived of the ability to fear. Their resistance to Conqueror's Haki had clearly increased, faced with the overwhelming might of Conqueror's Haki. Mino only tensed for a moment before quickly recovering. With his level of strength, it was almost impossible for him to be affected by Conqueror's Haki. At least, when confronting someone like Karakuri, even the most basic intimidation would have no effect at all. It could only be said that the Golden Lion truly deserved his reputation as an old-school overlord. The level of his Conqueror's Haki had undoubtedly reached its pinnacle, no weaker than Kaido, Big Mom, or Whitebeard. Ja. The Golden Lion, eyes wide open, threw his head back and let out a wild, roaring laugh. His entire body began to levitate, rising steadily into the air, and at the same time, two swords floated up beside him, settling firmly into his hands. "This feeling, it's been far too long," he exclaimed. Faint black lightning crackled along the length of both blades. Raising his sword high, the Golden Lion unleashed two terrifying arcs of sword light that swept across the sky, leaving an X-shaped scar among the clouds. A mark as though the heavens themselves had been wounded. At last the Golden Lion have returned. His gaze radiated a fierce, commanding presence that swept over all before him. Even though he hadn't yet exerted his full aura, Judge nearly collapsed under the force of his presence alone. Truly, the Golden Lion in his complete form was worthy of his legendary reputation. A man whose roar once echoed across the seas, whose ambition was to conquer the world. What's more, thanks to the restorative power of the Holy Grail's wine, the Golden Lion hadn't merely returned to his former peak, he had surpassed it, though he now appeared to be in his 50s, nearing 60, and while powerful sea warriors often maintained their strength well into old age, this was typically the age when decline began to set in. Yet with the Holy Grail's gift of longevity and renewed youth, while his features hadn't fully reverted to his younger days, his physical condition was now that of a man in his 40s. He could feel it in every fiber of his being. Not only had his strength returned, it was still on the rise, showing no signs of fading. Most importantly, the Golden Lion had finally cured his brain block. His sharp intellect, once a defining trait, had fully returned. As a top-tier pirate, he had once led a crew that drove even Roger to the brink. Clearly his intelligence far surpassed that of the average dull-witted pirate roaming the seas. Thinking back on the things he'd done during his muddled days, the Golden Lion felt a flush of embarrassment burn across his face. How foolish had he been to dream up plans that bordered on the idiotic, almost indistinguishable from the schemes of a simpleton. He glanced at Mino with a touch of relief in his eyes. Thank goodness he had met Mino early on before putting any of those ridiculous plans into action. Had he actually gone through with them, his hard-earned reputation would have been utterly ruined. To think he had once believed he could destroy the East Blue with a horde of so-called beasts. Wouldn't Sengoku Garp, Charlotte Linlin, and Whitebeard have laughed him to death? Even hurling islands would have been a more reliable strategy, just as the Golden Lion regained his youth. Mino realized his own karmic points had far surpassed the threshold needed for redemption, by a wide margin. In fact, on reflection, it made perfect sense, the complete restoration of such a legendary pirate, one who now looked ready to dominate the seas for another 30 to 50 years and still showed potential for greater strength, would change the fate of the world in profound ways. It could be said that if Golden Lion still had a strong crew at his command, he would already be counted among the 4 emperors. In fact, in terms of individual combat prowess, the current Golden Lion could even vie for the title of the world's strongest. In the original story, after Golden Lion escaped from Impel Down, he accomplished almost nothing and was eventually beaten down by Luffy. But now, it's clear that Golden Lion has no intention of remaining in obscurity. One could say that as Golden Lion makes bigger moves in the future, the ripple effects he creates will only grow. What's happening now is just the beginning. Although he had already accumulated enough karmic points, and a backlash from the world was inevitable, Mino was still safe for the time being. Perhaps it was because he was currently on the floating island commanded by Golden Lion. Maybe even the consciousness of the world had to find the right angle to strike. After all, it couldn't just send a Sengoku or a Garp to appear out of thin air on Golden Lion Sky Island, could it? A few days later, Judge finally succeeded in developing the IQ serum for use on humans. This concoction could make an ordinary person grow 5 or 6 meters tall, and their personality would become much fiercer, greatly boosting their fighting power. Fortunately, their intelligence would not be too severely affected, though. They'd become highly emotional. However, for someone of Mino's caliber, this drug was of little use. At best, it could produce some mid-tier combatants, roughly on par with pirates who had bounties in the tens of millions, but it would also limit their future potential. Even so, this was nothing short of a miracle drug. Unlike the protagonists in the comics, ordinary people couldn't just train a little and see their strength shoot up overnight. In reality, while the limits of human strength in the pirate world far surpassed those of Mino's previous life, the vast majority of people, no matter how hard they trained, would only achieve so much, forget mastering all 3 forms of hockey. Very few could even learn the Navy's 6 powers. Most would top out at the level of pirates with bounties of a few million berries or junior officers in the Marines. For people of that strength, a dozen well-trained Marines armed with modern firearms could easily mow them down in a hail of bullets. This is precisely why, even within the Beast Pirates' artificial devil fruits, which only had a 10% success rate and often caused grotesque mutations, were still desperately sought after. If you could become a hockey master or learn the 6 powers through sheer hard work, only a fool would risk the severe side effects of an artificial devil fruit. So this is the new serum? Golden Lion asked, eyeing the drug. Has it already been tested on people? That's right. With this serum, the Golden Lion pirates will surely rule the seas and become kings of the ocean, Judge replied. His face lit up with excitement and anticipation. However, Gold Lion, who had always been rather interested in this matter, now wore an unusually calm expression on his face. It's still too early. This kind of thing can only make up for the lack of mid-tier fighting power. In the real battles among the top elites, it doesn't make much difference. To put it plainly, if you create tens of thousands of berserk soldiers, you could indeed force even one of the 4 emperors to retreat. After all, the 4 emperors aren't immortal or possess unlimited stamina, with a fight that drags on for days and nights. Even if they win, they'll be battered and exhausted. As for so-called conquerors' hockey, that too consumes tremendous energy. The wider the range and the stronger the intimidation, the more stamina it takes. If you're just dealing with ordinary foot soldiers, it's fine, but for people of this level, the cost of knocking them out with hockey is almost the same as simply beating them to death. Yet when it comes to pirates or admirals of that caliber, as long as they don't face you head-on, these berserk soldiers can't do much to them if they fight a war of attrition. Even if you send out millions, those top fighters can whittle them down piece by piece until none are left. That's why in the world of pirates, sheer numbers are always just a supporting factor. What truly matters is the strength of the very strongest fighters. Back when Gold Lion's mind was muddled, he never realized this. Now that he's himself again, he no longer blindly chases after numbers, of course. While manpower is still important, it's not the most crucial thing anymore. Still, for the Gold Lion pirates, who currently have nothing to their name and just a handful of cats and kittens, this kind of serum which can instantly fill the gap in mid-level combat power, and even put their middle ranks far ahead of other crews, is indeed something to celebrate. With this, all that's left is to recruit a few more top officers. Then the flying pirates can almost be restored to their former glory. I could also train mine and give him another 10 years, and he could reach the level of an emperor's right-hand man. As these thoughts circled in Gold Lion's mind, Dr. Indigo came shuffling over his shoes, making an unmistakable slapping sound with every step. The moment he heard that sound, Gold Lion felt a phantom ache in his head. Back in his muddled days, he sometimes found that sound oddly amusing, but now it only grated on his nerves. Still, Dr. Indigo was the most trusted confidant in his crew. There was no way he could lash out at him over something so trivial, so he could only bear it. "Captain, I think we ought to consider other issues first," Dr. Indigo said, walking over with a list in hand. "We're out of the raw materials for making the serum. Maybe it's time to go down and restock. Potions and IQ plants are ultimately two different things. Even when using IQ plants as the main ingredient, a potion still requires the addition of many other raw materials. Naturally, there are some manufacturing factories on Golden Lion's islands, and in the past he had intentionally sought out several islands that produce these raw materials. If the potions were only meant for animal use, then they could just about be self-sufficient. However, to make potions suitable for humans, some new types of materials were needed. Materials Golden Lion hadn't paid any attention to when he was moving islands around in the past. Upon hearing this, Golden Lion nodded. "All right, give me the list. Sometimes I'll go in search of the islands where these materials are found." Almost at the same time Golden Lion finished speaking, Mino's danger sense began to ring out like an alarm. "It looks like this trip out to sea is bound to bring another round of enemies," Mino thought. Though he said nothing aloud, a sense of urgency was already creeping into his heart. To be honest, the backlash from the world's consciousness was truly troublesome. Every time it struck, it seemed to send the very strongest figures from the ocean his way. If it weren't for Mino's flexible moral boundaries and his knack for finding a protector, he would probably have perished long ago. The first time he encountered Kato, it was thanks to the three Kakuri brothers who stepped in and took the fall for him. The second time he met Golden Lion, Mino simply bowed his head and pledged allegiance, barely managing to save his own skin. But living like this was far too dangerous, like walking a tightrope with no safety net. After all, these people he'd found weren't really his bodyguards. Besides, the world's backlash didn't always happen on a set schedule. "I really have to get stronger myself," he thought. "Now that I've healed Golden Lion and invented the Berserk Potion, I've almost met the requirement for the second wave of trading. If the world backlash comes twice in a row, even Golden Lion wouldn't be able to withstand it, would he?" Each time the world's backlash struck, a top-tier powerhouse of the sea would appear. And as everyone knew, while the strength of these top fighters might vary, even the mightiest couldn't hold out against two of the weakest joining forces. In other words, not even the strongest of the four emperors could withstand the combined assault of two admirals. "No, I'd better make a trade as soon as possible and see if I could boost my combat power," Mino thought to himself. He found a quiet spot, lay down, and entered the Golden Scales realm. As for the item to trade this time, Judge had recently produced a batch of Berserk potions, and Mino took one of them. Though he couldn't use it himself, perhaps he could exchange it for something useful. Inside the realm of the scales, Mino placed the Berserk potion on one side of the golden balance. Instantly, several glowing orbs rose up from the opposite side. Madness life-shortening pill, originating from the world of eternal life. It burns away one's lifespan in exchange for a brief surge of immense power. Hero water, from the world of Naruto. It consumes lifespan to grant a moment of formidable strength. Heavenly demon disintegration pill. Hailing from the realm of Shinshai, it shortens one's life to unleash extraordinary might for a short time. Mino, what on earth is all this? Are they hoping I die even faster? These really do boost my combat power in the short run, but at what cost? Fortunately, the next three glowing orbs seemed a bit different from the first set. Mino kept watching patiently. 3-day death pill. From the world of Zhu Xian. It burns lifespan to heal injuries. Ultra. Divine water. From the world of Dragon Ball. Its violent toxicity forces the body to unlock hidden potential. If successful, you're reborn. If not, death is certain. Fire Chilin's blood. From the world of Storm Riders. Drinking it directly enhances potential and increases fighting power, while applying it to the skin grants a body impervious to blades and bullets. However, it has a profound impact on the mind. Those lacking a strong will may slip into madness. Well, it looks like there simply aren't any normal options here. Mino let out a sigh. Then again, it made sense. These potions are all a double-edged sword, offering great effects at equally great costs, so anything he could exchange for was bound to come with heavy side effects. Luckily, he'd already prepared himself for this reality. Compared to the three-eyed clan bloodline, the artificial azure dragon fruit, or the vampire fruit, these dangerous elixirs were far less valuable. In fact, the addition of lingering side effects might actually be a good thing, since it meant the quality of the traded goods was effectively raised. Otherwise, items obtained through trade might not be of much use to someone at Mino's level. Besides, although these side effects were severe, some could still be overcome with enough effort. Reaching out, he tapped on the fire Cheelan's blood. A beam of golden light soon landed on Mino's hand, revealing a blood-red orb roughly the size of a baby's fist. As he opened his eyes, he felt a gentle warmth pulsing in his palm. Looking up, he saw the scarlet sphere floating just above his hand. Without a moment's hesitation, Mino tossed the orb into his mouth and swallowed it whole. This was, after all, the most effective way to enhance himself. Applying it externally could boost his defenses and strength to some degree, but internal use was undeniably superior. Of course, internal use came with its own major drawback. Namely, the effect of the Cheelan blood on one's mind would be greatly intensified. In the world of Storm Riders, Niefeng possessed the Ice Heart technique and inherited Cheelan blood passed down through generations. Yet even he would erupt into a frenzy when his emotions ran high. As for Bu Jingyun, his Cheelan arm was doused directly in Cheelan blood. But his iron will kept the demonic influence firmly in check, and he never lost control, proving that internal and external use lead to completely different outcomes. As soon as the blood-red sphere slid down his throat, Mino felt a searing torrent of heat surge through his entire body, as if he had swallowed a mouthful of molten lava. The pain was so intense, it seemed to tear him apart from the inside. His vision was painted a deep bloody red, and a wave of violence surged through his mind, overwhelming his senses. Muscles bulged across his body, and as his strength swelled so, too did a dark tide of murderous intent and other negative emotions. With shaking hands, he fumbled a small bottle from his coat, uncorking it just a little. Instantly, a dazzling red light spilled out, accompanied by the sweet aroma of fine wine. The moment he inhaled the fragrance, clarity returned to his mind, and the murderous urge was pushed back. Without hesitation, he took a gentle sip. Instantly, the pain in his body and the storm of killing intent in his heart melted away like snow in boiling water. In moments, he had returned to his optimal state. Phew! Thank goodness for the wine of the Holy Grail. It might not grant me direct power in battle, but its effects far surpass what I imagined. Just a single sip, and all the wildness and bloodlust of the Cheelan's blood has vanished, leaving behind only pure strength. Every 7 days, he could transmute a batch of wine into the wine of the Holy Grail, and Mino made sure not to waste a drop. He poured it all into a small bottle he kept with him at all times, a true lifesaver beyond restoring his body to perfect health. The wine of the Holy Grail could also dispel any negative mental state, and in truth, that was its rarest and most precious property. In the endless worlds of the dimensions, abilities or items that heal the body or cure disease are already rare, but those that can cleanse all forms of mental affliction are rarer still. A rarity among rarities. At least in all his memory, Mino couldn't think of a single other remedy capable of so thoroughly dispelling negative mental influences. It was thanks to the wine of the Holy Grail that he dared to swallow the Cheelan's blood directly. Without it, the best he could have done was apply the blood to his skin, crafting a Cheelan fist or Cheelan arm. Techniques far less effective than what he now achieved. Another day passed, and at last the Sky Pirate crew discovered a source for their raw materials. Although their contact with the seas below was limited, it wasn't entirely cut off. With the help of Din Din Mushi, even at altitudes of 10,000 meters, gathering information was far from impossible. We found it. This should be the original habitat of the Mandora fruit. Most crucial harmonizer in the entire potion, Dr. Indigo declared, peering through an enormous telescope from the mountain peak of the floating island, scanning the ocean below. A burst of raucous laughter erupted. Kiha! Excellent. I'll go fetch the entire island up here myself. Soon we can ramp up production and transform every little one of them. The first step to world domination is about to begin. The Golden Lion was in an exceptionally good mood and was about to set off. Wait a moment, Lord Shiki. There seem to be ships near the island below. Probably Navy ships. Should we avoid them? Dr. Indigo looked more closely and spoke up. Navy ships. There's a touch of nostalgia in the Golden Lion's voice. There's no need to avoid them anymore. I'm going to face these Navy dogs head on and let them know that the Golden Lion has truly returned. In the past, the Golden Lion had always acted with caution, whether it was to carry out his grand plan to destroy the East Blue, or perhaps simply because of a stubborn streak. He had always kept his movements under wraps, never drawing the Navy's attention. But now that he had recovered, the Golden Lion was done with being so careful. Standing nearby, Minos couldn't shake a faint sense of unease, especially when the Golden Lion declared his return. There's probably a big shot hidden among those Navy ships below. Otherwise, my danger sense wouldn't be kicking in. Still, Minos wasn't afraid. Wasn't the Golden Lion taking the lead after all? Among the Navy's top brass, each had their own ship. There was no chance two admirals would share one. In other words, even if the Golden Lion hauled that ship up, at most there'd only be a single top-tier fighter to deal with. Under these circumstances, his own safety seemed assured. Moments later, the Golden Lion descended to the sea and activated his powers. The entire island began to rise steadily, joining his floating archipelago, and the Navy ship was hauled up as well, dumped directly onto the island. Jihaha! Let's see which lucky Navy officer I've caught today. The Golden Lion laughed thunderously as he strode toward the ship, now stranded ashore. Suddenly, with a tremendous crash, the Navy ship's deck blew apart. A cannonball the size of a human head came hurtling at him and exploded on impact. Wait, could that be Garp? Minos wondered inwardly, tightly gripping his weapon as he watched the display of someone tossing explosives by hand. Golden Lion, you old dog. You're still not dead. A powerful shout rang out as a Navy admiral strode forward, his purple hair wild, muscles rippling, a white justice cloak draped over his shoulders. His wrists were sheathed in the deep black sheen of hockey. Jaha! So it's Zephyr. What happened to your old ship? Why are you using this one? As the smoke from the explosion cleared, the Golden Lion stood there unscathed. The cannonball had seemed to hit him square on, but in truth he'd split it in two before impact, and with the added defense of his hockey. Not a scratch had touched him. Humph. Zephyr let out a cold snort, a flash of anger appearing in his eyes. Golden Lion's words had struck right at his sore spot. Admirals, and even some veteran vice-admirals, all had their own specially modified ships, just as Garp had his dog-headed vessel. Zephyr was no exception, but that was back when he was still on the front lines. After his family was killed by pirates, he withdrew from active duty and shifted to teaching, becoming a Navy instructor. Naturally, after stepping away from the front lines, his heavily armed, privately customized warship was no longer his to use. Now, whenever Zephyr went to sea, he used the standard training vessels, ships that looked no different from what an ordinary colonel would command. That was precisely why Golden Lion hadn't recognized him at first, seeing it was merely a small warship used by Colonel Golden Lion hadn't even bothered using his observation hockey. But now, because of Golden Lion's words, memories of his lost family came flooding back, darkening Zephyr's expression. I thought after you broke out of prison, you'd have died in some forgotten corner of the world. I never expected that after lying low for 10 years, you'd reappear. Wait! Zephyr's eyes widened as he glanced at Golden Lion, whose body looked completely unharmed, and whose head was no longer crowned by that steering wheel. You've actually healed your wounds. Though Zephyr hadn't seen Golden Lion's injuries with his own eyes, he'd certainly heard about them. Whether it was the lost legs or the helm embedded in his skull, they were horrific wounds. No one would have been surprised if Golden Lion had dropped dead at any time. That was why for 10 years, Golden Lion's absence hadn't raised any alarms at Navy headquarters. As far as they were concerned, this infamous pirate from a bygone era had probably perished quietly somewhere out of sight and out of mind. Yet now, Zephyr found that not only was Golden Lion alive, he had completely recovered from every injury, his aura even more imposing than at his peak. This This is truly troublesome, Zephyr muttered under his breath. Since losing his family and stepping down from the front lines, Zephyr's will had faltered, and his strength had diminished considerably. He'd assumed Golden Lion must be in even worse shape, battered and broken, but now realized his old foe had fully regained his power. A surge of unease welled up inside him. Not for his own sake, for after all he was old and had nothing left to lose, but for his students. Master Zephyr, we're here to help you. Just then a group of Navy soldiers burst out from the cabin. Though they wore standard uniforms, there was something altogether different and formidable in their bearing. These people, of course, were not naval soldiers, but rather reserve officers from the Navy's training camp, the very cream of this year's recruits. Yet, while they might one day become the backbone of the Navy, the truth was that, for now, they were little more than a group of somewhat stronger foot. Soldiers glancing back at the students, Zephyr's face clouded with displeasure, while Golden Lion couldn't help but burst out in wild, mocking laughter. Zephyr, do you really expect that this bunch of kids behind you can help you defeat me? Golden Lion taunted. At their current strength, these young recruits might not even be a match for the ragtag bunch serving under Golden Lion. Not a single one among them had awakened the power of armament hockey in a clash between Zephyr and Golden Lion. Far from being a help, these students would only become a burden. Just then, before Golden Lion's words had fully faded, one of Zephyr's students stepped forward, a man clad in a leather jacket, with a shock of white hair and a cigar clamped between his lips, looking more like a biker gang leader than a Navy officer. "What are you babbling about, Blondie?" the student called out. Golden Lion narrowed his eyes slightly and tightened his grip on his two great swords, Deadwood and Sakura 10. "You've got quite the attitude for a kid," he sneered, but before Golden Lion could make a move, Zephyr stepped forward, placing himself between his students and their foe. "Smoker, I'll hold off Golden Lion. The rest of you, get out of here now." But Smoker began to protest. "That's an order. Do you understand me?" Zephyr's tone was sharp and commanding. "Yes, understood, Admiral Zephyr," came the reply. "Escape?" Golden Lion threw back his head and laughed, as if he just heard the most ridiculous joke. "You're on my floating island. Where do you think you can run? There's an old saying, never boast too soon, or you'll end up eating your words." And no sooner had Golden Lion finished mocking them than fate proved him wrong. Right then, Smoker transformed into a massive cloud of smoke, billowing out to envelop the Navy ships at the shore, and leapt down with them toward the sea below. The power of the smoke fruit, a Logia-type ability, didn't grant true flight, but it did allow the user to float and drift for Smoker. Supporting the descent of an entire Navy vessel might have been pushing his limits, but as long as he slowed there. Fall. It wasn't out of the question. Ships in the world of pirates were made of wood, but they were far sturdier than they appeared. On top of that, these Navy cadets had all undergone rigorous physical training. As long as they didn't hit the water too hard, even landing in the sea wouldn't be much of a problem. Seeing this, Golden Lion nearly lost his temper on the spot. He had just boasted a moment ago, and now he was being proved wrong so quickly. Without another word, Golden Lion stretched out his hand, and the entire island began to twist and shift violently. "Lion's might. Earth scroll. Don't even think about it," Zephyr shouted, launching himself forward with moonwalk, his fist aimed straight for Golden Lion's head. The Golden Lion was forced to halt his assault. The two swords in his hands, wreathed in armament hockey, instantly transformed into twin arcs of golden light, slashing forth an X-shaped wave of sword energy. Lion's cross slash. This was one of the Golden Lion's signature sword techniques from long ago. However, ever since he had mounted the two swords Deadwood and Sakura 10 onto his own legs, he had been unable to perform such intricate moves. Only now, after making a full recovery, could he once again unleash the techniques from his prime. With a thunderous crash, the crossing sword beams collided head-on, with Zephyr's iron fist also wrapped in armament hockey. The impact sent violent tremors through the air, unable to fly. Zephyr was ultimately engulfed by the surging sword energy, fine cuts opening up across his body. Of course, wounds like these were hardly worth mentioning for monsters of their caliber. Yet from this exchange, Zephyr could see it clearly. The lion had not only regained his strength, but now stood even mightier than at his peak. Zephyr realized rather grimly that he was no match for the Golden Lion. "Judge! Minotaur! Stop them!" The Golden Lion barked, noticing the group of naval cadets preparing to make their escape from the floating island. Judge's face was written with hesitation. As the king of an allied nation to the world government, An attack on the Navy would leave him with no way back. He faltered under Zephyr's gaze, torn by indecision. Minotaur, on the other hand, felt no such qualms. If anything, he was eager to test the extent of his own power. Bending forward slightly, he gripped his long sword in one hand and drew in a deep breath, then exhaled. As he activated his breathing technique, the air he expelled seemed to cut like a blade, slicing several feet ahead. Thunderbolt flash. A beam of sword light as dazzling as a rainbow and as fierce as a bolt of lightning tore through the sky in an instant. With a desperate scream, the slowly moving Navy warship was split in two from bow to stern. The thunderous sword energy carving through the vessel and shooting up into the heavens, nearly cleaving the clouds apart. At the very same moment, Smoker, the smoke fruit user, was forced back into human form by a cry of pain. A deep, slanting wound ran across his body, blood gushing out as the sword energy had sliced through muscle and bone, baring his internal organs. "Damn it! Smoker!" Zephyr roared in fury, launching a powerful punch, but the Golden Lion merely raised his hand, and a wall inscribed with a lion's head sprang up, blocking Zephyr's blow with lightning speed. "You dare get distracted while fighting? Me? You must really not take me seriously, Zephyr." The Golden Lion sneered, his twin blades crackling with dark lightning as he brought them down once more. Conqueror's haki entwined his swords. This was the Golden Lion, at last revealing the full extent of his true power. The Golden Lion's assault surged forward like relentless tides, shaking the earth itself. From the ground, countless mighty lions rose up, blocking every path of retreat for Zephyr. At the same time, the Golden Lion's sword strikes flashed with fierce brilliance. His incredible agility lent a wild, untamable quality to his already formidable swordsmanship, making his attacks as unpredictable as a celestial steed galloping across the heavens. With his powers and swordsmanship combined, he utterly suppressed Zephyr. The Golden Lion even casually split the floating island apart, creating two separate battlefields, lest his fight with Zephyr spill over and interfere with the other side. Meanwhile, after a flash of lightning split the air, Mino turned his gaze to the naval cadets before him. "Surrender. None of you stand a chance against me now." "Don't be ridiculous. Hinai is a Marine. How could she possibly surrender to a pirate?" retorted a pink-haired girl. With a swift flick of her wrists, two black iron rods shot out toward Mino, still refusing to admit defeat. "Are you?" Mino sneered, brushing aside the two iron rods with ease. Unfortunately for the girl, her rods were nothing more than ordinary iron, not the chakra rods wielded by a certain Pain, and their power was thoroughly unimpressive in Mino's eyes, hardly as threatening as a regular firearm. Moreover, her reckless attack had inadvertently revealed her identity. As a devil fruit user, it dawned on Mino at once. This was Black Cage and I, sometimes translated as Tina, a contemporary of Smoker, the smoke fruit user. While Hinai's abilities weren't overwhelmingly powerful, they were certainly strange enough to catch the unprepared off guard. Anyone unfamiliar with her powers could be defeated in an instant. When Hinai touched an opponent, the place she made contact would transform into steel bars, locking her enemy in place. For example, if her arm passed through someone, it would leave iron bars behind, trapping them. Those unaware of her ability often fell to her in close-quarters combat. Of course, for someone with sufficient strength, breaking free of the bars wasn't much of a challenge. All in all, her devil fruit power was formidable against weaker foes in the early stages, and could still play a supporting role later on. A respectable ability, to say the least. Mino wasn't yet strong enough to break steel with ease, but he wasn't a purely physical fighter either, against such a peculiar power. The best course was to avoid close combat altogether, with a sweep of his long sword of flying. Slash arced toward the group of cadets. With a roar, a Navy officer with a scar on his chin suddenly transformed into a towering dinosaur, stepping in to block Mino's flying slash. The defense came at a cost. One of his claws was left bloody, the wound deep enough to expose the bone beneath. This was Drake, the ancient Zoan devil fruit user, specifically the Allosaurus model. Later, he would become one of the pirate world's supernovas and even join Kaido's Beast Pirates. All while secretly serving as an undercover agent for the Navy. Mino hadn't expected that this guy, too, was from the same cohort as Smoker and Hina. It seemed the three of them were likely the strongest. Among this year's batch of Navy recruits, Are you still going to struggle in a situation like this? The gap between you and me should be obvious now, shouldn't it? Mino said, casting his gaze over the three people blocking his way, as well as the reserve naval officers behind them. Smoker, who had been lying on the ground, managed to stand up once more. Among the reserve officers, there appeared to be someone skilled in medicine. And within less than a minute, they had given Smoker a basic round of bandaging. Still, for him to get back on his feet with such severe injuries was a testament to his courage. But if he took any more damage, he might not survive it at all. Hina will never surrender to pirates. As long as I'm still standing, the outcome is far from decided. Hina and Smoker spoke out at the same time. Without a word, Drake's form shifted, transforming into his Beastman mode before he charged forward. Divine speed. Thunder flash. In an instant, Mino became a dazzling streak of light, not clashing directly with Drake, but instead slicing into the ranks of the ordinary trainee Marines. At the back, these people were clearly a far cry from Smoker, Hina, and Drake. The weaker ones were about on par with that Iron Club Alvida whom Luffy had encountered when he first set sail, and the stronger ones were no better than Arlong. Against Mino, a master of lightning-fast attacks, they barely had time to react before being cut down one after another. Damn it. What are you doing? Smoker roared, his arms turning into billowing clouds of smoke as he lashed out at Mino. Idiot, don't you know that when you're up against Haki, recklessly using Logia powers only makes you a target? Mino sneered, with a swing of his sword. Its blade shrouded in black Haki. There was a sharp sound, and a streak of blood appeared amid the smoke. It wasn't that Logia users were automatically countered by Haki. Some Logia users highly skilled in observation Haki could anticipate their opponent's attacks and preemptively shift into their elemental form to dodge. But Smoker was hopeless at both armament and observation Haki. He hadn't even awakened them. It was all too easy for Mino to pinpoint his true body within the smoke. The real idiot is you. Hina's got you now. Within the haze, Hina's clear voice rang out, followed by the harsh snap of a heavy iron lock clamping around a thick right arm. That's what I mean when I say you're fools, facing off against an observation Haki expert in the midst of smoke-filled battlefield. It's the height of stupidity. Minus's voice rang out behind Hina. Just as a hint of surprise flickered across her face, a flash of sword light pierced straight through her chest. With a choking gasp, Hina spat out a mouthful of blood. Only then did she realize that what she had just grabbed was actually a Navy soldier whom Minus had already knocked unconscious. So cunning. Hina fell for it. She muttered, her voice fading. Minus drew his long sword from her body. Though the blade had run through her chest, he had deliberately avoided any vital organs. For one, he actually felt some sympathy for these Navy soldiers. For another, Minus figured that if he really wiped them all out, his karma points would probably skyrocket. Enough to trade for 3 transactions at once. Who knows, maybe next time. The 3 admirals would come after him together. As the smoke gradually dissipated, both Smoker and Hina lay sprawled on the ground, unmoving. Only Drake, towering above the others and too large to launch a sneak attack, even in the smoke, remained standing in place. What a terrifying guy. Drake muttered, sweat streaming down his face. By now, the other Navy soldiers were strewn across the battlefield, all taken out. Only he and Minus were left standing. As for Golden Lion and Zephyr, the Golden Lion had long since split the island in 2 and taken Zephyr to the far side to continue their battle. If not for that, the shockwave from those 2 monsters fighting would probably have left most of the Navy incapacitated without anyone else needing to lift a finger. Looks like you're the last one left, Minus said, smiling as he turned his gaze on Drake. Compared to the others, Drake was probably the most troublesome of the trio in the eyes of someone who had mastered armament Haki. The power of an ancient Zoan-type devil fruit was simple but formidable. It enhanced strength, endurance, and speed. In its own way, this was the ability that boosted combat power the most in the early stages. Drake took a deep breath, saving his words for action. Suddenly, his whole dinosaur-like form charged at Minus. With a sweeping motion, he brought down an axe and a long sword in tandem, unleashing a cross-shaped slash. Minus raised his own sword to block the strike overhead. For a moment, steel rang against steel. Then both fighters stepped back, each retreating 2 paces. So that's how it is. You're the speed type, aren't you? Your strength is impressive, but nowhere near as overwhelming as your speed, Drake said, as if psyching himself up. I am the speed type, Minus replied, a hint of a smile playing at his lips. At that moment, all three of his eyes began to glow with a faint blood-red light. But if you think that's all the strength I have, you're gravely mistaken. Kieran's blood frenzy, the Kieran blood within him, already boosted Minus's strength. But now, as he actively tapped into the potential of his bloodline, the power surging through him was no less than the transformation of the King of Evil Eyes, if you factor in the power stacked with the Evil Eye King transformation. The strength he gains after transforming now has probably already far surpassed that of ordinary Zoan types. Even among the ancient Zoan species, there are few who could compare. Of course, for someone like Drake alone, such overwhelming power is hardly necessary. In fact, even the current Mad Blood state is only something Minus activated to test out his new strength. The sensation was exhilarating, although there was a faint lingering rush to his head that was merely the aftereffect of his power, surging so suddenly. The violent bloodlust carried within the Chelan Mad Blood had long since been thoroughly neutralized by the wine of the Holy Grail. Clenching his fist lightly, Minus refrained from drawing his long sword again. For one thing, he had never trained to adapt to this state, so his control was a bit diminished. If he used swordsmanship now, although the power would be greater, his openings would be all the more obvious. For another, since this fight was meant to let him test and adapt to his new strength, it only made sense to let the battle drag on a bit longer. Otherwise, if he finished things in a single blow, it would be no different from hacking at a practice dummy. With a resounding crash, his armored fist, wreathed in hockey, slammed down on Drake's head, making the reptilian slit of Drake's pupil narrow in shock as he stumbled back in a daze for several steps. Damn it. Even without using swordsmanship, I'm still no match for this guy. And what's more, he was holding back just now. Both his strength and speed have risen to a whole new level. Damn it, just who is this guy? In a new world, perhaps someone might pay attention to Minus's wanted poster, but for this group of Navy cadets, pirates with bounties under 100 million were a dime a dozen. Unless they were assigned to the new world, they wouldn't even bother to remember a pirate with a 50 million bounty there. Drake swung his axe and longsword wildly, but Minus dodged every blow with the ease and brilliance of a flickering light, then drove a sharp kick into Drake's midsection. The blow sent the massive Drake hurtling dozens of meters through the air, nearly knocking him clear off the floating island. Even though Minus was a speed-type fighter, under the combined enhancements of his demonic blood, the Dragon Blood Ritual, and Sheila Mad Blood, his strength still thoroughly outstripped Drake's. Although Drake had partially transformed into a beast-man, at best it only let him withstand a few more punches. With a muffled groan, Drake coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in pain. Even though ancient Zoan devil fruit users were famed for their tough hides, formidable defenses, and tenacity, after being pummeled by Minus for half an hour, he was already exhausted, battered, and at his limit. And that was only because Minus had yet to draw his sword. Otherwise, Drake might have been cut down in just a few moves. Ancient Zoan types truly are resilient, Minus remarked, his 3 crimson eyes fixed on Drake. But now, I've more or less gotten used to my power in this state. It's time to finish you off quickly. No sooner had he spoken than a shadowy hue began to creep across Minus's skin. Dozens of eyes sprouted over his body. The dread Evil Eye King form had awakened, with both his Mad Blood and Evil Eye King abilities unleashed. His power soared to a level rivaling even the top-tier ancient Zoan devil fruit users at their peak. He brought his fist down with crushing force. Drake, already pushed to his limits, spat blood and collapsed unconscious from the devastating blow. It's finally over. Minus glanced around at the scattered Navy men lying all over the ground. With little care, he piled them up together and then perched himself atop the broadest of the naval cadets. His gaze shifted toward the battlefield across from him. The Golden Lion had split the floating island in 2-inch, now locked in a one-on-one duel with Zephyr. Minus, meanwhile, had already triumphed over the Navy cadets on his side, yet on the other front the clash raged on with no sign of abating. In fact, the other battlefield wasn't just the Golden Lion alone. Judge's forces were there as well. However, the King of Germa 66 had not joined the fray. His strength still fell short, and besides, he was hedging his bets, unwilling to commit while weighing his options. Of course, whether he joined or not hardly mattered. Even if on a whim he decided to help Zephyr, it was doubtful he could pose any real threat to the Golden Lion in his prime. Still, Even though Zephyr was now considered among the weaker of the Navy's admirals, the Golden Lion stood at the very pinnacle of the Emperor class. For warriors of this caliber, victory would not come swiftly. With such boundless stamina, it would take days and nights of fierce battle before the Golden Lion could truly defeat Zephyr. As the sun began to dip toward the western horizon, Minot grew restless watching the ongoing chaos across the island. Not a single soul had even come to retrieve him. Unable to wait any longer, he grabbed the din mushy and dialed Judge's number. The line crackling with urgency. "Hello, Vince Smoke, Judge. Stop standing there in a daze. I've got a whole heap of prisoners over here. Get your people over and take them off my hands." At that moment, Judge was in a rather awkward predicament himself. If he ran, he feared the Golden Lion would come after him later. Yet if he helped the Golden Lion, it might stain his nation's reputation. When Minot's call came through, it was as if a pardon had fallen from the sky. With his ability to fly, he gathered his children and soared directly over. What awaited him was the sight of Minot sitting among a mound of Navy cadets, all sprawled unconscious beneath him. Kaji was utterly startled on the spot. For a moment, he thought Minuo had slaughtered all the current batch of naval cadets. If that were the case, he figured he could forget about ever joining the ranks of the world government's member states. Instead, he'd better pack up his things and join forces with the Golden Lion to form a pirate crew in the New World. Only after checking did he realize that these people were in fact just severely injured. With proper treatment, not even lingering side effects would remain. Kaji finally breathed a sigh of relief. Of course, Minuo wasn't a fool. Setting aside the matter of causal points and his own sense of morality, just the fact that if he actually killed a whole batch of naval cadets, the Navy would hunt him down like a mad dog. It wasn't Whitebeard Jr., who could slice off Zephyr's arm and still bounce around after wiping out a ship full of Navy officers. Whitebeard Jr. could get away with it because he was tough enough and the Navy simply didn't have the manpower to deal with him. After all, looking at his record, even sending an admiral wouldn't guarantee a capture. Whether or not the admirals could defeat Whitebeard Jr. was questionable, and if Whitebeard Jr. actually wanted to escape, even an admiral couldn't stop him. As for Minuo, with his current abilities, even a couple of veteran vice admirals or a single admiral would spell certain doom for him. "All right, I know exactly what you're thinking. You're always ready to switch sides," Minuo said with a cold sneer. "Treat their injuries first, then lock them up? And these three, remember, they're devil fruit users. Make sure you use Seastone cuffs, I understand." Kaji replied, skipping over any unnecessary words. Germa's technology was indeed comprehensive. He brought along a few of his children, took some medical supplies from their battle suits, and gave the naval cadets emergency treatment. Then, like a swarm of busy bees, they began moving the unconscious cadets. Minuo also asked Kaji for a pair of jet-propelled boots. Although he could use moonwalk to move through the air, he didn't feel like wasting the effort. After all, to prevent collisions caused by storms, the floating islands were spaced quite far apart. This newly risen island was an uninhabited one, untouched and wild, offering no place to rest. Relying on the floating boots, Minuo quickly made his way back to the main island. As for the battle between the Golden Lion and Zephyr, Minuo paid it no mind. With the Golden Lion's enhanced strength, victory over Zephyr was simply a matter of time. 2 days slipped by in the blink of an eye. On the morning of the third day, the Golden Lion returned. His clothes were a bit tattered, his face bore a few bruises, but his spirit was as fierce as ever. "Captain Shiki is back. Looks like this time he's won for good. Jia! It's all thanks to your holy grail liquor. If not for that, I might never have bested this old friend." As for Zephyr, according to Golden Lion's account, when he saw the tides turning against him, he leaped off the floating island and plunged straight into the sea. Since he isn't a devil fruit user, once Zephyr dives into the ocean, even someone with the powers of the float fruit, like Golden Lion, would find it difficult to deal with him. There was no need to worry about the height either, as long as he slowed himself with a few quick moonwalks just before hitting the water. With their level of physical strength and mastery of hockey, nothing untoward could possibly happen. Take Kaido, for instance. That monster practices bungee jumping from sky islands on a daily basis, and he's never even scratched himself. Though Zephyr's physique might not quite reach such monstrous levels, with his hockey as protection, he's not too far behind. It wasn't that Zephyr didn't want to save his students, he simply couldn't defeat Golden Lion. And this was the only way out. At least he managed to save his own life. giving him a chance to regroup with the Navy and help devise a rescue plan. He could warn them that Golden Lion still lives so they can prepare themselves. But if you're to be killed here as well, then all hope would truly be lost. So despite his deep concern, Zephyr chose to retreat from the battlefield for now. Mino took a glance at his own karma points. Fortunately, he was just a hair's breadth away from being able to make another deal. Golden Lion wasn't quite exhausted yet, but he had burned through plenty of stamina. If, say, another Kaido were to suddenly appear, Mino figured he'd better be ready to run for his life. After his victory, Golden Lion threw a grand banquet. But throughout the feast, his gaze toward Judge was filled with a curious and scrutinizing amusement. Judge, for his part, sat as if on pins and needles. He knew full well that his half-hearted efforts would not escape the captain's notice. In the end, though, Golden Lion didn't confront him directly. Instead, he laid down a new requirement. From now on in every battle, Judge and his army of artificial soldiers must fight on the front lines. Judge understood this for what it was, a test of loyalty. If he failed, it would mean a one-way trip to the grave, so he nodded in rapid agreement, like a chick pecking at grain. As for Mino, he had now been elevated to the position of vice-captain of the Flying Pirates. Officially, there was no such rank within the crew, but the meaning was clear enough. After all, in terms of both strength and merit, Mino was beyond reproach. Even if his loyalty left something to be desired, he made his stance clear. As long as the captain's orders weren't utterly unreasonable, Mino would carry them out. This was very much a case of in the land of the blind, the one-eyed man is king. Out of all his hidden cards, Mino's current fighting strength was just barely equivalent to the lowest of the top officers in a Yonko crew. He was roughly on par with the stronger members among the Tobarapo, but still lacked the edge to challenge the true heavyweights. Yet compared to the other senior officers, he was a cut above the rest. Such strength could only earn the title of Emperor's Deputy within the ragtag crew of the Golden Lion. As for this, Mino didn't have too many thoughts about it. At most, it would just make it easier to call on the Golden Lion for help in the future when he wanted to stir up trouble. The newly restored Golden Lion was brimming with ambition. Over this period, he had raised several new sky islands, and at last he had gathered enough raw materials to produce the IQ serum. Afterwards, the Golden Lion had no intention of lingering in the East Blue any longer. Instead, he decided to head for the New World, reclaim his old territories first, then re-establish the prestige of his flying pirates, and recruit some high-ranking officers. With his now youthful body, plus the surge in mid-tier combat strength brought by the Berserker Serum, he believed that the throne of Pirate King was no longer far from his reach. Not the kind of pirate king like Roger, who found Laugh Tale, but a true king among pirates, one whose word was law. Mino, however, was not keen on returning to the New World with the Golden Lion. The New World was simply too dangerous, and it wasn't a good place for him to stir up trouble and rack up karmic points. Besides, it was entirely possible that upon arrival, the Golden Lion would have to clash with the Charlotte Pirates. All because of his own position as the Three-Eyed Tribe's Emperor's Deputy. To be honest, though, Charlotte Linlin wasn't the sharpest. The Charlotte Pirates had never truly mistreated Mino, if he had known. He stood no chance against the Golden Lion. He wouldn't have joined his crew so easily in the first place. Now, going back, Mino felt his own position would be rather awkward. He certainly had no desire to start a conflict between the Golden Lion's crew and the Charlotte Pirates. But if he didn't go with the Golden Lion, Mino had captured an entire ship of Navy people, cured the Golden Lion's injuries, and triggered countless butterfly effects. His karmic points were still on the rise. Even if he did nothing, Mino figured it would only take a few days before his total would hit the critical threshold again. If a Navy admiral showed up when he had no backing, wouldn't he be doomed? Yet what reason could he give to object? The New World was a pirate's paradise. Only someone with the Golden Lion's unique abilities and his relative lack of troublemaking could roam freely among the four seas. If it were Whitebeard or Big Mom, do you think the Navy would let them linger in the four seas for long without ganging up on them? After all, the four seas were the Navy's talent pool and financial lifeline. The celestial tribute for the world government, the Navy's massive military budget. All of it was funded by the wealth collected from the four seas. If anyone dared threaten the Navy's or the world government's lifeblood, it wouldn't matter if they were the world's strongest creature or the world's strongest man. They'd be dealt with harshly. You want to go treasure hunting in the East Blue? The Golden Lion, cigarette in hand, looked utterly astonished. What kind of treasure could the East Blue possibly have? Well, I just heard some rumors, that's all. Mino spoke up. He remembered that Ace had once found the flame fruit using a treasure map. The place was called something like Ant Nest Hell. Of course, who knew if the flame fruit was still there now? Mino simply wanted to linger in the Four Seas for a while. Longer, the treasure hunt was just an added bonus. For pirates, searching for treasure was as normal as holding a banquet. Just part of the lifestyle. After all, the Great Pirate Era began because everyone wanted to seek out Roger's treasure. That alone showed how obsessed pirates were with the hunt for riches. The Golden Lion didn't give it much thought after hearing this. "Do you actually know where the treasure is?" he asked. "I think it's on a deadly island in the East Blue, known as Ant Nest Hell," Mino replied without hesitation. "If it were on the Grand Line, that would make things much trickier. There were far too many so-called deadly places there, but in the Four Seas, the environment was relatively peaceful and perilous. Islands were few and far between, making this kind of place much easier to find. Under the azure sky, a massive island drifted slowly through the clouds. This was the largest floating island of the Golden Lion pirates, complete with castle-like structures built atop it. It also served as the headquarters for the entire crew. Most of the Golden Lion's old ragtag subordinates lived here, and with the ongoing IQ experiments, more and more pirates were growing larger in size. 4 or 5 meters tall was becoming the norm. Their appetites were growing just as quickly. As a result, food supplies were beginning to run short. Golden Lion himself cared little for such matters. If he had to deal with it, he'd simply go plunder another island at sea. But Mino, the vice captain, couldn't just stand by and watch. In truth, the floating island was more than big enough to support its residents. Even a tenth of its land would suffice. Mino quickly organized the pirates, sending them out to other small islands. After using IQ potions to enhance themselves, the deadly toxins of the IQ plants no longer affected them. In fact, the creatures in those forests had grown quite large under the plant's influence. With a wave of his hand, Mino told them to go hunt in the forests. It would be good training as well, and since there was no longer a need to use IQ plants to breed fierce beasts, the demand for the plants plummeted. For humans, only a small amount of IQ was needed, so most of the IQ plants could be uprooted to make way for farmland, making the floating island far more self-sufficient. Honestly, if it weren't for the island effect caused by the Golden Lion's float fruit, the ordinary people living on these floating islands would probably have all fled by now. None would have remained. Mino set the rules directly, aiming to minimize the harm pirates inflicted on ordinary people. In a way, it was also a means to boost productivity. After regaining his health, Golden Lion supported Mino's actions. He understood perfectly well that the four emperors were a world apart from ordinary pirates. A self-sufficient territory was the true foundation for the four emperors' power. In the past, his mind was filled with thoughts of destroying the East Blue, so he didn't care about these matters. Now, with his ambitions shifting toward ruling the world, his perspective had completely changed. Mino, wearing his levitating boots, touched down on the ground. Behind him trailed the young baby 5, and together, they quickly reached the side entrance of the main island's castle. Pushing open the door, they walked a short distance, and soon arrived at a staircase leading downward. Descending into a hidden basement, they found themselves in what was in fact a prison. A group of Navy soldiers was locked up inside. What was particularly surprising was that the person guarding the prison was none other than Reiju, the 14-year-old girl. Upon seeing Mino enter, Reiju sprang to her feet. "Lord Mino!" "It's been a while, Reiju," Mino replied with a cheerful grin. Among the Vinsmoke family, Mino's attitude toward Reiju was noticeably kinder. Admittedly, her beauty played a part, but it was also due to her own personality. While she couldn't exactly be called a good person, Reiju was by far the most compassionate member of the Vinsmoke family. As for the others, Mino had no desire to deal with them at all. A trio of emotionless task machines, and one schemer with a cold exterior and a cowardly heart. No matter how closely one might try to associate with them, it would all be in vain. "So why are you the one watching over these guys?" Mino asked, curiosity piqued at 14. Reiju was likely the second most powerful fighter in the entire Vinsmoke family. After all, her eldest brother Ichiji was only 11 at the time. 10 years later, when Ichiji reached 21 and Reiju 24, perhaps Ichiji would surpass her. For now, though, the 14-year-old Reiju could easily overpower her 11-year-old brother. As a cyborg, Reiju's combat abilities had developed rapidly. She had once ranked 4th in the entire Golden Lion pirate crew, even though Baby 5, the girl beside her, had eaten the formidable weapon fruit. The truth was, she had never been a match for Reiju in the past. Someone this powerful hardly seemed like the type to be guarding a jail. After all, the Golden Lion pirates weren't like the world government, throwing all the monsters of the sea into Impel Down. There's really no other way. Lord Mino, you know what those pirates are like. Even with your orders, letting them guard the prison would just be asking for trouble. So in the end, only the Germa 66 clones could be left to watch over the prisoners. However, the clones can only obey the commands of the Vinsmoke family, which means I'm the only one fit to serve as the chief warden of this prison. The ragtag bunch under Golden Lion's command wasn't particularly strong, but they had certainly inherited the worst habits of pirates in full measure. If Mino hadn't come to inspect the situation in the prison out of concern that his karma points might rise, it would have been perfectly normal for half of these Navy officers to end up dead, especially with that pretty young lady Hina and a few other female soldiers. Thank goodness Mino arrived in time, or things might have taken a turn straight. Out of a questionable adult manga, these pirates have been stuck on Golden Lion's floating island for nearly a decade, with limited transportation and few ordinary residents. Even an old sow would start looking attractive to them, let alone someone like Hina, a beautiful young Navy officer. Ever since then, Mino tightened up the prison's supervision system, fearful that these pirates might cause more trouble. Now that the Germa 66 clones are in charge, those worries are simply a thing of the past. By the way, Lord Mino, what brings you to the prison today? After chatting for a while, Reiju finally realized and asked curiously, the Navy officer's injury should be more or less healed by now, right? Mino blinked, not answering Reiju's question directly, but instead asking his own. They've all recovered. When you took action back then, Lord Mino, you were quite measured. Except for that white-haired one, Smoker. The rest only suffered flesh wounds, Reiju replied. Mino nodded. Smoker had just been unlucky. He got caught while in his smoke form. And at that time, Mino couldn't tell if he'd hit a vital spot or not. The fact that Smoker survived it all was pure luck in that case. Mino's gaze shifted to Baby 5-inch, who was standing behind him. Looks like you won't be lacking opponents for your training. Reiju paused in surprise, turning to Baby 5. Are you planning to use those Navy prisoners as sparring partners? Mino nodded. Exactly. Baby 5's devil fruit powers have improved again recently, and this is the perfect chance to test just how much stronger she's become against these Navy officers. Baby 5's rapid progress was largely thanks to the Germa 66 group. She'd benefited from their arsenal and battlesuit blueprints. Mino had even exchanged something from the Golden Scales for a powerful weapon design, tailor-made for Baby 5's weapon fruit. She'd spent quite some time mastering the transformation into that so-called ultimate weapon. The sound of brisk footsteps echoed through the corridor. Inside the prison, Drake and the others looked up in unison, just in time to see Mino entering, with Baby 5 and Reiju following close behind. As the three of them entered, the gazes of the assembled Marines grew. Complicated, after all, it was this very young man, Mino, whose age was not much different from theirs, who single-handedly defeated the new generation of Navy officers. Before this, each of them had been brimming with pride, with elites like Smoker Dreet and Hina among them, even if they didn't think they could ever rival the monstrous strength of an admiral. They were still confident that they could one day rise to the rank of vice admiral. Naturally, they considered themselves chosen by fate, and then they were beaten by Mino, soundly and without a chance to resist, all at once. Mino swept his gaze over the Marines, carefully choosing an opponent for Baby 5. He immediately ruled out Smoker, the user of the smoky fruit, since Baby 5 had yet to master hockey. No matter how she transformed her weapon, it would be useless if she couldn't land a hit. His eyes then lingered on Hina, who was still shackled with sea prism stone cuffs. Startled, Hina instinctively pulled her clothes tighter around herself, the lingering fear from her recent captivity still fresh in her mind. Although it was thanks to Mino that she escaped a worse fate, she couldn't help but worry. If he harbored any ill intentions, there would be few who could save her now. Let's start with her, and work from the easiest to the hardest, Mino mused aloud. He glanced at Hina's nervous reaction, then extended a finger, picking her out directly. What do you mean from the easiest to the hardest? What are you planning? Smoker couldn't hold back any longer, and finally spoke up. Not just Smoker, many of the other Marines also turned their attention to Mino. Hina was, after all, the star of this class at the Naval Academy, and plenty of male Marines were concerned about her well-being. Relax. I just want her to spar a little. It's no different from the training matches you have at the Academy. Mino replied offhandedly. You jerk. If you want to fight, then fight me. What's the point of picking on a woman? Smoker said, bristling with anger. Mino glanced at him with a peculiar look. Hina, hearing this, rolled her eyes. Smoker, what's that supposed to mean? Do you think women are weak? That's not what I meant. All right, enough arguing, Mino interrupted, shaking his head. Your opponent isn't me. It's my mate here. At that, the Marines finally turned their attention to Baby 5, who stood behind Mino. Though she did her best to look fierce, she was, after all, just a 14-year-old girl with a bow tied at the back of her head. With so many Marines staring at her, she almost burst into tears. And her attempt at a menacing expression only made her look adorably clueless. This little one is my opponent, Hina said, a hint of indignation in her voice. Is she some kind of powerful devil fruit user? Seeing Baby 5 like this, she hardly looks like a master of martial arts or hockey. It has to be a devil fruit that lets this young-looking little girl stand toe-to-toe with elite Marines like me. She's a weapon fruit user. Baby 5 can directly transform into all kinds of weapons. Mino said, holding nothing back as he spoke. Among the devil fruits, the weapon. Fruit is considered rather powerful, but it's still a long way from the very top-tier fruits. When Hina heard its name, she didn't show the slightest fear. She only gave a small nod. In truth, it's no surprise if the weapon fruit seems underwhelming. After all, in the world of One Piece, the level of technology has always been rather basic, though there are occasional flashes of futuristic tech before Vegapunk came along. The world's highest technological achievements were just a bit beyond World War I, nowhere near World War II standards. In such a technological environment, the potential of the weapon fruit is greatly limited. It's certainly stronger than your average paramecia, but it's nowhere near the very best paramecia out there. Now, if you place this fruit in a world like Marvel or DC, where technology is leagues ahead, or in a hard sci-fi setting like the Three-Body Problem, then the weapon fruit would undoubtedly become the most powerful and versatile fruit. No contest, of course, under Mino's guidance. Baby 5's mastery of the weapon fruit has already far surpassed what these Marines could ever imagine. When the group of Marines heard that their opponent would be Baby 5, a seemingly frail little girl, none of them raised any objections. Without further ado, Mino reached out and unlocked Hina's C-prism stone handcuffs with a key. The other Marines watched longingly as Hina walked onto the field, but Mino had no intention of letting them go spectate in the training arena. Reiju, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at the backs of Baby 5 and Hina as they left, using these Marines for training. Not a bad idea. Maybe I should give it a try too, she murmured to herself. The training ground on the floating island was spacious, its surface made of tightly packed rammed earth, a specialty that came easy thanks to Golden Lion's float fruit. In a world of pirates, once top fighters go all out, it's not uncommon for entire islands to be reduced to rubble. If the training ground isn't built big and sturdy, it's simply not going to hold up. Baby 5 stood at the center of the arena, watching as Hina approached, and took a deep, steadying breath, having been born into the Don Quixote family. Baby 5 was no stranger to war and conflict. Still, today's battle was different for her. Just a while ago, Mino had given her the blueprints for the ultimate weapon. Over the past few days, she'd finally finished digesting and mastering them. Now, for the first time, she felt an unprecedented strength welling up inside her. This was her first time wielding those high-tech weapons. And of course, she was excited. All right, since both of you are here, let the match begin, Mino said, glancing at the two of them before speaking directly. Baby 5 and Hina both nodded. Hina hadn't even considered trying to escape. Not only did she know she couldn't defeat Mino, but this was a floating island tens of thousands of meters above the ground. She wasn't some legendary figure like Kaido, Master of the Seas. If she fell, being able to recover even a scrap of her remains would already be considered a miracle, no matter how tough her body was. On this entire floating island, only Smoker, with his smoke fruit powers, might have any chance of escape, and even then his odds were slim to none. Hina's gaze locked onto Baby 5. If she lost to Mino, she could always say her opponent was a monster. After all, Mino was the second in command of the Golden Lion Pirates, a young and fearsome pirate whose reputation for being monstrous preceded her. But if she lost to this little girl who looked 5 or 6 years younger than herself, Hino would feel utterly humiliated. With a sudden swift motion, 2 black iron rods appeared in Hina's palms. She hurled them forward, then charged in herself. But just at that moment, metallic light shimmered across Baby Five's body. Suddenly, her entire form began to swell, and within moments, she had transformed into a towering metal giant standing 4 or 5 meters tall. Her body was forged of black steel, her head a rounded dome with a glowing red light at its center. Thick, powerful metal limbs supported her, and strapped to her back was a weapon resembling a massive iron rod. One arm had morphed into a colossal shield, while the other gripped a heavy, oversized rifle. This was Baby Five's latest and most powerful weapon transformation. Her mobile suit Zuko brought to life through the powers of the Arms fruit, while Mino felt a pang of disappointment that they hadn't managed to acquire the design plans for a Gundam. Even more disheartening was the fact that Baby Five's physical strength wasn't enough, and her mastery of the Arms fruit hadn't reached a high enough level. Even the Zaku she created was a scaled-down version, only 4.53 meters tall. Yes, that measurement was precise because Mino had actually taken the time to measure it. He figured that once Baby Five grew stronger, her Zaku might reach 8 or 9 meters tall, about half the height of a real Zaku. Originally, Mino had dreamed of getting inside the cockpit of Baby Five's Gundam or Zaku transformation, using armament hockey to enhance it, so that more or less it would be like piloting a real Gundam. But unfortunately, the cockpit of Baby Five Zaku was far too cramped for Mino, and that dream was dashed for now. Standing opposite Baby Five, Hina's jaw dropped in shock. "What is that? I thought you had the Arms fruit. This is the ultimate multi-purpose humanoid weapon for final battles." The Zaku boomed, its metallic voice resonating through the arena. Hinata burst out angrily, shouting, "Nonsense! This is obviously just a giant robot." However, Baby Five had no intention of wasting any more words. Transforming into this form made her immensely powerful, but also drained her stamina at an alarming rate. Without hesitation, she hoisted up her massive rifle and fired a searing beam of energy. The moment Baby Five aimed her weapon at Hinata, a wave of alarm swept over her. Before the beam could even be unleashed, Hinata desperately rolled to the side. Even so, she was still caught in the blast. Tremendous shockwave sent hurtling 7 or 8 meters through the air. "Damn it, isn't this firepower a bit much?" Hinata grumbled, tossing 2 black iron rods from her hands. Baby Five didn't even bother to dodge. With a series of metallic clangs, the rods bounced harmlessly off and clattered to the ground. The Zaku schematics were remarkably detailed, even specifying the materials needed for its construction. While it wasn't made from the latest Gundanium alloy, it was forged from ultra-high tensile steel, material whose sheer strength already surpassed even the finest swords of the pirate world, and the Zaku's armor was far thicker than any sword could hope to match. In terms of physical defense, Baby Five, transformed into the Zaku, could easily rival even Big Mom for the duration of her transformation. With defense like that, what kind of outrageous, monstrous weapon is this? Hinata spat through clenched teeth, her frustration mounting. As a user of the Arms fruit, Baby Five was an excellent shot to begin with. Combined with the beam rifle's blistering speed and the lack of need to reload, volley after volley of beams screeched through the air, relentlessly chasing Hinata. She could do nothing but scramble and dodge, barely keeping herself out of harm's way. "This isn't working. Her firepower is overwhelming. I'll have to try binding her instead." Realizing she couldn't keep this up, Hinata, battered and disheveled, hurled several more black iron rods, aiming for the Zaku's head sensor. Though she didn't hit the sensor itself, her attack forced the Zaku to tilt its head slightly. Seizing the opportunity, Hinata dashed forward. No matter how advanced it was, the Zaku just couldn't match a human's agility. Even with Baby Five's perfect synchronization, the machine's weight and power structure meant it could never move as nimbly as a person. Hinata's plan was to lock down the Zaku while she had the chance. With her cage fruit powers, she didn't expect her iron bars to restrain it for long, but if she could trap its joints at the critical moment, she could keep tangling it up, using her ability again and again. If one bar wasn't enough, she'd add another, and another. Maybe sheer numbers would have some effect. At the very least, she hoped to stall until Baby 5's stamina ran out and the transformation ended. Unless it's an animal transformation from a Zoan-type devil fruit. Using devil fruit powers always consumes stamina. Now that Baby 5 has transformed into such a powerful form, the drain on her energy must be significant. Hina simply doesn't believe Baby 5 can hold out for very long. Coming back to her senses, Baby 5 looked at Hina, charging toward her. She hesitated for a moment before controlling the Zaku to throw a punch down. The Zaku that Baby 5 piloted wasn't equipped with a heat axe, instead strapped to its back with a heat sword. However, that weapon was simply too lethal. Baby 5 wavered for a moment and chose not to use it. It's no exaggeration. If someone at Mino's level were to rely on their armament haki to take a direct hit from the heat sword, they'd be sliced clean in two. If it were Hina, it would be no different than a hot knife gliding through butter. At the very least, you'd need haki on the level of Golden Lion or the ability to project armament haki outside your body. Otherwise, your best bet is to avoid contact with the heat sword altogether. That's the only way to withstand its destructive force. After all, this weapon can slash open a Gundam in a single stroke. Instantly melting or even vaporizing high-strength steel is just routine for it. And that's only the heat sword. If it were a beam saber, the power would be even more terrifying. A Gundam could be split in two effortlessly. Even someone like Big Mom with her iron balloon body or the immortal Kaido couldn't withstand a strike from such advanced technology. Without haki, a punch, on the other hand, is at least a bit easier handle in terms of damage. Without hesitation, Hina activated her own Devil Fruit ability just by looking at Zaku's Iron Fist. She knew she couldn't take that kind of power head-on. With a sharp metallic snap, Hina swept her hands across Zaku's arm, joints instantly locking two massive iron chains around the elbows. Yet in the blink of an eye, there was a loud crack. The chains were broken apart. Although the punch's speed slowed a bit, Zaku's arm still swept across Hina's shoulder with a stifled groan. Hina felt as if the bones in her shoulder had splintered into several pieces. She awkwardly rolled away, like a lazy donkey dodging a kick, and used her legs to sweep and lock Zaku's two mechanical legs together. This time, since she used her legs, the chains were thicker and sturdier. Moreover, after transforming into Zo, Baby 5's reaction was a tad slower. Hina seized the opportunity and swept her legs again and again, locking 7 or 8 heavy chains in quick succession. By the time Baby 5 realized what was happening and swung down another punch, Hina had already flipped away from the attack, nimbly escaping from Zaku's reach. The legs can't move anymore. Next up should be the arms, Hina thought, her eyes bright with satisfaction. After taking so much punishment, she finally felt like she'd turned the tables. She fixed her keen gaze on the Zaku, preparing to act, when suddenly fire burst from Zaku's back and beneath its feet. It's flying. She's taking off. Hina's face was filled with utter astonishment. Her eyes almost popped out of their sockets. How could such a huge chunk of iron possibly fly? How was anyone supposed to enjoy the game now? In truth, Baby 5 was under a lot of pressure too. After transforming into Zaku, every move she made drained an astonishing amount of energy, especially something as demanding as flight. We have to finish this quickly. Baby 5 wasn't lacking in combat experience. She drew her thermal sword from behind her back and, with a gentle swipe, instantly reduced all of Hina's iron chains to a pile of fragments. She swiftly put away her sword, shifted into full flight mode, and shot toward Hina like a meteor streaking across the sky. Ag. With a cry of pain, Hina, who had narrowly dodged Zaku's attacks several times, was finally caught off guard. Zaku's fist grazed the side of her body. There was a sickening crack as she tumbled twice, blood spraying from her mouth, and crashed heavily to the ground. Several bones on one side of her body were shattered. Although Zaku wasn't all that agile, which allowed Hina to dodge a few attacks at first, once flight mode was activated, Zaku's straight-line speed was anything but slow. Even if turning wasn't its strong suit, its sheer size meant that even a glancing blow left Hina helpless. After holding out for so long, she was finally struck, lying on the ground. Hina saw that Zaku looked ready to attack again. She hurriedly raised her hand. "I surrender. I give up." Hearing Hina's surrender, the massive Zaku paused for a moment, then gradually faded away, reverting to Baby 5's form. Baby 5 was pale, gasping for breath, her entire body drenched in sweat. Clearly, she was at her limit. If Hina had managed to endure just a few minutes longer, dodging a few more attacks, the outcome might have been completely different. The total combat time was 9 minutes and 27 seconds. Mino checked the time on his device. Baby 5, you still need to work on your stamina. Baby 5, breathing heavily, plopped down on the ground. But even so, she forced herself to reply with spirit. Understood, Master Mino. In reality, Zaka hadn't even unleashed its full firepower. If Baby 5 had used her most destructive weapons like the thermal sword at full strength, she probably could have lasted only 5 minutes at best. On the other side, Hina lay on the ground after admitting defeat, her face drained of all color, a look of despair settling over her features. Damn it. How can these pirates be so strong? That was the look of someone whose spirit had been utterly shattered. After all, Hina had only just finished training at the Navy boot camp and wasn't nearly as mature as she would one day become. All right, treat her wounds, Mino said, glancing at Hina as he addressed Reiju. Germa's 60th medical technology is quite impressive, and besides, nearly everyone in this world seems to have an extraordinary constitution. So even though Hina's injuries looked severe, after a bit of treatment and drinking plenty of milk, she'd be almost fully recovered in just 2 or 3 days. Reiju nodded and took Hina over for treatment, while Baby 5 seized the chance to rest for a while. After a short break, Mino simply called Drake out next to continue the matches. Drake's abilities actually surpassed Hina's, but as a Zoan-type Devil Fruit user, his combat skills were limited to close quarters, making him even more disadvantaged against Zag. The two battled for a few minutes, and this time, Baby 5 defeated Drake even faster. Within 5 or 6 minutes, she had him thoroughly beaten into submission. And that's not even counting the use of deadly weapons like the thermal sword. Still, even though Drake was much stronger than Hina, he managed to leave quite a few marks on Zag as well. By the time Baby 5 was ready to go again, she was sporting quite a few bloody streaks. Though the wounds looked dramatic, in reality, they were just superficial cuts. Zag's sturdy build meant those injuries barely went 2 or 3 centimeters deep. In the world of pirates, that kind of wound didn't even count as minor. At most, they were mere scratches, nothing that could affect her fighting strength. Even so, Baby 5 looked pitifully at Mino and said, Lord Mino, I'm hurt. Look how long my wound is. Mino rolled her eyes slightly. Though she could easily guess what Baby 5 was really after, she took out the Holy Grail's wine and poured just enough to fill a glass. What a wonderful aroma! Baby 5 twitched her nose like a puppy swallowed twice, and finally couldn't resist any longer. She leaned over and took a couple of eager sniffs. Baby 5 had already encountered the Holy Grail's wine twice. Even though she'd only ever smelled it, that intoxicating fragrance lingered in her mind and never faded. So this time, she used her injuries as an excuse, hoping for a taste of that mysterious drink. Amused, Mino handed the glass over. Baby 5, who could hardly wait any longer, downed the wine in a single gulp. In truth, Mino had always intended to let Baby 5 drink the Holy Grail's wine eventually. Its promise of eternal youth and a long, healthy life was much more valuable to women than to men. Moreover, the wine could heal old wounds lingering in the body. But this time, after drinking the Holy Grail's wine, Baby 5 began to change in a way no one had expected. She whimpered softly at first, and then suddenly burst in loud, uncontrollable wails. Just after drinking the wine from the Holy Grail, Baby 5's face, which had been radiant with happiness, suddenly changed. Tears began to stream down her cheeks. At first she choked up, then began to sob, and finally broke out into loud, heart-wrenching cries. What's going on? Mino was alarmed, hastily and gently patting Baby 5 on the back. At the same time, she used her observation hockey to investigate carefully, but found nothing unusual about Baby 5. Her previous wounds had already healed completely. It's nothing, Baby 5 said as she slowly stood up, a bright smile breaking through the tears streaking her face. Mino could sense that a tremendous burden seemed to have been lifted from Baby 5's heart. It was as if she had stepped out from a long shadow. Her whole demeanor was renewed and full of life. It just feels like something inside me has finally been filled. Baby 5 said with a touch of confusion. It's a feeling I can't quite put into words. It's almost like breaking free from chains. The whole world feels lighter. Mino looked at Baby 5 in surprise, as if something had just occurred to her. Baby 5, could you pour me a cup of tea? Of course, Lady Mino, Baby 5 replied, wiping away her tears and offering a smile. But unlike before, this smile was completely natural and radiant, brimming with genuine happiness. It seems your heart's not as finally unraveled, Mino said, her voice tinged with relief. Hearing this, Baby 5 paused, as if realizing something for the first time. Her face flushed a deep red. Lady Mino, did you always think I was a really strange woman? Not really, Mino replied with a sheepish laugh. Though her words didn't sound entirely sincere, well, that was a bit of stretch. While you could meet all sorts of people upon this vast sea, rare gems like Baby 5 didn't come along every day. Truth be told, in such a chaotic world, if she hadn't had the Don Quixote family's protection at first and Mino's help later on, there's a good chance Baby 5 would have ended up celebrating Mother's Day by now. All things considered, Baby 5's luck hadn't been too bad. Reiju, could you ask me for a favor? Baby 5 looked at Reiju with wide, sparkling eyes. Reiju blinked in surprise. Could you give me some water then? I don't feel like it. Ha ha ha. Baby 5 laughed, skipping away with light steps, leaving Reiju standing there, her hair tousled by the wind. Captain Golden Lion, could you ask me for a favor? Ha 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 ha. Looks like the little girl is in a pretty good mood today. Light my cigar for me, will you? No way. Not a chance. With a playful face, Baby 5 stuck out her tongue and ran off, leaving Golden Lion behind, scratching his head in confusion. Women really are impossible to understand, aren't they, Mr. Judge? Would you mind if I lent you a hand? Within just a single day, Baby 5's unusual behavior caught the attention of everyone on the Golden Lion Pirates. Reiju, who was about the same age as Baby 5 and got along with her quite well quietly, approached Minotaur. Minotaur, is it just me? Or has Baby 5 been acting a little strange lately? Reiju's expression was awkward, her words hesitant. Maybe she's just under a lot of pressure, or something went wrong with her devil fruit training. Minotaur, who was in the midst of sword practice, wiped the sweat from his brow. No, actually, she's perfectly fine. She just managed to resolve something that's been weighing on her heart for a long time, and she's a bit too excited right now. Give it a few days and she'll settle down. A heavy heart? Reiju asked, puzzled. That's right, Minotaur replied, sheathing his sword and sitting down on a rock. When Baby 5 was a child, her family was very poor. After she was born, people believed she was just another mouth to feed, serving no real purpose. In the end, even her own mother abandoned her. Because of this deep childhood trauma, she grew up desperate to feel needed by others. If anyone needed her for anything, lending money, proposing marriage, even being pressured into buying things, she simply couldn't turn them down. In her mind, being needed was all that mattered. Reiju's face filled with disbelief. How could something like that happen? No wonder you didn't want Baby 5 spending time with other people, he thought. Minotaur rolled his eyes, ignoring the girl whose imagination was running wild. I've thought about helping her work through her issues, but it's not something that could be fixed so easily. He wasn't joking about that either. Baby 5's psychological scars, coupled with the habits she formed growing up in the Don Quixote family, left Minotaur at a loss for how to help her. He'd tried using his evil eye ability before, but at best, it could only ease her condition a little. In fact, Minotaur realized that the evil eye truly lived up to its name. It excelled at shattering minds or forcibly manipulating others, but when it came to healing emotional wounds, it was almost useless. A drop in the ocean, but it honestly surprised me that my Holy Grail's wine would have such miraculous effects. Even burdens like childhood trauma can be classified as negative mental states, it seems. It was because she drank a cup of the Holy Grail wine that all of Baby 5's psychological shadows have disappeared without a trace. And it was precisely because she suddenly broke free from those shadows that she's now experiencing this kind of rebound. So that's what happened. Upon hearing this, Reiju finally understood the reason behind Baby 5's recent odd behavior. Yet at the same time, another thought suddenly arose in her heart. The Holy Grail wine, can it truly cure all negative mental states? Then, could it also heal congenital mental modifications and emotional deficiencies? At that thought, Reiju's heart pounded wildly, and she nearly lost control, wanting to beg Mino for a few cups of the Holy Grail wine. Fortunately, her rationality held her back. Reiju knew all too well just how precious the Holy Grail wine was. The fact that it could heal every negative condition of body and mind made it a priceless treasure on the seas. As for Mino, his relationship with the entire Germa 66 could only be described as lukewarm. In fact, everyone, Germa included, even the flying pirates, were worlds apart from him. In this situation, Reiju didn't think her request would carry much weight. Even if her personal ties with Mino were a little better, it was only between the two of them. In truth, her main desire for the Holy Grail wine was for her 3 brothers. But the relationship between her brothers and Mino, well, to be honest, her 3 brothers never had any real social ties with anyone. The only reason they grew up unscathed was because of their overwhelming strength and the fear others held for. Germa's 60 might. Mino had no idea what was going through Reiju's mind. In fact, he hadn't considered it that deeply. After all, he hadn't experienced genetic modification or mental control himself, so he never thought about whether the Holy Grail wine could really break that kind of genetically induced mental shackling. What he did notice was that Reiju suddenly started looking at him with a burning intensity. Did this girl somehow learn about the Holy Grail wine's ability to grant eternal youth? That couldn't be right. He'd never mentioned anything about longevity or eternal youth to anyone. Otherwise, even if he claimed the Holy Grail's power came from a devil fruit, there would probably still be a swarm of people trying to capture him. Not to mention, judging by the nature of those celestial dragons, if they ever found out about the effects of the Holy Grail wine, they might even send all 3 Navy admirals to hunt him down together. With stakes that high, nothing would protect him. Not even joining a Yonko's crew could save him from that kind of pursuit. Shaking his head, Mino stopped his wandering thoughts. Right now, he was far more concerned about that ant nest hell in the East Blue than about Reiju. He wondered to himself, does the Flare fruit still exist in the ant nest hell today? Moreover, come to think of it, the rate at which the karmic points are increasing has sped up again recently. Mino took a look and estimated that before tonight, the karmic points would undergo another qualitative leap. He wasn't sure whether this was because he had helped heal Baby Five's emotional wounds, or perhaps it was due to the sparring matches between Baby Five and those Marines. Either way, the result was clear. A new backlash from the world was imminent. It would be best if this backlash came a bit earlier, Mino mused. Otherwise, if I really do find the flame fruit and manage to trade it, there's bound to be another wave of backlash to deal with. When Mino traded the vampire fruit, the karmic points had increased somewhat, but the vampire fruit was just a devil fruit from one of the movies. Powerful. Yes, but not closely tied to the world's main storyline. The flame fruit, on the other hand, was arguably second only to the Nika fruit in terms of plot significance in the world of One Piece. Mino was certain that if he managed to trade it, there would immediately be an explosive surge in karmic points. And if that triggered the arrival of 2 Navy admirals, he'd really be in hot water. We should be getting close to the ant nest hell, right? Mino stood at the edge of the island, looked down with a furrowed brow, and spoke up, "Yes, big brother." "Mino, at our current speed, we should arrive in just over 2 hours," replied Reiju, who had been following him around like a shadow, a hint of a coquettish smile on her lips. Ever since that day, when Mino had confided in her about Baby Five's inner turmoil, Reiju had seemed like a different person. Mino even wondered if Baby Five's need to feel useful had somehow transferred to Reiju. In any case, she now trailed him everywhere, always eager to take on any task before anyone else could, even Baby Five's. Expression when she looked at Reiju had changed. Baby Five's surge of excitement faded quickly. After just a day, she completely returned to normal. She'd become Mino's obedient little maid again. Only now, without the flaw of losing her wits whenever someone needed her. That's when she realized she had a fierce new rival at that moment. Baby Five had nearly exploded. Literally, she turned into a ticking bomb, ready to blast her plastic sister straight to the sky. Although Baby Five and Reiju were the same age, there was a world of difference between their levels. Even after overcoming her psychological hurdles, Baby Five's emotional intelligence still left much to be desired. Reiju, on the other hand, had been steeled by the Vinsmoke family since childhood. She'd mastered the art of playing both sides and double dealing when she was just a little girl. With ease, she soothed Baby Five's anger, turning what could have been a blow-up into nothing at all, of course. Even though her anger had been soothed, Baby Five still harbored some resentment. This led her to step directly in front of Mino when Reiju moved a little closer to him. Mino, however, was far less naive than Baby Five. Though he was quite puzzled by Reiju's sudden actions, he instinctively knew there must be a reason behind them. He just hadn't pieced the whole picture together yet. Still, Mino didn't mind Reiju's behavior. He figured that the truth would come out eventually, so there was no need to rush things. Is that so? Only 2 hours left, Mino sighed, feeling the sense of impending danger draw ever nearer. By the time we reach the ant nest hell, it should coincide almost perfectly with the world's backlash, he calculated to himself. If I'm just a little slow in trading the flame fruit, I won't have to worry about two admirals showing up together at my doorstep. The thought eased his nerve a bit, but as it turned out, Mino's calculations were off by a little. After only an hour had passed, his sense of danger spiked to its peak. He immediately used observation hockey to sense a Navy ship floating toward them from the sky. What's going on? Since when does the Navy have this kind of technology? Mino hurried to the Golden Lion's flying ship, his expression full of astonishment as he watched another ship soar through the skies in the distance. With a guttural laugh, the Golden Lion bit down on his cigar and spoke with battle-hardened excitement. "Kaha! That's no technology, Mino. That's a devil fruit power," he declared. "If I'm not mistaken, that's the legendary gravity fruit, my devil fruit's natural rival." The moment he heard gravity fruit, a certain image flashed through Mino's mind, a blind, burly man reminiscent of the swordsman Zatoichi, known as Fujitora, but Fujitora's debut as an admiral was still more than a decade away. So what was he doing with the Navy now? And aside from Fujitora, who was the captain of that Navy ship? Anyone who could enlist Fujitora's help surely possessed considerable strength. Soon after, the Golden Lion's massive, island-sized ship drew close to the Navy vessel. Neither side opened fire. Perhaps both understood that cannons were useless in a battle of this caliber. As they approached, Mino could clearly see the two figures standing at the bow of the Navy ship. One was the blind man in a purple robe, none other than Fujitora, wielder of the gravity fruit. That much was expected, but the other was a surprise, though it made a certain sense. He was stooped and round, wearing a pale yellow coat, with a wide, flat face and a hat perched on his head. A figure who, despite his comical appearance, exuded a subtle air of menace. A Navy Admiral candidate gone, is it? Mino murmured to himself. Although this Admiral candidate never actually rose to the full rank in the end, the strength of an Admiral candidate was certainly much greater than that of an ordinary Vice Admiral. And then there was Fujitora. Now in his 40s, Fujitora's power probably wasn't much less than when he actually served as a Navy Admiral. He was, without a doubt, someone with the might of a full-fledged Admiral. Adding Gyon, who was herself a powerhouse almost on par with the Yonko's right-hand man, brought a worried look to Mino's face. "This battle won't be easy at all," he sighed. He'd long heard from veteran One Piece fans that Fujitora, now a wanderer among the common folk and a future Navy Admiral, had some kind of connection with Shitan Gyon. In fact, the two were said to be very close friends. Still, he hadn't expected this to be true. The Golden Lion might be able to handle Fujitora, but as for whether his own group could deal with Gyon, that was far from certain. As for Mino himself, he knew without a doubt he wouldn't stand a chance against her. Meanwhile, on the ship across the way, Gyon and Fujitora were also gazing up at the floating island of the Golden Lion. "What a headache. Why does something like this always land in my lap?" Gyon said, her face full of helpless resignation. "I can't believe we really found them." After Zephyr escaped, he quickly contacted the Navy and informed Sengoku and the others that the Golden Lion was still alive. Not only alive, but the Golden Lion had fully recovered from his injuries and grown even stronger than before. The moment Sengoku heard this, he was deeply shaken. 10 years had passed without a word from the Golden Lion. Sengoku had assumed he'd perished in some forgotten corner of the sea. After all, with both legs lost and a ship's rudder jammed into his head, plus his advancing age, it wasn't hard to imagine the Golden Lion fading away quietly from the world. Otherwise, given his personality, he'd have never stayed silent for so long. He'd have been stirring up trouble long ago. But now, hearing that the Golden Lion had returned to full strength, Sengoku couldn't help but wonder if, all these years, the Golden Lion had been searching for a way to heal himself, which was why he had stayed hidden. While Sengoku's guess wasn't entirely correct, he was right about one thing. The Golden Lion no longer intended to remain silent. And with the entire first class of Marine officer cadets captured, there was no way the Navy could simply stand by. Yet the Golden Lion's pirate crew was too quick and elusive. Sengoku had to rely on intelligence analysis, marking out several regions where the Golden Lion might appear, then casting a wide net to try to catch him. The Navy's forces were spread thin. There was no way the very best fighters could all be tied up chasing after just one man. Even so, Sengoku did everything in his power, dispatching Kizaru and Garp, two of the Navy's admiral-level powerhouses, each to lead a team. As for Kiji, after bringing in Isho, he too was included as part of the combat force. Altogether, there were 3 teams, and whether by good luck or bad, it just so happened that Kiji's group was the one to run into Golden Lion himself, with Isho and Kiji combined. It was the equivalent of having an admiral and a vice admiral working together. In fact, their combined strength might even surpass the legendary Garp. Most importantly, with Isho present, there was no longer any need to worry about mobility. If Golden Lion wanted to disengage from the fight, it wouldn't be easy for him. However, this also meant that the battle was bound to be a fierce one. There would be no holding back, no more of the hollow threats and empty clashes that had characterized past encounters with Golden Lion. Kiji, my friend, there's no need to be so pessimistic, Isho said, full of confidence. I remember Zephyr once mentioned that Golden Lion's subordinates aren't particularly strong, but even so, Kiji replied, Admiral also said that was only his impression from fighting Golden Lion himself. Who knows if the Golden Lion pirates have other powerful figures we haven't seen yet. Kiji was unaware of the problems Golden Lion had faced in the past, and assumed that however weak his crew might be, the Golden Lion pirates would still have the size and strength of a Yonko crew. If that were the case, this battle would be a tough one indeed. No matter what, we cannot allow Golden Lion to escape, Isho said, his tone turning serious. Though he had once been an outsider, there was a quiet righteousness in his voice. For the people of the 4 seas, a pirate like Golden Lion is nothing short of a disaster. What a headache! Kiji sighed, but his gaze grew sharper, more resolved. Looks like we'll have to give it everything we've got this time. No matter what, Kiji had always been a candidate for admiral. Being able to call Isho a friend, his own sense of justice was beyond question. His earlier complaints were nothing more than habit. Even if there hadn't been any captured Navy cadets, Kiji would never have let Golden Lion go free so easily. From the very beginning, this battle was destined to take place. Jaya! So the Navy sent the likes of you. Golden Lion floated into view, blocking the path of the Navy's ships. Where are Sengoku and Garp? Why haven't they shown themselves? Kiji stepped forward, smiling amiably. Sorry, Senior Golden Lion. Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp are busy with other matters and couldn't come to greet an old friend like you. So they had no choice but to send me in their place. They sent you, huh? A sly grin spread across Golden Lion's face. Without another word, a flash of sword light swept from his hand, slashing straight at Kiji's head. Kiji raised his arm at once, his fist wrapped in pitch-black hockey. He met the sword light head-on, and after a brief struggle, the shining arc shattered completely. However, Kijiki himself staggered slightly and took half a step back. His overcoat was slashed in several places by the shattered sword light, although Kijiki was a rear admiral candidate. His own combat ability was indeed a notch below that of an admiral. Otherwise, there was no way Isho and Aramaki could have surpassed him to become admirals of the Navy if Kijiki truly possessed admiral-level strength, even if just a bit weaker. Outsiders like Isho and Aramaki, who didn't come up through the Navy's own ranks, could never have risen above him so easily. Only when there's a clear gap in strength between both sides can outsiders overcome the disadvantage of their backgrounds. It seems your fists aren't nearly as sharp as your tongue, the Golden Lion sneered. I'll use your head as my answer to Sengoku, Lion's Cross Slash, Gravity Blade, Fierce Tiger. With a thunderous crash, golden and violet lights collided. In the blink of an eye, both attacks vanished into thin air. At last, the Golden Lion turned his gaze to Isho. And who might you be? There isn't a single blind man among the new Navy admirals. Even a pirate who spent all his days soaring above the sea like the Golden Lion knew something about the Navy's 3 admirals, at the very least. He was certain. There wasn't a blind man among them. Just an unknown nobody, Isho replied calmly. Naturally, someone like me wouldn't be on the radar of a great pirate like you, sir. Though he said this lightly, Fujitora casually swung his blade through the air. It seemed like a meaningless gesture, but the Golden Lion's eyes widened a fraction. Quite a skill you have there, to manipulate the gravity fruit to this degree. Nobody doesn't even begin to describe you. High in the sky, a faint glimmer began to appear. Moments later, a massive meteor came screaming down, plummeting straight toward the Golden Lion's floating island ship. What in the world is that? The Golden Lion's crew broke out in panic, with Judge frantically searching for an escape route. Baby 5 was already preparing to transform into a bat plane and flee with Mino in tow. Don't worry, that thing won't harm us, Mino said confidently. It wasn't that he underestimated the destructive power of a meteor. He simply had more faith in the Golden Lion. As powerful as Isho's meteor was, it was little more than a greeting. After all, the Golden Lion's devil fruit ability and Fujitora's gravity powers were natural opposites. One made things float, the other pulled them down. It would not be easy to determine a winner between the two. Sure enough, the Golden Lion raised his hand. The power of the float fruit extended across the sky, and the meteor that was about to crash onto the floating island stopped abruptly and hung motionless. Above them, compared to the gravity fruit, the float fruit offers a much wider range of control, consumes less stamina, and can even maintain a floating state indefinitely. It can manipulate objects and even reshape them as if by telekinesis. However, it lacks the ability to manipulate gravity itself, meaning it can only make things float, not alter their weight, nor can it turn gravity into a direct offensive force. Isho, for example, can use gravity to pin someone to the ground, but the Golden Lion cannot simply make someone float at will. He can only wield the power of the float fruit to manipulate objects indirectly to cause harm. Their abilities share some similarities, yet are fundamentally different in other ways, which is why people often say they are natural adversaries, each countering the other. Whatever the case, the crew of the Golden Lion's pirate ship all let out a sigh of relief, but the air between the Golden Lion and Fujitora was growing ever more tense. With a sweep of his hand, Fujitora split the deck of the ship into a perfect circle, stepping onto the broken planks as he floated across. The gravity fruit allows its user to manipulate the gravity of others, but not their own, an exact contrast to the float fruit, which lets the Golden Lion fly, but does not grant the same ability to others. In this moment, both Isho and the Golden Lion felt a subtle sense of having met their destined rival. The battle between Tiger and Lion was on the verge of eruption. How would such a clash unfold? Mino wasn't quite sure, but he knew one thing. He was about to be swept into a brutal struggle. Just as the lion and the tiger squared off, a certain brown pig seized the opportunity, commandeering a Navy vessel. He leapt aboard the Golden Lion's ship. Aside from the pig, there was also a Navy rear admiral, several lower-ranking officers, and sailors. Altogether, perhaps a few hundred men. Their fighting power was unremarkable, not much better than the ragtag bunch the Golden Lion used to command. Moreover, the Golden Lion's crew had started using a savage serum recently, which had already transformed several hundred pirates, vastly boosting their strength. These re-engineered pirates were at least as strong as Navy commanders, so if it came to a real fight, Cake and his men would be no match. But these extras were not the real concern. The true threat was Cake himself, a candidate for admiral. Seeing Cake board the ship, the Golden Lion's crew was well prepared this time. Unlike the last encounter, Mino would not have to fight alone. In fact, if he were truly left to fend for himself, he would have ordered Baby 5 to transform into a bat jet and make a swift escape. Facing an admiral candidate head-on was simply out of his league right now. Well, since Brother Isho has chosen to take on the Golden Lion, I'll handle the rest of you myself. As Shaitan spoke, he glanced around at everyone present. Their strength left him quite astonished. Not because they were exceptionally powerful, but because they were shockingly weak. The strongest among them, Mino and Judge, were barely at the level of an ordinary Navy vice admiral. With skills like these, let alone facing an Emperor's pirate crew, they might not even stand up to some of the top-ranking subordinate crews under the Emperors. The only thing that caught his eye was the group of pirates with fierce looks and imposing builds. Was it possible that Golden Lion's crew actually had so many capable mid-level officers? Yet, without corresponding high-level combat power, these mid-tier fighters were nothing more than a hollow show of strength. What a big talker you are. Someone who didn't know better might mistake you for an admiral. At this moment, Judge forced himself to step forward and retorted at Gaji. In the last battle, his fence-sitting behavior had already earned him suspicious looks from Golden Lion. If he didn't prove himself this time, he might as well expect his head to be flying from his ships. Masked on their return, Mr. Judge, are you sure you want to completely abandon your status as a member of the world government and become a pirate? Gaji's words were sharp and calculated. In truth, the Navy had always been more scheming than the pirates, as could be seen from Akainu's actions during the Paramount War. Stirring the pot cost Gaji nothing, so he took the liberty. Yet this time, Vinsmoke Judge was resolute. It was a simple matter. Joining the Golden Lion pirates might turn the Navy against him, but if he betrayed Golden Lion, it was impossible that the Navy would send an admiral to protect him. Without someone on that level by his side, and with Golden Lion's speed and ferocity, Judge would be signing his own death warrant. As for turning on him now, at best he would only be able to deal with Golden Lion's underlings. Could this lineup really hope to detain Golden Lion himself? When the time came for Golden Lion's revenge, would the Navy or the world government really shield him? If not for the world government, our Vinsmoke family would long since have become the kings of the North Blue. Do they really expect us to serve them forever? Oh dear, now, that is quite troublesome, Gaji sighed, almost theatrically. In that case, I suppose I have no choice but to wipe you all out right here and now. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Gaji reached out his hand. Instantly, the entire ground shuddered violently, as if the earth itself had turned into a raging sea, sending massive waves of earth surging toward the group to crush them. Damn it. So this guy is a devil fruit user too? Thinking about it, it made sense. Unless someone could truly reach the level of an emperor through sheer physical training alone, the devil fruits remain the surest way for ordinary people to gain strength and push past their limits. If Jiaji could reach the level of an admiral candidate through sheer physical training alone, then if he casually ate a powerful devil fruit and developed its abilities a bit, he'd probably be able to match the strength of a Marine admiral. After all, the Marines are considered the top force across the entire sea, so it's only natural they'd have a reserve of devil fruits, the very best ones, like the Logia types with elemental powers. The extraordinary Paramecia, or the mythical Zoans, are unlikely to be readily available, but it's impossible they have none of the second-tier fruits at all. In the end, Jiaji never became a Marine admiral and was left with only the rank of admiral candidate, overtaken by newcomers like Isho and Aramaki. Clearly this was because he had already eaten a devil fruit and exhausted all his potential. With a sharp swish, Mino unleashed a soaring slash, cleaving the wall of earth, rushing toward him clean in two, looking across at Jiaji, who had almost transformed into a giant made of earth. Mino let out a helpless sigh. This is the worst-case scenario. And to think, it's a Logia. That's right. Chadun Jiaji is a Logia type, wielder of the Earth fruit. The Earth fruit isn't the most dominant among the Logia. It doesn't compare to magma, lightning, or ice, which have devastating elemental power, nor does it match the light fruit's blinding speed. But no Logia ability is ever truly weak. What's more, as long as he has basic elementization, almost no one on the battlefield can do a thing to Jiaji among those cannon fodder. Brutes, maybe out of a few 100-inch, only a dozen or so, even no armament hockey. So what's the plan? Are you ready to give up just like that? Jiaji's voice had grown deep and muffled, reverberating as his massive, hockey-imbued fist of earth crashed down with a thunderous boom. Without hesitation, Mino switched into his mad blood evil, king mode. Power surged through him in an instant, and he raised his long sword to block the blow. Yet his arms still tingled from the impact. Before he could catch his breath, he felt the ground tremble beneath him. His expression changed, and he leapt into the air just as countless spikes of earth shot up from below. The Earth fruit may fall short of the most lethal Logia abilities, but it has a tremendous advantage. Almost everywhere is its home turf, just like Crocodile is stronger in the desert. Jiaji gains a boost whenever he's standing on Earth and manipulating the soil. What a devious way to attack. Mino couldn't help but complain. Jiaji's assault wasn't aimed at him alone. Turning his head slightly, Mino could see dozens of pirates already skewered and killed by the earth spikes. After all, this kind of attack was utterly silent, launched from underground. Those who reacted even a moment too late met their end without warning. Fortunately, both Baby 5 and the 5 members of the Vinsmoke family managed to evade the attack. The Vinsmokes all wore their signature jet boots, while Baby 5, thanks to her weapon fruit powers, was able to mimic their flight and hover in the air as well. As for Mino, he relied on Moonwalk, one of the Navy's Rokushiki techniques, to stride effortlessly through the sky. Moonwalk, huh? Our Navy techniques really do get around. Even pirates have learned them now, Gaji muttered, his tone tinged with a hint of dissatisfaction. Without further hesitation, he raised his hand and hurled a massive, compacted boulder straight at his opponents. Mino brought his sword down and split the stone in two, but the force of the blow sent him stumbling backward. Fortunately, by this time, Judge and the others had recovered from their surprise and launched their own attacks without a moment's delay. Gaji's initial judgment had actually been a bit off. On the surface, Mino and Judge seemed no different from ordinary Navy vice admirals. However, once Mino unleashed the power of the Mad Blood Evil Eye King, his combat abilities could rival the elite among the vice admirals. As for Gaji, though his own strength was that of a standard vice admiral, his battle suit and cutting-edge technology gave him a significant edge. Even if he was a bit weaker than Mino, the gap was not insurmountable. He, too, could be counted among the ranks of elite vice admirals. The two of them together might not be a match for Gaji, but it was also far from easy for Gaji to defeat them both with little effort. Moreover, this guy's speed is insane. The giant stone arm smashed into the ground again, but Mino had already vanished without a trace. As a user of the Earth fruit, Gaji possessed tremendous stamina and overwhelming strength, but speed was not his forte. With Judge's flight abilities and Mino's astonishing quickness, even if they couldn't overpower Gaji head-on, if they set their minds to dragging things out and harrying him, all Gaji could do was glare in frustration. Unfortunately, it was the ordinary pirates under the Golden Lion who bore the brunt of the chaos. Logia types were infamous for their overwhelming presence and devastating attacks. With a simple wave of his hand, Gaji took out 100 pirates. With a casual kick, he sent another 80 flying. The common pirates, and even the berserk warriors, wailed and fled from the battlefield in terror. With each passing move, Gaji's body grew larger and larger, absorbing the vast amounts of earth and stone from the floating island ship beneath him. Bit by bit, he transformed into a colossal giant reminiscent of Pika, the stone fruit user from the Don Quixote family. But unlike Pika, Gaji's giant form was enveloped in a layer of armament haki, and he retained the ability to become one with the elements themselves. The giant and Gaji were inseparable, a single entity, completely different. From the way Pika simply encased himself within his stone creations, not only was he far quicker to react than that stone giant, but it was also impossible to sense exactly where he was within the earthen giant, for he himself had transformed into earth, becoming one with the element. As the giant gradually grew larger, the situation began to shift once more. Kaji started to press in. Shrinking the space Minus had to dodge. After all, among everyone present, only Minus could remain airborne by using Moon's Step, lacking the ability for sustained flight. Though Minus occasionally fought back with all his might, it yielded little effect. Even when he chopped the giant in half, both halves continued to move independently. Once Minus had sliced off an arm, only to watch it morph into a smaller giant and attack him, nearly turning the tables. If this fight drags on like this, there's just no way to win. Although Minus managed to entangle Kaji for brief moments with bursts of speed, he could sense that Kaji's power kept climbing, seemingly without end. He had no idea if there was a ceiling to this strength, but he knew that if Kaji kept growing, then no matter how fast he was, he might not be able to withstand the onslaught. It was a simple matter. If reaction speed didn't decrease, then the larger the body, the faster the movement would become. It was just like the old joke about the legendary 40-meter sword. As long as the attack covered enough ground, sheer range could make up for any lack of speed. Yet under this relentless pressure, Minus began to notice a subtle change in his observation haki. It wasn't the famed ability to foresee the future, but more a rough sense of incoming danger, a kind of intuition, something he'd cultivated over time, now finally surfacing in battle. Even if there was only a 1% chance to escape, as long as there was hope, his intuition could turn it into reality. Compared to true precognition, this ability was somewhat weaker, but it offered a different advantage. For one, it didn't demand the same strict emotional state as foreseeing the future. For another, Minus gained a faint sense for weaknesses, able to discern an opponent's most vulnerable or vital points. Through this hazy intuition, Minus began to grasp the secret behind Kaji's formidable strength. He could feel clear as day that the real source of power for the giant Kaji had lay in his constant absorption of energy from the earth beneath his feet. Just like those giants in ancient myth, as long as his feet touched the ground, he would possess limitless strength. Even so, knowing this fact doesn't make destroying it any easier, as Kaji's body has grown larger. The area where he connects with the ground is now several dozen meters wide, and it's covered with a layer of armament haki. With such range and strength, even if Mino were to attack, it would likely have little effect. However, this realization gave Mino an idea for dealing with Kaji. Captain Golden Lion. Mino leapt through the air, calling out loudly to the distant Golden Lion, "Lower the ship. Let's fight on the surface of the sea." Although Golden Lion was fiercely engaged in battle with Isho, he still had enough focus left to control the ship. For user of the float fruit, after all, moving the ship was as simple as a thought. Golden Lion might not have understood the full situation on Mino's side, but he clearly trusted Mino deeply. With just a flicker of intent, the entire ship began to plummet downward at breakneck speed. Not good. Sensing the ship's rapid descent, Kaji's face suddenly shifted. As the user of the soil fruit, Kaji had a rather awkward weakness. He was a marine. The greatest strength of the soil fruit is that as long as he stands on the earth, Kaji virtually possesses unlimited stamina, with a recovery speed that borders on the miraculous. Yet he can't always find ample soil wherever he goes, and in contrast, when fighting at sea, the soil fruit offers him very little advantage. After all, how deadly can dirt really be? Perhaps it's only a bit more useful than the swamp or smoke fruits. Still far less than even the least desirable devil fruits. No matter how Kaji struggled, in the end, the Golden Lion's pirate ship crashed down to the surface of the sea. Although Isho also possessed the ability to manipulate the ship's gravity, in this regard, the gravity fruit couldn't compare to the float fruit. Golden Lion only needed to give the ship the power to float, and it would remain airborne indefinitely, unless he willingly released his ability, or if he died or lost consciousness. These floating ships and islands would never sink, nor would they drain his stamina. Similarly, with just a thought, he could send any of those floating islands plummeting from the sky. By contrast, Isho's gravity fruit required constant activation to keep objects aloft, and in his fierce battle with Golden Lion, he simply didn't have a hand to spare. With a tremendous crash, Golden Lion's ship, more floating island than vessel, landed on the sea, sending up a towering wave. As the surging seawater drenched the giant made of earth, the soil colossus immediately became sluggish, even showing signs of crumbling apart. Golden Lion's flagship was a seamless blend of ship and island, bearing a striking resemblance to Gecko Moria's ominous thriller bark. As a user of the float fruit, Golden Lion never had to worry about the weight of his ship, which is why after his flagship crashed to the ground, it could barely stay afloat on the sea, utterly unable to withstand any significant wind or waves. To make matters worse, after Judge absorbed vast amounts of earth to create his giant golem, the entire structure of the ship was thrown into chaos. This was the true culprit behind the vessel being soaked by seawater. Faced with towering waves, Mino dodged several times in quick succession. Although he wasn't a devil fruit user himself, he couldn't risk letting his disguise slip. After all, in case something unexpected happened, keeping up appearances might just turn the tide in his favor. As the earth giant gradually fell still, there came a sudden thunderous crack. The entire colossus crumbled apart like a landslide, and Judge appeared atop the peak of what was left of the earthen hill. "What a nuisance," Judge muttered, rolling his neck. "Wouldn't it be easier if you'd just let me finish you off?" "No way am I going to let you take me out that easily," Reiju called out from high in the sky. Just now, aside from Mino and Judge, who could go toe-to-toe with this Navy Rear Admiral candidate? Everyone else was simply playing a minor role, and Reiju was no exception. But this time, seeing Judge reveal his true form, Reiju didn't hesitate. She flew in with a powerful kick, only for Judge to swat her away effortlessly. Though her devil fruit powers were somewhat restricted, Judge was still a Navy Rear Admiral candidate. Even without the power of a devil fruit, his physical strength alone placed him among the top fighters at sea. Not even Reiju 10 years from now, or her 3 brothers combined, could hope to match him. Fortunately, thanks to her battle suit and exoskeleton's protection, Reiju wasn't seriously harmed. No sooner had she been sent flying than Vinsmoke Judge and his 3 sons charged in together. Even though his sons were still just children, their combat prowess couldn't be underestimated. They had even mastered hockey. Still, before Judge, such strength didn't count for much. Only Judge himself could make him fight seriously. The others could do little more than circle around the edges. Most of Judge's attention, however, was fixed on Mino. Mino bent his knees and reached for his sword, striking a pose as if to draw it. His observation hockey enveloped Judge completely. Yet he made no move to attack. Still, the Navy Rear Admiral candidate was forced to devote nearly all his focus to Mino. With lightning speed and formidable observation hockey, Mino fought like a swift assassin. One moment's distraction, and he could strike with a deadly blow, but soon the clash between the two sides came to a temporary halt, as everyone looked up toward the sky, because in the sky above countless meteors and floating islands, blazing like a rain of fire, were crashing down. Compared to the earlier battle between the Golden Lion and Zephyr, the scale of today's clash was many times grander. There was simply no comparison, for both the float fruit and the gravity fruit were powers that turned any encounter into a spectacle far beyond anything a pure martial artist could display. What's more, both of these devil fruits granted their users extraordinary mobility. As a result, the battlefield between Isho and the Golden Lion sprawled across a vast area, so wide that if anyone let their guard down for even a second, they might be struck by some unknown thing falling from the sky. Back when they were still above the clouds, Isho and the Golden Lion at least paid some attention to those below, since everyone was fighting on the same plane. But now that the ships had descended to the sea's surface, neither Isho nor the Golden Lion had the luxury of using observation hockey to monitor what happened below. The battle in the sky left them no time for that, and so the people down below were immediately caught in a downpour of fiery meteors. Faced with such an overwhelming scene overhead, Mino had no words left. There was no point in fighting anymore. It was time to make a swift exit. Baby 5, switch to Bat Fighter mode. At those words, Baby 5, who was flying in the sky, shimmered with a flash of light and transformed into a fighter jet 3 meters long and 4 meters wide. Her wings spread wide like a giant bat. Without hesitation, Mino leaped into the cockpit. The next instant, a thunderous sonic boom rang out, and they vanished without a trace. After all, every officer had a life card on them. No one would get lost. The only sensible thing now was to escape as quickly as possible. Judge could only watch as Mino and Baby 5 disappeared at an unimaginable speed, almost cursing out loud in frustration. Now that they had left, all of Gage's attention was focused squarely on him. Retreat! Full retreat, he shouted. Luckily, while Gage was formidable in strength, he wasn't particularly agile. Seeing the Vinsmoke family and their retinue slipping away at lightning speed, he realized he couldn't catch them and turned his attention to the group of underlings nearby. Among the Golden Lion subordinates, some of them savage elites, others clones from the Vinsmoke family. Many were seized by Gage, but not a single officer was captured. Still, the Navy personnel locked away in the prison had all been rescued, which meant the mission's main goal was accomplished. As for the fight between the Golden Lion and Isho, there was nothing the Stone Fruit user could do to intervene. Fortunately, Isho and the Golden Lion were both top-tier contenders, even if there was a difference in their strengths, as long as neither side fought to the death. The most that could happen was victory or defeat. There would be no fatal outcome. Honestly, everyone's escaping so quickly. Still, the Golden Lion pirates haven't yet formed their full fighting force. That at least is good news. After a hectic stretch of chasing down a bunch of small fry, Jaji let out a weary sigh. Though a bit helpless, he still felt relieved. Although the Golden Lion has regained his health, if he doesn't have subordinates strong enough to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other Sea Emperors, it'll take him quite some time to rise again. At the very least, the balance of power at sea shouldn't shift too dramatically in the short term. Baby 5 had transformed into a bat-shaped fighter jet. Its speed was incredible, but at maximum velocity, the strain was immense. She could only maintain it for about 10 minutes or so, but at several times the speed of sound, those 10 minutes were enough to cover an astonishing distance, certainly far enough to reach a new island out on the sea. The Bat Plane, as the pinnacle of Batman's technological genius, naturally came equipped with a wide-range radar system. Its detection radius spanned 1,000 kilometers, a far cry from what Minuo's Kinbunchigahaki could achieve at this point. So, finding an island was no real challenge. Before long, the two of them landed on a desolate island. The island itself looked rather bizarre. Its main body resembled a withered, decaying giant tree root. The rough, brown surface was riddled with countless black holes, while low, tangled shrubs sprawled below. Wait, let me check the sea chart. This place, is it really the ant nest hell? Minuo asked. In surprise, he'd never been here before, but he could already sense the chaotic currents swirling nearby, as well as the sea wind encircling the whole island. Normally, if any ship made landfall here, it would be impossible to leave by relying on wind or currents alone. On the Grand Line, that might not be a huge problem, but for the East Blue, where ships depended entirely on wind and current, it was a deadly trap. The seabed was riddled with hidden reefs, making it easy for ships to run aground and break apart. There were no large trees for repairs, not even animals, just a few small insects and stunted shrubs. In other words, once someone was stranded here, there was no way off and practically nothing to eat. Even in a world where pirates boasted tenacious vitality, they'd still die of thirst or starvation. Minuo, however, wasn't particularly concerned. Yokai endurance far surpassed human limits. In Yu Yu Hakusho, one of the strongest demons, the protagonist's father Raisin, famously starved for hundreds or even thousands of years before finally dying of hunger. Minuo wasn't at that level, but going several months without food was hardly a challenge for him, hardly even affecting his stamina. Of course, the most important thing was that Baby 5 could fly. And if all else failed, Minuo could simply swim his way out of this sea. Certainly, Mino was not as terrifying as a certain lord of the underworld who could swim straight across the calm belt, but swimming around this little pond called the East Blue posed no real problem for him. What a desolate place, Baby 5 murmured weakly, her transformation into a bat-shaped fighter jet having drained much of her strength. Looks like there's not much to eat here, is there? No, there's still food to be found, Mino replied, his gaze drifting toward the hollowed-out trees, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Because the island only had some low shrubs, a complete food chain had never formed here, so only ordinary insects could survive. Still, the lack of food on the island and in the nearby shallows didn't mean that the distant sea was barren. The chaotic ocean currents kept the schools of fish from approaching the shore, but they also brought with them an abundance of organic matter. As a result, once you left the coastal waters, marine life actually became far more plentiful. Ordinary animals had no way to leave the island to forage, unless of course they had wings. For this reason, there were still large creatures on the island. The only reason they weren't visible was that they all hid away in tree hollows. Come on, let's go find something to eat, Mino called, glancing at the exhausted Baby 5. In a world of pirates, nothing eased fatigue, quite like a hearty feast. With a sweep of his observation hockey, Mino quickly located a giant bird's nest inside one of the tree hollows. The nest, built by a massive bird that looked somewhat like a duck-billed dinosaur, was guarded by the creature itself, along with several enormous eggs. Most of the tree hollows on this island were home to these strange, monstrous birds. When one of them spotted 2 easy morsels at its doorstep, it let out a harsh, raucous squawk and charged straight at them. Mino didn't stand on ceremony. He simply swung his sword back when he had just left East Blue. Even Ace, before eating the flame fruit, could take down these monsters with ease. How could they possibly hope to challenge Mino? With a single decisive slash, the monster bird was cut into 8 neat pieces. After rummaging through its belly and finding nothing of interest, Mino turned his attention to the nest. It was cluttered with all sorts of junk, broken weapons, odd containers, even some gold and silver, but not a single sign of a devil fruit chest. In the end, he could only carry back a few eggs here. Today we'll have boiled eggs. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Mino had already searched every monster bird's nest in the whole cave, but no matter how many times he rummaged through them, he found nothing but gold, silver, and a pile of shiny treasures. These monster birds had a fondness for collecting glittering objects to decorate their nests. Much like crows, now all of it had fallen into Mino's hands. By his rough estimate, the haul was worth 2 or 300 million berries. Yet, the thing Mino wanted most, the flame fruit, remained nowhere to be found. That shouldn't be right. I distinctly remember that the flame fruit was somehow related to these giant birds. Mino, who was lounging on the beach and enjoying his fill of bird meat, frowned as he pondered. He still carried a Viver card on him, so he estimated that it wouldn't be long before Golden Lion came searching for him. In any case, Mino didn't believe that just relying on Isho would be enough to take down Golden Lion. In fact, even if the entire Navy mobilized, as long as Golden Lion wasn't willing to fight to the death, they'd be at a loss as to what to do with him. However, when these top-tier powerhouses clashed, the battles would at least last for days and nights on end. Golden Lion, who had drunk from the Holy Grail and Fujitora, now in his prime at around 40 years old, were both brimming with stamina, it wouldn't be surprising if their fight dragged on for 10 days and nights, just like Akainu and Akiji did. That was precisely why Golden Lion hadn't shown up so quickly when that time came. Mino would have no more excuses to linger on this ant nest hellish island. Master Mino. Just as Mino was still lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out from the sky. Baby 5, whose legs had transformed into jet engines, descended from above. Master, I discovered a bay on the other side. There are lots of shipwrecks there. Oh, a spark of excitement lit up in Mino's eyes, as if he had just remembered something. If I recall correctly, the flame fruit was found inside a treasure chest in the belly of that strange bird. In other words, before the monster bird ate it, someone must have found the fruit first and hidden it away. There aren't usually any ships around here, and even if the monster birds went foraging, they wouldn't stray too far. That means those shipwrecks are the most likely clue. With this thought, Mino's spirits instantly lifted. Baby 5, take me to the bay right away. Of course, follow me, Master Mino. Baby 5 replied with a cheerful smile. We've finally found it. Looking at the flame fruit in his hand, which blazed like a ball of fire, Mino spoke with a hint of excitement. To be honest, despite its unfortunate nickname, as the dog wouldn't eat fruit, the flame fruit was undeniably one of the most striking among all devil fruits. Perhaps only the flower fruit that Nico Robin ate, shaped like a blooming blossom, could rival its beauty. The fiery pattern swirled across the whole fruit, making it look like a burning flame from afar, truly living up to its name. So this is the treasure you were searching for, Master Mino. Is it really the flame? Fruit of the Logia type? Baby 5 asked in astonishment. This fruit must be incredibly valuable. Its price would be at least 1 billion berries. Logia-type devil fruits have always fetched sky-high prices. The base price for any devil fruit is 100 million berries, and Logias can easily fetch 10 times that amount. Although the flame fruit cannot quite compare to the overwhelming power of the magma isolite or rumble fruits, it still stands just a tier below these formidable devil fruits. Within the Logia category, it is undoubtedly a force to be reckoned with. If it were to be put up for sale, its value would likely fall somewhere between 1.5 and 2 billion berries. Of course, Mino has no intention of idly selling such a treasure. Having just been thoroughly beaten by a Navy Rear Admiral, Mino now desires strength more than ever. The flame fruit is the last devil fruit he can easily acquire at this moment, so naturally he plans to use it as a bargaining chip to enhance his own power. The only problem is that if he makes the trade right now, his karma points would skyrocket past the limit again. For the time being, he must hold off, if by chance another Navy Admiral were to show up before Golden Lion arrives. Mino might very well find himself taking an involuntary tour of Impel Down. In fact, much of the reason Mino has always acted like a devil fruit user is to prepare for a possible stint in that notorious prison. Though this might sound a bit unpleasant, the truth is that Mino not only pretends to be a devil fruit user every day, but has also learned a great deal about lockpicking while trading with the golden scales. At this point, he can confidently say that given the shackles and cell doors in the pirate world with life return, he could pick any lock with just a few strands of hair. If someone were to mistake him for a devil fruit user one day and throw him into Impel Down with just a pair of handcuffs, who knows what might happen? Forget it, I'd better wait a bit longer, Mino sighed, then turned to Baby 5 and said, by the way, Baby 5, I hope you can keep the existence of this flame fruit, secret. With a bright smile, Baby 5 nodded and cheerfully replied, don't worry, Master Mino, I won't tell anyone about this. Having secured the flame fruit, Mino finally felt a weight lift from his heart. For the next few days, he and Baby 5 stayed briefly on the island. Time passed quickly. After several days, the Golden Lion's floating island finally appeared above the ant nest hell. Golden Lion had spent several days fighting and ultimately defeated Isho. Afterwards, he ran into Kakshi, who had been waiting at sea to support Isho. On the open sea, Kakshi and Isho joined forces and managed to drive Golden Lion back. Still, with his float fruit powers, Golden Lion was able to rescue a large number of his subordinates. All in all, neither the Navy nor Golden Lion could claim victory or defeat from that battle. Both sides walked away without suffering any real loss or gaining any significant advantage, although the Navy managed to rescue their own cadets. The Marines aboard Admiral Kizaru's ship suffered heavy casualties, and Kizaru himself was badly wounded. Their ally, Fujitora, went all out and was left gravely injured too. The Golden Lion fared no better. While he reclaimed most of his ships and crew, many had died in the battle, and he himself was nearly exhausted. His key officers were scattered, and he had to rely on Vivre cards to track them down one by one. Dr. Indigo, the group from Germa 66. All of them had been found and brought back by the Golden Lion. Only Baby 5 and Minuo had fled the farthest, so it took a bit longer for them to return. "Are you all right, little three-eyed imp? And you, little maid?" The Golden Lion, with a bandage wrapped around his head and a cigar clamped between his teeth, descended from the sky. He gazed at Minuo and Baby 5, who were guarding a pile of treasure, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Well, you really did find the treasure. No idea which unlucky pirate crew left this behind. In fact, this treasure had been used by the giant birds to decorate their nests, but in the end Minuo had gathered it all up. Truth be told, in this battle, not only the Golden Lion, but also the Vinsmoke family and all their subordinates had come away wounded. Only Minuo and Baby 5 seemed untouched. Not only were they unscathed, but they also managed to find a mountain of treasure, making the Golden Lion marvel at their luck. Of course, the real reason was that Minuo, sensing danger, had slipped away with the speed of the wind, and Baby 5's batplane was so fast that neither the disasters unleashed during the Golden Lion and Fujitora's fight, nor the pursuing navy, could catch up. But there was no need to mention that aloud. "Captain, how did the battle end? Has the navy retreated?" Minuo asked directly. "Of course. That blind man packs quite a punch. He's more than qualified to be an admiral. Still, he's just a little bit below me, the Golden Lion." The old lion burst into hearty laughter, clearly in high spirits after besting a rival of his own caliber. He didn't seem at all concerned about his fleeing crew. After all, he knew exactly how strong, or weak, they were. The fact that they'd managed to escape the vice admiral's pursuit was already impressive. With a casual wave of his hand, the Golden Lion made the entire island rise into the air, whisking Minuo and Baby 5 up into the sky with him. As they soared upward, Minuo narrowed her eyes, focusing her mind into the space of the golden scale. There she began a new transaction in a shadowy balance chamber. As she placed the flame fruit on one end of the golden scale, 3 glowing orbs of light immediately rose up on the opposite side. It seemed that the more powerful the item, the fewer options there were for trading. Perhaps this was its own kind of pyramid effect. For instance, with the vampire fruit, there were only 4 items to choose from, and with the flame fruit, a bona fide Logia-type devil fruit, the options were even more limited. This caught Mino off guard. By all logic, the vampire fruit should be the stronger of the two, but clearly, the rules for trading these items only followed a general pattern rather than being strictly determined by their relative power. Mino didn't dwell on it any further. Instead, he focused his attention on the 3 items available for exchange, wanting to see if any of them suited his needs. If he wasn't satisfied, he'd at least have to wait for some time until the items refreshed before he could attempt another trade. Within the 3 glowing spheres were 3 different items. Mino peered a little closer and could already make out their names. First was the X gene, Pyro, which can only control and amplify existing flames, but cannot generate fire on its own, originating from the X-Men universe. There were no additional notes beneath it, indicating that this gene wouldn't be restricted by the rules of the pirate world. After all, in the world of pirates, those who play with fire are hardly uncommon. What's more, this ability only allowed control over fire, not the creation of it. Mino shook his head immediately. Creating fire wasn't particularly difficult to begin with, but ordinary flames lacked destructive power. The usefulness of the X gene, perhaps it could be used to harass anyone who had eaten the flame fruit. Ace, just say it's me next time, comma. Next was the Yagami bloodline, a fusion of Orochi blood and the blood of the 3 sacred treasures, accompanied by the Yasakani Magatama. Originating from the King of Fighters, due to the rules of the pirate world, one could still wield the azure flames, but could not use Yagami's ancient martial arts techniques. Additionally, the Yagami bloodline would boost physical constitution and agility, while the Orochi blood would enhance recovery. However, this bloodline also carried the risk of a berserk blood frenzy. That's actually quite good, Mino mused, stroking his chin. The power dynamics in the world of One Piece were simple and direct, a far cry from the intricate martial arts of King of Fighters. It made sense that the two couldn't be seamlessly merged. The Yagami Azure Flames, also known as the Flames of Power or the Flames of the Moon, were much more potent than ordinary fire. Developed to their fullest, they could even bend time and space. As for the blood frenzy, wasn't the Holy Grail in his possession? Let's see what the last one is, he said to himself. The third item was the Fire Chakra Seed, a strand of chakras separated by the Sage of Six Paths, capable of infecting any creature and granting a chakra. From the world of Naruto, there were no particular notes beneath it, either suggesting that the pirate world wouldn't alter its properties. Perhaps this was because chakra itself was highly adaptable. After all, every world had its own forms of spiritual and physical strength. Moreover, chakra isn't picky about its type, no matter what your physical structure is, or even if you're not human, you can generate chakra directly. However, Mino just rolled his eyes. What's the point of just giving me chakra? I don't even have any fire-style ninjutsu. My physical makeup isn't anything like people from the Naruto world. Not even the Meridian system is the same. Who knows if I can even use their hand signs? Even if you have a mountain of pure chakra, unless it transforms into something fundamentally new, it's not all that useful. Remember when Naruto first appeared? He had many times more chakra than Kakashi, but without knowing any ninjutsu, even an ordinary genin could thrash him. Mino didn't know any ninjutsu to speak of. After watching all of Naruto, all he could recall was tree climbing, water walking, and the Rasengan. Looking at it this way, chakra didn't really give him much of a boost at all. So in the end, I can only choose Iori Yagami's bloodline. Come to think of it, Iori's bloodline not only comes with the 3 sacred treasures and the Orochi's blood as dual enhancements, but also grants a berserk state powered by blood rage, and even the Yasukani no Magatama artifact. It really is way stronger than the rest. That makes sense though, probably because of the downside that comes with blood rage. The overall value of Iori's bloodline has been nerfed. In theory, it should rank a level higher than the others. The problem is looking at these options. Evil Eye King mode, Kirin Berserk blood, Iori's blood rage. They all sound like they belong to some villain. Was he destined to be some kind of archdemon? It seemed he really was headed down the path of monsters and fiends. As for waiting around for the trade items to refresh, Mino had no intention of doing that. Opportunities like this, where the flaw just so happened to be something he could compensate for, didn't come around often. Besides, if he started second-guessing and got stuck in indecision, he might end up wasting a lot of time, rather than waiting and hoping for something even better. It was smarter to strengthen himself right away. Once again, a brutal surge of power flooded into his body, and Mino was racked with pain from head to toe. But by now, he was already used to it. In the brief moment it took for the island to rise into the sky, Mino felt himself undergo yet another earth-shattering transformation. His whole perception of the world was utterly different from before. It was much like the first time he'd exchanged and transformed into a monster. An uncanny sense, as if his entire species had evolved and broken free, with every sense being reborn. Just as Mino was still a little intoxicated by this new feeling, Baby 5 suddenly cried out in astonishment, "Mino, master, your hair? What's happened to your hair?" His hair? Mino absent-mindedly gave his hair a casual twist, and then noticed that the black strand atop his head had turned completely red. So Iori Yagami's red hair isn't just from dye after all. Whether it was the bloodline of the 3 sacred treasures, or that of Orochi, or perhaps a fusion of both, the result was that Mino's hair had unexpectedly become entirely red, a development that took him by surprise. There was in fact a mention in Hong Kong comics. Iori Yagami's hair was said to have been turned red when his mother spat a mouthful of blood onto it. Of course, the depictions of Yagami in those comics, especially the 97 series, could be considered the author's own wild flights of fancy, bearing almost no resemblance to the original setting of the King of Fighters. My hair's turned red. I wonder if my charisma has grown too? Maybe next time I see a fight, I can just step in and shout, "Show me some respect." Mino mused, letting his thoughts wander. Of course, that was just a joke. In the underworld, people gave red-haired Shanks respect not because of the color of his hair, but because he was peerless. His conqueror's haki was second to none. Truth be told, even Shanks himself, before he'd reached his prime or secured his position as one of the 4 emperors, wouldn't dare demand respect from everyone the way he did in the original work. In the end, having red hair wasn't really a big deal. Baby 5 made a fuss for a moment, but soon calmed down. As for the Golden Lion, his initial reaction was, "Who the hell are you, kid? Since when? Did you bring a stranger along?" It wasn't until Mino pointed to his third eye that the Golden Lion recognized him. With a couple of booming laughs, he said the new hair color looked pretty good, and just let the matter drop. Why had Mino's hair turned red? The Golden Lion didn't even bother to think about it. The man's mind was as broad as the sea. All the explanations Mino had prepared were left stuck in his throat, among pirates on the high seas. The stronger a person is, the more they tend to act on their own whims, caring little for the trivialities of life. In fact, without a forceful personality, becoming a true powerhouse of the seas is nearly impossible. And without question, the Golden Lion was one of the very top pirates, so it was only natural that he wouldn't be bothered by such a minor detail. After another successful exchange, Mino's physical strength had improved yet again, though not by much, among the three sacred treasures. If the Kusanagi clan's bloodline leans toward raw power, then the Asakani, or Yagami, clan strength is more about speed. In other words, this time, Mino's enhancement was focused more on agility. Originally, Mino was already someone gifted with extraordinary speed, and now his swiftness was truly astonishing. Just as running alone was almost as fast as explosive techniques like Soru, weaker opponents couldn't even catch a glimpse of him as he darted by. After completing the trade for the Mera Mera no Mi, Mino immediately sensed that faint, ever-present feeling of danger once again. In the world of One Piece, the Mera Mera no Mi devil fruit played a role second only to the Straw Hat's Nika fruit. The transaction didn't just refill his stock of karma points for exchanges. It even surpassed his previous total by a large margin. For a moment, Mino's sense of security plummeted once more. Under such pressure and the shadow of lurking danger, he decided it was time to resume his training. After so many trades and repeated enhancements, Mino's innate abilities had finally come close to those of the top contenders of the sea. Perhaps he couldn't compare to prodigies like Big Mom, but he was probably not too far behind the likes of Kaido and Whitebeard. For the time being, he resolved to stay glued to the floating island of the Golden Lion, focusing wholeheartedly on his training. After all, potential was only potential. Unless it was fully realized, his strength was still limited. Even with all his buffs activated, he might qualify as a top executive in a Yonko crew, but he was still a ways off from reaching the level of a right-hand man. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 days had passed. It looks like we're almost at the New World, Mino murmured, retracting the violet flames from his hand and gazing into the distance. Perched atop the floating island in the sky, Mino could sense the stark differences in climate between the distant horizon and the current calm. No, this was more than calm. It was the absolute stillness of the calm belt, as if nature itself was divided into two extremes. Having found the Mera Mera no Mi in the East Blue, Mino had no reason to linger there any longer. The Golden Lion soon announced to everyone that they were heading for the New World. Judge still couldn't let go of his ambitions for the Vinsmoke family, but he didn't have a nerve to go against the Golden Lion's orders. So, during this period, everyone made their way toward the New World by sky. Throughout the journey, Mino had devoted himself to training, especially on mastering his control over fire. These days, Mino felt more and more like Hai, using swordsmanship and blinding speed to face his enemies in the beginning, and later adding fire abilities to his arsenal. Unfortunately, no matter how hard he tried, Mino couldn't unleash a dragon of the darkness flame. Still, Fiery Fist and Fiery Blade were well within his reach. Neither technique posed much difficulty. One wrapped his fist in searing flames, and the other shrouded his weapon in blazing fire, adding a lethal layer of heat to every attack. What's more, the violet flames Mino summoned were far more potent than any ordinary fire. Among the three sacred treasures, the flames of the Kusanagi clan are renowned for their explosive power, bursting forth like a bomb. In contrast, the flames of the Yagami clan emphasize physical lethality, more akin to a stream of napalm. Originally, the azure flames of the Yagami were celebrated for their longevity and near-inextinguishability. After absorbing the power of Orochi and transforming into the violet flame, they gained an even more sinister trait, clinging to the victim like maggots to the bone, feeding on their essence and spirit, and growing ever more potent and poisonous. All things considered, Mino preferred the flames of the Yagami clan. Their fire was easier to shape and control, while the Kusanagi flames were simply too wild and violent. That made them superb for close combat. But when it came to enchanting weapons with fire, they were far less practical. During this period, he had fully mastered the flame-slaying fist and the flame-slaying sword, at least at the point of integrating his flame abilities into his fighting style. His power was advancing in leaps and bounds. Of course, once his entire combat system was forged and set, such rapid improvement would no longer be possible. At that point, he would have to painstakingly hone his skills, slowly turning potential into true strength. But right now, Mino was thoroughly satisfied. At the very least, he knew that during sparring sessions, he could hold his own against the Golden Lion for several minutes. As long as he remained cautious, even a powerhouse of the Four Emperors caliber would have a hard time taking him down in an instant. With this level of strength, if he were bent on escaping, he might even have a chance of slipping away from the world's top fighters spawned by the world's backlash. A bit more training, he mused, and I'll be able to roam out there on my own. Speaking of which, last time, the Golden Lion really riled up Big Mom. I hope we won't run into any trouble when we reach the New World. Oh well, never mind. If I ever do run into Big Mom, I'll just surrender right away. Though Mino had sided with the Golden Lion, it wasn't really a major concern. After all, the main conflict was still between the Golden Lion and Big Mom. Their heated exchange over the Din Mushi had done wonders to divert Big Mom's hatred and attention. No one expected Mino to stand up to the Golden Lion. The fact that he could bring the others back was already admirable. When Charlotte Linlin wasn't having one of her infamous fits, she was actually fairly reasonable, so Mino wasn't too worried. Lost in these thoughts, the floating island drifted slowly across the calm belt. The New World weather was as unpredictable as ever. The moment they left the calm belt, everyone immediately sensed the change in climate. Mino was using his abilities to survey the surroundings when, all of a sudden, he spotted a blazing cloud streaking across the distant sky, heading straight for them. "What's that?" Mino murmured in surprise, then quickly reported to the Golden Lion captain, "A crimson cloud is flying our way and seems to be chasing our floating island. This doesn't look like any ordinary natural phenomenon." In truth, Mino thought there was no way this was just some natural phenomenon. More likely, it was the fiery clouds of a certain azure dragon. It wasn't only because Mino knew Kaido's abilities inside and out. More importantly, his danger sense was blaring at him right now. "Oh," the Golden Lion smiled upon hearing Mino's words. "The New World really is quite welcoming, isn't it? We've barely arrived and already someone's come to greet us." No sooner had he finished speaking than a strange roar echoed from the sky above. The sound quickly morphed into a booming, rolling laughter that seemed to make the entire heavens reverberate. That sound. The Golden Lion's grin grew broader, until he too burst into wild, gleeful laughter. "So it's the old apprentice brat? Looks like you've grown some fangs and claws. You're finally starting to look the part." Suddenly the opponent's laughter cut off, only to be replaced by an even fiercer peal of mirth, accompanied by a wave of overwhelming conqueror's haki. The Golden Lion, undaunted, let loose his own thunderous laugh, unleashing his own conqueror's haki in response. The clouds overhead churned and surged, since both sides were battling at 10,000 meters above the ground. What would have been a sky-splitting spectacle instead became a tempest of clouds beneath their feet. It was less a sundering of the heavens, and more a rending of the cloud sea beneath them. Yet the grandeur remained unchanged. The swirling clouds below were far more visible than the sky above, and as the two auras clashed, the once dense cloud sea was swept away in an instant. Everyone stared ahead in astonishment as a slender azure dragon appeared before them. "Dororo, so it's you, old Shiki," the dragon roared with laughter. "You took such good care of me back in the day. Today, I finally get the chance to return the favor." Barely had the words been spoken when the azure dragon opened its maw wide, unleashing a searing blast of heat. Clearly, the Golden Lion's care for Kaido during their time in the Rocks Pirates had been anything but gentle. Otherwise, Kaido wouldn't be greeting him with fire. Kaido, you haven't changed a bit." The Golden Lion howled with laughter. "Let's see how much you've improved. This time there's no Big Mom here to bail you out." Lion's cross slash. Twin arcs of golden light clashed headlong with the dragon's blazing breath, whipping up a terrifying gale. Instantly, the Golden Lion's ordinary subordinates were forced to retreat. Only the most fearsome, brutalized warriors could hold their ground here. The giant dragon in the sky swooped down, landing with a thunderous crash and transforming into a human form. At the same time, a massive iron club slammed down with earth-shaking force. Thunder Bawa. The spiked mace wreathed in wind, lightning, and Conqueror's haki came crashing down from above. The golden lion, undaunted, charged forward with a wild laugh. Lion's ninefold slash. Once he gripped the two mighty blades, Deadwood and Sakura 10. In his hands again, the golden lion's swordsmanship was no longer limited to simple slashes or the lion's 1,000 blades. After a period of retraining and regaining his feel for the swords, the two-sword grandmaster began to display the exquisite sword skills he'd always been known for. Kaido, though he appeared brash and rough on the surface, wielded his spike club with a mastery that blended overwhelming strength with flawless technique. Compared to the great swordsman of the seas, he was every bit a grandmaster, albeit with a club rather than a blade. The two clashed like titans, evenly matched and unyielding. Even before the renowned swords and the iron club collided, black sparks crackled and danced in the air between them. With a thunderous roar, their weapons finally met. A blow so powerful it sent shockwaves hurtling outward, flinging unfortunate bystanders through the air and carving countless fissures into the earth beneath their feet. Yet neither man spared a moment's thought for anything but the battle. Their eyes blazed with the fire of combat. A meeting of equals, as if two chess masters had finally found worthy opponents. Once more, blade and club thundered together, the air trembling with each impact. The Sky Island itself began to quiver under their relentless assault, shaking so violently it seemed on the verge of shattering. Unlike islands anchored to the earth, a floating island was far less stable, and both the Golden Lion and Kaido were not only immensely powerful, but utterly indifferent to collateral damage when they fought. The devastation was inevitable. After half an hour of this titanic struggle, the floating island finally broke apart, shattering into 7 or 8 massive fragments. Fortunately, the Golden Lion's power to keep things aloft remained undiminished, so even as the island crumbled, his followers escaped serious harm. Though the ground beneath them was gone, both the Golden Lion and Kaido were perfectly capable of fighting in midair. Abandoning the wreckage, they soared into the sky, launching into a full-fledged aerial battle. These two, unmatched in mobility, soon vanished from sight entirely as their duel carried them far away. The others could only watch helplessly as the warriors disappeared into the clouds. Those with the power of flight enjoyed an overwhelming advantage in both battle and movement, and rarely had to worry about being surrounded. No matter the era, those who could take to the sky were always few, and when they ascended, most forces could do nothing but stare up in frustration. Wait a minute. Why do I still feel like the danger hasn't passed? Mino frowned, watching Kaido leave. Is there still some twist to come? Yet even if there was nothing Mino could do about it. The Golden Lion had already vanished without a trace. Considering the stamina of fighters at their level, this duel wouldn't end for at least 3 or 5 days. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Without Golden Lion's powers, the floating island could only drift wherever the wind took it. While sails had been installed to harness the breeze, the speed was little better than that of a tortoise. Fortunately, Golden Lion had left a piece of his life paper on the island, so finding his way back would be a simple matter. The group had great faith in Golden Lion. While they might not dare to claim he could defeat Kaido, it was equally unlikely that Kaido could best him easily. At this point, both Golden Lion and Kaido were at the height of their strength. Golden Lion had a slight edge in experience, but the power of the float fruit was more suited to wide-scale destruction. In a one-on-one duel, it certainly couldn't match the ferocity of the Azure Dragon fruit. All things considered, their combat abilities were evenly matched, likely a 50-50 split. As for fighting to the death, that was almost unthinkable for these two great pirates. In battles where neither side was intent on killing the other, the outcome was usually that both would withdraw before their stamina and wounds reached their limits, ending things without a decisive conclusion. Because of this, the flying pirates' morale remained steady. Even without Golden Lion, the floating boots produced by Judge and the Germa 66 group allowed for communication and travel between islands. Yet today, Mino felt a growing sense of danger gnawing at him. He didn't understand why the world's consciousness backlash seemed to come in 2 waves this time. Perhaps Kaido's meeting with Golden Lion was nothing more than coincidence, rather than a scheme orchestrated by the world's will. Regardless, this time he would have to face the backlash alone. While Mino puzzled over what form the world's backlash might take, his clairvoyant eyes suddenly caught a terrifying sight. A monstrous storm, vast and overwhelming, was sweeping across the sky and making its way toward them. This is bad. Mino's face turned pale with shock. This is truly disastrous. If there was a devil fruit that specifically countered the powers of the float fruit, it would surely be the storm fruit. Or the weather fruit. The float fruit allowed things to levitate, not by reversing gravity, but by lightening their weight. This meant that anything affected by the float fruit had almost no resistance to storms. When Golden Lion was still present, he could use Mino's warnings to move the island out of the storm's path, or even use his mastery of the float fruit to shield the island from harm. But now, with no one at the helm, no matter how skilled the navigator without a helmsman at the wheel, it was all meaningless. A terrifying storm swept across the entire archipelago. In the blink of an eye, the islands crashed into each other amidst the tempest, splintering into pieces of all sizes and scattering to destinations unknown. Long before the chaos began, Minot had already warned everyone, so the crew was at least mentally prepared for the coming storm. Yet when it finally struck, its sheer magnitude far surpassed their wildest fears. With a force powerful enough to shatter islands to dust, any so-called defense was utterly futile. In a flash, the band of pirates was scattered to the winds like stars flung across the sky. In that desperate moment, Minot reached out without hesitation and grabbed hold of Baby 5. He didn't bother with anyone else. His loyal maid was someone he simply couldn't afford to lose. Faced with a storm that raged over thousands of square kilometers, even Minot, formidable as he was, found resistance utterly impossible. All he could manage was to shield himself, and by pushing himself to the very limit, keep Baby 5 safe as well. As for the others, their fate was left to the mercy of the heavens. Gradually, the howling winds began to subside, suspended high in the sky. A dark mass started plummeting toward the earth below. As it fell, the darkness slowly faded away, revealing Minot still clutching Baby 5 tightly in his arms. Clearly, the darkness had been Minot's armament hockey, wrapped around them both for protection. With the storm dying down, Minot and Baby 5 hurtled downwards at breakneck speed. Dizzy and disoriented from the spinning descent, Baby 5 barely clung to consciousness until Minot briskly patted her cheek, snapping her back to her senses. Ugh. Is this heaven? Baby 5 murmured, her eyes fluttering open in a haze. Minot rolled his eyes. Don't kid yourself. Pirates like us are more likely to end up in hell, don't you think? If you don't transform right now, we'll be taking a little trip to the underworld for real. Startled, Baby 5 finally realized they were both plummeting through open air. Without another word, she instantly transformed herself into a bat fighter jet, swooping down with Minot in tow. Stretching out beneath them was a vast island. The two landed directly atop it. Which island is this? Baby 5 asked, still dazed as she glanced around. Minot, meanwhile, activated his far sight, sweeping his gaze across the landscape. This is... A look of astonishment appeared on his face. This is Wano country. Minot could hardly believe it. After all the chaos and upheaval, he had somehow ended up in this damned place, right in the heart of enemy territory. Then again, upon reflection, perhaps it wasn't so bad. After all, both Golden Lion and Kaido had vanished to battle who knows where. For now, there didn't seem to be anything to worry about. Even if Kaido were to return, the chances of him actually fighting me are not very high. Beasts only warn those of their own caliber. To someone like Mino, who is just a small fry, Kaido doesn't really pay much attention. If the Golden Lion weren't around, Kaido might have tried to force Mino into becoming one of his subordinates. But now that he knows Mino serves the Golden Lion, there's little reason for that. After all, whatever benefit he might gain from roping a Mino would hardly be worth the trouble of provoking the Golden Lion. Of course, nothing is ever completely certain, just as the four emperors are generally quite shrewd. But Charlotte Linlin loses all sense when it comes to food, and Kaido, after a few too many drinks, is anyone's guess. Forget it, I'll just stay here for a while. Mino sighed helplessly, not too bothered by the situation. This time he had really made things tough for the Golden Lion. The man already had just a handful of subordinates, and now, thanks to another sweeping storm, the Golden Lion's flying pirate ship had been completely destroyed. And that wasn't all. The IQ plants on the floating islands were wiped out as well. Maybe the Golden Lion and Dr. Indigo still had some seeds or samples tucked away, and perhaps a few plants managed to cling to the battered remains of the islands. But restoring things to their former scale would take at least 3 to 5 years of hard work. although the Golden Lion had no idea that it was Mino who had lured the storm there. In fact, he probably didn't even know what had happened to his own base yet. Mino still felt a little guilty about it. Next time he set someone up, he thought he'd better pick a different target. The Golden Lion's floating islands really were no match for Storm's. No wonder he was so desperate for a good navigator. Besides, the Golden Lion was never one to sit still. If he wasn't there personally, even Mino's clairvoyance wouldn't help. He wouldn't be able to control those floating islands from afar. Who knew how the Golden Lion would react when he finally saw what had become of his home? Would he be so angry he'd drop dead on the spot? As it turned out, the Golden Lion was indeed almost driven to death by rage after his drawn-out skirmish with Kaido that lasted nearly half a month. He returned only to find his floating islands reduced to a pile of rubble. He hunted down the few surviving pirates on the islands and questioned them, and, after hearing their accounts, he completely lost it. Was he doomed to be plagued by storm for the rest of his life? He'd finally found a skilled navigator, and yet the storm had struck precisely when he wasn't around. Was fate just toying with him? With nowhere to direct his fury, the Golden Lion decided to take it out on Kaido. He went looking for him and started a fierce fight all over again, which ended up keeping Kaido away from Onigashima for quite some time, of course. That's a matter for the future. Right now, the Golden Lion has no idea that a fire is broken out behind him. He's still locked in a fierce battle with Kaido. Ironically, this unexpected turn of events has bought Mino quite a bit of time in Wano country. Ever since 10 years ago, when Kazuki Oden met his end in such a bizarre and tragic way, the country has suffered under the brutal oppression of the Beast Pirates and Kurizumi Orochi, with no longer any barriers to their cruelty. The entire nation has been transformed into a vast munitions factory. Except for the flower capital, every other region, land, rivers, and forests, has suffered various degrees of pollution, and the annual harvest dwindles year after year. For a nation that has always relied on self-sufficiency and isolationism, a drop in crop yields with no means of external trade spells widespread famine. Countless citizens of Wano perished from starvation during this time. Those desperate to survive either joined the Beast Pirates or Orochi's forces, while others were forced to toil away in the factories. As a result, the population of Wano has thinned considerably, and most of those who remain wear haggard faces, misery etched into their expressions. And this is just the situation 10 years before the story truly begins. Fast forward a decade, and it's not just a matter of sparse population. The land would be utterly desolate by that point. Even the animals and plants of Wano would have absorbed traces of industrial toxins. Don't be fooled by the eventual overthrow of Kaido and Orochi. In reality, restoring the country to its former state might take 100 years, if it's even possible. After all, cleaning up pollution is 100 times harder than producing in the first place. This country doesn't even have any way to exchange berries, complained Baby 5 as she and Mino walked through town, her voice full of irritation. Mino, who had been staring at the ground lost in thought, responded with a grunt. Noticing Baby 5's vexed glare, he finally snapped back to attention and explained. Wano has been closed off from the world for 800 years. They've never had any dealings with the world government. With their natural barriers and formidable military strength, outsiders and locals live in parallel worlds. So it's only natural that berries are of no use here. After all, the people of Wano never leave their homeland. Even someone as strong as Kazuki Oden ended up battered and bruised by Wano's treacherous seas when he tried to set sail. For anyone else, venturing out would be a death sentence. With no way to leave and no means to communicate, why would Wano's people accept a currency like berries, which is only useful outside their borders? Instead, Wano still relies on its traditional gold standard for currency. Coins made primarily from gold and silver alloys, known as oben and koban. These have always been the lifeblood of their economy. It's fortunate that this country is blessed with both abundant and diverse mineral resources. If you really do the math, the price of gold here should actually be much lower than it is elsewhere. Otherwise, people wouldn't be using gold as a common currency. But if they don't accept berries, then we'll be left penniless. What should we do then? Are we supposed to just go out and rob someone? Baby 5 asked, a note of helplessness in her voice. Mino shook her head. Just look at these ordinary folks. You can tell they're barely scraping by. What could we possibly gain from robbing them? For now, we'll hunt and trade what we catch. After that, we can head to the flower capital. There you'll surely find some real wealthy folks. We just need to pick out a few of those heartless rich types, and that should be quite a haul. Right now in Wano country, although the land has been tainted and the crops have dwindled, at least the plants that do grow aren't poisonous yet, let alone the animals as the last link in the food chain. If the animals themselves were poisoned, it would mean the entire nation of Wano was done for. What's more, animals in the world of One Piece are wildly unpredictable in size, to say nothing of the gigantic sea kings and Zenesha-sized creatures. There are plenty of beasts strong enough to take on pirate crews at the level of the supernovas, so it's hard to say whether humans or animals really rule the land. This means that all over the world, deep forests and mountains are so dangerous that ordinary people wouldn't dare cut them down. And Wano is no exception. Here, humans and animals each claim their own half of the territory. Mino figured that in the original story, only the cultivated land used by humans was truly polluted. The deep forests where animals still roamed probably weren't as badly affected. That's why even now there's still plenty of wildlife in Wano. Making a living by hunting might be impossible in the modern world, but in the world of One Piece, it's perfectly normal. With her mind made up, Mino quickly scanned the area using her clairvoyance, then led Baby 5 into the forest. As a Yokai, Mino herself barely registered hunger. After all, it would take at least half a year of starvation before her supernatural stamina was affected. But Baby 5 didn't have that kind of endurance. After more than a day, without food and with her energy drained, the brightness in her face had visibly faded. With a swift flash of the blade, a wild boar, one of Wano's specialties, was cleanly sliced into several pieces. Though this boar wasn't as massive as the mountain god from the manga, it still stood 3 or 4 meters tall, a true giant in its own right. But in front of Mino, it didn't even have a chance to resist before meeting its end. Mino skinned the boar, drained the blood, rinsed the meat, and then got right down to grilling some fresh pork in. The real world, wild boar meat always has a musky, gamey smell, mostly because the animals aren't castrated. But in the world of pirates, especially when it comes to powerful creatures, the quality of the meat seems to have changed dramatically. At the very least, this wild boar was roasted to perfection. Crispy on the outside, tender and juicy on the inside, and the aroma was simply irresistible. The only pity was that without any seasoning, the pork tasted a bit bland. Still, Baby 5 was too hungry to care about such things, and wolfed down at least an entire boar leg with noisy enthusiasm. Mino devoured the other leg, and even used a stone pot he'd fashioned himself to make a pot of pork bone soup. After they'd both eaten and drunk their fill, they gathered up the leftover skin and scraps, preparing to trade them for goods in one of Wano country's towns. When they first entered the town, their outsider clothing and the huge haul of game slung over their backs immediately drew the attention of several local ronin. Even though Wano was now destitute, the number of these streetwise swordsmen hadn't decreased. In fact, it seemed to have grown. Many of these thugs were actually reserve members for the Beast Pirates or the Black Charcoal Orochi's men. After all, the true samurai refused to serve under Orochi or Kaido, but the ronin had no such qualms. As one might expect, things escalated quickly. Mino and Baby 5 thrashed them soundly, leaving the ronin not only beaten, but with their coin purses thoroughly emptied. "Please, sir, spare our lives. We're underlings of Kaya Shiro the Sleepy," whimpered the leader, cornered in a shadowy alleyway. Mino sat atop the bodies of several flattened ronin, while Baby 5's right arm had already transformed into a high-frequency, vibrating short blade, its edge pressed right against the gang leader's throat. The man, sobbing, tried to edge his head away from the blade as far as possible. He'd just witnessed Baby 5 rampage across the battlefield with that very weapon, cutting down weapons and men alike. The ronin's sword shattered instantly against her blade, with its sharpness slicing. Him in half would be child's play. Even a meager bit of Ryuo he'd mastered wouldn't save him. Mino rolled his eyes slightly. "You, a small-town ruffian, expect me to believe you're a trusted retainer of Orochi, the shogun of the flower capital? A follower of Kaya Shiro the Sleepy? Really?" Baby 5 cared even less. If he'd claimed to be with Kaido and the Beast Pirates, maybe she'd have taken note, but Kaya Shiro the Sleepy. Who was this 2-bit thug anyway? "All right, cut the nonsense," Mino said, tossing the stolen purses from hand to hand. "I'll ask, and you'll answer. If you dare lie to me, just imagine the consequences for yourself." "Yes, yes, of course," stammered the ronin, tripping over his words. "Ask anything, sir. Anything at all." The Ronin nodded eagerly, bobbing his head up and down like a pecking chick, his face plastered with a sycophantic smile as he looked over at Mino. Very well, then start by telling me. Where in the land of Wano are we right now? How do I get to the flower capital? Are there any shipwrights around here? Mino narrowed his eyes and asked directly, though the people of Wano are known for their wariness of outsiders, under the persuasive, if somewhat forceful, argument from Mino and Baby 5, they were more than willing to share what they knew. As it turned out, Mino was now in the Kibi region of Wano, a place that had always been the most desolate in the entire country. With the rise of factories, it had become even more sparsely populated, so much so that there were hardly any sizable towns, let alone a city. To reach the flower capital, one had to cross a great river that spanned 6 regions of Wano. In theory, the only way across was by bridge. But with Baby 5 around, flying over would be a breeze. As for shipbuilding, unfortunately, after asking around, Mino discovered that Wano simply didn't have anyone with that particular skill. At best, they could cobble together some ferries for river crossings, seafaring ships, voyages beyond the coast. Well, for most people here, the farthest they'd ever gone was to Onigashima. And as for how they crossed the sea, they lashed together makeshift rafts. When Mino heard this, he found himself seriously considering whether he should risk sneaking onto Onigashima to steal a ship from the Beast pirates. But even if I managed to steal a ship, would that really help? How many people in Wano are actually willing to sail out to sea? Am I supposed to expect Baby 5 and myself to handle an entire ship on our own? Back in somewhere like the East Blue, maybe 2 people could manage a small boat and make it work, but here on the Grand Line, or worse, the New World, sailing in one of those tiny boats, even Dracula Mihawk wouldn't dare to take his coffin-shaped ship out alone in the New World. The weather here is wild. Disaster-level storms are an everyday occurrence. Elsewhere, when it hails, it's just ice. In the New World, it's glaciers falling from the sky. At that thought, Mino couldn't help but sigh. How did I end up in this mess? Am I supposed to just sit here and wait for Shiki the Golden Lion to come rescue me? He did at least still have the main body of the Viver card he'd split with Shiki. If he wanted Shiki to come find him, it wouldn't be difficult. He just needed to hold on to it for a week or 2, and Shiki would definitely get here. But now that Shiki's entire pirate crew had been ruined by Mino himself, he couldn't help feeling vulnerable. After all, there aren't many people like Kaido who love charging in a battle alone. What if the next backlash from the worlds will pit him against an entire Yonko crew or a Marine Admiral leading a buster call? Shiki might not be afraid, but Mino certainly was. The burn fruit had brought him plenty of karmic consequences already. After surviving one backlash, he could sense that the lingering karma was now teetering on the edge of critical. In addition to helping the Golden Lion recover his health, the various consequences that came with it were by no means insignificant. At any moment, the threads of cause and effect could surge unexpectedly, so making preparations in advance was absolutely necessary. Still, falling out with Kaido directly would be the last resort. The best option was to set sail at once and seek out the Charlotte Pirates as a bona fide Yonko crew. The Charlotte Pirates' ability to weather storms was now far superior to that of the Golden Lion, who stood alone. Maybe I could just join Kaido's crew. Let Kaido take the heat for me, and then I'll snatch a ship and make my escape. Mino thought dryly, attempting to find some humor in his predicament, though he knew it was nothing but wishful thinking. As for why he didn't simply pledge allegiance to Kaido, honestly, if he did, there'd be no explaining himself to the Charlotte Pirates. Kaido was a different sort from the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion could vanish into the skies, and no one could find him. If they did, it wouldn't matter, since no one could match him in aerial combat. So even if Big Mom was furious, as long as she kept her wits about her, she'd have no choice but to swallow her anger. Besides, Mino cared at least a little about his own reputation. Joining the Golden Lion had been a matter of force majeure, and even Big Mom would let that slide. But to willingly throw himself in with Kaido, that was another story. After pondering for some time and still finding no clear path, Mino set aside his worries for now. He drew out the life card he held, gazed at it for a moment, and sighed softly. A pale lilac flame flickered to life at his fingertip. Even a famous life card said to be impervious to fire or water crumbled to ash in the face of the moon flame inherited from the bloodline of Igami. Baby 5, let's get going, Mino said, his expression darkening with resolve. All these worries, he realized, ultimately stemmed from his own lack of strength. If he already possessed power at the level of an Emperor, would he still care so much about the world's backlash? Rather than seeking scapegoats, he'd do better to focus on bolstering his own abilities. In the past, even if he pushed his potential to the utmost, Mino could never have reached the rank of admiral, let alone Yonko. But now, after a series of exchanges, he truly had the chance to become an emperor-level force in the land of Wano. Famed for its mastery of armament hockey and swordsmanship, was the perfect place for him to hone his strength. Just seeing that wandering swordsman's leader wielding hockey, what the people of Wano called Rao, made it clear that when it came to hockey training, perhaps only Amazon Lily could rival this land. In advanced techniques, Wano might even come out ahead. With his mind made up, Mino wasted no more time. He sold the wild boar meat and hides in the town for a modest sum, hefted his now bulging coin pouch, and set off down a new road. No sooner had they left the town than Minuo suddenly looked up, spotting a striking young woman radiant in pink descending from the sky. Reiju, surprise flickered across Minuo's face. How did you find us? A gentle smile played on Reiju's lips, her rosy mouth curving in a graceful arc. The sunlight overhead bathed her in a soft, enchanting glow, adding an alluring touch to her presence. Behind her, a cape like butterfly wings unfurled and danced in the air, making her appear like a beautiful yet dangerous butterfly. Landing lightly, Reiju smiled and greeted them. I'm so glad to see you both. Minuo, baby 5, it looks like neither of you is hurt. Minuo frowned, pressing the question again. How did you figure out where we were, given the size of that storm? Even if everyone landed somewhere in Wano, they should have ended up scattered far apart. Yet Reiju didn't look like she'd stumbled upon them by chance. Though still young, Reiju already carried herself with the poise of a future queen. She lifted her chin, her chest out, and spoke with a playful air. That's a little secret between women. You know. Minuo rolled his 3 eyes skyward. But inwardly, he'd already guessed the truth. He was always careful. The problem probably wasn't with him. He glanced at baby 5, and in the red gleam of his sinister eye he caught a flash of light. Hidden in the bow-shaped hair ornament on baby 5's head, he saw the material for a Vivre card. Minuo remembered that this ribboned accessory was a gift from Vinsmoke Reiju to baby 5. Clearly, she'd tampered with it, using it to track them precisely. Miss Vinsmoke Reiju, you'd better tell us what you're really after, otherwise. Minuo's hand slid to the hilt of his blade, his expression turning cold. Seeing Minuo draw his weapon, Reiju dared not deflect any longer. If she pushed him too far, he really might cut someone down. Long ago, Reiju had noticed that Minuo seemed to lack any sense of security, even after becoming the most dazzling member of the Golden Lion's crew. In theory, there were few on the seas who would dare to cross him. He still trained relentlessly and stayed on constant alert, as if an admiral might jump out at any moment to arrest him. What's more, his paranoia seemed especially acute when it came to the Vinsmoke family. By rights, Vinsmoke Reiju was a beauty in her own right, but through Minuo's eyes, all he ever saw was a threat. Minuo. Can you blame me? Dealing with people who play with poison is a risk I can't afford. With Minuo, if he threatened to draw his sword, he truly meant it. If Minuo really intended to cut someone down, Vinsmoke Reiju knew full well she wouldn't stand a chance. So she immediately wiped the smile from her face and spoke with a serious expression. Actually, I'm here to join you. Minuo rolled her eyes in disbelief. Did I hear that right? The little princess of the Vinsmoke family wants to join me. Reiju's lips trembled slightly, but after a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself and said, Actually, you want to leave the Golden Lion Pirates, don't you? Minuo's gaze shifted subtly, a dangerous glint flickering in her eyes, yet a smile played at the corners of her mouth. Are you joking? Miss Vinsmoke Reiju, if Captain Shiki were to hear you say that, it would really put me in a difficult position. Vinsmoke Reiju shivered at that, and looking at Minuo's chilling smile, she knew that a single wrong word might really cost her life. That thought made her drop her act, and she spoke up directly. Lord Minuo, I truly do want to join you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have shown up in front of you like this. As she spoke, she reached in her pocket and took out a tiny scrap of paper. This is a small piece I tore from the captain's from Golden Lion's life paper. Your own Vivre card. Just a moment ago, this piece suddenly stopped moving. While speaking, Vinsmoke Reiju looked at Minuo. I know exactly what that means, but even so, I didn't run off to report it. I came here to find you, to side with you. Isn't that proof enough of where I stand? If I really meant you any harm, all I had to do was wait until I found Captain Shiki and bring him here to hunt you down, wouldn't I? Minuo fell silent for a moment, loosening her grip slightly on the handle of her sword. As far as I know, every child of the Vinsmoke family has undergone genetic modification at the hands of Judge. It gave you all tremendous strength and endurance, but at the same time, it made it impossible for you to defy your father's will. Given that you claim you want to defect to me, do you really think I can believe you? Reiju pressed her lips together, her gaze shining as she looked at Minuo. That's exactly why I want to join you. Lord Minuo, your Holy Grail wine was able to heal even baby Five's psychological scars. Who's to say it can't fix our genetic flaws too? Maybe even let us become normal people again. At this point, excitement was growing in Reiju's voice. As long as you're willing to share the Holy Grail wine, we could finally become truly normal. Compared to that joining you, Lord Minuo, isn't it only natural? Or would you prefer that I call you Master Mino, just like Baby Five does? As she spoke, Reiju's lips curled into a teasing, seductive smile, making Baby Five nearly bristle with indignation. You wretched, pink-haired woman, stay away from my master. Mino pressed down gently on Baby Five's shoulder, his face full of helplessness, soothing her before turning his attention to the credibility of Reiju's words. If it had been one of Vinsmoke Judge's 3 sons, there would be no reason to believe a thing they said. But with Reiju, Mino was inclined to trust her in the entire Vinsmoke family, apart from Sanji, who was considered a failed experiment. Reiju was the only one who possessed genuine personal feelings, a delicate and even kind-hearted nature. She truly harbored disgust, even hatred toward her father. This was clear from manga, where she confessed that her family was steeped in sin and deserved destruction. It was obvious she'd long been dissatisfied with her family and her father. It was only the genetic modifications that kept her from rebelling outright. Of course, though Reiju came across as a positive character in the manga, that didn't mean she was incapable of lying. Her desire for the Holy Grail wine was certainly genuine, but whether she truly intended to ally herself with Mino, that was another matter entirely. It was much like Mino's own alliances with Charlotte Linlin and Golden Lion Shiki. Though nominally alliances, in truth he regarded himself more as a company employee, the kind who saw the company as a stepping stone and planned to strike out on his own someday. But that didn't really matter. Mino wasn't the type to hold double standards, nor did he see himself as some awe-inspiring, domineering figure. He didn't have high expectations for people who chose to follow him. Even if, like him, they simply saw him as their boss, he wouldn't complain, so long as they didn't harbor ill intentions or try to stab him in the back. As for Reiju, at the very least, she shouldn't be plotting against him. Now the only question that remained was, did the so-called Holy Grail wine really have such extraordinary powers? Reiju, having no other recourse, had pinned all her hopes on it. Mino, however, found it easier to remain calm and objective since he wasn't personally involved. After all, it was just a single cup of wine. He could brew another in 7 days, so he didn't really mind. Even if it failed, it would be no great loss to him, and if it succeeded, at the very least, he'd gain a new ally. With this in mind, Mino glanced at Reiju, whose face still bore that alluring, hopeful smile. Her hands were nervously intertwined, betraying her unease. Mino spoke up. Let's put the jokes aside for now. So what you're saying is, you want to see if the Holy Grail wine can break Judge's hold over you. Since that's the case, let's give it a try. If it works, and you're still willing to follow me, then I'll gladly welcome you as a crew member. And if it fails, well, think of it as me buying you a drink. Though these words sounded generous, Mino had his own calculations. People in this world of pirates were rather straightforward, and at least Reiju wasn't the type to be shameless. If the Holy Grail wine truly worked, she would surely keep her promise. So, his words were really just a way to win her heart in advance. Reiju's hand trembled slightly as she gazed at the small bottle Mino produced, her eyes brimming with emotion. Inside, the bottle was a wine as crimson as blood, as radiant as a gemstone. A half-filled vessel of liquid brilliance. The stopper was tightly sealed, allowing not even the faintest hint of aroma to escape. Yet just the sight of that swirling wine stirred an irresistible longing within her. Never had she imagined that Mino would so freely offer up the Holy Grail wine. In her heart, just as Mino had guessed, she was deeply moved. From the very beginning, Reiju had resolved to obtain this wine by any means necessary. It was her sole hope. No matter how harsh the terms, she was prepared to accept them. The surge of emotion left her with an overwhelming sense of gratitude toward Mino, her feelings for him growing stronger by the moment. The look she gave him was nearly one of wholehearted devotion, but soon all her attention was drawn to the wine itself. Mino poured the precious liquid into a small goblet, one nearly the size of the Holy Grail, and handed it to her. The aroma that rose was vibrant with life itself. Without a moment's hesitation, Reiju drank the wine in a single gulp. A sensation as pure as a mountain spring spread through her body, warming her very soul. Pain, worry, sorrow, the hatred she bore for her father, and the shadow of helplessness that had haunted her. All of it melted away within the embrace of the Holy Grail wine. When Vinsmoke Reiju opened her eyes again, she felt as though she had been reborn from the ashes. From this moment on, her life truly belonged to herself. No longer was she a mere tool of the Vinsmoke family. Just one glance at the light in her eyes and the vigor in her expression told Mino that she was finally free. Reaching out, he gently wiped her cheek, smiling as he asked, "How does it feel to be truly free?" Reiju was momentarily stunned. It wasn't until Mino's sleeve brushed her face that she realized her cheeks were wet with tears. A hand reached out and grasped the sleeve Minuo was using to wipe her face. At last, Reiju's smile revealed a sense of genuine relief, as though a heavy burden had been lifted. "This is the first time in my life that I've tasted freedom. I'm happier than I've ever been. Thank you, Master Minuo." As she spoke, Reiju winked at him, then turned her head and kissed Minuo's fingers, her tongue flicking out in a hidden, playful gesture. "Ah, damn you, Pinky. What do you think you're doing?" "Only I get to call him Master Minuo." Baby Five could no longer contain herself. Her entire hand morphed into a blazing energy axe as she charged forward, determined to split her plastic rival in two for daring to flirt with her beloved master. Reiju darted left and right, laughing cheerfully, using Minuo as a human shield. The little maid, brandishing her energy axe, spun around Minuo in circles, narrowly missing his head more than once. Minuo, who had just been shaken by the pink butterfly's flirtations, was startled by Baby Five's sudden outburst. He quickly regained his composure and grabbed hold of both girls, one in each hand. "That's enough. Reiju, you don't need to call me Master. Just use my name, or if we get a ship, you can call me Captain." "All right, Master Minuo." "I understand, Master Minuo," Reiju replied in an exaggeratedly sweet voice. All three of Minuo's eyes rolled at once, while Baby Five grew even more agitated at this exchange, leaving Minuo sandwiched between the two, with a pounding headache. "I really need to find more people to join us," he thought. "If there were more around to talk to, these two wouldn't have so much time on their hands to make trouble for me." But where could he find more people? Surely the Vinsmoke family had its own way of staying in touch. Why not have Reiju contact them? With the Vinsmoke family's strength, they wouldn't be wiped out by this storm like some low-level grunts. At least the main members should be safe. Yes, Minuo thought those three brothers from the Vinsmoke family would make excellent allies. What's that? Too young? Child labor? Big Mom was already wiping out entire giant villages at the age of 5. There's nothing wrong with recruiting a few young crewmates and training them up. Besides, even if Minuo said nothing, Reiju would definitely reach out to her three brothers when the time came. She might have been powerless against her cold-hearted siblings before, but now, with a chance to save them, she would seize the opportunity without hesitation. Waiting for the Vinsmoke family to arrive would still take some time. After contacting her father, Reiju received word. In 3 months, they were to rendezvous in the flower capital. Mino reckoned that Vinsmoke Judge was probably injured, otherwise he wouldn't have taken so long to arrive. Still, this delay happened to grant Mino a period of time for training. To be honest, during this period, Mino had successively gained the power of the Yagami bloodline and the ferocious might of the Kirin, which caused his strength to soar dramatically. However, he had yet to fully tap into his new potential. At most, he had barely managed to integrate these powers into his own fighting style and exert a measure of control over them. After all, the time had been far too short. He'd only spent a month or two on the Golden Lion's floating island, and to truly unearth the potential of his bloodlines was by no means an easy task. Shimi was not only a desolate region, but also lacked any remarkable individuals. As for the true masters of Wano now, they were probably found in only 3 places: Kuri, the flower capital, and Udon. The prison mines of Udon did house quite a few talents. In Kori, there might still be some figures left from the era of Kazuki Oden, such as Ashura Doji and the like. As for the flower capital, being the nation's capital, it was a den of both dragons and snakes, a place teeming with both scoundrels and masters. Not wishing to attract attention, Mino chose not to venture into the chaotic flower capital, nor the heavily guarded and sensitive mining prison of Udon. Instead, he planned to head to Kori for a period of secluded training. Moreover, Kori was home to Tengyama Hitetsu, formerly known as Kazuki Sukiyaki. Mino recalled that he still possessed a number of fine blades, at the very least. The famed sword Enma was still there. After all this time, Mino felt it was about time to change his weapon. The one he wielded now was, in truth, no more than a well-made blade. Nothing worthy of a great name, not even classified among the famed swords. Having made up his mind, Mino naturally set out for Kuri, taking Baby 5 and Reiju along with him, yet the journey was far from peaceful. Stop right there! With a chorus of clattering footsteps, a group of Ronin leapt out from the mountainside. Their clothes were tattered, and they gripped samurai swords in their hands. You lot, are you pirates from beyond our shores? Lackeys of the Beast Pirates. Today is the day you meet your end. Mino let out a sigh. The people of Wano had always been wary of outsiders, and after suffering under the cruel rule of the Beast Pirates, their hatred for foreigners had only deepened. The attire of Mino, Baby 5, and Reiju stood in stark contrast to Wano's traditional dress, making it obvious at a glance that they were not locals. And in these times, outsiders in Wano were almost always equated with members of the Beast Pirates. It was little wonder these people instantly took them for enemies. Of course, Mino had no intention of getting into a war of words. Although these Ronin opposed the Beast Pirates, they were hardly good people themselves. They had long since degenerated into little more than bandits. Otherwise, they wouldn't be hiding out in the mountains and forests like this. Even if their victims weren't outsiders like Mino, the ordinary people of Wano would still fall prey to their ambushes. After all, those with any real backbone in Wano were probably all locked away in the quarries by now. And even if a few remained, they would never stoop to being mere roadside bandits. If they were to become outlaws, at least they would carve out a territory and rule as warlords. Baby 5 Reiju, I'll leave them to you. Mino waved his hand, then suddenly remembered something. Baby 5, you're not allowed to use firearms. Reiju, you're forbidden from using any Germa technology. Don't be fooled by the fact that these were just common Ronin. Some of them had actually mastered Wano's Ryo there. Version of armament hockey. In a real fight, they weren't pushovers at all. In fact, they'd serve as decent sparring partners for Baby 5 and Reiju. Baby 5's own hockey skills were, truth be told, not even on par with some of these Ronin. She had only just awakened her armament hockey, and it gave her barely any boost in attack power, just enough to deal with Logia-type foes, but not much else. Most of her effort had gone into honing her weapon fruit abilities. After all, Devil Fruit could provide a dramatic leap in combat potential, especially in the early stages, even if it didn't have the limitless growth of hockey. For those who were still weak, a powerful Devil Fruit could skyrocket their strength far more quickly than hockey ever could. But that was only a good strategy in the beginning. To keep improving, both hockey and physical prowess were essential. Just as was happening now, Baby 5's lack of stamina was already holding back her Devil Fruit development. Luckily, in the world of pirates, nothing sharpens your abilities like real combat. Upon hearing Mino's command, neither Baby 5 nor Reiju complained. Given their backgrounds, both women took their own strength very seriously. With a sweeping motion, Baby 5's arms transformed into twin long swords, her body glinting with a faint metallic sheen. As the evolved form of the Dice Fruit, the weapon fruit allowed her to alter her own physical makeup. One of the main reasons she neglected her hockey training. As for Reiju, a smile played on her lips as she leapt into the air. Her long, pale legs gathered a jet-black sheen at the tips. Armament hockey, before she launched a flurry of powerful kicks at the bandits. At the same time, a faintly sweet fragrance wafted through the air. Several unprepared Ronin found their senses clouding for just a moment, only to be sent flying, coughing up blood from Reiju's vicious strikes. Vinsmoke Reiju's reputation as the venomous powder is well earned. Even without wearing the specialized Germa 66 battle suit, she possesses a natural ability to control poisons. Baby 5, on the other hand, charged forward without the slightest hesitation. Facing the Ronin's attacks, she met force with force, trading blows and wounds alike, relying on her formidable physique and a pair of razor-sharp blades. She began to cut down her foes without mercy. Damn it, be careful. The enemy is a sorceress. Fight them with everything you've got. To be honest, whatever else might be said about these warriors of Wano, their fighting spirit is certainly commendable. Even when they witnessed Baby 5 and Reiju unleash their abilities, they weren't overly shocked. It was clear that the arrival of the Beast Pirates had at least toughened the hearts of the people of Wano, and even as Baby 5 and Reiju gained the upper hand from the outset. And with Mino yet to make a move, the Ronin, fully aware they were outmatched, did not flee or surrender. Compared to the bullies who lorded over small towns, these men showed real grit. The chaotic battle dragged on for nearly half an hour. With their powers somewhat restrained, Baby 5 and Reiju were only marginally stronger than the samurai. Even though they emerged victorious, it was by no means an easy fight. As the two returned breathless and weary, Mino nodded in satisfaction. From now on, any bandits or highwaymen we encounter on this road will be yours to handle, just like today. It's the perfect way for you to get more practice. Our master really is strict. Reiju brushed a lock of sweat-dampened hair from her face and gave a gentle laugh. Looks like we truly need to work harder. Baby 5 was still gulping for air. Even hearing Reiju call Mino master again, she had no energy left to protest. Unlike Reiju, she wasn't a cyborg. When it came to basic strength and endurance, she was worlds apart from the monsters of the Vinsmoke family. If she hadn't eaten a top-grade devil fruit, she would have been hopelessly outclassed by them in raw talent alone. As they continued on their journey, they ran into several more waves of bandits, thieves, and Ronin. First, Mino's trio hardly looked intimidating, and second, their foreign attire made them obvious targets for attack. But it was clear enough. Any Ronin who had fallen to the life of a highwayman couldn't have been all that strong. Even with their abilities held in check, and their youth meaning their powers weren't fully matured, Baby 5 and Reiju still handled those foes without much trouble. At last, we've arrived. This is Kuri. After arriving in Kuri, Baby 5 and Reiju finally let out a sigh of relief. Along the way, it felt as if they had fought their way through every step. Now that they had reached a new place, perhaps things would be a little better. Kuri was the stronghold of Kazuki Oden. In the past, this land had been plagued by countless bandits, but almost all of them had been swept away by Oden. However, ever since Oden's death, the chaos had returned, and bandits once again roamed the land as they had before. Yet, because of Ashura Doji, the so-called bandits here were more like local warlords. They collected taxes, openly cultivated the land, and at the same time stood in defiance of Orochi's rule and oppression. Ashura Doji alone commanded several hundred official bandits, and the number of ordinary civilians who clung to these bandit forces probably reached into the thousands. If the mountains could have supported more people, their numbers would have grown even larger. Because of this, ordinary highway robbers had all been absorbed under Ashura Doji's command, so at a glance, Kuri's public order seemed even better than that of other regions. Among the lands of Wano, Kuri had suffered far more devastation than even the poverty-stricken region of Kibi. After all, this was Kazuki Oden's base, and Orochi certainly did not show it any mercy. When Oden and the 9 Red Scabbards were destroyed, Orochi's men swept through Kuri again and again, leaving devastation in their wake. Aside from the warriors whom the monstrous Ashura Doji managed to protect, the vast majority of ordinary folk who had depended on Oden, such as the residents of Tokage Farm, had either fled or been captured, so as Minotaur led the 2 women along the road. What they saw was a bleak landscape. Barren fields, factories belching black smoke, rivers so polluted they had begun to reek, and skeletal remains lying by the roadside. Kibi, isolated and desolate, had always been the poorest region in Wano. Precisely because of this, Orochi's attention had rarely fallen there, and the destruction was not yet so severe. For now, life there could still go on. Barely. But in Kuri, the living conditions for common people had been utterly destroyed. The land could no longer yield crops, and the fish in the rivers, poisoned by industrial waste, were now deadly to eat. For the people of Wano, crops from the land and fish from the rivers had always been their most basic food staples. As for hunting deep in the forests and mountains, truth be told, most humans in this world are ordinary, And while monsters among the animals are rare, they are far from normal. Unless one had mastered the art of armament hockey, venturing into the wilds of Wano would mean nothing more than becoming a meal for the beasts. This is just too tragic. Reiju spoke, her brows furrowed with worry. Has the ruler of this country gone mad? Yes. If things continue like this, I doubt there will be any living souls left in Wano within 20 years. What on earth is that shogun, Korizumi Orochi, thinking? Even Baby Five, who grew up amidst the shadows of the underworld, couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow at the tragedy unfolding in Wano. The Don Quixote family may have been ruthless and cold-blooded, but they never bled the common folk dry to the point of starvation. Even at his worst, Doflamingo treated his subjects with icy indifference. Not outright cruelty, this kind of exploitative rule, draining the land until nothing remains, is akin to harming one's own wealth. For someone as shrewd as Doflamingo, such a method was simply unthinkable. Who knows? There are quite a few people in Wano whose minds work in the strangest ways. Ordinary logic just can't explain them. There was Kazuki Oden, who ran off to dance in the streets, Kazuki Hayori, who chose to become a courtesan, Kazuki Sugiyaki, who took up the life of a swordsmith. And then Korizumi Orochi, an utterly heartless man, yet astonishingly obsessed when it came to revenge. In any case, Mino couldn't make sense of their actions, nor did he wish to. All right, come with me. Let's go look for any news about Tenguiyama Hitetsu first. Tenguiyama Hitetsu. Who's that? Baby Five asked curiously. He's a renowned swordsmith in Wano, and rumor has it he possesses one of the great grade swords. Mino narrowed his eyes as he spoke. Just as well. I've been meaning to switch weapons. Weapons of the skillful grade class are actually fairly common across the seas, though only 50 are truly famous, hence the term the 50 skillful grade swords. In reality, there are perhaps 800 or even 1,000 such blades scattered across the world, but great grade swords are far rarer. Certainly more than just 21 exist, but never enough to reach 3 digits. Among these, the Inma blade is one of the most traceable and accessible of the legendary weapons. Moreover, Inma's craftsmanship stands at the pinnacle, even among all the great grade swords. If it weren't so difficult to master, it might well have been ranked among the supreme grade. Swords. So you're after a great grade sword? Reiju nodded in understanding and didn't bother to ask where Mino had gotten his information. Then, where exactly is Tenguiyama Hitetsu? I'm not entirely sure. I only know he should be somewhere near Amagasa village on the Kuri coast. But if you give me a little time... Mino focused his attention on his clairvoyant eye, scanning the area once more. With this eye, finding him shouldn't be too difficult. The sparsely populated lands of Kuri made things exceptionally convenient for Mino and his clairvoyance. This way, he could scan the area much faster. What's more, with Tenguiyama Hitetsu conspicuously wearing his iconic Tengu mask, spotting their target would be even easier. But before all that, Mino and his companions decided to change their clothes. At the very least, they didn't want to look so obviously different from the people of Wano. The remnants of Wano's resistance were no real threat. But the Beast Pirates were another matter. If the Beast Pirates discovered that outsiders had entered Wano, they certainly wouldn't let it slide. In fact, given the current situation, with so many members of the Golden Line Pirates having landed in Wano, it was likely the Beast Pirates already knew something was amiss. Under these circumstances, Mino was even more unwilling to draw attention by wearing foreign clothing and risk clashing with the Beast Pirates. So, in a random town in Kuri, he dusted off an old ability. Using his evil eye to manipulate minds, he controlled a few of the local wealthy residents. Even the poverty-stricken Kuri, with its vast territory, large enough to be called a country by the standards of the pirate world. There were bound to be some rich folk, and in troubled times like these, those who managed to become rich were rarely upstanding citizens. After changing in a local attire, Mino didn't hesitate to command his puppet to hand over all his hidden wealth before swaggering out of town. Money itself meant little to Mino, but it would still prove useful for what lay ahead. Let me take another look. What's this? So many samurai gathering in one place. When he activated his clairvoyance, Mino was surprised to discover that at least 100 samurai had assembled in one spot in the Kuri region. Just from the aura he sensed through his clairvoyant vision, he could tell these were no ordinary fighters. They had all mastered the power of haki. Narrowing his eyes, Mino pushed his clairvoyant reach even further. Although this reduced the clarity, it allowed him to see that samurai were massing all over Wano, all heading in the direction of Udon, or more accurately, toward Onigashima. There must be close to 1,000 of them. Wano's strength is no joke. To have so many warriors who've awakened Haki. Are these men planning to storm Onigashima? Mino furrowed his brow, recalling a brief episode from the original story. Over 1,000 samurai marching to challenge Kaido. Of course, the outcome needed no retelling. A complete rout. Right now, these samurai were still gathering in their respective regions. It would be some time, yet before they truly launched their assault on Onigashima. What a pity if they were to launch. An attack right now, the Beast Pirates would really take quite a hit. After all, Kaido is still locked in battle with the Golden Lion. If they waited another 10 days, half a month, or even longer, by that time Kaido would probably have already returned to Onigashima, and attacking then would be nothing short of walking right into the lion's den. After a brief glance, Mino lost interest and turned his full attention to searching for Tenguiyama Hitetsu. That guy. I found him! At that moment, Mino, who was hiding in the home of a wealthy merchant in Kuri Town, lifted his head with a smile spreading across his face. Kuri Imagasa Village, Tenguiyama Hitetsu, or rather, Kazuki Suyaki, had been living in seclusion in this small village for years. Though advanced in age, as a member of the Kazuki clan, his skill with the sword was nothing to scoff at. He made a living forging weapons, or occasionally heading into the forest to hunt wild beasts, far from the point 10 years later, when he'd be unable to put food on the table. It wasn't until a decade on, as Sukiyaki grew older and weaker, and as Wano's land became more blighted, that hunger truly set in for him. At this moment, Sukiyaki was wholly absorbed in crafting his proudest work. Just as he was nearing completion, the sound of a door opening caught his attention. "Who's there?" Sukiyaki started in alarm. Thankfully, his Tengu mask concealed his face, or everyone would have seen his panic. As he called out, he hastily grabbed a tablecloth and threw it over his creation. Of course, it was Mino who had opened the door, accompanied by Baby Five and Reiju. Hearing Sukiyaki's words, Baby Five and Reiju exchanged puzzled glances, but was Mino sharp-eyed and first through the door, whose face took on a wry, knowing expression. "You certainly have a lot of leisure time, Mr. Tenguiyama Hitetsu. Or should I say Lord Kazuki Sukiyaki? Ahem, ahem, ahem. What are you talking about? Kazuki Sukiyaki, isn't that the previous shogun?" Tenguiyama Hitetsu replied, feigning confusion behind his mask. "That's right. But imagine if the people of Wano learned that their former shogun, Kazuki Sukiyaki, harbored a fondness for crafting beautiful girl dolls." "Wah! Stop! Don't say another word." Sukiyaki, who had not yet developed the thick skin he would have in the future, instantly fell into a fluster at Mino's words. "All right, I'll drop it, but shouldn't you put your masterpiece away before we talk?" Mino teased with a playful shrug and a gentle smile. Without a word, Kazuki Sukiyaki scooped up his creation from the table, a beautiful girl doll, and hurriedly stuffed it into a crevice in the wall. With her clairvoyant vision, Mino could see everything clearly. The entire wall was lined with these dolls. It seemed that ever since the former shogun of Wano escaped, he had truly let himself go. It was only at this moment that Baby Five and Reiju realized why he'd been so nervous earlier. The looks they now shot at him were filled with a strange curiosity. Who would have thought that the former shogun of Wano had such a hobby? The sea really is full of all kinds of people. Kazuki Sukiyaki, enduring the women's scornful gazes, felt his scalp tingle and a cold sweat run down his back. Forcing himself to meet Mino's eyes, he asked, "Young man, what business do you have with me? Let me say this first. I am old, and I'm in no state to fight against Orochi or Kaido of the Beasts." There was a practiced tone in his words, as if others had sought him out for similar reasons in the past. "Relax, I have no interest in dragging a 70-year-old man into trouble. And besides, I have no intention of opposing the Beast Pirates. I have nothing to do with Wano," Mino replied, shaking her head. Kazuki Sukiyaki snorted, a cold glint in his eyes. "So that's how it is, an outsider. Then what do you want from me?" From how fiercely Kazuki Sukiyaki had opposed Odin's decision to set out to sea, it was clear he held little affection for outsiders. If Mino had resolutely taken Wano's side like the Straw Hat Pirates and stood against Kaido, that would be one thing. But for ordinary foreigners, this old shogun had no fondness at all. "It's nothing much. I just heard you possessed 3 of the great grade swords. I was simply hoping to see them for myself, Mino said with a gentle smile. So you're just another bastard coveting the famous blades in my hands. Kazuki Sukiyaki burst out in anger, his eyes flashing coldly. Are you looking for death, you scoundrel? Let's not old man, Mino replied, her expression unchanged. If it were 20 or 30 years ago, perhaps you could have given me a decent fight. But now, I fear that after a single exchange, I'd have to kneel and beg you not to die on me. After all, Kazuki Sukiyaki had once sired a son like Odin, and given the circumstances in Wano, nearly all the daimyos were formidable swordsmen. In his prime, he could have easily been called a master, perhaps even a great master of the blade. But that was all in the past, after being poisoned, imprisoned, and now. At 70 years of age, the current Kazuki Sukiyaki was at best just slightly stronger than the average foot soldier. However, though this old man was advanced in years, his temper was as unyielding as ever. In fact, it was precisely because of his age that he no longer cared much for his own life. He stood firmly in front of Mino, showing not the slightest intention of retreating. Even if you don't care about yourself, shouldn't you at least think about your granddaughter? Mino gave a slight smile, his calm voice striking Kazuki Sukiyaki's ears like a sudden clap of thunder, causing his expression to change instantly. What are you talking about? Don't you really know what I mean? Or should I remind you? The sleeping madman Kayashiro and the Oiran Kamurasaki. Mino's face remained indifferent. Perhaps Kamurasaki, who is currently undergoing her Oiran training, didn't realize Kazuki Sukiyaki's true identity. But Sukiyaki himself certainly knew who his granddaughter was, after all. Both the Enma and Aim no Habakiri swords were in his possession. Surely Hiyori had long been in contact with him, at Mino's words. Sukiyaki could no longer hold back. Right now, Hiyori was the last of the Kazuki bloodline. No matter what he felt, Sukiyaki could never tolerate anyone threatening her. In fact, Mino didn't even need to harm Hiyori directly. Just spreading the truth would be enough. If word got out, the famed Oiran Kamurasaki would be doomed. A cold glint flashed in Sukiyaki's eyes. Without another word, he drew the treasured sword from his waist. In a single motion, a gleaming arc swept directly toward Mino. Impressive swordsmanship. With a clear metallic ring, Mino raised his own long sword above his head, blocking Sukiyaki's attack. He spoke with a faint note of admiration. It's just a pity. You're too old. Your strength and reaction time have both declined too much. Otherwise, I wouldn't be handling this so easily. From a technical perspective, that strike was already executed to near perfection. But in the world of pirates, swordsmanship alone means little. True strength lies in power, speed, and mastery of haki. Because of Orochi's past treachery and his own advancing age, Sukiyaki had suffered terribly in all these aspects. What little remained was scarcely 1/10 of his prime. Naturally, he was no match for Mino now. Sukiyaki's eyes narrowed slightly. Even using his Kinbunchika haki, the one sense that had not diminished too much with age, he found Mino's speed astonishing. An opponent like this would have demanded his full caution even in his younger days, when victory was never guaranteed. Now at 70, his chances were slimmer than ever. Yet, thinking of his granddaughter, Sukiyaki gritted his teeth and let out a thunderous shout. His sword erupted into a flurry of dazzling arcs, slashing, cutting, sweeping, thrusting. A silver storm that surged toward Mino. The sword energy burst forth, tearing the small hut to shreds in an instant. Baby 5 and Reiju had to retreat again and again, lest they be caught up in the crossfire. Your strength may be nothing special, but I have to admit, your swordsmanship has some real substance, Mino said with a cheerful grin. The long sword in his hand shimmered in streaks of silver light as he joined the clash against Sukiyaki Kazuki. Of course, Mino was still holding back just a bit. Otherwise, there was no way Sukiyaki could have lasted so many rounds against him in his current state. It wasn't out of any particular respect for the elderly, but rather because the Kazuki family's style of swordsmanship, refined over countless generations, was among the very finest in the world of pirates. Mino wanted to observe a little longer. Unlike other schools in the land of Wano, nearly every samurai was renowned for their sword skills. Even their form of armament haki, known as Ryuo, was seamlessly fused with swordsmanship. It could be said that Wano stood as the most skilled nation in the art of the sword across the entire sea. As the rulers of this land, the Kazuki clan sword style had been honed, refined, expanded, and perfected by generations of masters. It was arguably the strongest systemized sword style in existence. Perhaps even without need for the qualifier, one of the strongest. Swordsmen like Dracul Mihawk and Golden Lion Shiki might be individually brilliant, but theirs were personal styles. If someone less gifted tried to learn them, the results would be world apart. The Kazuki style, on the other hand, boasted both high potential and a solid foundation. Even those with modest talent, through diligent practice, could become respectable sword masters. It was the classic difference between the 9 swords of solitude and the Taiji sword. One meant for geniuses, the other with broad applicability, but no less depth. In that sense, the latter's worth far outshone the former. But Sukiyaki Kazuki was over 70, and his body had been broken by past hardships. At first, he could still rely on sheer willpower to maintain his technique, but as time wore on, exhaustion overtook him, and his swordplay began to falter. Seeing this, Mino knew there was nothing more to learn. He stepped forward, sheathed his sword, and drew in a deep breath. Thunderclap, flash, a blinding flash of sword light, and in the blink of an eye, Sukiyaki cried out in pain. Blood spurted from his arm as his weapon spun high into the air before clattering down, point first into the ground. Sukiyaki panted heavily, his mouth agape, and fatigue etched across his face. In a world where the strong were monsters in human form, his stamina was pitiful in comparison. Fragile, almost like Lin Dayu from an ancient tale. It seems that the poison Orochi gave you back then still hasn't completely worn off. No, to be precise, the life force you lost can never be restored, Mino remarked thoughtfully. In his original world, reaching the age of 70 and still being able to stroll around without a cane was already considered remarkably healthy. But here, although 70 was past the prime of a warrior, it certainly shouldn't have left someone in the same dire state as Kazuki Sukiyaki. Just think of Whitebeard during the Battle of Marineford, or Garp and Sengoku. Those men in their 70s could fight their foes from dawn till dusk without much trouble. Who are you really? Kazuki Sukiyaki finally managed to ask, his face pale as he spoke after a long silence. Why bother asking who I am? Mino replied, his tone calm. All I want is a great sword. No matter how precious a blade is, surely it cannot compare to the continuation of the Kazuki bloodline. Sukiyaki's face twitched at those words. Fine, I can give you the great sword, but how can I trust you not to reveal Hiyori's identity? If I had wanted to, Kazuki Hiyori would have been captured long ago, Mino said quietly. As for the famed blade in your possession, do you really think I don't know where you've hidden it? As he spoke, Mino's gaze drifted out toward a large tree beyond a shattered wooden hut. Sukiyaki's expression changed drastically. So I'm simply giving you notice, Mino continued, whether you cooperate or not. I will obtain the great sword in the end. Damn it, Sukiyaki cursed bitterly. So you're just toying with me? No, Mino replied, a faint smile playing on his lips. In fact, I've just discovered another treasure you hold as a member of the Kazuki clan, a former shogun of Wano. You must possess quite a collection of swordsmanship and Ryuo cultivation manuals, don't you? For pirate crews and the like, skills were typically passed down orally with few written secrets. But as the ruling clan of Wano, the Kazuki family would surely have made a conscious effort to gather knowledge from all over the country on sword forging, swordsmanship, Ryuo, and more. And as those who could read the ancient script and carve the poneglyphs, the Kazuki clan had developed their own system for passing down such knowledge. For Mino, these secrets were exactly what he needed most. At Mino's words, Sukiyaki reacted instantly, his face flushed with anger. You damn thief. That is the greatest treasure our Kazuki clan has accumulated over 800 years. With a sudden click, Baby Five's thermal gun was pressed against Sukiyaki's head. While Reiju's weapon was at his throat, Kazuki Sukiyaki's face darkened, his jaw clenched tight, and at last he roared in anger, fine. You can have everything. Just put your weapons away. You could have said that from the start, couldn't you? Mino said with a dismissive curl of his lips. No matter how precious the Kazuki family's legacy might be, it could never compare to the value of the Kazuki bloodline itself. Mino wasn't the least bit surprised by Sukiyaki's decision. Mino understood perfectly well that as long as his demands didn't truly cross Sukiyaki's bottom line, either of character or of principle, he wouldn't be refused. After their negotiation, Sukiyaki's shoulders slumped and his back hunched, his spirit completely drained. He led Mino toward the large tree he'd glanced at earlier. It was a rare and massive tree, its trunk spanning several dozen meters. As they approached, Sukiyaki pressed gently on the bark, and a huge opening appeared in the tree. As it turned out, the entire tree had long been hollowed out, with only a thin layer of bark camouflaging the entrance from the outside. Mino took a silent look at the patch of bark Sukiyaki had just pushed aside, and upon closer inspection, realized it was actually a wooden panel carved to look exactly like bark. The craftsmanship was so lifelike that, if not for Mino's clairvoyant eyes, which could see through things, even he might not have spotted the trick. Following Sukiyaki inside, the group soon found themselves before a massive iron door. With his clairvoyance, Mino could see that not only the door but the entire hollowed-out space was reinforced with solid steel. How did this guy even build such a secret chamber? He wondered. Most likely it had been prepared back when the Kazuki clan was still in its prime. As Mino pondered, Sukiyaki pushed open the iron door. A sharp chill swept over them, as if cold steel was brushing right past their brows. It almost sounded like blades being drawn from their sheaths. What fine blades! Every weapon here is a masterpiece, Mino remarked, casting his gaze around the room. He wasn't the only one impressed. Baby Five also looked on with keen interest. After all, one was a swordsman, and the other possessed the weapon fruit. Both had always been drawn to famous swords and legendary arms. The 3 great grade swords you asked for are right here. Pick whichever you like, Sukiyaki said, his tone still sour. Mino surveyed the room, taking in the sight of a dozen or so weapons. Besides the 3 that were among the 21 great grade swords, each top tier in its own right, the rest were at least of the excellent grade, and every one could be considered a fine blade. Some of these weapons, though less renowned, seemed not far from qualifying as great grades themselves. As expected of Wano, Mino thought, the legendary blades of this land must make up 2 or 3 tiers of the world's very finest swords. Mino spoke up in mild surprise, though he was not at all taken aback by Kazuki Sukiyaki's nearly impossible condition. The fact that the Kazuki clan alone had amassed such a collection was impressive enough, and the legendary weapons gathered from all over the land of Wano were beyond imagining. This nation had truly walked further than any other down the path of the swordsman. As for Kazuki Sukiyaki's invitation for him to choose a weapon, in truth, any competent swordsman could immediately sense the presence of the 3 great grade swords. Those 3 blades stood a whole tier above the other dozen or so weapons in the room. Even those weapons that nearly approached the level of the great grade swords paled in comparison to these 3, which were masterpieces among masterpieces. It wasn't a difference one could see with the eyes alone. With every breath, the unique aura of each weapon could be felt, and 3 among them radiated an overwhelming presence. One exuded a majestic, kingly force like the heavens themselves, a true divine blade. Another emanated an intense, perilous energy, the aura of a demon's sword. The last gave off an ominous, fearsome dread, the unmistakable air of a cursed blade. These must be the 3 great grade swords housed here. Aim no Habakuri, the Nidai Kitetsu, and Inma, seeing Mino stride directly toward the finest trio of weapons, Kazuki Sukiyaki simply gave a slight, knowing smirk, showing no surprise. After all, to be able to exchange blows with him, even in his old age and declining strength, was proof enough of Mino's prowess. Swordsmen of such caliber would never overlook the brilliance of these legendary blades. Closing his eyes, Mino immediately began reaching out to the mysterious golden balance space. All 3 of these swords were of the highest quality, and though perhaps not as valuable as devil fruits, they were more than enough for him to make a trade. Mino still had 1 trade left. There was no reason not to use it, especially since devil fruits were rare treasures that could only be encountered by chance. It was unlikely he would come across another so soon. Yet, none of the 3 swords truly resonated with Mino. Instinctively, he wished to broaden his choices. This time, the 3 weapons corresponded to Divine Blade, Demon Sword, and Curse Blade. In the exchange catalog linked to Aim no Habakiri legendary swords like the Heavenly Flame from Thunderbolt Fantasy and the Hero Sword from Storm Riders appeared. Mino glanced over them, but quickly lost interest. These so-called righteous blades simply did not suit him. The Demon Blade, Nidai Kitetsu, brought forth a selection of mind-bending, soul-controlling weapons. Among them, the one that most tempted Mino was the Fire Chilin Sword. The Fire Chilin Sword was not the most powerful among these weapons, but it was the one that resonated most closely with Mino's nature, whether it was the mad blood of the Chilin within him, or his own affinity for fire. The fire-chilling sword seemed a perfect match, the weapon known as Inma, which could almost be called a demonic sword, emerged alongside legendary arms like Dugwishin, the Emperor's Wrath, and Frostmourne, each famed for their overwhelming destructive power and equally notorious for their dangerous backlash. However, due to the limitations of the rules within the world of One Piece, many of the special powers possessed by such demonic weapons simply cannot manifest. Take Frostmourne, for example. This peerless artifact loses its ability to summon legions of the undead. At most, it becomes a chilling blade capable of harming the soul itself. Wait, perhaps this doesn't quite count as a demonic weapon. No, a devil's weapon can certainly be considered a demonic arm. But these two swords called Inma, they're clearly not the same thing, are they? The difference in strength is just too great. Even taking the restrictions of the One Piece world into account, there's really no comparing the two. Mino turned his gaze to one of the glowing orbs inside, which appeared another Japanese sword bearing the name Inma. This Inma, originating from the world of Devil May Cry, possesses the conceptual power to sever all things, theoretically capable of slicing through space or even separating good from evil within a person. Yet under the rules of the One Piece world, its power to divide is limited to the physical realm. Nevertheless, its sharpness is almost beyond imagination. Even Seastone and the Poneglyphs, testaments to the world's history, cannot withstand its edge. Is it because both blades are called Inma? Could sharing the same name have somehow made their values closer to each other? That odd thought flashed through Mino's mind, but he didn't hesitate for a second. He promptly traded for both versions of the Inma sword. Perhaps this Inma wouldn't fit him as perfectly as the Fire Kirin sword, but its immense might was more than enough to make up for any slight mismatch. A blade capable of cleaving through Seastone and the indestructible world's historical records. Its sharpness alone makes it the finest in all of One Piece. It is undoubtedly a supreme grade sword, and even among those it stands out as a true masterpiece. As Mino opened his eyes, he was greeted by the sight of Kazuki Sukiyaki, who was so stunned that his mouth hung open and his eyes bulged, his entire face thrust directly in front of Mino. Startled, Mino frowned and looked at Sukiyaki. "Hey, what are you doing?" "Inma. What happened to the Inma sword?" Sukiyaki flailed his arms in disbelief, utterly shaken. "What did you do to that sword? And what about the one you're holding now? What's going on with that? What's it got to do with you?" Mino rolled his eyes, clearly unwilling to answer. Just after the trade was complete, the Inma sword in front of Mino suddenly dissolved in a golden light and vanished without a trace. At the same moment, a new sword materialized in his hand. It had an octagonal guard, a golden hilt, and a black scabbard adorned with blue decorations. Not especially ornate, but striking in its own way. Yet the blade in Mino's hand radiated such a keen aura that, in an instant, it suppressed every weapon in the room. Even the revered Imno Habakiri and the second-generation Kitetsu were utterly overwhelmed by its presence. Though Kazuki Sukiyaki's strength might not match Mino's, his mastery of the sword surpassed him. What's more, Sukiyaki wasn't just a swordsman. He was an accomplished swordsmith, making him especially sensitive to this kind of aura. In a single heartbeat, he was certain the sword in Mino's grip could only be a supreme grade great blade. That certainty became unshakable the moment Mino drew the Inma blade from its sheath. Its appearance was anything but flashy. Rather, it seemed subdued, almost shadowed. Only along the edge could one catch the faintest glimpse of a hidden chilling gleam. Just a glance at it made Sukiyaki feel as though his eyes were being cut. What a blade! Truly a masterpiece. I can hardly believe such a perfect weapon exists in this world. Mino didn't answer, but Sukiyaki wasn't disappointed. Instead, he gazed almost entranced at the long sword now revealed in Mino's hand. So this is the work of a swordsmith from beyond the seas. Incredible craftsmanship. There's not a mark or flaw from the forging process. It hardly seems the work of mortal hands. As for the origins of Inma, that was another mystery altogether. It was said that Inma differed from other demonic weapons. While such weapons were usually either manifestations of a demon's soul or crafted with infernal techniques, Inma appeared to be neither. Regardless, one thing was certain. It was not hammered out by ordinary means, and so bore none of the telltale cloud patterns that forging usually left behind. With a reckless curiosity, Sukiyaki reached out, wanting to touch Inma. Mino quickly shifted the blade out of his reach, rolling his eyes at Sukiyaki, old man. Are you crazy? If you don't want your hand, just say so. As he spoke, Mino gently set Enma atop a fine-quality blade resting on a nearby rack. Without so much as a sound, the entire sword and its scabbard, along with the rack itself, were sliced cleanly in two. With a sharp crack, the rack collapsed to the floor. Had this happened on any other day, Sukiyaki might have fainted from heartbreak at the sight, but now he didn't even spare a glance at the fallen, ruined sword. His eyes, burning with fervor, remained fixed on the Enma blade in Mino's hand. There's no doubt about it. By craftsmanship alone, this sword absolutely deserves to be called a supreme grade great blade. It's unimaginable. If this blade were ever forged into a black blade, just how powerful could it become? There are only 12 supreme grade swords in existence, even if you count a few hidden ones. Those weapons that have reached the supreme level in quality but remain unknown, the number would never exceed 20. They truly stand at the pinnacle of legendary weapons upon the seas. Among these supreme grade swords, there are 3 distinct types. The first type consists of swords whose quality just barely meets the standard, yet they achieve renown thanks to a powerful owner, like Whitebeard's Tsong Yunxia. The second type falls just short of the supreme standard by itself, but after being forged into a black blade through the infusion of haki, it crosses that final threshold. The most notable example is Mihawk's black sword. Weapons like Enma and Aim no Habakiri, if reforged as black blades, would also belong to this category of supreme grade swords. The final type is the rarest of all. Blades which, without relying on their master or the power of haki, achieve the supreme level purely through craftsmanship quality and inherent might. These are so scarce that even Sukiyaki Kazuki himself has never seen one. He's even wondered if such divine weapons truly exist in the world, but now he no longer doubts it. The aura radiating from this blade completely surpasses that of the second-generation Kitetsu or Aim no Habakiri. It is on another level entirely. If you claim this isn't a supreme grade sword, no one would believe you. Even so, this time Sukiyaki Kazuki only observed, given the razor-sharp, specialized nature of a supreme blade like Enma. If he were to touch its edge, he feared his entire finger would be severed on contact. What is this sword called? After a long while, Sukiyaki finally snapped out of his fascination and asked, "Oh, let's just call it Enma," Minoru said nonchalantly as he sheathed the sword. "What? Is this the same Enma that has been transformed?" Sukiyaki's face once again showed an expression of astonishment. "Then could you strengthen the other 2 as well? How did you even come to that conclusion? The Enma from Devil May Cry in my hand clearly has nothing to do with the old Enma, does it?" Minoru shot a glance at the wildly imaginative Sukiyaki, not even bothering to answer. Realizing how far-fetched his idea was, Sukiyaki gave an embarrassed chuckle. "All right, then, at the very least. Would you let me study your sword? That's fine, but what about the other things I asked for?" At this, Sukiyaki's expression turned serious. The Kazuki clan's legacy is still preserved in backups. I've hidden them all in an absolutely secure place. I'll take you there personally later. Minoru was momentarily taken aback. You really value the Kazuki clan's legacy, don't you? You even made backups at first. He thought that all Kazuki Sukiyaki had left was a handful of memories passed down through the Kazuki clan. He never imagined that the former shogun would hold the written word in such high esteem. But thinking about it, considering that the Kazuki clan themselves engraved the poneglyphs of world history, it makes perfect sense that they would value books and written records so deeply. Having a legacy preserved is naturally for the best. After all these years, the materials passed down by the Kazuki clan could probably fill a whole library. Relying solely on Sukiyaki's memory would inevitably leave gaps. If the written records could be found directly, that would be ideal. The Kazuki family's repository of knowledge was located right near Amagasa village, which explained why Sukiyaki had chosen to live in seclusion here all this time. Compared to that famous sword vault forged with iron plates, the Kazuki clan's underground archive was even more astonishing. It was constructed entirely out of sea stone. There were probably several thousand books in that underground room, covering all sorts of subjects. Not only manuals on haki training and swordsmanship, but also treatises on forging, parts of Wano's own history, and even knowledge about astronomy, geography, hydraulics, and more. There are also guides to ancient scripts and explanations of stonemason techniques. If someone were to devote 10 years to study here, Mino mused, perhaps even he could learn to carve the poneglyphs himself. But Mino hardly had the luxury of that much free time to learn stone carving or translate ancient texts. His main targets were the books on haki and swordsmanship. Huh. Odin two-sword style. There's even something like this here, Mino exclaimed in surprise. Then, on second thought, it wasn't so strange after all. Kazuki Odin had never been secretive about his swordsmanship. His style must have already been fully developed before he set out to sea. It was only natural that his father would have a record of his son's techniques. The Odin two-sword style was born from the Kazuki clan's own sword techniques and retained some of their distinctive traits, namely its broad applicability. Otherwise, Odin's retainers wouldn't have been able to pick up the style so easily. But Mino wasn't interested in learning the Odin two-sword style. He could barely handle one sword, let alone two. And as for that certain someone who wielded 3 swords, including one gripped in his teeth. Rather than admire his swordsmanship, Mino thought it was more fitting to marvel at his jaw strength. Not even Arlong, with all his Sharkman traits, could match that. I wonder if I combined all this knowledge, what level of swordsmanship could I trade for? Mino pondered to himself. Besides that, he also planned to use the haki manuals to exchange for cultivation memories and other energy systems. Though cultivation methods differ across systems and worlds, often incompatible due to varying rules, there are always common threads to be found. By making analogies and drawing on similarities, these insights can greatly benefit one's own mastery of haki. The swordsmanship of the Kazuki clan, Kazuki Odin's two-sword style, and many secret techniques from Wano. This time, the gains are far greater than what was obtained from the Golden Lion. In particular, the sword arts from Wano are remarkably versatile. Not as uniquely tailored as the Golden Lion style, this broad applicability is a valuable asset in any trade. With all of these combined, I wonder what I'll be able to exchange for. Mino sifted through the various schools of swordsmanship and the personal memories of some cultivators, one by one. It's a pity that most require a specific energy system to support them, and some don't quite align with my own sword style. After surveying the collection, Mino's eyes suddenly brightened. Wait, is this Godly Blade Slash? Godly Blade Slash is the most supreme saber technique in Gulong's wuxia novels, so renowned that it stands apart from all others. Little Li's flying dagger, after all, is classified as a hidden weapon. Within the Golden Sphere, in the realm of the Golden Scales, lay the complete training method for Godly Blade Slash. From the intricate eightfold heavenly demon chain to the fusion of the Bai family's sacred saber techniques, culminating in the creation of Godly Blade Slash itself. It evolves from the simple to the complex, and then refines complexity back to simplicity, making it the pinnacle of all saber arts. Most importantly, the entire Godly Blade Slash is composed exclusively of external techniques. It focuses on supreme intent and the integration of one's full power into a single unstoppable strike, the very essence of technique found in the world of pirates, and perfectly attuned to Mino's own style. The only issue is this sphere doesn't contain memories. It'll have to be learned gradually. But for the Godly Blade Slash, a bit of trouble is a small price to pay. In an instant, the light vanished, and a torrent of knowledge about the Godly Blade Slash flooded into Mino's mind. Although the technique appears to be a simple, straightforward attack, every detail, angle, timing, force, and speed, has been calculated to perfection, allowing the user to unleash their full power in one strike. Though this single slash seems plain, it contains the distilled essence of every variation in saber techniques. Only by merging the intricately complex eightfold heavenly demon chain with the pared down by family saber, Fu Hongshue's draw slash, can one truly perform this move. When this blade is unleashed, none can survive its path. Gods and demons alike would shudder. Of course, that's in the world of Gulong's martial heroes, where even the greatest masters are still mere mortals of flesh and blood, unlike in the world of One Piece, where some can bathe in magma or withstand cannon fire with their bare bodies. In Mino's eyes, the terrifying power of the Divine Blade Slash lies in just 2 aspects. First, its speed is so great that it's impossible to dodge. Second, its force is so overwhelming that it can't be blocked. This technique allows a person to push both their strength and speed to the very limits. If the wielder's strength and speed are each at a level of 1 inch. Then, when they unleash the Divine Blade Slash, both attributes can reach a level of 3, with such a leap in Gulong's world, where the differences between individuals aren't that vast. A single strike could leave even deities and demons in despair. Even for Mino himself, if he were to master the Divine Blade Slash now, he could inflict wounds on monsters like Big Mom and Kaido. And if he paired it with his Enma blade, then against those two Emperors of the Sea, if they were caught off guard, he could absolutely land a devastating blow with just one attack. Of course, in the very next moment, he'd be pounded flat by those enraged, rampaging Emperors. With a sigh, Mino mused that in the world of pirates, if the gap in raw power is just too wide, even the deadliest techniques and weapons can only grant a fleeting moment of glory. Well then, next up should be some memories related to energy systems and their cultivation. Let's have a look, he said to himself. Mino's observation haki was passed down from Karakuri, while much of his armament haki knowledge came from Wano, across the entire sea, setting aside Conqueror's haki, which is so rare among practitioners that it barely forms a system. His understanding of haki was already top tier. At this point, there was no use in keeping it to himself, so he traded away his knowledge of these two types of haki, curious to see what treasures he might obtain in exchange. Memories of nin training from the hunter world, including the 4 major principles and the various techniques derived from them. Not bad. Not bad. This stuff actually matches up quite well with armament and observation haki, he thought. For example, 10 and none corresponds to armament wrapping, run to enhancing external objects, ko to concentrated armament on a single point, gyo to hardening, and ryu to the flow of armament. And in Zetsu, on the other hand, align with applications of observation haki, and even run helps to boost the strength of haki itself. Without hesitation, Mino immediately chose this set of memories. Training the Divine Blade Slash is really no easy feat. Deep in the mountain forests of Kuriware, there should have been dense, lush woods. There now lay a clearing spanning several hundred meters. Viewed from above, the forest looked as if a patch of it had gone bald. This was the result of Mino's flying sword slashes during his intense training, since what he had acquired was knowledge of the Divine Blade Slash rather than memories of its cultivation. All he could do was practice and forge his way forward here step by step. Even though Mino was trying his best to restrain himself, the destructive force of practicing such a supreme sword technique, especially when wielding Enma, a blade renowned for its unmatched sharpness, was anything but small. Each flying slash unleashed by Enma, while not as utterly unstoppable as a direct blow from the blade itself, still carried a formidable cutting edge. Its power to pierce armor surpassed that of ordinary flying slashes by more than threefold. And this was the chief culprit behind the devastation wrought upon the forest. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Mino let out a long sigh. No wonder, aside from the founder and Ding Pong, almost no one has ever mastered the Crescent Moon Saber. Is this kind of technique really something a human can achieve? The Bai family's divine blade style hardly needed introduction. It was a method marked by precision and simplicity. The heart of it lay in Fu Hongshua's draw cut, a move that sounded simple, yet demanded extraordinary insight and unwavering perseverance from its practitioner. Fu Hongxue, gifted with exceptional talent and a will as unyielding as steel, had spent more than a decade mastering the technique from childhood. That alone spoke volumes about its difficulty. Then there was the 8 linked demonic strikes, each form of which contained 36 moves, and every move held 108 variations. In other words, this blade art encompassed a staggering 31,104 possible changes, a glimpse into the very limits of blade mastery. For an ordinary person, even learning one variation a day would take over a century, and to further distill all those changes through the Bai family's divine blade, paring away the excess to forge everything into a single divine stroke, would require 10 or even 100 times longer. In short, for a normal person to master the Divine Blade Slash, 1,000 years would barely suffice. How could someone as monstrous as Ding Peng master such an inhuman technique in just 3 years? Mino muttered. Even with all my current advantages, if I relied on hard work alone, it would take me at least 5 years to reach the Divine Blade Slash. Yet even after just 2 months of training in these techniques, Mino's swordsmanship had improved by leaps and bounds. No longer did he have to rely solely on draw cuts or lightning. Fast single strike moves to hold his ground. He now possessed the skills of a genuine swordsman. A true great swordsman he was not, after all. He had only been training a little over a year, and his swordsmanship was still a long way from that lofty level. But with his natural boosts in strength and speed, not to mention his mastery of flame, even a typical great swordsman might not be his match. It was much like Charlotte Linlin, whose sword skills were hardly refined. Yet even someone like Hawkeye Mihawk might not defeat such a monster. In a world of pirates, what truly mattered in the end was one's own strength, physical power, and mastery of haki. Sensing that his swordsmanship training was complete, Mino began to narrow his eyes. Dark streaks flickered across his body. Signs of his haki cultivation. This won't do. My armament haki is still lacking. There are differences between Nun and haki. Unlike Nun, which would be steadily trained over time, haki seems to demand fiercer emotional conflict. Though absorbing the memories of Nun cultivation had made Mino's armament haki more fluid and cohesive, allowing him to control it with greater precision and even concentrate all his haki into a single hand. The more advanced techniques, like projecting haki outward or causing internal destruction, remained only partially mastered. This wasn't due to a lack of technique. Rather, it was because his current level of armament haki was simply too low. Neither the quality nor the quantity was sufficient to support such high-level skills. In the world of One Piece, haki is defined as a latent power possessed by all humans. A force one is born with: aura, killing intent, fighting spirit. When you harness these unseen feelings, willpower itself becomes a weapon. This formidable strength is known as haki. It's clear, then, that while haki is somewhat related to physical fitness, it is even more closely tied to one's inner spirit and willpower. Most people can cultivate haki through training, and it can be continually strengthened, yet after reaching a certain limit. Only the pressure of real combat can push haki to new heights. Mino, having grown stronger through his own physical development, had acquired a decent level of armament haki, but by now that physical advantage had reached its peak. To improve any further, he would have to rely entirely on the crucible of real battle. If he could fully unleash the potential of his body and shore up his weaknesses in armament haki, Mino would likely reach the level of the Four Emperors or the Admirals. Even so, he would probably only be a match for the Admirals, still falling a step behind the Emperors, Conqueror's haki. Unless I awaken Conqueror's haki, reaching the level of an Emperor of the Sea will remain a daunting challenge. Mino pondered for a while, but found no clear answer. Slowly, he stood up. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he looked off into the distance. Troubles heading this way. Blossom Town was now the most bustling settlement in Kuri. Of course, since the entire region of Kuri had fallen into decline, this once prosperous town now looked little different from any ordinary settlement along the outer seas. It also served as the base for Mino, Baby 5, and Reiju. Mino was undergoing special training deep in the remote mountains, although Baby 5 and Reiju had also trained for a while. Neither of these young women were as obsessed with training as Mino, so while their daily practice was also quite rigorous, they were unwilling to retreat into the wilderness for the kind of intense closed-door cultivation Mino pursued. After all, compared to men, there were many inconveniences for women, so they mostly stayed near the town of practice. In fact, even this habit of training was influenced by watching Mino's relentless dedication day after day. Otherwise, neither Baby 5 nor Reiju were the type who enjoyed training or were particularly obsessed with power. Without someone watching over them, their enthusiasm for training was nowhere near as strong as their passion for shopping. Naturally, the intensity of their training couldn't compare to Mino's. When they finished their exercises for the day, the two of them were discussing where to find a nice bathhouse and enjoy a soak in the hot springs. Just as Baby 5 and Reiju had picked out a promising bathhouse, an enormous, burly man pushed open the door and stepped out. The man stood a towering 5 or 6 meters tall, steam still billowing from his body. Clearly, he'd spent quite some time soaking in the springs. He held a wine gourd in one hand, his kimono casually draped over broad shoulders, chest bared to the cool air. Strangely enough, though his features were fierce and intimidating, his hair was a wild, fluffy pink, which somewhat softened his menacing presence. But as soon as this giant emerged from the bathhouse, he planted himself in front of Baby 5 and Reiju, making it clear he was no ordinary passerby. "Why are there only two of you girls? Where's that red-haired brat?" he demanded. The moment he spoke, both women realized that this seemingly chance encounter was no coincidence. This man had come looking for them. Everything about him, from his attire and hairstyle to the wine gourd in his hand, was steeped in the culture of Wano, the townsfolk. Nearby looked on with awe, and gasps of Shutemu and Ashura Doji could be heard throughout the crowd. It was obvious. This man was a renowned local of Wano. So far, the only person they'd managed to offend in Wano was Kazuki Sukiyaki, which made the situation perfectly clear. So, you must be that Kazuki. Enough! The burly man, Ashura Doji himself, suddenly bellowed, cutting her off with a thunderous punch. He smashed a deep crater into the ground, the earth shaking with the impact, and, drowning out the rest of Baby Five's words, his eyes glinting with cold menace, Ashura Doji waved a hand and said icily, "If you have something to say, let's discuss it outside. Your identities aren't simple, are they? If you're exposed here, it'll only bring more trouble." Ashura Doji was truly startled by Baby Five and Reiju's unfiltered tongues. If word about Kazuki Sukiyaki were to break out right here in Hanabana Town, chances are Orochi's army would come crashing in by dawn. Hearing Ashura Doji's warning, Baby Five and Reiju exchanged glances. The two of them still carried the identities of officers from the Golden Lion Pirates, and to be honest, that was hardly something they could parade around in Wano. After all, the Golden Lion Pirates and the Beast Pirates had more than a little bad blood between them. With that in mind, the two women nodded, following Ashura Doji as he led them out of town. Off in the distance, Minoru, who was watching through his far-seeing lens, stroked his chin in silent contemplation. In the original story, Ashura Doji didn't seem to care much for the Kazuki clan. Anyone other than Odin at least, but now it looked like that had all been an act. He remembered a famous incident from Ashura Doji's past. A time not long ago when 1,000 samurai gathered to challenge Kaido. Ashura Doji had stood in their way, urging them to wait for hope 20 years in the future. If he truly didn't care about Wano's fate or Odin's children, why would he bother with those warriors at all? So that's how it is. This guy must be the one who truly knows Sukiyaki's identity. The one who serves as the link between the Kazuki survivors and Sukiyaki himself. Kayashiro had turned into the sleep-deprived Kayashiro and gone undercover at Orochi's side. The cat and dog from the Nine Red Scabbards had become kings of the Mink tribe. By the look of things, Ashura Doji hadn't been idle either. It was thanks to the efforts of these remnants that, even after Wano's 20 years of suffering, there was still enough strength left to challenge the Beast Pirates. Ashura Doji and the two women walked on until Hanabana Town was lost from sight. Then he turned around and sized them up. "You two have got some guts, I'll give you that. Even dared to rob the great Tenguiyama Hitetsu. So where's that red-haired brat?" "Are you calling me fatty?" came a calm voice from behind Ashura Doji. His face changed as he spun around, only to see Minoru perched on a treetop behind him. Ashura Doji frowned in surprise and uncertainty. His own mastery of observation haki wasn't exactly top tier, but he should have at least noticed someone alive, standing behind him. In Wano, warriors' mastery of armament haki, or Ryuo, was second to none across the seas. But thanks to the country's isolation, most samurai barely understood observation haki at all. However, Kazuki Odin was a formidable figure who once sailed with both the Whitebeard Pirates and the Roger Pirates. As his retainers, the 9 Red Scabbards naturally trained in observation haki, although their skills were no more than average. Minoru's mastery of observation haki far surpassed that of Ashura Doji, and in recent times, he had made remarkable progress studying the 4 principles of none, especially in the art of Zetsu for concealment. It was a simple task for him to deceive someone like Ashura Doji, whose haki was unexceptional, if he chose this moment to strike, unleashing a surprise attack with a blade Enma. Its razor-sharp edge could very well end Ashura Doji in a single instant. Such an outcome was entirely possible, but Minoru had no intention of killing. "You little red-haired brat. You've got some real skill, haven't you?" Ashura Doji spoke at last, his tone wary and his eyes filled with caution. Even though Minoru now stood right in front of him, he remained utterly undetectable within Ashura Doji's observation haki. A crushing defeat in the realm of perception. In the pirate world, the stronger one becomes the more they rely on the senses granted by observation haki. Losing this perception doesn't blind you like an ordinary person, but it's not far off. It's as if you've suddenly grown debilitating nearsightedness and astigmatism. In battle, that a fatal weakness. What do you want with me? Minoru asked, his patience thinning as he leaped down from the tree. Are you here to avenge Kazuki Sukiyaki? No way, right? No one could be that childish. Compared to Minoru and his companions, Kazuki Sukiyaki's very identity was 100 times more sensitive within Wano. Minoru dared to exploit him mercilessly because he was certain Sukiyaki wouldn't dare cause a scene. As long as things stayed quiet, the scattered members of the Kazuki clan couldn't do a thing to Minoru and his friends. Of course not. Ashura Doji shook his head. In truth, part of him had considered it at first, but after witnessing Minoru's abilities, he realized that taking him down without a sound was out of the question. Just as Minoru had guessed, if things escalated, it would spell disaster for the remnants of the Kazuki clan. So any thought of teaching Minoru a lesson was immediately cast aside. I only want to know, where did you get your information? How did you discover the true identities of Master Sukiyaki and Lady Kamurasaki? That's what matters most to us. Ashura Doji's voice was low and grave. Minoru narrowed his eyes, having caught the true meaning behind Ashura Doji's words. Rather than inquiring about how Minoru and his group uncovered the secrets of the Kazuki clan, Ashura Doji was really trying to determine where their loyalties lay. Were they officers of the Golden Lion Pirates? The way Mino and his two companions behaved was nothing like loyalty. There wasn't a trace of devotion to the pirate crew to be found in any of them. The fact that they hadn't directly targeted Kazuki Sukiyaki might simply mean there were no personal interests involved. Or perhaps they were playing a long game, waiting for a bigger payoff or treating him as a rare commodity. Even if these possibilities seemed far-fetched, Ashura Doji wasn't willing to rule them out completely. With that thought, Mino decided to answer the question more carefully, of course. He could never admit he knew Kazuki Sukiyaki's identity, because he'd read it in a manga, even if he was just going to gloss over it. He needed a decent excuse. He loosened the bandage tied around his head, and at once his third eye was exposed for all to see. Ashura Doji had never set foot outside Wano in his life, so he had no idea what a three-eyed tribe member was. He could only mutter under his breath, some kind of sorcerer, or maybe a devil fruit user, because Wano had been closed off to the world for so long. Its people knew next to nothing about devil fruits. Anyone with those powers was generally called a sorcerer. Still, as one of Kazuki Oden's men, Ashura Doji did know a little about devil fruit users. So he didn't take Mino for a mere sorcerer, but someone with three eyes in his mind that could only be explained by some kind of devil fruit ability, either a paramecia or perhaps even a mythical zoan. That's not it, Mino said, putting on a serious face and spinning his tail. I'm a member of the rare three-eyed tribe from across the seas. This third eye of mine has the power of clairvoyance. That's where my information comes from. As long as it happens under the sun, there's little that escapes my sight. Of course, this was pure fabrication. Having clairvoyance didn't mean nothing could escape him. Human attention is limited. After all, no one could keep track of everything seen through such a power. It was only truly useful for watching specific targets or searching for things with obvious features. Ashura Doji was half convinced, half skeptical. Was it really possible to see everything happening within 1,000 kilometers and remember it all? Wouldn't his brain explode? Still, exaggerating one's abilities was a kind of national pastime in certain countries. And since Wano was a reflection of such a place, they too had this habit. Ashura Doji quickly gave up on getting to the bottom of Mino's abilities. At least he'd gotten a clear answer. But as he glanced at Mino's third, a new thought suddenly crossed Ashura Doji's mind. Red-haired brat. Excuse me, could you call me something else? Mino rolled his eyes and said, when you say that, I can't help but think of another red-haired guy. Ashura Doji was momentarily at a loss. All right then, my name is Shitemu, also known as Ashura Doji. I ask, what's your name? Mino, you can call me Mino. Mino nodded and spoke. Mino, I don't care what you're thinking right now, but there's something I'd like to ask your help with. Ashura boy burst out, you want my help? What is it? Is there any reward? Mino tilted his head and replied. He didn't really mind doing a favor. After all, Ashura boy was unlikely to ask him to commit a massacre, and if it was something too dangerous, he wouldn't take it on. But at the very least, the reward had to be worth his while. Honestly, he couldn't figure out what the Kazuki clan might have that was valuable enough for him to get involved. Ashura boy's face darkened. You already received the Kazuki clan's Enma sword and all their legacy. That wasn't payment. I took those for myself. I'm a pirate. I claim what I can by my own strength, so why should I owe anyone anything? Mino replied with an air of nonchalance. Ashura Boy was left speechless. Though he was nearly fuming, he couldn't help but feel that Mino actually had a point. After all, before being beaten down by Kazuki Oden, Ashura Boy himself was the chief bandit of Kuri, and he'd taken plenty by force. So, he understood this kind of reasoning all too well. Most pirates weren't much different from mountain bandits. Once something's been stolen, you can't expect to get it back. If you want a favor now, you'd better be ready to pay for it. Thinking of this, Ashura Boy frowned. The remnants of the Kazuki clan were now destitute. Where could he possibly find anything that might interest Mino? After racking his brains and getting nowhere, Ashura Boy simply glared at Mino. Just tell me what you want. Mino thought for a moment, then spoke. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Why don't you tell me exactly what you want me to do first? Ashura Boy fell silent for a moment, then said, I want you to keep a close eye on Onigashima, and over the next few months provide us with information about what's happening there. Mino nodded knowingly. This really wasn't much of a challenge for him. For ordinary people, gathering intelligence would mean sneaking onto Onigashima, risky and fraught with danger. But for Mino, all it would take was a sweep or two with his clairvoyant gaze each day. As for why Ashura Boy wanted him to watch Onigashima in the coming months, it was probably because that event, the Thousand Samurai assault on the island, was about to happen. Honestly, the people of Wano had an endless array of ways to throw their lives away, sending wave after wave of soldiers for Kaido to feast on. If all the samurai of Wano and Kazuki Oden had banded together for one decisive strike, Kaido would have been lucky to escape with his life. In the end, they simply refused to unite, insisting on scattering their forces for the attack. As a result, a nation whose military might rivaled that of the four emperors at their peak was ultimately swallowed up by Kaido, without him suffering so much as a scratch. A textbook example of what not to do, Ashura Doji was clearly opposed to sending over 1,000 samurai to their deaths. And it wasn't just because of some so-called prophecy. Having experienced the previous war, Ashura Doji knew all too well that, before Kaido, 1,000 samurai would stand no chance. It would only take a few blasts of his breath or a couple of devastating whirlwinds to wipe them out. Kaido's Azure Dragon form was ill-suited for duels with fighters of equal strength. But when it came to clearing out lesser opponents, it was almost effortless. Even if the samurai went, it would be nothing more than a futile sacrifice, unfortunately. There was nothing Ashura Doji could do to stop them, given the state of affairs in Wano, and with the samurai already shouting their resolve to fight to the bitter end, he simply couldn't hold them back. But just because he couldn't stop them didn't mean he had no other ideas. Since these 1,000 samurai were doomed regardless, they might as well die in a way that counted. If they could find a moment when Kaido was away, at least they could inflict heavy casualties on the beast pirates. Of course, 1,000 samurai storming Onigashima could never truly defeat the beast pirates, even if Kaido was absent. There would always be at least a lead performer left to guard the place, and with thousands of beast soldiers, and maybe even a couple of flying 6-caliber fighters, there was no way the samurai could win. Yet without Kaido's overwhelming presence, 1,000 samurai could surely deal a crushing blow to the beast pirates. After all, the crew wasn't as formidable as it would be a decade later. The younger Flying Six members hadn't even grown to their full potential. And even Jack among the lead performers was only in his teens at this point. Moreover, there were no artificial devil fruit users in the beast pirates yet, and even the number of ordinary soldiers hadn't reached the heights it would in the future. If you add it all up, if Kaido were out of the picture, and the remnants of the Kazuki clan went all out with my help, perhaps we really could fight the beast pirates to a standstill. And if that happened, my plan to seize a ship from the beast pirates might just succeed. But would Kaido actually leave Onigashima? There was no need to wonder. His habits were well known. He had two favorite pastimes, drinking and courting death, ever since he defeated Kazuki Oden and completely took over Wano. Kaido would spend at most 7 or 8 months a year on Onigashima. The rest of the time, he was off fighting or wandering about. Kaido's favorite thing was to drink himself into a stupor, transform into a dragon, fly off to some random place for a bit of destruction or a brawl, then collapse somewhere to sleep it off, only to return once he sobered up, sometimes after drinking too much or when he felt sleepy. Kaido would simply fall asleep right on the spot, whether at a Navy base or in another pirate crew's territory. Most of the times he was captured, it happened just like that, Otherwise, if he'd always been caught in head-on battles, no one knows how many times he would have died by now. After all, if someone had the skill to capture him, they could certainly kill him as well. The so-called legend of his immortality only really meant anything to the ordinary pirates and marines who weren't strong enough to challenge him. If he really dared to cause trouble at Navy headquarters, those naval heroes, the admirals and the fleet admiral, would all rush at him together. They'd be sure to take him down for good. In Mino's eyes, Kaido did have a cunning and devious side, but his reckless and hot-headed nature was certainly not an act. The truth is, these monsters, with their overwhelming physical, might often have some sort of flaw in their minds. Big Mom with her food cravings, Kaido with his love of drink. These are major flaws in their personalities. So, as long as you're patient and wait a bit longer, you're bound to catch Kaido when he leaves Onigashima. Seeing Mino deep in thought, Ashura Doji, growing impatient, finally spoke up. "Hey, have you made up your mind yet? Are you willing to help us or not?" "Of course I'm willing," Mino replied without hesitation, giving a firm nod. "But I'll need to be compensated." "What kind of compensation?" "Let me make it clear. We don't have much money," Ashura Doji said cautiously. "I don't need money," Mino replied, grinning at Ashura Doji. "All I want is a sparring partner. Actual combat is the best way to train. One's haki." Even Luffy and Zoro, when they trained, used all sorts of beasts and great apes as their opponents. With Mino's current strength, there really weren't any animals in Wano country that could challenge him. But now Ashura Doji had appeared. 10 years ago, in that famous battle of the 9 Red Scabbards, Ashura Doji faced off against King the Wildfire himself. Although he lost in the end, it was partly because his attention was divided. In other words, even if Ashura Doji isn't quite at the level of a Yonko's right-hand man, he's not far off. If Mino were to go all out now, his chances of victory would probably be about 60-40. At least 20% of that advantage would come from wielding the indomitable Enma sword. Without it, the odds might actually be reversed. A sparring partner like that was truly ideal. Besides, Mino's greatest weakness right now was his armament haki, while Ashura Doji, being from Wano, was likely strongest in exactly that area. It was the perfect chance for Mino to make up for his shortcomings. "You want me to be your sparring partner?" Ashura Doji was stunned for a moment. Then a savage grin spread across his face. Well, that's an offer I can't refuse. Speaking of it, among the 9 Red Scabbards, Ashura Doji is absolutely the most belligerent one. Yet all these years, under the oppression of the Beast Pirates, he's had no choice but to keep a low profile. They call him a bandit, but in reality, he can't afford to provoke those guys from the Beast Pirates. Nor does he stoop to robbing ordinary people. So truthfully, his life as a bandit is more like that of a farmer in the mountains. At best, he simply doesn't pay taxes. Even when he does go out for a heist, his targets are nothing more than a few local bullies with no real backing. For someone like Ashura Doji, such people aren't even worth the trouble, which means his hands have been itching for action for quite some time. Hearing Mino's words, he was genuinely overjoyed, feeling Ashura Doji's entirely different aura. Mino responded without the slightest hint of weakness. "Then I'll be counting on you." Mino's training ground was nothing more than a barren patch of land he'd cleared deep in the forest. There Ashura Doji reached out and lightly touched a rock that had been split cleanly in two, his eyes showing a trace of caution. What a razor-sharp flying slash. It's almost catching up to Lord Odin's. Has this fellow really become that strong? The place where the rock had been cleaved was a perfect fit, without a single crack or chip. The cut surface was so polished it nearly shone like a mirror. Ashura Doji could see his own reflection in it clear as day. Of course, Mino was nowhere near the level of Kazuki Odin. The sharpness of his flying slash was entirely due to the added power of the Enma blade in his hand. Although Ashura Doji had heard from Sukiyaki that Mino possessed an exceptionally sharp sword, as someone who had never left Wano his entire life, he truly had no idea just how formidable this blade really was. "Let's start the fight right here." Mino gave a slight wave of his hand, and in a flash of light, sheathed his Enma sword and thrust it into a large stone nearby. Enma was simply too sharp. If he left it unsheathed, it would slice the rock clean in two. Only its scabbard could contain its deadly edge. Then he drew an ordinary katana from behind his back, one of the fine swords he used to practice with in the past. "Are you looking down on me?" Ashura Doji immediately frowned, his face full of displeasure as he spoke to Mino. "No, it's just that I can't control the power of Enma," yet Mino replied, shaking his head. "A swordsman who can't control the power of his own blade." Ashura Doji looked at him with disbelief, suspecting Mino was just making excuses. that sword in your hand, is it the enhanced Enma? This blade and the previous Enma are no longer truly related aside from sharing a name. But if you see it that way, you're not entirely wrong, Mino replied, nodding, not wishing to argue words with Ashura Doji. So even the original Enma is beyond your control? Disappointment flickered across Ashura Doji's face. The original Enma, though known to devour haki, was never truly an issue for those with real strength. Ashura Doji himself was confident he could master it, if not for the fact that both the Aim no Habakiri and Enma were relics of Kazuki Oden. The Red Scabbards would never have let such legendary swords slip through their fingers. If you can't even handle this blade, your strength might only rank among the weakest of the Red Scabbards. Mino couldn't be bothered to explain the differences between the two Enmas, besides when it came down to it. His armament haki was indeed the weakest among the Scabbards. Ashura Doji, after all, was just a training partner to him. Mino cared little for his opinions. Brace yourself, Mino called out, offering a brief warning. He immediately lowered his stance, preparing to draw his sword in a swift, decisive strike. Purple flames slowly seeped from his grip, coiling around the blade. Drawing in a deep, steadying breath, Mino's aura transformed in an instant. Ashura Doji suddenly felt as though the tip of a blade was pressing right between his brows. A surge of danger swept over him, sharp and undeniable. It was worth noting that among the sword techniques Mino had acquired, there was the very method for wielding the Bai family's divine blade, a true masterpiece of the drawing sword technique. Even Fu Hongxue, plagued by epilepsy and crippled in one leg, had swept through the martial world relying on this sword style alone. After this period of intensive practice, Mino's mastery of the quick draw slash had only grown faster and more formidable. Even setting aside his other abilities, the sheer killing power unleashed in that single moment already surpassed the standard of an ordinary sword master. Even a great swordsman, caught unprepared, would risk being cut down in a heartbeat. Ashura Doji's own swordsmanship was on par with the level of a great swordsman, though truth be told, he was just scraping the threshold. However, when paired with his immense strength and monstrous physique, few great swordsmen could truly match him. Like Mino, his sword skills were somewhat lacking, but he compensated with overwhelming force, reaching the combat prowess of a true master by other means. In fact, his swordsmanship surpassed even Mino's, who was merely at the peak of an ordinary swordmaster. Ashura Doji had already set one foot firmly through the door of true mastery. Demon King's flame blade. Thunderbolt flash. In a blink of an eye, a streak of violet light shot forth like a thunderclap splitting the sky. Ashura Doji, moving on pure instinct, met the attack with a perfectly timed parry as their blades crossed. Ashura Doji had only just exhaled in relief when he realized his opponent's strength was far beyond anything he had anticipated. Mino stood at an unremarkable height of just 1.78 meters, a stature that would be considered utterly average in the entire world of One Piece. Coupled with his refined mastery of observation haki, Ashura Doji had initially pegged him as a fighter who relied on technique over raw power. In truth, while Mino did favor speed, his strength was by no means lacking. After undergoing a series of extraordinary enhancements, ranging from the transplantation of the evil eye and transforming into a yokai, to the dragon blood ritual, the Kirin frenzy, and the fusion of the three divine artifacts with the blood of the great serpent, Mino's physical prowess could now be counted among the very best in all the seas. Ashura Doji, himself a monstrous talent from Kuri, was considered top tier in terms of innate ability, perhaps second only to the absolute elite. Yet compared to someone like Mino, who had ascended to the very pinnacle, even Ashura Doji found himself at a slight disadvantage. Suddenly, a brilliant burst of purple flames, radiating intense heat, erupted alongside a wave of powerful sword energy. Ashura Doji was forced to take 2 steps back, and even his body, wrapped in the formidable armament haki, bore visible marks of burns. Not bad at all. You're much stronger than I expected. And that purple flame, what sort of witchcraft is it? Ashura Doji grinned, but at the same time his aura began to surge, growing ever more imposing. Clearly he had not been fighting in earnest before, but then neither had Mino. It's not some kind of witchcraft, though if you want to think of it as a devil fruit ability, that works too. Mino twirled his weapon with a faint smile, though his eyes revealed a rare hint of caution. Though it might have seemed that he had just gained the upper hand, the reality was less optimistic. As a speed-based fighter, Mino's strongest move was often his opening strike. The fact that Ashura Doji had managed to block it spoke volumes. It meant that in his current state, Mino's chances of victory were slim. The surprise slash he had just unleashed carried with it the lethal edge of a first encounter. But once that opening move was deflected, both its damage and impact would drop off dramatically. If the opponent adapted to such high-speed attacks, it usually spelled the end for swordsmen of this style. Fortunately, Mino's true trump card was never his swordsmanship. After all, he had only been training with the blade for just over a year. How could he compare to those who had honed their skills for a lifetime? Hundred-Eyed Demon Mode, Kirin Frenzy, the Serpent's Power, Blood Rampage. In an instant, Mino's skin darkened as if shadowed by night, and countless blood-red eyes slowly opened all across his body. Even the frosty breath he exhaled took on a wild, frenzied hue. Yet in those eyes, awash with crimson, there remained a glint of cool detachment and calm. Mino had to admit, the Trey Grail was a true treasure. The vampire fruit was rightly hailed as one of the most extraordinary of the mythical Zoan devil fruits, and the Grail he had acquired through trade was without question the most valuable artifact in his entire arsenal. Otherwise, with so many negative abilities stacked together, even if you summoned Luffy, the destined protagonist of One Piece, he'd probably end up launching into an uncontrollable rampage, turning the scene into indiscriminate carnage. After all, both Iori Yagami and Niefong are protagonists in their own rights. And if even they can't handle this combined, enhanced version, what makes anyone think Luffy could fare any better? Azura Boy, on the other hand, was startled by what he saw in front of him. Drawing a sharp breath, he looked at Mino's current state and asked, "What's happening to you? Are you still conscious?" "Don't worry, this is just my special ability," Mino replied, his voice calm and steady, which allowed Azura Boy to breathe a small sigh of relief. But almost immediately his heart leaped back into his throat. The aura radiating from Mino now was far stronger than before. So much so that even Azura Boy found himself slightly outmatched. Clearly the real battle was only just beginning. Yet as he felt that overwhelming pressure, a wild excitement unwittingly flickered across Azura Boy's face. After all, he was a true battle maniac through and through. Completely immersed in his current enhanced state, Mino shot forward in a streak of light, his weapon tracing a strange arc through the air as he brought it crashing down at Azura Boy's head. With a face both grave and tinged with a hint of madness, Azura Boy didn't hesitate for a second. He met Mino's assault head-on, launching his own attack in return as the two clashed fiercely. Their figures darted through the forest, and thunderous booms echoed again and again, shaking the trees. The animals of the forest, sensing the disaster raging nearby, fled in terror in the opposite direction of the battlefield. With a tremendous crash, a shockwave tore through the undergrowth, flattening smaller trees in its wake. Mino and Azura Boy stood on opposite sides, both breathing heavily, eyes locked in a deadly stare. Mino's clothes were now completely shredded, his body covered in wounds of all sizes. Many of the eyes that had appeared on his skin were now ruptured, oozing pus in a way that would send chills down anyone's spine. Despite the brutal punishment, his body, strengthened by the ritual of dragon's blood, had managed to lessen the damage from Azura Boy's monstrous attacks. And even with such severe injuries, his overall condition remained surprisingly steady. As for those burst eyes on his body, they were merely part of a transformation. Nothing like real eyes. Enhanced by multiple overlapping abilities, Mino's regenerative power was astonishing. The shallower wounds had already closed and scabbed over, and even the deeper ones had stopped bleeding. Many of the ruptured eyes, now closed, were gradually healing and slowly opening once more. In comparison, Azura Boy didn't look too badly off. He had some wounds, to be sure, but none were deep, and none had struck any vital points or major muscles. His fighting strength and condition remained largely intact. However, while Mino's injuries were healing steadily, Azura Boy's wounds were scorched black, and the violet moon flame clung to them like a parasite, flickering faintly in the charred flesh. If he hadn't been using armament hockey to suppress it, that purple fire would likely have burned Azura Boy to a crisp by now. Azura Boy spat out a mouthful of bloody saliva with a grimace and stared at Mino in shock. "You really are a monster," he muttered, He had always been called a monster by others from Wano, but at this moment he felt that the real monster was the one standing before him throughout the fight. Ashura Boy had relied on his superior swordsmanship to keep Mino on the defensive, but as Mino slipped into a berserk state and kept trading wound for wound, it was Ashura Boy who found himself unable to keep up. For a moment, he found the situation almost absurd. He, the one towering 5 or 6 meters tall with a higher mastery of swordsmanship, was being forced back by someone who looked like an ordinary human, yet relied on their monstrous physique to press the attack, exchanging injury for injury. Just as Ashura Boy was still watching Mino warily, he saw Mino let out a long breath. The extra eyes on his body slowly closed. His blood-red pupils faded back to normal, and the dark hue of his skin gradually receded. That's enough. Let's call it a day, Mino said, exhaling deeply as he glanced at the setting sun. He could feel most of his strength had already been spent. Despite all his enhancements and his abnormal constitution, the toll from repeatedly going berserk was still immense. I guess I just haven't tapped into my full potential yet, he thought, a touch of frustration in his voice. Otherwise, I could probably fight for 7 or 8 days straight in that state. Not just 7 or 8 hours. You're already terrifying enough, Ashura Boy replied as he walked over. It's hard to imagine there are other races as fearsome as yours out on the sea. If your whole kind were like you, even the world government would be in danger. So, are you just a rare exception among your people, or are there simply too few of your kind? A bit of both, I suppose, Mino answered offhandedly. In truth, it wasn't that his race was rare. Rather, Mino's true race would best be called monster. Across the whole sea, there was only one of his kind, and there would never be another. Even among monsters, Mino is a true rarity. After all, he has not only enhanced the 3 sacred treasures, but also carries the bloodline of the Great Serpent. And that's not even counting the madness of the Chilean blood and the dragon blood ritual. His heritage is so tangled and complex, it defies imagination. Watching as Ashura Boy sweated profusely, constantly using his haki to fend off the violet moon flames, Mino gently stretched out his hand. In that instant, the tiny purple fires, like 100 rivers flowing to the sea, slowly drew back toward Mino's palm and vanished without a trace. What terrifying flames! Ashura Boy let out a breath of relief. Yet when his gaze landed on the violet fire, a faint sense of dread flickered in his eyes. The blue flames of the Yadno Kagami clan are famed for their endless, unyielding burn, refusing to die until their fuel is spent. Blended now with the power of the Great Serpent, these flames acquire a sinister quality, directly consuming the opponent's vitality, spirit, and soul. While their explosive power and outward destruction may not appear overwhelming, their lethality to living beings is nothing short of outrageous. Otherwise, with Ashura Boy's endurance, he could have battled for days and nights without breaking a sweat. But it was a relentless drain of the violet flames on his essence that left him feeling utterly exhausted. This, even after suppressing them with his own armament haki. Had it been an ordinary person, a single brush with the violet fire would have reduced them to a withered husk, all life consumed. Had Mino's berserk state not drained so much of his stamina, the battle could have easily continued, and Ashura Boy would never have held out much longer. Now that the violet flames had dissipated, Ashura Boy's wounds would recover much more easily. All he needed was a hearty meal, followed by a good night's sleep. After their bout, Ashura Boy found himself developing a measure of respect for Mino. He even began to discuss swordsmanship with him. Back in his days with Kazuki Oden, Ashura Boy had pored over many of the Kazuki clan's archives. With his own considerable mastery, he could offer insightful opinions on the art of the blade. It wasn't a one-sided gain. Besides Oden's two-sword style, Mino also possessed the inherited swordsmanship of the Golden Lion, a lineage that rivaled even Kazuki Oden's in prowess. Though the Golden Lion style was less approachable for a master swordsman of Ashura Boy's caliber, it offered a treasure trove of inspiration. Of course, what Mino truly gained from this battle wasn't just progress in swordsmanship. His haki had also grown stronger, although this wasn't a true life-and-death struggle. The intensity of real combat did wonders to push his armament haki to new heights. Previously at a standstill, Mino's armament haki had once again begun to advance. While his progress couldn't compare to a certain Straw Hat Boy's explosive leaps, battling for his life and pushing himself to the brink, It was steady and reliable growth. Mino figured that with another month or so of training, his armament hockey would soon allow him to project it outward and even inflict internal damage. Time slipped by again. Another 10 days or so had quietly passed. During this stretch, Mino and Ashura Doji had gradually become well acquainted, and through their growing camaraderie, Mino managed to gain a thorough understanding of the situation in Wano country. As Mino had suspected, Ashura Doji enlisted his help to keep a constant watch on Onigashima, clearly searching for the right moment to strike. Under the oppressive rule of Kurizumi, Orochi, and Kaido, Wano had all but lost its ability to recover and thrive. The country was growing weaker by the day, with only the speed of its decline left in question. In such desperate times, it wasn't hard to see why these samurai would resort to a desperate, all-or-nothing attack. After all, if they waited another 10 years, as the prophecy suggested, there might not even be 1/10 of the current population left. As for the samurai, it would be a thing of the past. Without enough food to go around, not even a natural-born monster like Big Mom could have grown strong in such conditions. This was precisely why Ashura Doji couldn't persuade his comrades to stand down. Realistically, Wano was only going to sink deeper into decline. There was no hope of regaining its former strength, since he couldn't talk them out of it. Ashura Doji naturally wanted the 1,000 samurai to have a greater impact. If they were going to throw their lives away, at least let it be in a way that inflicted more damage on the beast pirates. "So what's the news, Mino?" Ashura Doji asked lazily, reclining on the broad back of a sturdy black ox while sipping his sake. "Did Kaido go out today? He's still on Onigashima," Mino replied, cradling the Enma sword in his arms. The third eye on his forehead shimmered with a pale light. "And he's actually doing the same thing as you right now." "Oh, so he's lying around like me, is he?" The burly Ashura Doji laughed. Luckily, the ox beneath him was tall and strong. Otherwise, it would have collapsed under his hefty weight. "He's not lying down," Mino retorted, rolling his eyes. "He's drinking just like you." "Drinking, huh? That's nothing. What's weird is someone like you who barely touches the stuff." Ashura Doji shot back, punctuating his words with a hearty, drunken belch. "Save it," Mino said, exasperated. "You're lucky you live in this world. Anywhere else, drinking the way you do, you'd all be shaking so badly you couldn't even hold a sword." "How could that be?" Ashura Doji bellowed with laughter. "Isn't sake supposed to make you stronger the more you drink?" The nickname Shitemaru said it all. He was a true drunkard just like Kaido. Mino had no intention of arguing with him. Whether drinking made you stronger in the world of pirates, he couldn't say. But he knew for certain it made you lose your wits. He couldn't help but wonder if Kaido ever got so drunk he flew all the way to Mary Geos to pay Lord him a visit. Would that be the end of him right there? The thought crossed Mino's mind, tinged with a hint of dark humor. Even when Kaido is drunk, he must still have some instinctive reactions. Otherwise, this guy would have already been killed by the Navy or one of the other emperors. As these thoughts crossed Mino's mind, his farsight watched Kaido, who was once again drunk and acting wild. For the past 10 days or so, Kaido had spent at least half his days like this. Thankfully, when Kaido got drunk and made a scene, he usually just laughed and cried loudly, sometimes swinging his club around, but never actually attacking his own subordinates. That scenario, like in some fanfiction, where a drunken Kaido would smash a subordinate to death with one blow, had never happened. Even in a stupor, Kaido could retain some degree of self-awareness. In this respect, he was far better than Big Mom. When she lost her mind, she didn't even spare her own children. Wait, something felt off. Suddenly, Mino sensed a change. Onigashima shook violently, and countless golden slashes rained down from the sky, shearing off the entire skull ceiling of the island. A few unlucky grunts were instantly reduced to a mist of blood by the shockwaves. Through Mino's eyes, it looked as if Kaido let out a furious roar, transformed into a blue dragon, and soared into the sky to clash with a golden figure. Captain Golden Lion? What's going on? Didn't these two already fight before? Why has he come back to cause trouble for Kaido again? Mino wondered himself, a little confused. But after thinking it over, Mino understood. After all, it was the battle with Kaido that left the Golden Lion pirates almost completely wiped out this time. Who knows how many survivors he could find among the fragments of floating islands. In this situation, it would be strange if Golden Lion wasn't furious. The weather was all Heaven's doing. Though it started because of Mino, Golden Lion had no idea about that. He couldn't take revenge on the Heavens, so of course he fixed his sights on Kaido, who had failed to guard his own stronghold. Mino had far sight, but not super hearing. He could only see Kaido and Golden Lion exchange what looked like a few heated words before charging at each other. First, Conqueror's haki crackled through the air, black lightning snaking around them, splitting open new cracks in the skull atop Onigashima. Then the two went at it, fighting fiercely. Even drunk, Kaido was only a little woozy. His mind was still sharp as a blade. After exchanging a few blows, whether he would win or lose was yet to be seen, but one thing was certain. His precious island would suffer disastrous losses if the fight continued there. Without hesitation, Kaido shifted the battlefield, transformed into a giant dragon, and shot up into the sky. With both fighters having maxed out mobility, they quickly disappeared off to who knows where. Mino leapt to his feet in a single motion and hurriedly called out to Ashura Doji, "Let's go, let's go!" Kaido's gone. He's off to duel with Golden Lion now. I doubt he'll be back to Onigashima for at least 5 or 6 days. Upon hearing the news, Ashura boy, who was also quite drunk, immediately sat up straight. "Are you sure about this? Kaido has already left Onigashima, and he won't be back for 5 or 6 days. "Of course I'm sure." Mino nodded decisively. For fighters of their caliber, a battle will last at least 5 or 6 days. Under normal circumstances, it could drag on for a week or more. Judging by how furious Golden Lion was this time, Mino even suspected the two might be locked in combat for 10 days or half a month. After all, this wasn't like the duel between Akainu and Akiji. Both Kaido and Golden Lion could fly and had outstanding maneuverability. That meant their fight wouldn't be a straightforward clash of strength, but rather a running battle. A fight that would stretch out even longer, unless, of course, luck turned and Kaido was blown back by a raging storm or something of the sort. Mino mused this silently to himself. Naturally, he didn't say any of that out loud. Hearing Mino's words, Ashura boy's expression flickered with uncertainty. He realized that this was a golden opportunity. The samurai of Wano had long been prepared. They could reach Onigashima in just a day or two. If Kaido truly stayed away for another 3 or 4 days, then those samurai would absolutely be able to deal a devastating blow to the beast pirates. And perhaps, if he and Mino joined the fray as well, Kaido might end up all alone, deserted by everyone. What a day, everything seems to be happening at once. Mino muttered in surprise right after finishing his conversation with the Ashura boy. Suddenly he looked up, noticing several figures flying toward them from the distance. "What did you say? Who are those people? Do you know them?" Ashura boy also looked up, asking in confusion. "They're some old colleagues of mine." Mino explained simply. Hearing this, Ashura boy fell silent and just stood there, watching. "Why is it you? Where's Reiju?" Soaring through the sky, tall and broad-shouldered, with a mane of golden hair, was none other than Vinsmoke Judge. Behind him trailed his 3 young sons. At that moment, Judge's gaze was fixed squarely on Mino, paying no heed to Ashura boy standing beside him. A giant of 5 or 6 meters would be shocking in Wano, but on the Grand Line, it barely registered as a blip. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Mino's mouth. "Vinsmoke Judge, you don't seem much like one of Captain Golden Lion's men right now. Could it be you're thinking of betrayal?" As he spoke, Judge's eyes had already reddened with anger. "Golden Lion? Bah, he's nothing but a powerless commander now, a stray dog without a home. I'm done taking orders from him." A slight look of surprise flickered across Mino's face. Was this guy's brain made of mush? If word of this got out, the Golden Lion would have his head. The Golden Lion pirates might be finished, but the Golden Lion himself was still very much alive, in a pirate crew of that caliber. A crew on par with the 4 emperors. The most important member is always the captain, not the crew, but giving it a bit more thought, Mino immediately understood. The Golden Lion's intimidation hadn't diminished, but now Vinsmoke Judge had nothing left to lose. The real issue wasn't that the Golden Lion pirates had been wiped out, but that the Vinsmoke family itself had been utterly destroyed. With Germa 66 gone, Judge had suffered a tremendous loss, but he was also free from any burdens. The sea was vast. If he truly wanted to disappear, the Golden Lion would never be able to find him. It wasn't like before, when the Vinsmoke family had to show themselves in order to maintain the massive Germa 66 army. Easy pickings for the Golden Lion whenever he wanted. Well, this might not be so bad. Running into you is even better. Vinsmoke Judge's eyes glimmered with a trace of greed. The power of the Holy Grail should belong to someone who can truly wield it to its fullest. Even though Germa 66 has fallen, handing over someone with your abilities to the Celestial Dragons would be More than enough to trade for a chunk of territory in the North Blue, wouldn't it? The expression on Mino's face gradually hardened. You've got some nerve, don't you? I've had enough of you, three-eye brat. Judge's face twisted into a villainous grin. If it weren't for that old lion keeping me in check all this time, I'd have captured you long ago. Ashura Doji glanced carefully at Judge. Mino, is this guy one of those big-shot pirates too? He sure talks a big game. Mino's face was stony as he replied coldly. No, he's just a frog in a well. He's never seen what I can really do, so he's got an inflated opinion of himself. As a researcher, Judge hardly ever trained. All his strength came from body modifications and high-tech gear. He'd barely set foot in a training ground, so he had no real sense of Mino's power. In Judge's mind, Mino was on par with his own daughter. Maybe a bit stronger, but no match for a fully enhanced, technologically perfected Germa 66 elite like himself. A frog in a well, am I? Let's see who the real. Enough. Talk. Mino had no more patience for Judge's boasting. In a flash, his blade was out, a brilliant arc of steel cutting through the air, his Enma sword tracing a perfect crescent as it unleashed a flying slash. Although Mino was still worlds away from mastering the realm of the divine blade slash, his swordsmanship had already begun to show a hint of its essence. There was now a trace of the divine blade slash's invincible, lightning-quick nature in his technique. Gaji only saw a blur before his eyes felt a chill at his chest. And then, suddenly, he spat out blood in a torrent and crashed to the ground. Wah! T! Trembling all over as he sensed the gaping wound across his chest, Gaji barely managed to utter those words before Mino pressed his blade against Gaji's neck. Now do you understand who the real frog at the bottom of the well is? Mino asked lazily. It's me. I'm the frog in the well. Spare me. Instantly, Vinsmoke Gaji's expression changed as he shouted for mercy. I'm still useful. The Golden Lion Pirates still need the Vinsmoke family's technology. Mino nodded slightly, eyeing Vinsmoke Gaji up and down. He had just seen Kaido leave Onigashima, and now this cannon fodder Gaji had shown up on his own. Could this be what people call fate? Amused by the thought, Mino turned his gaze to Gaji's three sons, his eyes twinkling. Call all three of them down here, he said, without hesitation. Vinsmoke Gaji barked an order. You three, get down here. The three Vinsmoke brothers exchanged glances. The eldest, Vinsmoke Ichiji, descended first, followed closely by his two younger brothers. Without another word, Mino grabbed hold of Gaji, then looked up at Ashura Doji, whose expression showed nothing but boredom. You go take care of your own business for now, Mino said. I've still got things to handle here. We'll talk about that other matter later. I was already prepared for this, but honestly, that was a rather dull fight, Ashura Doji muttered, slinging his gourd back onto his hip and sprawling across the back of his ox. He sauntered off at a leisurely pace. He had never thought Gaji could actually defeat Mino, but this loss had come even more swiftly than expected. Of all people, Ashura Doji understood Mino's strength best. Back when they'd first sparred, Ashura Doji could sometimes gain the upper hand, but in truth he had already pushed his armament haki, his physical form, his observation haki, and his sword technique to their utmost limits. Any further improvement would be nearly impossible. But with every battle, Mino's swordsmanship, physique, stamina, and armament haki all advanced, not in leaps and bounds, but steadily and surely. Over these last 10 days or so, Ashura Doji had found himself losing more often than winning whenever he crossed swords with Mino. This rapid pace of progress reminded Ashura Boy of the days when he had followed Kazuki Oden in his youth, learning under his guidance. Yet there was a stark difference. Back then, his own strength was nowhere near as formidable as Mino's is now. The leap from weakness to strength and the journey from strong to even stronger are two entirely different things. At the rate Mino was growing, in a few more years, he might well become a monster on par with Kazuki Oden or Kaido. Reiju, what's going on here? As the Vinsmoke family arrived in the small town, they happened to catch sight of Reiju strolling along the street with Baby 5. Judging by the bright smile on Reiju's face, she showed not the slightest sign of being imprisoned or hurt. This sight shattered the composure of Vinsmoke Judge, who was being dragged along by Mino, and he couldn't help but cry out in alarm. So it's you, father? Reiju acted as if she had only just noticed Judge. She walked over slowly, glancing at his injuries and clicking her tongue in mock concern. How did you end up in such a sorry state? You must have been thoroughly beaten up by my master, right? Do you even know what you're saying, Reiju? Judge's voice trembled with shock and anger at her words. You actually called him your master. Have you betrayed the Vinsmoke family? No. How is this possible? With all the genetic modifications you underwent, you shouldn't be able to define me. You cold-blooded old bastard. You didn't see this coming, did you? Master Mino has already undone your control over me. From this day forward, every member of the Vinsmoke family is free. As Reiju spoke, she seemed ready to give Judge a few good kicks, but her three younger brothers quickly stepped in to block her path. With a huff of impatience, Reiju refused to start a fight with her siblings right then, and instead took a few steps back. Judge, however, looked as if he had been struck by a bolt from the blue. How can this be? The gene control has actually been broken. I see it now. You fiend! With a look of grief and rage, Judge fixed his gaze on Mino. You had your sights set on our Germa 66 from the very beginning, didn't you? This was all part of your scheme. You just want to swallow up the entire Germa 66 army. No, this isn't just your own plot. It must be the work of the Golden Lion pirates as a whole. Judge's paranoia ran wild. You all want to seize everything that belongs to Germa 66. Our technology, our power, everything. As he spoke, terror twisted his face and tears streamed down his cheeks. So that's it. From the very start, I was nothing but prey for you all, wasn't I? How could this happen? Is the Vinsmoke family really doomed to perish here today? Mino blinked, then turned to Reiju and remarked, Your old man really does have imagination, doesn't he? Reiju's expression was tinged with strangeness as well. I never imagined he had this side to him. It wasn't just something she had pictured in her mind. He was truly weeping bitterly, utterly broken and fragile. Never in her life had Reiju expected that her father, always so ambitious, could be so weak. It was completely at odds with the cold-hearted man who had transformed his own children. In that moment, the last trace of dread she held for her father finally shattered. It turned out he was not nearly as brave and fearless as he always claimed to be. Instead, he was just a coward hiding behind a mask to cover his fear. Enough, get up. Who cares about your Vinsmoke family anyway? Mino said, unable to hide her amusement. How the Vinsmoke family ends up should depend on what your children choose for themselves. As she spoke, Mino took out a small bottle of wine, its crimson liquid glowing faintly as she handed it to Reiju. The wine's radiance lit up Reiju's face with a healthy flush. Though whether it was from the glow or her own excitement was hard to tell. Is that not the Holy Grail wine? Even in his current predicament, Judge could not conceal the greed in his eyes at the sight of it. Reiju merely smiled and said, Surprised? Aren't you, father? The Holy Grail wine not only heals all physical wounds, but can also cure even the deepest maladies of the mind. The Holy Grail wine you've always craved. It's the perfect remedy to break free from your mental control. Isn't it just laughable? Judge was dumbfounded. As the greatest beneficiary of the Vinsmoke family, he had never obsessed over countering mind control the way Reiju had. He'd never imagined that the power of the Holy Grail wine could even undo the mental shackles born from genetic manipulation. Ichiniji, Yanji. Once you drink the Holy Grail wine, you'll finally be free, able to feel real emotions, Reiju murmured, gazing at her three younger brothers. But Judge immediately erupted in a furious roar. Don't drink it. You must not touch that wine. You are my sons, the heirs of the Vinsmoke family. You don't need emotions, and you are forbidden to defy me. Ugh, enough already. Mino could stand it no longer and gave Judge a swift kick. She moved so fast that even his three sons couldn't react in time. Huh, father, you're just pathetic, crying like that, writhing around on the floor like a worm. But we don't need those weak emotions. An attacking father like this, isn't that a serious crime? The three Vinsmoke brothers, still talking, charged forward without a moment's hesitation. Mino didn't hesitate either. A flash of his blade cut through the air. Even though the three brothers, only 11 years old, were fully armed, they couldn't withstand a single blow. In an instant, each of them was left with a deep wound across their chest. But that wasn't all. The wounds flickered with a faint pale purple flame. The brothers each let out a muffled groan before collapsing limply to the ground. The purple fire did more than just burn their flesh. It also scorched their very vitality. Although the trio's modified bodies were far stronger than ordinary people, at the end of the day, they were still just 11. The brief touch of the purple flame had already drained their energy and spirit, sending them into unconsciousness. Mino reached out and drew the purple flames back to himself, then turned to Reiju. Reiju, your three brothers need their medicine. Reiju's lips twitched. She couldn't help but feel that there was a hidden malice in Mino's words. While the Holy Grail's wine could indeed be considered a cure-all, the way he put it sounded rather odd. Still glancing at her three unconscious brothers, faces as pale as death, she quickly pushed those thoughts aside, produced a bottle, and gave each of them a small sip. As soon as the wine slid down their throats, their wounds began to heal instantly. The pallor on their faces faded, replaced by a healthy flush, making it clear that their lost vitality had been fully restored. Yet when the three Vinsmoke brothers opened their eyes, there was a look of confusion in them. They glanced at their sister and father, their eyes filled with bewilderment and uncertainty. Compared to Reiju, the Vinsmoke brothers had been altered even more thoroughly, down to their very thoughts. They had been shaped into exactly what Judge wanted them to be. Even with all restraints now removed, their ingrained personalities still instinctively resisted the emergence of true feelings. That lingering inertia was the source of their confusion. "I'll leave them to you, Reiju," said Mino, looking at the three brothers, their faces lost and their eyes locked in silent struggle. He was hardly a member of the Vinsmoke family. Clearly, it was best for their confidant and sister to guide them through this. As for Judge, Mino had knocked him out at the very start to prevent him from interfering with his son's thoughts. As the sun set, Mino and the others arrived once again at the forest on the outskirts of Kuri's Amagasa village. Ashura Doji and Kazuki Sukiyaki were already there, standing with stern faces fully armed. Beside them stood a samurai in kimono with a white pompadour peeking out from beneath a face mask, and a green-haired girl clad in elaborate clothing. "Aren't you going to introduce me to your companions?" Mino narrowed his eyes, glancing at the samurai and the young woman, the humble maiden. "Before you is Hiyori Kazuki. It's an honor to meet you, Lord Mino." The green-haired girl was the first to speak. As for the white-haired swordsman, he squinted his narrow eyes at Mino for a good while before finally saying, "Just call me Ugly Third." "So, yet another descendant of the Kazuki clan? What a surprise." Mino's face showed genuine astonishment. "From the looks of it, you're planning to settle things once and for all, to take down the Beast Pirates officers and their minions in one fell swoop. Where duty calls, even if 1,000 stand in my way, I shall press forward," Ashura Doji intoned in a low, solemn voice. The phrase made Mino's teeth ache a little. Wasn't that someone else's famous saying blatantly borrowed? Still, he held his tongue. Clearly, now that they knew Kaido was away from his lair, these people were already plotting to seize their chance. In other words, this time Ashura Doji was determined to storm Onigashima, risking his life for the cause. Could anyone really blame him for reciting a line of poetry to steal himself? Besides, with Ashura Doji on their side, Mino thought it would be much easier to snatch a couple of ships from the Beast Pirates. "Mino, my friend Sukiyaki Kazuki," spoke up directly at this point, "please, lend us your strength." Under Kaido's tyrannical rule, the people of Wano have suffered deeply. I beg you, reach out and help us save our homeland. Mino couldn't help but grumble internally. What do the people of Wano have to do with me, anyway? There are plenty of unfortunate commoners in this pirate world. In fact, the majority of people here live under oppression. Only a lucky few can claim any real happiness. Of course, what he actually said was quite different from what he thought. This sounds like quite a troublesome affair. By the way, will there be any reward? Reward or not, it didn't really matter. Mino had already made up his mind. Once he stormed Onigashima, he'd make a beeline for a ship and get out of there as fast as he could. Now, with Baby 5 Reiju, the three Vinsmoke brothers, and himself, a team of 6, it would be a breeze to handle a smaller ship. As for whether to help or not, he'd just see how things played out. His top priority was, after all, keeping himself and his companions alive. The moment Mino uttered, "Is there a reward?" a flicker of joy passed over everyone's face. After all, attacking the Beast Pirate stronghold was no small feat, and no ordinary reward could ever be enough. Normally, an average person would flatly refuse such a request without a second thought. For Mino, to even ask about a reward was in itself a gesture, perhaps a polite excuse, or simply a way to give himself an out. In the eyes of the Kazuki clan, it meant their sincerity had moved him. And so Mino was finally willing to consider their plea. "What kind of reward would you like?" The masked man, who called himself the Ugly Third Son, spoke up. "If it's just money you want, I can get my hands on quite a bit." Mino glanced at this so-called Ugly Third Son. This must be the spy known as Sleepy Kayashiro, who had joined Orochi's ranks, originally known as Denjuro, ever since the world of pirates entered the new World spies had become commonplace, especially in Wano, where suddenly three had emerged: ex-Drake Sleepy Kayashiro and Kurezumi Kanjuro, each spy more dedicated than the last. Though Sleepy Kayashiro might not match Kanjuro, he could still be called a masterful, daring, and meticulous agent, as the trusted confidant of the current shogun Kurezumi Orochi Sleepy Kayashiro. Now Denjiro truly had access to considerable wealth. Unfortunately, money didn't mean much to Mino. There wasn't anything in Wano right now that could truly catch his eye as a treasure. At least there was nothing that could be traded within the Golden Scales marketplace. With that in mind, Mino frowned and said, "Let's just put on the tab for now. If you come across any real treasures, especially something like a devil fruit, just hand them over to me when the time comes. Is that so?" "I understand," replied Sleepy Kayashiro. Nodding, "I'll make sure to find something that satisfies you, Mino-sama. Please rest assured." Mino neither confirmed nor denied it. If something good came his way, all the better. If not, it didn't really matter. After all, he planned to leave Wano by ship soon enough. But there was one thing Mino hadn't considered. He was ready to leave Wano, which was why he dared to stir up trouble on Onigashima, unafraid of Kaido's retaliation. But what about Ashura Doji and the others? If they truly dealt a heavy blow to Kaido's crew, would they really want to stay in Wano and face Kaido's wrath? The group discussed their plans again. Though there was little left to say, they simply agreed to set sail from the coast of Hakamai at dawn, heading straight for Onigashima. Denjiro was here precisely because he'd learned of their plan and could use the opportunity to cover for them. After all, with a force of over 1,000 people, without this high-level insider, news would reach Orochi as soon as they gathered. As for why Hiyori was here, Mino truly had no clue. This girl couldn't fight at all, at least in his eyes, by rights. She should be hiding under Denjiro's protection in the pleasure district of the flower capital. She'd even become the most celebrated courtesan, using her status to collect vast sums to aid the poor. He had no idea what she aimed to do by showing up this time. With Sukiyaki working behind the scenes, there was no reason to send out a Kazuki family member who had always kept her identity hidden. After Minus left, a trace of worry appeared on Denjiro's face as he turned to Kazuki Hiyori. "Princess Hiyori, have you truly made up your mind?" Hiyori's delicate face grew solemn. "There's no need to persuade me, Uncle Denjiro. If I stay in Wano, I'll never have the chance to find a way to defeat Kaido. Perhaps only beyond these seas can I seize an opportunity to drive him out for good. I used to believe that as the last of the Kazuki clan in Wano, everyone needed me to keep their spirits up, but now that Grandfather Sukiyaki is here, the people have someone to rely on." Kazuki Sukiyaki let out a deep, hearty laugh. "Then go, Princess Hiyori. Venture out onto the vast sea. I hope you can grow strong like Odin, and one day lead Wano out from under the shadow of the dragon." In Wano's Hakamai region at a deserted port, samurai had been gathering since early morning. Their numbers grew by the minute, yet not a word was spoken. Each samurai wore a white headband, their faces stern and resolute. As the sun slowly rose, all eyes turned toward the road leading into the port, waiting for someone's arrival. After several minutes, Ashura Doji appeared atop a black ox, followed by over 200 of his followers. Yet the assembled samurai barely glanced at Ashura Doji, their attention drawn instead to the solemn figure of Kazuki Hiyori at his side. Instantly, a wave of murmurs rippled through the crowd of warriors. Is it really true? Could she truly be a descendant of the Kazuki clan? No. I've seen Lady Toki before. Princess Hiyori looks exactly like her. Even the wise Tengyama Hitetsu has vouched for her. There's no doubt this is the real Princess Hiyori. Look at what she's holding. That's the Aim no Habakiri, isn't it? This is incredible. The Kazuki clan truly lives on. Wano is blessed by the heavens. Once we drive out Kaido and the Beast Pirates, we can restore Princess Hiyori to her rightful place. Peace will return to Wano at last. Hearing the excited chatter, Ashura Doji, who possessed a keen sense of observation, couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The first part of their talk still made sense, but how had things escalated so quickly to defeating Kaido himself? Just how much faith did these people have in themselves? Glancing around, his expression grew a little odd. What's taking Minus so long? During this period of time spent together, Azura Boy had come to know Mino quite well. Mino was someone with a strong sense of time and remarkable self-discipline. Whether it was exercising or resting, he was always punctual. With the decisive battle looming, Azura Boy didn't believe for a second that Mino would make such a rookie mistake as being late. Let's wait a bit longer. Azura Boy muttered, a note of dissatisfaction in his voice. Then he turned to Hiyori Kazuki. Lady Hiyori, please calm the warriors for a while. Let's hold on just a little longer. Hiyori nodded and swiftly walked over to the group of samurai who had been gazing at her with excitement and reverence. Years of isolation had caused Wano society to become almost completely rigid, their social classes frozen in place. As a result, the titles of daimyo and shogun had gradually become deified. Hiyori, as a direct descendant of the Kazuki clan, was seen as a natural-born leader by the samurai of Wano, even though she had done nothing yet and possessed no real power of her own. Just Hiyori's presence alone sent a surge of energy through the samurai, their morale instantly doubling, as if they'd been given a jolt of adrenaline. One after another, they bowed to her with overwhelming excitement, and Hiyori returned their greetings with perfect courtesy. But where exactly was Mino and his group at this moment? After their discussion the previous day, Mino had just gotten back when he realized something was off. What a pain, my karma points are over the limit. Staring at the freshly accumulated points, enough for yet another trade. Mino couldn't help but look exasperated. What on earth did I do for my karma points to spike like that? He thought back carefully, knocking out Vinsmoke Judge, freeing the Vinsmoke brothers from their mental control. Those were hardly minor feats, and with Kaido absent, the upcoming battle between the Wano samurai and the Beast Pirates wouldn't be the quiet skirmish it was in the original story. This time, sparks would fly. All things considered, it made perfect sense for his karma points to shoot through the roof. This won't do. With all these karma points piling up and my danger sense tingling, Kaido could very well return to Onigashima just as we arrive. Normally, a fight between Kaido and Golden Lion would last several days and nights, but that was under ordinary circumstances. If a massive storm hit, or Kaido teamed up with Big Mom, he might break free in just a few hours. Yet there was no way around it. They had to go to Onigashima. In this wretched land of Wano, setting sail wasn't easy. There wasn't a single master shipwright to be found here. The ordinary craftsman could barely manage to build fishing boats. Even the best shipbuilders could only produce vessels just sturdy enough to reach Onigashima itself. Only on Onigashima are there still ships truly capable of setting sail. So a journey to the island was all but inevitable. There's no other way. We'll just have to find more cannon fodder to help us. After thinking it over, Minus decided to act that very night. He brought the three Vinsmoke brothers, Baby 5, and Reiju straight to Udon Prison. Udon Prison had originally been Queen's territory, but after the Golden Lion's last attack, Queen had returned to Onigashima. In his absence, nothing and no one could stop Minus. He swiftly took down the prison's leaders, then used his evil eye's hypnotic powers to control the ordinary guards, releasing the prisoners in an orderly fashion. Most of these prisoners forced into labor were opponents of Orochi and the Beast Pirates. The moment they heard there was a chance to strike back at the Beast Pirates, their enthusiasm soared. One more eager than the next. In no time, a formidable army of inmates had formed. Minus began by gathering all the food in the prison, allowing these long-suffering prisoners, worn out from years of hard labor, to feast until they were full. After a whole night of rest, he finally led them out. People in the world of pirates are remarkably robust, as long as they weren't too old. Just one hearty meal and a good night's sleep brought most of them back to over half their fighting strength. It was a pity time was short. If they'd had another week to recover, these men would have regained nearly 80% of their former power. In addition, Minus found two renowned warriors who had long been forced into labor at Udon: Komatsu the Fishman and Hayaguro the Flower, once the underworld boss of the Flower Capital. There's little need to describe the rescue itself. Upon hearing that Lady Hiyori was alive and that Ashura Doji and 1,000 samurai were preparing to attack Onigashima, Hayaguro and Komatsu immediately pledged to join the cause. Although Hayaguro wasn't the man he had been in his prime, he was still far stronger than the shriveled old man he would become in another 10 years. Komatsu, too, had only been imprisoned for 3 years. His strength was at least as great as it would be a decade later. All told, the combined might of these liberated prisoners rivaled, if not surpassed, that of the samurai intent on storming Onigashima. If the original plan was merely to deal a heavy blow to the Beast Pirates, now that the two Forces had joined. There was a real chance Kaido could be left utterly alone. Princess Hiyori, I finally see you again. What a blessing! Kawamatsu, towering and broad, wore a huge smile. Tears streamed down his face as he hurried over to Hiyori's side. Overcome with emotion, Kawamatsu, you're alive. That's wonderful. And is that Master Hyagoro? So you're still alive after all? Ashura Doji's face was filled with astonishment as well. In a land of Wano, the leopard warrior Hyagoro was once a name that struck fear into many. Even before Ashura Doji became a retainer of Kazuki Oden, he had crossed paths with him. Though Hyagoro seemed much diminished now, Ashura Doji still recognized him instantly. Yes, it was no easy feat just to survive. Hyagoro swung the weapon in his hand, determination flashing in his eyes. This time, I'm ready to lay my life on the line. It was nearly noon by the time Mino and his companions arrived at the port. Their late arrival was not just due to the prison break, but even more so because of the weapons. From early on, Komatsu had begun preparing arms for the counterattack against the beast pirates. Over several years, he managed to stockpile a considerable arsenal in the village of Suzugo. In addition, there were already some weapons belonging to the beast pirates' jailers in Udon prison, which were now in the hands of the freed prisoners. Only by gathering all these together were they able to equip the group. This, however, delayed them significantly, which was why they arrived at noon. Seeing that more reinforcements had joined them, the assembled samurai were brimming with excitement. Any resentment they had felt toward Mino, the outsider, vanished without a trace. One by 1 inch their confidence in defeating the beast pirates soared. Mino observed all this with a cold gaze, but in his heart he knew the truth. The fate of the beast pirates was uncertain, but if even 1/10 of these samurai and prisoners survived, that would already be fortunate. After all, these people are here to shield me from disaster, he thought to himself. With the ranks of those joining the campaign against the beast pirates swelling, new challenges arose. Namely, there were not enough ships for everyone. Fortunately, Ashura Doji had long since prepared a number of vessels. Ocean voyages were out of the question, but reaching Onigashima would pose no problem. As noon approached, the group set up campfires and cooked a hearty meal. Once they had eaten their fill, sails were raised, and the fleet made for Onigashima. Mino brought along Baby 5 Reiju and the 3 Vinsmoke brothers. Even Vinsmoke Judge, sedated by Mino, was brought aboard. This time, Mino was determined never to return to the land of Wano, so there was no way he would leave Judge behind. Otherwise, the man would almost certainly end up joining the beast pirates. Having Judge join the beast pirates was not a problem in itself, but now Judge possessed the formula for the berserker drug. Ever since Golden Lion's floating island shattered, some IQ plans had also fallen into Wano. Given Kaido's nature, if he got his hands on the formula through Judge, he would undoubtedly use the berserker drug on his own men. Mino had no desire to accrue even more karmic debts, so he decided to take Judge with him. Onigashima was not far from the land of Wano. Before long, amid the rolling waves, the group spotted the island's iconic skull-shaped silhouette looming on the horizon. A gloomy sky hung overhead. The sea below roiled with muddy waves, and a relentless cold wind swept across the landscape. Occasionally, lightning flickered among the clouds, casting eerie flashes of light. All these elements combined to shroud the entire Demon Island in an atmosphere of terror. So much so that the faint of heart would be trembling with fear after just a single glance. The samurai of Wano country, having long since put their lives on the line, showed little outward fear. Still, there was a subtle tension visible on their faces. Of them all, it was Kazuki Hiyori whose expression was the most grave. By the way, why are you going to Onigashima as well? Standing by Hiyori's side, Mino finally voiced a question that had been weighing on his mind, his brows knitted with concern. Hiyori seemed more nervous than ever. Mino's words twisted her face into a tense, almost distorted look. Well, Princess Hiyori has already decided to set sail after this battle. Komatsu, standing at Hiyori's side, explained it instead, head straight out to sea. Mino was so startled that he almost thought his own plans had been exposed. That's right. I imagine you're planning to leave Wano as well, aren't you, Mino? Hiyori said quietly. Otherwise, staying here is simply too dangerous. Even though we'd love to settle everything in one decisive battle, Hiyori continued, everyone knows in their hearts that Kaido of the Beasts is not someone we can defeat. At best, we can only cut off his wings. In these circumstances, seeking strength beyond the seas, the power to stand against them, is truly our only path forward. But until now, the beast pirates have sealed off the waters, and Wano has never had real ships capable of crossing the ocean. So besides defeating the beast pirates, we also hope to reach the outside world, find allies, and gather strength. So that's it. They're not fools after all. On reflection, it made sense. Kazuki, Odin stubbornly refused to seek help from his friends, perhaps out of pride or reluctance to trouble them. But his followers and descendants did not share those burdens. After all, Odin didn't die the moment he returned. He lived for a whole 5 years. During that time, his family and retainers must have learned all about his adventures overseas. So the only reason these people didn't seek help from outside was simply because they couldn't get out to sea. Old comrades of Odin like Whitebeard might not have waged war with Kaido for their sake, but would certainly have protected Odin's children and followers. Surely that would have been far better than hiding and running for their lives in this haunted land of Wano. Given the current state of Wano, the idea of rebelling against Kaido is nothing short of a madman's dream. Yet out on the vast, endless seas, though gathering enough power to challenge the beast pirates may be difficult, it is certainly not impossible. This is precisely why Hiyori and the others have chosen this path. Moreover, it seems that Hiyori and her companions hope to lead everyone out to sea together after this battle. Even if Kaido were out of the picture, facing off against the beast pirates would still come at a devastating cost. If they managed to keep a few hundred people alive, that would already be a miracle. At that point, they could seize food and ships from Onigashima and set sail immediately. So you'd already made up your minds. Keeping us in the dark, Minoru said, his face drawn, his voice brimming with discontent. I'm sorry, Mr. Minoru, Hiyori bowed deeply and confessed, this is all my fault. The idea was mine. I read in the diary my father left behind that to set sail, we would need a seasoned navigator. Later, Uncle Ashura Doji told me that you, Mr. Minoru, are the most skilled navigator on the seas. That's why this time, I truly hoped for your help to make our voyage a success. As the ship gradually approached Onigashima, Minoru, Ashura Doji Komatsu, and Hayagoro stood together, their eyes fixed on the island now entirely under lockdown. Even at its most lax, Onigashima would have known that so many approaching ships meant trouble, so they had already fortified their defenses. What's more, Minoru had destroyed the prison at Udon. Though he had acted with lightning speed, there was no guarantee that none of the beast pirates' officers had managed to get word back to Onigashima. While Wano's own snail phones couldn't reach the outside world, communication on the island itself was still unimpeded. Given all this, it wouldn't take a genius for the two high-ranking officers left on Onigashima to guess what the escaped prisoners were planning. The only thing that might surprise them was how quickly they had arrived. A deafening boom echoed as cannonballs from Onigashima rained down toward them. With a cold, indifferent expression, Minoru drew his sword without hesitation. A crescent-shaped slash of sword light, over 10 meters long, sliced the incoming shells cleanly in two in the blink of an eye. Though the people of Wano had managed to gather ships, their quality left much to be desired. They were entirely unfit for long voyages. Just a slightly rough sea would be enough to capsize them. Worse yet, their flimsy construction offered no defense against cannon fire. A single direct hit would send a ship straight to the bottom. Simply having ships ready was already the limit for these samurai of Wano. As for cannons and ammunition, those were luxuries they couldn't even dream of. Fortunately, the samurai of Wano are far from weak. On each of the dozen ships, there are masters capable of unleashing flying slashes. Even those who have only just learned this technique are more than capable of blocking cannon fire. Amid the booming thunder of artillery, the ships of Wano pressed forward relentlessly. Suddenly, a strange noise echoed from above. A black pteranodon swept through the sky, its wings stirring the air as it dove. With each powerful beat, two swirling vortexes of flame spiraled downward. Without a word, Minos leapt into action, his expression icy cold. He kicked off with the jet boots he'd obtained from Judge, and in a flash, his Enma blade leapt from its sheath. Purple flames danced along the edge of the sword. With a sweep, a flying slash wreathed in bewitching violet fire soared toward the sky, aiming straight for the winged beast. Be careful. That's the top all-star of the beast pirates, Ashura Doji shouted urgently. Beside him, Hiyori Kazuki wore a look of deep concern, though she held her tongue. Though Minos had agreed to temporarily serve as their navigator and join them at sea, his face had remained cold ever since. Still displeased with their decision to act first and explain later, this left Hiyori feeling a twinge of guilt. Of course, Minos had his own reasons for this attitude. He simply wanted to gain more favors from them. After all, he'd planned on setting out to sea himself anyway. If he had followed his original plan, these people from Wano would have been nothing more than cannon fodder in his eyes. It was only after hearing that Hiyori and the others intended to set sail that he adjusted his plan slightly. In the end, everyone's actions amounted to the same thing: strategic retreat. So why not escape together? At most, it would just draw more of Kaido's attention. With clairvoyance on his side, Minos was not particularly afraid of Kaido, unless of course the world will itself turn against him. Under normal circumstances, with his far-seeing eye and danger sense, there were many he couldn't defeat, but precious few who could outrun him. If things truly went south, he could always leap into the sea. As a yokai, drowning posed no threat to Minos, while those with devil fruit powers would be left helpless, watching from the shore. As it happened, among all the current Emperor-level combatants, who had truly shown their strength, only Mihawk and Rayleigh could be confirmed as never having eaten a devil fruit. Even Garp and Shanks were only likely to be fruitless. Everyone else relied on devil fruit abilities, so unless the world itself conspired against him, Minos felt confident in his own safety. As for why he was now challenging King, the All-Star, directly, it wasn't a rash move born of anger in the entire Beast Pirates crew. The two with the greatest power to pursue fleeing enemies were none other than King and Kaido themselves. After all, they were the only two in the crew who possessed the power of flight. Because of the world's will, Kaido could step in at any moment if at this time he became entangled with King, who could also fly. That would be a serious problem. Pale purple slashes and the attacks unleashed by the pterosaur in the sky clashed and intertwined, canceling each other out after only a few moments. Below, Ashura Doji looked up in amazement. Incredible. That guy isn't even in his berserk state, yet he can still hold his own against King. Is it because of that? Sword, he never used that Emma blade when fighting me. They say even he can barely control its power. High above, the two combatants had no time to spare for Ashura Doji's thoughts. King's gaze swept coldly over Mino, and the purple flames flickering along his blade. A fire user. Pointless. There isn't a flame in this world that can harm me. Mino let out a low, mocking laugh. A frog in a well yawns at the world. Small mind, big talk. Wait until you've tasted the flames of the moon before you boast. As a Lunarian, King could generate fire from his body and survive in any environment, granting him resistance to fire that defied belief. But if he thought that meant he could withstand Mino's moonfire, he was badly mistaken. The power of his flame was so great that even the world's serpent, an embodiment of the planet's own will, did not dare ignore it. It was nothing like the ordinary fire wielded in the world of pirates. Perhaps it was the first time anyone had ever called him narrow-minded, but King simply snorted, losing all interest. In further conversation, he moved to attack at once, Imperial dual blades. With a beat of his wings, King launched a barrage of fire bullets from the flames on his back, firing at Mino like a machine gun. A faint layer of purple fire wrapped itself around Mino, swallowing every single fire bullet hole. King's brow furrowed. So you can withstand fire directly? Is that your trump card? But Mino didn't really possess some unique resistance to fire. It was just that ordinary flames were too weak compared to his purple blaze. They couldn't even scratch its defenses. My turn. I'll return the favor. Fiend King's flame-slaying sword. In a flash, the purple fire swelled into a colossal blade, a sword of violet flame, stretching more than a dozen meters long. With a single downward stroke, Mino came straight for King. The flames on King's back roared to life, his defenses pushed to their limits. At the same time, the pterosaur's wings swept out like legendary blades, tracing black arcs through the sky as they slashed at the violet sword. Crimson Bow Sovereign. For a breathless moment, King's wings, hardened with armament hockey, locked against the purple fire blade. Then, with a thunderous shockwave, the sky exploded with force. In the midst of the deafening impact, Mino was sent hurtling down, crashing hard onto the deck below. He struggled to his feet, determination burning in his eyes. The black pteranodon soaring in the sky appeared unscathed at first glance, but thin streams of violet flame had already ignited along its wings. At the same time, King could feel his own strength and spirit being drained at an astonishing rate as the fire burned. This move may have seemed like Minotaur's defeat, but in reality, King the Wildfire suffered far more. He had placed too much faith in his own race's innate abilities, never expecting Minotaur's purple flames to be so monstrous. So much so that even his formidable racial powers could not truly render him immune to harm. A pitch-black layer of armament haki instantly coated the violet flames. And by burning through a vast amount of haki, King finally managed to snuff out the fire on his wings. His gaze grew icy as he glared down below. Meanwhile, as the two clashed, the ship had gradually reached the shore. A flood of samurai charged onto the beach, immediately engaging the beast pirates' crew stationed on Onagashima's coast, of all times. King muttered under his breath, "Boss Kaido isn't here, and I'm stuck with that bastard queen." Back then, the beast pirates still hadn't fully formed the Flying Six. The likes of Who's Who Drake and Sasaki had yet to join. The remaining members, Black Maria and Jack, were there. Page One and Ultai had eaten their devil fruits, but they were only 10 and 12 years old respectively, barely more than children. Jack, the last of the three All-Stars, had just come of age at 18. He had some fighting strength, but compared to the power he would wield 10 years later, it was a far cry. In truth, only King the Wildfire and Queen the Plague could be truly counted on in battle. This was one of the Beast Pirates' greatest weaknesses. Compared to Charlotte Linlin and Whitebeard, Kaido was still considered a junior. He spent most of his time holed up in Wano, surrounded by samurai renowned for their iron wills, warriors who refused to surrender. As a result, the Beast Pirates' basic fighting strength remained perpetually lackluster. On the battlefield, the samurai of Wano erupted with fervor the moment they set foot on Onigashima, clashing fiercely with the pirates. Each samurai had come prepared to die for their cause, their resolve unwavering. In contrast, the Beast Pirates were vicious, but lacked such a spirit of sacrifice. Because of this, the pirates found themselves retreating again and again. After all, the soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear those who throw their lives away. The Beast Pirates might have been bold and brash, but the samurai of Wano were ready to die without hesitation. In such an even match, it was inevitable that the samurai would seize the upper hand. Moreover, Ashura Doji Komatsu the Kappa and Hayaguro the Flower, along with other mighty warriors, led the charge like arrowheads, plunging the Beast Pirates' lines into chaos and driving the ordinary pirates to scatter in panic. Thunderous explosions echoed across the battlefield. A barrage of shells crashed onto the chaotic battlefield, and in an instant, a cloud of green poison gas spread across the land. Many of the warriors caught in the midst of battle screamed in agony, rolling desperately on the ground, only to fall still moments later lifeless, claimed by the deadly gas. It wasn't just the warriors who suffered. Even among the Beast Pirates, many were caught in the toxic onslaught. For a brief moment, the entire battlefield fell eerily silent as the poison gas forced both sides to scatter and retreat. The thick, poisonous haze at the center of the field became a dividing line. No one dared cross. "Ha, you foolish samurai, now it's time for you to taste Master Queen's poison bombs." A triumphant shout echoed. "Master Queen, please be more careful with your aim. You're hitting our own men too," someone protested anxiously. "Enough with the whining. Trading your lives for the deaths of even more samurai. That's a bargain worth making," Queen retorted dismissively. Rolling forward, the rotund Queen charged into the fray. A massive rocket launcher perched on his arm, the very weapon that had just spewed forth the barrage of poison shells. At that moment, Queen's face brimmed with smug pride. He couldn't have cared less about his subordinates. In his view, what's a battle without a few sacrifices? As long as it wasn't his own neck on the line, letting those expendable grunts be of some use was all the better. "Queen!" Suddenly an enraged roar rang out. Queen whipped his head around to see Ashura Doji Komatsu and Hayaguro charging at him in unison. "Damn it! King, you idiot! Get down here and help me." Queen was so terrified his soul nearly flew from his body. He glanced desperately around, but there was no one nearby to assist him, so he shouted frantically up at King in the sky. With Queen's strength, he could easily take on anyone the three alone, but facing all three at once was another matter entirely, especially since he was a scientist. Many of his weapons hadn't even been invented yet, with the original story still 10 years away. His combat power was cut down significantly. As for Shiradoji and the others, their fighting prowess was nearly equal to what would be a decade later. Hyagoro, in particular, was even stronger than his future self. With the three of them combined, Queen didn't stand a chance. What an idiot, King muttered under his breath, swooping down from the sky to land beside Queen. At that moment, Mino, who had landed on the deck, leaped boldly into the fray. He dashed across the chaotic battlefield to stand opposite King. "Who's this brat now?" Queen muttered in confusion, sensing the powerful aura radiating from Mino and realizing this wasn't someone to be trifled with. When did Wano produce a fighter like this? "Save your breath. This one's no pushover either," King replied, transforming into his half-human, half-beast form. "Go all out. If you die, you fool, it'll be a real headache for Big Brother Kaido. You bastard. Even if you drop dead, I'm not going down with you." Queen shot back fiercely. Quinn let loose a furious tirade, cursing as his body gradually transformed into that of a half-dragon across from him. The three from Wano readied themselves as well. Purple flames and blood-red aura erupted from Mino, and countless eyes began to appear all over his body. He had entered the berserk evil King mode. A mythical Zoan, really? Quinn gasped, taken aback. How unlucky can I get? Of all times, these guys have to show up when Big Brother Kaido isn't around. "I'll take care of King. You two handle that round, pudgy one," Mino declared without hesitation. "You think you can take me on alone?" "That's some nerve," King replied coldly. With a sweep of his black wyvern wings, he drew the long blade at his waist. Black flames and the aura of armament haki curled around the edge as he brought it down in. A swift, merciless slash. King's swordsmanship was nothing short of masterful, worthy of a true swordsman. Yet his real strength lay elsewhere. Swordplay was not his claim to fame. Still, he drew his blade first, for it held a secret mechanism of its own. Much like the shark tooth of Wei Zhuang from ancient tales, King's weapon could morph its blade into a jagged breaker's sword, easily sending an opponent's weapon flying. Against other swordsmen, this tactic was nearly unbeatable. The flaming blade came crashing down. Mino stood his ground, his own sword Inma sweeping up in a brilliant arc of violet light. In a flash, it met King's strike head-on. There was a sharp metallic ring as their swords clashed. King's blade spun twice through the air before plunging into the ground with a harsh crack. A vivid crimson spray burst forth from the spinning blade. Mino stepped back twice, slowly sheathing his sword. Standing before him, King the Wildfire stared in disbelief at his now severed blade, blood streaming from his chest as purple flames raged around his wound. What a blade! Such speed! Its sharpness is beyond belief. What do you call this sword? Even as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, King's gaze was grave as he pressed a hand to his wound. In terms of raw strength, even Mino, in his berserk evil eye King state, was a notch below King. If this had come down to sheer might, the odds would have been solidly against Mino. But the sword in Mino's hand was simply terrifying. King's own weapon was forged through countless trials, its quality no less than any famed blade. With armament haki, it should have been able to stand up to anything. Yet under the plain-looking sword in Mino's hand, his weapon was sliced in two with shocking ease. The unleashed sword aura even pierced the fiery shield behind his head, leaving him grievously wounded. Right now, the only thing Blaze Calamity could be grateful for was that his opponent, both in stature and weapon, fit the standard mold. If the adversary were as towering as himself, then, with one swing of that blade, he'd likely be split in two, man and weapon together. Inwardly, Blaze Calamity let out a bitter, rueful laugh. He'd underestimated his foe. He'd thought to end things swiftly, to disarm this fellow in a heartbeat. But in the end, it was he himself who found the tables turned by a quick and decisive strike. This blade, Mino said with a calm smile. It's called the King Yama Blade. To tell the truth, you're the first to feel its true power. King Yama Blade? That was Kazuki Oden's sword, but has never inspired this kind of terror. It's just a namesake, nothing more, Mino replied offhandedly, then offered a pointed reminder. Don't think you can stall for time. My violet flame feeds on your very spirit, mind, and body. Unless you can use your haki to completely extinguish the flame, your wounds will only worsen. Your strength will keep draining. The longer you delay, the slimmer your chances become. Blaze Calamity did not respond, but with his vision, Mino could already see the sweat pouring down his opponent's face. Beyond the searing pain gnawing at him, where the violet fire burned, the once boundless energy in his body seemed to be consumed by those flames, leaving him unable to maintain control over himself. Hearing Mino's words, Blaze Calamity sucked in a deep breath, then suddenly transformed into a pteranodon and soared skyward once more. Then take this, Guardian Fire Dragon Emperor. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a blazing dragon, radiating intense heat, plummeted down from the sky. No wonder people say even dogs won't eat the flame fruit. Fire techniques are so common in the New World, aren't they? Come to think of it, among the 3 Yonko and their top lieutenants who've revealed their abilities, it seems like everyone except Whitebeard can wield fire. Mino couldn't help but grumble inwardly, but with the power of the evil eye on his forehead and the bloodline burning within him, the flames that had once roared along his blade now drew inward, focused and controlled, like a precision blowtorch. This was Evil King's flame-slaying sword, brought to life by Mino's mastery of the evil eye, channeling the violet fire with perfect control. In Yu Yu Hakusho, Hai had forged the same sword by channeling his demonic flame through his evil eye, though. The world of pirates had no such thing as demon energy. Mino's bloodline fire served just as well, allowing him to forge his own Evil King's flame-slaying sword. He stilled his mind, centered his breath, and with a long, measured exhale, unleashed his blade in a flash. The form was rooted in classic sword-drawing technique, but now there was a hint of the divine in every motion. A crescent arc of violet light shot skyward. The force of both sword and flame completely condensed into a single razor-sharp edge, its power and speed multiplied several times over, and in that instant the fiery dragon and the violet crescent collided with a thunderous impact. With a thunderous roar, a fierce blaze streaked across the sky. An endless torrent of fire poured down like a sea of flames, some fireballs as large as a human head, and others like fiery raindrops fell from above. The warriors and pirates caught off guard were instantly reduced to ashes amid agonized screams as the flames struck them. Amidst this devastating attack, Jean, having transformed into his wyvern form, also plummeted from the sky. He ignored his own injuries and the burning invasion of the purple flames, forcing himself to unleash his ultimate move. The moment the technique was complete, he was left utterly drained and fell from the heavens. The power of the purple flames seems to be particularly effective against these blood-soaked brutes. Normally, even with such grave wounds, someone of the divine race who has consumed an ancient Zoan devil fruit wouldn't be completely down for the count just from one of Jin's finishing moves. At the very least, they'd be able to struggle back up a few times. Mino thought, the idea flickering through his mind before his gaze shifted to Quinn's battlefield. Quinn was currently holding his own against both Ashuradoji and Komatsu, clearly struggling but still managing to hold his ground, trading blows back and forth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hyagoro the Flower was locked in combat with a towering giant of a man who wore 2 ivory ornaments. Is that Jack? If I remember correctly, he's only 18, but looking at him now, anyone might believe he's pushing 38. Jack let out a wild roar, swinging his pair of oddly curved blades in a brutal overhead strike. His technique and form were crude, almost primitive, but his savage ferocity lent his attacks the overwhelming force of a rampaging army. Facing him, Hyagoro the Flower, though not yet the shrunken old man he would become in a decade, had lost much of the vigor of his youth. Now his stature was little different from an ordinary man's, and for a moment, he found himself forced to give ground again and again before the 18-year-old Jack. Still, age might have sapped Hyagoro's strength, but his swordsmanship was seasoned and precise. His mastery of armament hockey was exquisite. Though he was steadily pushed back, the young Jack, who had yet to earn the moniker Drought, was actually taking the heavier blows. Cuts and wounds marred his body, and time and again he spat blood mid-battle, his organs battered by Hyagoro's explosive hockey from within. Yet, as a half-fishman with the resilience of an ancient Zoan devil fruit user, Jack's endurance and vitality were nearly unmatched in the world. That alone kept him standing. Even so, watching the sweat pouring down Hyagoro's brow, it was hard to say which of the two would collapse first if the fight dragged on much longer. Young fists are to be feared, The Hyagoro of today is a far cry from his prime, thought Mino, the notion flashing across his mind. Without hesitation, he charged forward. Uncle Hyagoro, go take care of the others. Leave this woolly mammoth to me. Leopard soldier Goro nodded. He, too, had been worn down by Jack's relentless assault. Compared to Queen, Jack was noticeably weaker in terms of raw power, but his courage in battle was leagues above Queen's sly and slippery ways. That was why, even when things turned dire, Jack's fighting spirit didn't falter, and his strength in these moments was almost on par with Queen's. Queen, on the other hand, was a different story. Just moments ago, he could barely hold his own against Ashura Doji and Kawamatsu, but the instant he saw Mino defeat King with ease, his will to fight vanished in a puff of smoke, his head filled only with thoughts of escape. And he ended up being ruthlessly beaten by Ashura Doji and Kawamatsu rolling, and crawling away with no intention whatsoever of fighting back. Who the hell are you? Die. Jack, his eyes bloodshot from the frenzy of battle, saw Mino standing in his way. Without a moment's hesitation, he brought both blades crashing down, while his long trunk curled around, sealing off any chance for Mino to dodge. Mino, however, paid this no mind. The blade in his hand flashed, and in a burst of dazzling light, two broken sword tips and a bloodied chunk of Jack's trunk fell to the ground. Jack roared in pain, his fury shaking the battlefield. In response, he transformed into his massive mammoth form and, without a word, lowered his head and charged straight at Mino. Mino calmly sheathed his sword and extended one hand. In an instant, a surge of violet flames erupted, engulfing Jack and turning him into a giant, blazing torch. It couldn't be helped. One look at a mammoth's shaggy coat, and you'd know it was vulnerable to fire. Besides, although Jack possessed immense strength and an imposing physique, his mastery of hockey was only mediocre. Despite his desperate struggles, he couldn't shake off the violet flames, and before long, his energy drained away as the fire consumed him, sending him crashing to the ground. Mino frowned, then retracted the violet flames from both King and Jack. He already had more than enough karma points, and had no desire to attract any further trouble. Moreover, an uneasy feeling gnawed at him. Though the battle around him was going well, he sensed a shadow looming overhead, as if, at any moment, a dragon might burst forth. The battle for Onigashima had not lasted long, but casualties were already severe. After all, the samurai of Ueno fought with reckless abandon, throwing their lives into the fray. In such circumstances, both sides fell swiftly. Those who killed quickly also died quickly. Black Maria, Ultai, and Page One, the future Flying Six, had yet to make an appearance. By the timeline, they should have already joined the Beast Pirates, but Mino guessed that, sensing the tide turning and still weak themselves, they hadn't dared to enter the fight. The only ones left were mostly low-level grunts and minor officers of the Beast Pirates, and these, already demoralized, were completely overwhelmed by the samurai of Ueno, in addition to the 4 lieutenants brought by Leopard Soldier Goro, the Vinsmoke brothers Reiju, and Baby 5. All these elite fighters were unleashed as the spearhead of the attack. The enemy was already so thoroughly beaten that their forces were falling apart, with more than half lost already. Mino could feel a growing sense of panic in his heart. He opened his sinister eye and, gazing into the distance hundreds of kilometers away, saw a brewing storm. Within the swirling clouds, he glimpsed parts of a gigantic form, speeding toward them at a terrifying pace. Turning sharply, Mino immediately shouted to Ashura Doji and the others, "Kaido is almost here. Get ready to retreat." At that moment, Ashura Doji and the fishman Komatsu were busy pummeling Queen. Upon hearing Mino's warning, they finally snapped to attention. "Kaido's coming back. How did he get here so fast? Who cares why he's back so quickly? Everyone, hurry and find a ship." Mino had no patience for pointless questions. The battlefield was in utter chaos, and this was no time to hold back. He drew a deep breath and lowered himself into a slight crouch. In an instant, a flash of violet sword light erupted, zigzagging across the battlefield like a bolt of lightning. The clash of steel and ringing of blades echoed everywhere, the sounds merging into a continuous deafening din. Seconds later, Mino had carved his way through the entire battlefield. Behind him trailed the bodies of 70 or 80 pirates, cleaved clean through along with their weapons. His movements had been so swift that some pirates hadn't even realized what had happened until a thin line of blood appeared. Then with anguished screams they fell apart, split in two. This time, the morale of the beast pirates finally shattered completely. Countless pirates threw down their weapons and fled in panic. Mino made no move to pursue them. Instead, he called out to Baby Five and the others, prepare to retreat. Stay with me. Baby Five and her group had been caught in the thick of the chaos, barely able to catch their breath until Mino made his move. Hearing his command, none of them hesitated. They simply fell in behind him. The three Vinsmoke brothers took turns, carrying a large sack. Inside was their father, Judge. As for the remaining samurai, they had little to do with Mino, nor would they heed his orders. At that moment, they were still busily hunting down the remnants of the beast pirates, intoxicated by the thrill of pursuit. Just then, however, Hiyori Kazuki approached. At her side was a plump female ninja, surrounded by a group of warriors who guarded her closely, explaining how she'd managed to move through the chaotic battlefield unharmed. Mr. Mino, is Kaido really on his way? Hiyori had overheard Mino's warning and asked anxiously. That's right, Mino replied with a firm nod. We have maybe 10 minutes before he's here. Get ready to head out to sea. Quickly, we probably don't even have enough time to reach the hidden harbor, and with so many people. Hiyori's face grew pale with worry. Mino shook her head firmly. We'll take whoever can make it. Gather our best fighters and charge straight down the waterfall. The land of Wano was a place like no other. Its shores rose high above the sea, ringed by a colossal waterfall that tumbled to the ocean below. Only through the inner hidden harbor could one sail out safely. But now there was no time to reach that hidden harbor. And who could say how long it would take to gather their thousand remaining allies in this chaos? Princess, you must go ahead. At that moment, several of Hiyori's samurai guards spoke up. We never expected to return alive from Onigashima. In truth, everyone is ready to give their all in this place. We'll buy you the time you need. As they spoke, the samurai unsheathed their swords once more, charging back into the fray against the beast pirates. Though the enemy was in disarray, desperation gave them a fierce will to fight, and soon both sides clashed again in a storm of battle. This time, the samurai abandoned their own safety, trading their lives for the chance to strike down their foes. After felling more than 20 pirates, they too fell on the battlefield. Princess, we must go, now. They're doing this because they don't want to hold us back, the plump Kunoichi Shinobu called out, her voice trembling as she pulled the tearful Hiyori away. Together, they followed closely behind Mino, making for the beast pirates' port. After a few hurried steps, Ashura Doji and Kawamatsu, who had been pursuing Queen, joined them, ready to seize a ship and make for the harbor. But old Hyagoro refused to leave. I'm an old man now, my strength spent and my spirit faded. I've lived my whole life in Wano. Let me die here as well. I'm in my 60s, maybe even my 70s. I wouldn't survive the storms of the open sea. Let me stay behind and cover your escape. Hyagoro let out a hearty laugh, blood streaking his battered frame. Age had worn him down, and already his breath was labored. Yet once he resigned himself to his fate, a fierce determination surged through him, his presence swelling with new vigor. One last resurgence of Haki. His 4 loyal men stood at his back, resolved to live and die with their master. No one could sway their resolve now. Though Hiyori's cheeks were streaked with tears, she wisely refrained from insisting that everyone leave together. Ashura, Doji Komatsu, and Shinobu shielded her ass. They followed Mino, dashing aboard one of the beast pirates' ships, adding Baby Fi, the 3 Vinsmoke brothers Reiju, and Mino. There were exactly 10 crew members on board. Let's get ready to set sail, Mino shouted, grabbing hold of the anchor chain, while the others sprang into action, raising the sails. Just then a deep rumble of thunder echoed across the sky as a black cloud swept toward them with the speed of lightning. Within the cloud, faint scales and armor could be glimpsed, gradually forming the unmistakable shape of a dragon. Damn, this is way too fast. There's no way Kaido himself could move at such speed. It had to be the work of the world's will again. Was another terrifying storm dragging Kaido here? With a deafening crash, the black cloud exploded above Onigashima, revealing a swaying azure dragon in its midst. My head is spinning. Curse this wretched storm. The dragon in the sky shook its head and looked around. Where's that old geezer, Golden Lion? Huh, this is Onigashima. What happened to my island? Why does it look like this? Bastards, who did this? Who attacked the beast pirates? Kaido roared in fury, his voice shaking the heavens. Black lightning crackled through the air, and it felt as if even time itself had come to a halt. In the next moment, the clouds overhead were shredded by the sheer force, and even the ground below began to crack. This was Kaido unleashing his conqueror's haki in full force. The samurai of Wano, who had been looking warily to the sky, were struck senseless by the overwhelming pressure. 1 by 1 inch their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed, weapons clattering to the ground. Out of thousands, barely a dozen remained standing. So this is the power of a Yonko, without another of equal strength to hold him back. Numbers mean nothing at all, Mino said, his face grave as he stared at the sky. Behind him, except for Shuradoji and Komata, everyone was trembling uncontrollably. Though they hadn't fainted, all while the fight had left them. What surprised Mino was that little Hiyori, though her whole body shook and her knees buckled, still managed to remain standing on the deck, refusing to collapse. She really is Kazuki Oden's daughter after all. Whether or not she inherited his quirks, at least her willpower and potential are assured. Kaido, at that moment, a furious shout rang out from Onigashima. Hyaguro, the flower, eyes blazing, led his few remaining men and charged forward, unleashing a flying slash that soared into the sky. Oh ho ho ho. So you're the ones who dared attack Onigashima. Not bad. You picked your moment well. The flying slash struck the massive dragon's chest, but left not so much as a scratch. Kaido didn't even deign to glance at it. Instead, his attention fixed solely on Hyaguro. A faint blaze flickered from his mouth and nose, a clear sign of his seething rage. Do you remember me? Everything you did to Wano country. Today you'll pay for it all. With a furious roar that echoed toward the heavens, Hyaguro raised his long sword once more, its blade wrapped in a jet-black aura of haki, and leaped high into the air. Kaido frowned, as if trying to recall something. You are? Who again? Whatever. Another old fool daring to defy me. Just I already. Twister. Destruction. A terrifying gale swept across the land and sky. Countless blades of wind gathered into a whirling tornado that surged forward, instantly pulling the airborne Hyaguro into its eye. In the blink of an eye, his body was slashed open again and again by the raging winds. The dozen or so followers and samurai who had rallied around Hyaguro fared even worse. Their haki was nowhere near his level. And as the tornado raged through them, devastation was all that remained in an instant. They were all battered to the ground by Kaido's single, overwhelming move. Only Hyaguro, after crashing to the earth, managed, barely, to stagger back to his feet. Evil dragon of Wano. This time, I swear I'll bring you down. A deafening explosion split the air as a blast of crimson heat struck the ground, and when the smoke cleared, only a few charred bodies remained. Uncle Hyaguro! Cried Hiyori Kazuki and the others from Wano, their voices choked with pain. Kaido shook his heavy, dazed head and turned his piercing gaze their way. By now, the ship had already begun to set sail, but it wasn't headed toward the hidden harbor. There was simply no time for that. Mino had no choice but to steer straight for the great waterfall. Everyone on board was either tough enough to survive or possessed the power of flight. The only weakling was Hiyori Kazuki, but she too was surrounded by protectors. Theoretically, even if they plunged straight down from the great waterfall, none of them should die, right? But whether they'd survive the fall was the least of their worries now. The real problem was that Kaido's gaze was now locked onto them. The entire dragon soared and swooped through the sky, closing in fast. Just the weight of his presence sent a chill down everyone's spine. As Kaido's azure dragon form descended, his overwhelming conqueror's haki crashed over them like a tidal wave. Baby 5 and several of the weaker members nearly fainted on the spot. Even jumping off the great waterfall isn't exactly safe. That monster can fly, you know. Reiju gritted her teeth as she spoke. Mino frowned slightly. Once we hit the sea, we can escape underwater. Didn't I tell you all to get your diving suits ready? As a member of the Vinsmoke family, though Reiju was still young, she possessed a certain degree of scientific skill. While creating the Vinsmoke family's unique combat suit might have been a challenge, making a simple diving suit was hardly any trouble. Before coming here, Minos had already made preparations. If worst came to worst, everyone could just jump into the sea together. Chapter 94. Repelling Kaido, I don't think we'll have a chance to use those diving suits. Let's just focus on surviving this ordeal first. Oh no, oh no, oh no, he's coming. That guy's coming right at us. Baby Five and the others were so terrified their hair practically stood on end, their screams echoing across the deck. Behind the ship, Kaido was descending from the sky, his mouth crackling with a terrifying, smoldering heat. "Ah, we're going to fall. We're going to fall." At the front of the ship, Hiyori Kazuki cried out at the sight of the looming, monstrous waterfall. With an explosive roar, Kaido's searing breath shot forward just as the entire ship reached the edge of the falls. An overwhelming sense of weightlessness gripped everyone, and the vessel plummeted with a thunderous crash. The dragon's scorching blast barely grazed the stern, leaving behind a charred streak, before the ship tumbled down the waterfall. "We're falling. Lower the sails, or the wind will tip us over. Steady the rudder. Keep it straight, whatever you do. Don't let us veer off course." To be honest, ships in the world of pirates were built to withstand almost anything. Ships made from atom wood were of course the sturdiest, but even the vessels found in the four seas, like the Going Mary at the beginning, were far more durable than any normal ship. In ordinary circumstances, a regular ship would have started to break apart long before hitting the water below. Yet, even after this ordeal, the beast pirate ship remained as steady as a mountain, its structure completely unscathed. While the crew at the front struggled to keep the ship stable, at the stern, Minos stood firm as a nail despite the ship tilting to a 90-degree angle. He looked up toward the sky, where the waterfall began, even after they had fallen down the waterfall. Kaido was not about to let them go. After this encounter, the ordinary foot soldiers of the beast pirates were all but wiped out, and Kaido himself was nearly driven mad with rage. There was no way he'd let the masterminds aboard this ship escape. Clouds follow the dragon. Winds follow the tiger. As Kaido's fury surged, dark thunderclouds gathered in the sky, lightning weaving through them. His entire dragon form blazed with fire and was swept up by raging winds, descending like a wrathful god of destruction upon them. "All of you must die," he bellowed, his roar shaking the heavens and the earth. Wild flames and howling winds crashed downward, the wind fanning the fire feeding on the wind, until together they became a storm of flames that seemed to engulf the sky and the sea, surging toward the ship with unstoppable force. Standing at the stern, Minos steadily adjusted his breathing, his gaze narrowing with a subtle intensity. The hand gripping the Enma blade gradually stilled, transforming from trembling uncertainty to unwavering resolve. His heart pounded, his blood blazed. With heat, the howling wind, the shouts of the crew, the thunderous roar of the waterfall. All these sounds faded away, leaving only one thing in his perception: the torrent of flame descending from the heavens, engulfing the entire waterfall in its fiery torrent, and behind that terrifying curtain of fire, the looming figure of a dragon, godlike and demonic. As the searing heat from the flames threatened to ignite the very ship beneath his feet, a clear, resonant chime rang out. At last, the Enma blade, now transformed into an arc of violet light, was drawn from its sheath. Unlike his previous sword draws, brutal and forceful, single-minded in their pursuit of speed, this time, under the crushing pressure of Kaido, the Emperor of the Sea, Minos' blade moved with a natural grace. It was like a gentle breeze, like flowing water, like a crescent moon suspended in the sky. Speed and technique melded perfectly, conjuring an air of serene elegance. Yet beneath this tranquil surface, an extraordinary change had occurred. Far from slowing, his sword's velocity surged to an unbelievable level, elevated by this strange, transcendent state, as the Enma blade shone with violet radiance. Minos sprang into the air, following the arc of his sword, plunging straight into the inferno. The terrifying flames parted before his blade, cleaved aside as if the sea itself was being divided, a path of fire opening up before him. And at the end of this path stood Kaido, the dragon of Wano, the Beast King himself. In a flash, Mino burst through the wall of fire, catching even Kaido off guard. All Kaido saw was Mino suddenly before him, followed by a sweeping violet blade, cold and distant as a crescent moon in the night sky, slashing past in a shimmer of light. Then pain exploded in Kaido's chest, sharp and intense. This time, Mino did not launch a flying slash. Although Enma's flying strikes possessed a peerless sharpness, far surpassing ordinary attacks, they could not match the blade itself. which carried the power to ignore nearly all physical defenses against Kaido's infamous, seemingly immortal resilience. A flying slash might do little more than nick his hide. Even that only if Kaido wasn't actively defending himself with haki, only the true Enma blade, with its absolute sharpness and the power to cut through anything, could truly pierce Kaido's defenses with a guttural wild roar. Kaido, sensing true danger through the agony in his chest, retaliated without hesitation. His massive dragon tail, armored with haki and as unyielding as a fortress wall, swept toward Mino in a devastating arc. Mino barely managed to raise Enma in defense before the tail struck him, sending him hurtling through the air. A sharp cry escaped his lips as he was flung away. It felt as if he'd been hit by a speeding train. Mino was sent flying sideways, and amid a crackling cacophony, he could sense that at least half the bones of his body had shattered. His insides burned as if set aflame, blood gushed from his mouth, and his whole being slipped into a dazed, near-unconscious state as he plummeted from the sky. Kaido, too, was far from unscathed. The Enma blade wielded by Mino had carved another massive wound into his tail. Even his armament haki seemed useless against that fearsome weapon, offering no protection whatsoever. What was even more terrifying was the purple flame upon Mino's blade. With each of the two strikes, the ghostly fire had burrowed deep into Kaido's flesh, nearly reaching his vital organs. The closer it got to those critical points, the more fiercely the purple blaze consumed his stamina, spirit, and essence. This time, Mino had poured every ounce of his strength into the attack. The Enma, although its glow seemed unremarkable, was wreathed in purple fire compressed to its very limit. Only after it pierced Kaido's body did that inferno erupt in full force. The immense purple flames brought with them devastating pain and a drain on his spirits so intense that Kaido's vision swam and his head spun. For the first time in ages, he felt actual exhaustion. He had meant to continue his pursuit of the pirates on the ship, but when he opened his mouth, only thick smoke and clots of blood spilled out. Cough, cough, cough. Damn it. Sensing his own weakness, and seeing that there were still formidable fighters like Ashura Doji and Komatsu aboard the ship, not to mention being surrounded by the sea, the bane of devil fruit users, Kaido ultimately gritted his teeth and decided to retreat. After all, with someone as powerful as Kawamatsu the fisherman on the other side, if his strength ran out mid-battle and he fell into the sea, even someone as mighty as Kaido wouldn't escape a grim fate. Roar, 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 what? Terrifying flames, what a terrifying weapon. The red-haired brat, is it? I'll remember you. As he watched Mino's form disappear into the distance, falling from the sky, Kaido had a nagging feeling that this red-haired upstart wasn't so easy to kill. The brutal impact, the wind screaming past his ears, and the briny, bitter seawater flooding his mouth finally brought Mino back to his senses a bit as he drifted in and out of consciousness. The moment clarity returned, he found his entire body numb, the pain strangely muted. This wasn't because his injuries were light. Far from it. His nervous system had been so battered that his brain could no longer register the true extent of his wounds, struck by Kaido's wrathful tail swipe, a move worthy of a dragon, and then hurled from the thousands of meters tall waterfall of Wano. It was a miracle that Mino had survived at all, a testament to the monstrous resilience of his yokai bloodline. Any ordinary person, even a warrior equal to Mino in strength like Ashura Doji, or one of the top commanders among the four emperors, would have been obliterated without a trace by such an onslaught. G-U-H, cough, cough. He coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood in the sea, but fortunately, as a demon, his physiology was already vastly different from that of a human. Breathing and oxygen were no longer essential for him. So drowning was out of the question, and his resistance to water pressure was nothing short of extraordinary. Otherwise, looking up at the sea's surface, which was at least several hundred or even 1,000 meters above, Mino thought he would have already perished without a trace under suffocation and crushing pressure. I was too careless. The four emperors are like monsters far beyond what I can handle right now. If Kaido hadn't already clashed with Golden Lion at the start, and if I hadn't fallen straight into the sea, I'd probably be dead for sure this time. As he reflected on his reckless actions, Mino reached for a bottle filled with vivid crimson liquor, bit off the stopper, and took a deep, forceful swig. With just one mouthful, his wounds were completely healed, and with a powerful kick of his legs, he began to swim upward toward the surface. To be honest, if it weren't for the existence of the Holy Grail wine, there would have been no easy way for Mino to recover from his injuries. He might have had to resign himself to fate and hope someone else could rescue him. Still, great risk brings great reward. Now that his injuries were healed, Mino could feel that both his physical strength and his aura had made remarkable progress. Compared to the slow gains he made training with Ashura Doji, just this one clash with Kaido was equivalent to a year or two of hard practice. No wonder they call him Teacher Kaido. His lessons are truly effective. If I could survive 7 or 8 life-and-death duels with Kaido, I'd be promoted to a 4 emperor in no time. Of course, such daydreams were best left as fantasies. He wasn't some Nika fruit user with miraculous luck and endurance. In the end, he'd only survive thanks to a fortunate combination of circumstances that forced Kaido to retreat. If he really tried to challenge Kaido again, it would surely be a one-way ticket to the afterlife. With a great splash, Mino burst through the surface of the sea. Activating his far-sighted vision, he immediately spotted a ship floating not too far away. Seeing this, Mino let out a sigh of relief. He figured that after taking a couple of heavy hits, Kaido's temper would have cooled, and he'd have no interest in pursuing the others. Though there was no guarantee Kaido wouldn't take the risk meanwhile. On the ship above, everyone was anxiously searching for Minos' figure. Even though Ashura Doji and the others feared the worst, these upright warriors of Wano, eccentric as their thinking sometimes was, still cared deeply about their comrade's fate. Not to mention, Baby 5 and Reiju would never believe for a second that Mino could be finished off so easily. Who knows where Lord Mino has ended up now? The waterfalls of Wano are unbelievably high. Could he have been smashed to pieces? Papa, what an ominous thing to say. What nonsense am I spouting? Kawamatsu, the best swimmer among them, was searching the farthest reaches of the sea. As he scoured the depths below, he muttered to himself, "If you know it's nonsense, then stop saying it. I'm still alive and well, aren't I? Wakaka." "Understood. I'm just a little worried, that's all." "Wait, who's there?" Hearing a voice behind him, Kawamatsu scratched his head sheepishly and offered an awkward reply. Suddenly, he snapped to attention, whipping his head upward. And there he saw Mino above him. "Wakaka! Lord Mino, you're actually unharmed." Komatsu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked Mino up and down, although he could see faint traces of blood already washed pale by the seawater. There were no wounds to be found anywhere on him. "Were you hoping something had happened to me?" Mino rolled his eyes and shot back. "No, it's just well." Komatsu was tongue-tied, struggling to find the words. "That was Emperor Kaido, after all." You took a raging blow from his dragon tail, then plunged down a waterfall thousands of meters high. Forget ordinary people. Even another emperor would at least bear some marks. If Kaido himself had taken that much punishment, he'd be bruised and battered, maybe even bleeding from the nose, or sporting a lump on his head. But you look positively radiant, bursting with energy. Mino had no intention of explaining in detail. "Let's move. We're still within Wano's territory. If Kaido manages to snuff out my purple flames and recovers a bit, he might come after us again." "Oh, right." Komatsu snapped back to his senses and nodded hurriedly, following Mino as they made their way back toward the ship. As they drew closer, Mino fired a streak of purple flame into the sky. The others, searching in different directions, saw the signal and rushed back. By the time they all returned to the ship, nearly everyone had made it back. "Master Mino, are you all right? I was so worried about you." Baby 5 was the first to dash up, fussing over Mino with concern, checking him over from head to toe. But she was clearly flustered out of care. After Mino drank from the Holy Grail, there wasn't a scratch left on him. She couldn't possibly find any injuries. That dragon was enormous, absolutely terrifying. And you actually drove him back. Master Mino, that was incredible. Seeing for herself that Mino was completely unharmed, Baby 5 began to excitedly recount the events, her hands gesturing animatedly as she relived the scene. "I truly never imagined that Kaido the Beast would turn out to be a giant dragon. If it weren't for Master Mino, I suppose all of us would have perished here this time." Reiju spoke with lingering fear, and, at the same time, she fetched some clothes from the cabin, ready to help the now-soaked Mino change into something dry. Not only these two maids, but everyone else on the ship was also gazing at Mino with an almost reverent admiration. To leave a scar on Kaido, that was no feat for an ordinary person. The last person to accomplish such a thing was none other than Kazuki Oden, the most revered hero in all of Wano. With Mino back on board, the crew finally had a pillar to rely on. Under his command, everyone sprang into action, steering the ship and preparing to escape Wano as quickly as possible. There was no time to hesitate. Though Kaido had taken 2 blows from Mino, in truth, Mino's Enma blade, for all its fame, was just a weapon barely over a meter long, while Kaido in his dragon form stretched at least 100 or 200 meters. The wounds inflicted were hardly serious. What truly forced Kaido to give up the chase was Mino's unique purple flames, which scorched Kaido's very spirit and essence, leaving him drained and defeated. Yet stamina recovers far more swiftly than injuries. As soon as Kaido used his inner haki to snuff out the flames, he would be back to full strength in no time. Should he come after them again, there would be no stopping him. No matter how fearsome the Enma blade, it was useless without the strength to wield it against a true powerhouse. The sails unfurled, and the ship swiftly put Wano far behind them. 3 days later, Mino carefully put away a large white cloth covered in intricate black square symbols, the patterns he had drawn himself. He folded it neatly and placed it in the treasure chest inside the cabin. Back when he scouted on Onigashima and kept watch over Kaido, Mino had already spotted the red poneglyph hidden among Kaido's treasures. It took him some time, but he memorized the entire inscription. Until they left Wano, he resisted the urge to copy it down, but now that they were safely away, there was no reason to hide it any longer. Better to write it down sooner than risk his memory failing him. Pushing open the door, Mino stepped outside and happened to see the 3 from Wano standing on the deck. Neither Ashura, Doji, Komatsu, nor Hiyori had any experience at sea. Perhaps Hiyori and Kawamatsu had been on a ship as infants, but if so, they had no memory of it. So even after 3 days at sea, the trio often came out on deck to marvel at the ocean's ever-changing vistas. Of course, the endlessly shifting seascapes of the New World were part of the appeal. Had they been sailing the ordinary seas, the novelty would have worn off in a single day. Ashura, Doji, take the helm. There's another cluster of icebergs dead ahead. Mino swept the horizon with his clairvoyant gaze, then turned to give instructions to the Ashura boy. Wah! The seas outside Wano are truly terrifying. You never know what kind of danger you'll run into out here, Komatsu exclaimed, his face still pale with lingering fear. Thank goodness we didn't set sail on our own, or we'd be finished for sure. Compared to what this ocean holds, an iceberg field is hardly worth mentioning. Up above, meteors could start falling from the sky. Down below, volcanoes might erupt from the depths. Lightning storms might tear open the very heavens themselves. None of it would be impossible. Mino's skills as a sailor were average at best. If it weren't for his clairvoyance, he would never have dared to traverse the New World. That's right, we really owe you, Mino-sen. If not for your help, I doubt we could have ever escaped from Kaido's Onigashima, came another grateful voice. But what about the others, the soldiers? Someone interjected. Princess, please don't be sad. Everyone gave their lives to defeat Kaido and save Wano. This time we dealt a heavy blow to the beast pirates, and we managed to break free from both Orochi and Kaido's grasp. Their sacrifice was not in vain, Kawamatsu said, gesturing passionately with his hands. All right, I understand, Hiyori replied, shaking her head gently. I will never forget their sacrifice, but I won't let it hold me back either. One day, we will drive Kaido and his beast from our land. Mino interrupted, raising a hand. Can we pause for a moment? Now that we've escaped from Wano, there are a few things we should discuss. Hiyori blinked, slightly surprised. Is there something on your mind, Mino-san? Of course, Mino replied without hesitation. The question is, where do we go next? Our next destination, Hiyori echoed, a trace of uncertainty flickering in her eyes. She hesitated before saying, I remember reading in my father's journal that he had close ties with the Whitebeard pirates. Well, in that case, I can't go to the Whitebeard pirates because my destination is Whole Cake Island, Mino responded, shaking his head. After this adventure, Mino had decided it was time to return to Whole Cake Island. He owed more than a few favors there, and besides, if he just vanished, there's no way Big Mom would let him off so easily. It was one thing to get captured by the Golden Lion. Big Mom could overlook that. But if he escaped and didn't return to Tado Land, she'd surely send the Charlotte pirates after him. He'd already made enemies of the Beast pirates. He had no desire to provoke another Emperor's crew. Still, he couldn't help but feel a certain confidence. When it came to dealing with Charlotte Linlin, of all the four emperors, she was the easiest to outwit, at least upstairs. Still, even though Mino was confident that he could fool Charlotte Linlin, there was no way he could take the whole group from Wano to Cake Island as well. Charlotte Linlin's rule was to welcome all who came, but never let anyone leave. Given the strength of Ashuradoji and Komatsu, if Charlotte Linlin saw them, she definitely wouldn't let them go. As for Hayori Kazuki, even though she didn't possess much fighting power, her identity as the Princess of Wano alone meant that Charlotte Linlin wouldn't let her slip away either. In fact, she might even try to arrange a husband for her. If that happened, the men of the Charlotte family would probably be at each other's throats for the chance. While Mino did think Hayori Kazuki was indeed a great beauty, she wasn't quite at the level that would outshine everyone else. But in Oda's world, Hayori was depicted as a super beauty on par with Nami, Boa Hancock, and Shirahoshi, and it was clear the people in the world of pirates followed the author's sense of aesthetics. Mino gave his head a little shake, brushing away those wild thoughts, and saw that both of them looked a bit bewildered. To keep them from making any rash decisions, Mino continued, "You two have never been to sea, so you probably don't know the rules of Tato Land. Their rule is to welcome all who come, but no one is allowed to leave. In other words, once Captain Charlotte sets her sights on you, leaving becomes nearly impossible. Also, the Charlotte Pirates are a crew built on blood relations. That's why Captain Charlotte especially favors recruiting through marriage alliances. If you really went there, Princess Hayori, I think you'd be very popular." "Ribbit?" Komatsu blurted out in shock, sounding just like a startled frog. No, no, no. Princess, you absolutely cannot go to Tato Land." A dark line appeared on Hayori's forehead. "Don't worry, Komatsu. I have no intention of going to Tato Land, but—" Hayori's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on Mino. "Mino-san, are you also one of Captain Charlotte's sons-in-law?" This woman is doing this on purpose, Mino thought. No wonder she was destined to become Wano's top courtesan, bankrupting so many cunning merchants with her acting skills. Glancing behind him, Mino saw Baby 5 wearing a pitiful expression, while Reiju, though pretending not to care, kept sneaking glances his way. His head started to ache. Truth be told, Mino wasn't Charlotte Linlin's son-in-law. At least, not yet. The real reason was most likely that Charlotte Pudding was still too young right now. Yes, it was obvious to both Katakuri and himself that Linlin intended to arrange for Mino to marry Pudding, the three-eyed daughter. Luckily, Pudding was only 6 or 7 years old at the moment. If she were any older, Mino would already be tied to the Charlotte Pirates, and that would definitely be a headache. "All right, don't worry. I won't be dragged off by Captain Charlotte to get married." Mino spoke to her two maids with a hint of annoyance. "Besides, I won't be staying in Tato Land for very long." "Really?" Baby 5 fixed her gaze on Mino and asked him, "It's not that I'm unhappy about your marriage plans, Master, but if it's the Charlotte Pirates. I've heard that Charlotte Linlin actually eats people. Her daughters must be terrifying." "Don't worry, that's all just exaggerated rumors. Captain Charlotte is actually quite normal. As long as she's not having one of her episodes," Mino shrugged. Perhaps Charlotte Linlin really had eaten someone before. After all, she was mentally unstable. But in her right mind, she would never do something so inhuman. When Charlotte Linlin was in a normal state, her temper was still far from mild, and her personality remained a bit eccentric, but at least her worldview was understandable and her intelligence adequate, since establishing Tato Land as her base. Even her hunger-driven fits weren't much of an issue anymore. After all, while the Charlotte Pirates might not be the strongest fighting force in the world, their culinary skills were second to none in the New World. Whatever dish Charlotte Linlin craved, her crew could prepare it for her. If Big Mom were constantly deranged, there's no way the Charlotte Pirates could have become one of the 4 emperors. After all, without a stable environment, the crew's morale would have fallen apart ages ago. Of course, there was no need to explain all this to Baby 5. Besides, among Charlotte Linlin's children, none of them really shared her temperament. Not even Charlotte Linlin herself. And just look at Kaido's only daughter. Her personality is nothing like Kaido's at all. With Yamato's mind and the way she acts, you'd almost suspect Kaido adopted her from the Kazuki clan. On these seas, it's perfectly normal for parents and children to have completely different personalities. Just look at Ace Dragon Sabo and Luffy. None of them are anything like their parents, although Baby 5 and Reiju still looked a bit worried, seeing how unconcerned Mino was. They gradually settled down. As for Hayori and her companions, After discussing amongst themselves for a while, they finally decided to part ways with Mino and the others. It was only because they didn't know much about the outside seas that they hesitated in the first place. Anyone from the New World would know what Tato Land was like and wouldn't have needed to debate it at all. Mino had originally planned to find a bustling island after a while, throw a farewell banquet, and then everyone would go their separate ways. But just a few days later, an unexpected event changed their plans. That day, while they were resupplying on a deserted primeval island, they spotted a ship approaching from the distance. It was a pirate ship commonly seen in the New World, bearing a flag with a skull whose eye was marked by 3 horizontal lines. Though this pirate flag looked quite ordinary throughout the New World, it was renowned far and wide. It belonged to none other than the red-haired pirates, the current contender for the title of a future emperor. "You idiot of a captain, it's your fault we're off course again," grumbled Ben Beckman, a red-haired crew member with a monkey perched on his shoulder. The monkey monster thumped its chest and chattered noisily, making it clear it agreed wholeheartedly with its rider's complaint. "Don't worry about it. Pirates are meant to be free. This is what real adventure is all about." Shanks, the red-haired captain, burst out laughing. "Who knows what awaits us on the next island? Yeah, as long as it's not a pile of whale dung again." Lucky Roo, who was busy tearing into a slab of meat, seemed to recall something unpleasant and grumbled, "Last time, it was your treasure hunt that left me unable to eat for days." Shanks' face turned a little green at the memory. That was just an accident. Purely an accident. Last time, Shanks had found a treasure map and led his crew on a voyage that ended at a dark, ominous island radiating a bizarre energy. Everyone had rushed ashore eager to hunt for treasure, only to discover that the island was in truth a gigantic mound of whale dung. Shanks had read the map upside down, steering them in the exact wrong direction. In the end, the red-haired pirates had given their captain a sound thrashing and lost all faith in his treasure-hunting instincts. "That looks like a primeval, deserted island," said Beckman, the true brains, and perhaps the real leader of the crew after scanning the island twice through a spyglass. "We can stop there to resupply, but it seems there are other pirates already present." "Other pirates? Is it a new crew?" Shanks asked curiously. "I'm not sure. Judging by the ship's appearance, it resembles one from the Beast Pirates, but they're not flying Kaido's flag," Beckman replied. Shanks thought about it for a moment, then shrugged. "No point worrying. It's not like Kaido himself is aboard that ship, is it? Let's just land and see. If they don't mean us any harm, let's invite them to join our banquet," Shanks said with a grin. "No way," Beckman shot down the idea coldly. Why not? Are they that dangerous?" Shanks asked, puzzled. "No," Beckman replied, "but we're short on food and sake. Never mind inviting guests. We need to get ashore and resupply, or we won't even have enough for ourselves." Shanks' eyes widened in surprise. "Didn't we just resupply half a month ago? How did we go through our supplies so quickly?" Beckman fixed his captain with a cold stare, his eyes flashing with a hint of menace. "We've held 15 feasts in just half a month. The fact that we still have any provisions left is already the result of my careful budgeting." Shanks' laughter gradually faded away, and he turned to address his crew. "You all heard him, didn't you? From now on, no more wasting our supplies. Especially you, Lucky Roo. You eat way too much every single day. The one who wastes the most must be the captain." The crew retorted without missing a beat. Leaving aside the merry band aboard the red-haired pirate's ship, elsewhere Mino and his companions had already set foot on the primeval wild island. The so-called primeval wild island was in fact a place where the environment remained frozen in prehistoric times, because the world of pirates was so fragmented by vast oceans. The gaps in civilization and the diversity of species here far exceeded those found on any ordinary planet. Across the boundless seas, some islands had advanced to near-futuristic levels of technology, while on others primitive people lived who had not yet learned to speak. There were even deserted islands whose environments still preserved the conditions of the Cretaceous or Triassic periods. Creatures like dinosaurs and giant insects could still be found roaming these lands. But in the world of pirates, all manner of strange and wondrous beasts existed. If a king, Kong, or a Godzilla suddenly appeared, it wouldn't be surprising in the least. So, even ancient rulers like dinosaurs hardly counted as the apex of the food chain. In fact, islands that preserved such primeval ecosystems were teeming with both animals and plants. On the seas of the Four Blues, in the first half of the Grand Line, the native animals might pose some trouble to sailors. But in the New World where seasoned voyagers sailed, these islands were essentially the best resupply points imaginable. Looks like you caught quite a haul, Baby 5 remarked with a smile. Watching as Ashura, Doji, and Kawamatsu brought in heaps of game. At last, our provisions are looking plentiful. There's a ship approaching from the distance. At that moment, Reija, her gaze fixed on the horizon, suddenly spoke up. A ship? More pirates? Mino, who had been butchering their latest catch, looked up, using his far-sighted vision. His expression shifted to one of surprise. Wait, that's the red-haired pirate's ship? A thought struck Mino, and he shifted his gaze toward Hiyori Kazuki, training with her sword on deck. Hiyori immediately sensed Mino's attention. She sheathed her aim no habakiri and asked curiously, "What is it? Is there some problem with this red-haired pirate crew?" There isn't really any problem. The red-haired pirates have already gained a reputation as emperors of the sea, though it's not yet universally acknowledged. Still, their strength is hardly any less than that of the beast pirates, Mino said, shaking his head. Then he turned to Hiyori Kazuki. Most importantly, red-haired Shanks actually has some history with your family. When you were little, Shanks might have even held you in his arms. What? Hiyori's cheeks flushed. I have no memory of that. Shanks was once a trainee member on Roger's pirate crew. He sailed with the Roger pirates for years. Mino gave a small smile. So when you were just born, he must have held you at least once. Hearing this, Hiyori finally understood. So that's how it was, but I really don't remember anything from that time. Doesn't matter. Shanks is an excellent person, and his entire crew is full of warmth and camaraderie. Once they learn who you are, I'm sure Shanks will help you, Mino said reassuringly. Hiyori paused for a moment, then lowered her voice. So, does this mean you intend to part ways with us? That's the way of life at sea, Mino replied, shrugging his shoulders. Besides, I don't have the strength anymore to protect all of you. In truth, Mino thought that joining the red-haired pirates was a wise decision for the people of Wano. Whitebeard was getting on in years and didn't want to stir up more trouble with Kaido. His crew's position was already secure, so there weren't many challenges left for them. The red-haired pirates, on the other hand, were still a step behind the other three emperors in the New World, but that only made them more eager and driven. There would be no shortage of battles ahead, and Shank's strength could guarantee the safety of his crew. Even if Kaido came back seeking revenge, he'd find nothing but trouble facing the whole red-haired crew. Hiyori felt a pang of sadness. In truth, she had never known happiness in Wano. The shadow of Orochi and Kaido had always loomed over her, and she hadn't even dared to secretly train her skills. Her life had been stifling in every way. Escaping Wano at last, these days at sea had been her first taste of freedom and comfort, and she had naturally grown attached to Mino, her companion. Just then, as they were talking, the ship of the red-haired pirates drew up to the shore. Shanks, with his iconic red hair, leapt ashore first and strode toward them. Seeing this, Mino walked forward to meet him, and as he drew closer, he could hear the red-haired crew members murmuring in excitement. He really does look like him. This guy's got red hair, too. But he seems a lot younger than the captain, doesn't he? Red hair is pretty rare, right? Could they be related somehow? Ignoring the group's hushed whispers, Mino carefully studied Shanks. This man, who would one day become an emperor of the sea, now gave off only one impression. Ordinary, his smile was a bit goofy, his looks were above average at best. Certainly not strikingly handsome. There was nothing intimidating about him at all, save for the 3 scars over his left eye, which lent him a hint of ruggedness. While Mino was sizing up Shanks, Shanks was also eyeing Mino, especially stealing several glances at Mino's red hair. The world of pirates was full of all sorts of oddities, but truly vibrant red hair was still quite uncommon, and Shanks couldn't help but feel curious. After a few moments of mutual scrutiny, Shanks, unable to hold back any longer, burst out with a hearty laugh. "Ha ha! Hello there, my name's Shanks, and you are?" "Mino, a member of the Charlotte Pirates," Mino replied with a slight smile. "Charlotte?" Shanks looked genuinely surprised. "You really don't look the part." Having spent a good deal of time in the New World, Shanks had developed his own impressions of the other Emperor crews. The Beast Pirates mostly dressed like leather-clad delinquents, with their top officers fond of sporting horns on their heads. As for the Whitebeard Pirates, there wasn't any particular unifying style. Whitebeard's sons came in all shapes and sizes, though some bore the Whitebeard Pirates tattoo. The Charlotte Pirates, on the other hand, were even easier to recognize than the Beast Pirates. Their biggest trademarks were their animated homies and all kinds of sweets and pastries. But Mino, as he stood now, looked nothing like any member of the Charlotte Pirates. Mino? Beckman spoke up in surprise. Is it the same Mino who's been with both the Charlotte Pirates and the Golden Lion Pirates, the one with a bounty of 120 million berries? Hearing Beckman's words, Shanks still looked completely lost. In the New World, pirates with bounties over 100 million were as common as grains of sand. Shanks had no interest in keeping track of them all. Even Beckman the real brains behind the red-haired pirates might not have known about Mino, if not for the fact that he'd served with two of the most notorious pirate crews. Otherwise, Mino would have remained just another nameless face. Mino raised his eyebrows in mild surprise. He hadn't realized he'd gained a bit of fame lately, with his bounty even rising to 120 million. But thinking about it, the news reporters are probably the most well-informed people in the entire pirate world, so it was only natural for word to get out that Beckman knew his identity didn't come as much of a shock. After all, he'd spent a long time drifting through the skies with the Golden Lion and later ended up in the closed-off land of Wano. Otherwise, he'd have already seen his name and bounty on the wanted posters in the newspapers. But I remember you're a Three-Eye tribe member, and you didn't have such red hair before. Beckman continued, looking somewhat puzzled. Just then Shanks shoved Beckman aside with a laugh. Oh, come on. What's wrong with having red hair? Isn't dyeing your hair a normal thing these days? Mino couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, inwardly grumbling, dye my hair, my foot. My hair turned red because of changes in my bloodline. But he kept those thoughts to himself and simply reached up to adjust his forehead protector. Once he removed it, his third eye was clearly visible on his forehead. So you really are from the Three-Eye tribe? Shanks exclaimed, brimming with excitement as he circled Mino several times. I've never met anyone from the Three-Eye tribe before. All right, enough of that. Don't embarrass yourself here, Beckman said, grabbing hold of Shanks with a weary expression. We, the red-haired pirates, are just here to resupply. Let's mind our own business. How about it? This was a common way for unfamiliar pirate crews to handle chance encounters. Sometimes it was out of mutual respect for each other's strength, and sometimes it was simply because both sides of the more easygoing, adventurous sort. In any case, if two pirate crews met, and neither a fight nor an alliance was on the table, then keeping to themselves was an acceptable option. What? Weren't we going to borrow some booze and throw a banquet? Shanks tried to protest, but Beckman, who knew him all too well, pressed down firmly on his head and ushered him away. After all, the Charlotte Pirates weren't exactly easy to get along with. Especially when it came to food, Beckman thought his captain was just being too optimistic. You want to have a banquet? That's not a bad idea, to Beckman's surprise. Mino readily agreed to the suggestion, and as it happens, there's an old friend of yours. Here, Shanks. An old friend of mine? Shanks tilted his head, genuinely puzzled. He couldn't imagine who that could be. Whether in the Golden Lion Pirates or the Charlotte Pirates, there was hardly anyone he could truly call an old friend. Sure, he knew plenty of people for both crews, but they were all just rivals. Not what you'd call an old acquaintance. Afterward, Shanks lifted his gaze to glance at the crew members standing behind Mino. Unfortunately, he didn't recognize a single one of them. However, when his eyes landed on Kazuki Hiyori, his expression shifted ever so slightly. She looks just like Sister Toki. Wait a second, that sword, that's Odin's Enma. Could it be? She's little Hiyori. It had to be said, for all his seemingly carefree demeanor, Shanks was far sharper than Luffy. Just from Hiyori's striking resemblance to his own mother and the sword Enma at her waist, he'd already pieced together her identity. So that's how it is. Such a death. Only Odin could have gone out like that. Sitting on the stone by the shore, Shanks spoke in a voice laced with complex emotion, regret mingled with a sense of admiration, and even a faint note of pride. Mino, standing nearby, rolled his eyes. He honestly couldn't see what there was to be proud of. It reminded him of how Odin had reacted upon hearing of Roger's death. An excited envy that ordinary people would find hard to understand. These legendary pirates always seemed to see the world a bit differently. Hiyori's expression clouded over. Clearly, her outlook was at least closer to normal. She didn't consider her father's gruesome end to be anything remotely glorious. That's right. If it hadn't been for Mino's help, I probably wouldn't even have made out of Wano alive, she said, taking a deep breath. Shanks turned to Hiyori. If you have nowhere else to go, why not join the red-haired pirates for the time being? Kaido might be troublesome, but we're not the sort to fear him. That's right, Captain. Wow, Shanks is so cool this time. Oh, the captain's getting serious for a change. The crew behind Shanks didn't show a hint of fear at the prospect of facing the beasts. Pirates, instead, they rallied behind their captain with unwavering support. T-Sich, this guy always find a way to stir up trouble, Beckman said, blowing a ring of smoke as he sat beside Mino, sounding half mocking, half resigned. I don't see you looking worried, Mino replied with a grin, arms folded across his chest. If anything, you'd be more disappointed if Shanks just ignored Hiyori, wouldn't you? As if, with our blockhead of a captain, it'd be downright bizarre if he didn't step in. Beckman shot back without hesitation. Clearly, he understood Shanks all too. Well, it's a hassle, sure, but what can you do? He's my captain. Looks like it's time to change our course and plans yet again. Mino smiled without saying another word. Despite the vice-captain's look of annoyance, it was precisely because of Shanks' loyal and chivalrous nature that Beckman would follow his captain so devotedly. Come to think of it, among the 4 Emperor's pirate crews, the real authority figures were almost always the first mates. Curry King, Beckman, Marco. These were the ones who truly managed the Emperor crews. As for the captains of the 4 Emperors, aside from their strength in battle, they mostly just managed to create more trouble for their own crews. After all 4 pirate emperors were famously headstrong and difficult to handle. It was thanks to their steadfast first mates that anyone could put up with them at all. While Mino was lost in these idle thoughts, Shanks suddenly called out in a booming voice, "Let's have a feast! A feast! To welcome Hiyori and the others to our crew. Let's all celebrate together." Hearing this, Mino couldn't help but chuckle softly to himself. The festivities lasted all the way until dawn the next day. Before finally drawing to a close, there was an abundance of food on the ancient, desolate island, especially plenty of fresh meat from the many animals around, so they were never short on that. However, all the wine and spirits on Mino's ship had been entirely consumed during the party. Mino himself was never much of a drinker, other than keeping a flask of wine for his own use, transforming it into the Holy Grail's wine every 7 days. He rarely stored any other alcohol, but then there was Ashura-doji, a legendary drinker, and even girls like Baby 5, Reiju, and Kazuki Hiyori, not to mention the 3 Vinsmoke brothers who were just 11 or 12 years old, all had a habit of drinking. It left Mino genuinely impressed by the customs of the pirate world. To his surprise, even Kazuki Hiyori and Baby 5 smoked, and Baby 5 in particular had quite the habit. Back in his previous life, they'd be considered classic teenage delinquents. The ship they'd chosen from the Beast Pirates came well supplied, especially with alcohol, since every member of the crew was a heavy drinker. Although some of the stores had been depleted during their recent journey, over half should have remained until tonight's celebration, which wiped out every last drop. Fortunately, Mino wasn't bothered by this in the slightest. After exchanging farewells with Hiyori, Ashura, Doji, and Komatsu, he set sail once again for Cake Island. Before he left, Hiyori played a tune on her shamisen for Mino. Though he wasn't much for music, even he could appreciate her exceptional skill, he could only comment a little sheepishly that it sounded rather nice, with the help of the red-haired pirate's Kazuki. Hiyori's safety was finally assured. What her future held, though, remained uncertain. She was, after all, the daughter of Kazuki Oden, but she didn't seem to have inherited much of her father's formidable strength. If she wished to challenge Kaido, the road ahead would be long and arduous. As for Ashura Doji and Komatsu, their age was already catching up to them. Even if their skills still improved a bit after setting out to sea, it was unlikely they would see much further progress. Defeating Kaido was simply out of the question, but that was no longer Mino's concern, watching as the red-haired pirates faded into the distance. Mino turned away and set out on his own journey. Tado Land, Whole Cake Island. During this time, everyone in the Charlotte Pirates carried themselves with great caution. They all knew that their queen, Charlotte Lin, the captain of the Charlotte Pirates, had been in a foul mood lately. "Mama, that damned golden lion," Charlotte Lin muttered through gritted teeth, devouring cake after cake. Not only that, but every cake had been shaped like a lion and given a soul by her, transforming them into cake homies, the little lion-shaped. Cakes darted to and fro, desperately trying to escape her grasp, but none could evade Lin's enormous hand. She snatched one up and tossed it in her mouth, a shriek echoing in its wake. If she so chose, Lin could control the personalities of her homies. Some of the confections made in Tado Land were actually eager to be eaten, while others dreaded that fate with every fiber of their being. It was clear that Lin had crafted these lion-shaped cake homies as a way to vent her anger, treating them as stand-ins for the Golden Lion himself. As she raged and gorged herself, a voice suddenly rang out from beyond the doors. Mama, there's good news. Charlotte Linlin tilted her head, loosening her grip. The cake homie, struggling in her palm, seized the opportunity, scrambling away in a panic. Linlin frowned, turning toward her eldest son, Perispero, as he rushed in. "What good news do you bring, my son?" she demanded. "It's about Mino. He's escaped from the Golden Lion," Perispero announced, his face alight with joy. "What?" Linlin's expression froze in shock, which quickly gave way to wild delight. "Mama, mama! Well done, Mino!" Even that troublesome Golden Lion couldn't keep him in check. To be precise, it was more accurate to say that this harbinger of disaster, Mino, had managed to give the Golden Lion quite a headache. Still, Mino himself didn't see anything wrong with that. After all, he'd cured the Golden Lion's decade-long cerebral thrombosis and restored his legs. Surely, that was far more valuable than the Golden Lion's old lair. The only problem was that most of the ordinary people and pirates on the Golden Lion's floating island probably wouldn't survive. Yet under those circumstances, there was nothing Mino could do. Charlotte Linlin's face lit up with joy. She abandoned her lion-shaped cake and stood up at once, eager to see Mino for herself. "Where is he now?" she asked. "It'll still take a few more days for him to arrive," Perispero replied, twirling his tongue thoughtfully. "He just contacted us a moment ago using a den mushy. I see. Wasn't he one of Katakuri's men? Have Katakuri go fetch him." Charlotte Linlin let out a hearty, booming laugh and gave her command. In Charlotte Linlin's mind, Mino was still just a low-ranking officer, a weakling at best worth a bounty in the 100 millions. Strength like that would barely allow someone to stay afloat in the New World. And the moment they ran into any real pirates, their fate was sealed. "Understood, Mama. I'll have Brother Katakuri go right away." Perispero licked his candy cane and agreed without hesitation. Perispero wasn't just the Minister of Candy. He also managed all of Tato Land, which was why he was often stationed on Cake Island, Katakuri. On the other hand, though one of the true pillars of Tato Land, typically watched over his own Wheat Island. When Katakuri received a message on Wheat Island, he was quite surprised. Mino actually managed to escape. That's no small feat. "What?" Mino escaped. Tyra, now a top officer under Katakuri, broke into a delighted grin. "Where is he now? Let's hurry and go get him." "No need to rush," Katakuri said, shaking his head. "First call Violet over, with her help. It'll be much easier to find him." "Got it. I'll go get her right away," Tyron said, practically bouncing with excitement as he hurried off. More than half an hour later, Katakuri boarded a ship with Turin, Brule, Violet, and even Kairos. There was no need to explain the presence of Violet and the others. After all, they'd once sailed alongside Mino. Brule was also quite concerned about her three-eyed tri-companion. Katakuri, confident in his own strength and the reputation of the Charlotte Pirates, saw no harm in bringing Brule along, even though she was still a child, and so the group set sail together, heading straight out to meet Mino and bring him home.